Immortal family of the Clear River. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 801, Active Marriage, Meeting Liu Qingming again. Since the Zhang family settled in the Iron Immortal Castle, Zhang Tianying has always wanted to make friends with the Song family, which has become the first immortal cultivation family in Uyghur. In recent years, the Zhang family has not only had a lot of business dealings with the Song family, but also because the Song family has Wang Xian, a high-level alchemist. Zhang Tianying occasionally goes to Funiu Mountain in person to cooperate with the Song family to purchase some high-level elixirs that are hard to find on the market. Zhang Yuan was able to successfully build a foundation, and the foundation building pills she used were very likely to come from the Funiu Mountain of the Song family. However, for Zhang Tianying's intentional show of goodwill, Song Qingming has always been courteous and reciprocated, without intentionally trying to win him over or deliberately alienate him. After all, the Zhang family and the Song family are both the giant immortals who have dominated the Xiaoyao sect. The two families are too close, and Song Qingming is also afraid that the sect will have any misunderstandings about this. At this moment, when he suddenly heard that Zhang Tianying was going to marry the Song family, Song Qingming was a little surprised on his face, and he was also quite surprised in his heart. He had not expected that Zhang Tianying would even give away his most proud descendants of the foundation building clan in order to further strengthen the relationship between Funiu Mountain and the Song family. However, although Song Qingming was not very interested in the marriage proposed by Zhang Tianying, Song Qingming did not directly refuse to offend Zhang Tianying in front of him. He chose to talk to him first and then find a suitable excuse to refuse. Zhang Tianying was also an old fox who had been in the Jinden stage for many years. His understanding of human relations was definitely not worse than Song Qingming's. He would naturally understand his intentions at that time. After hearing what Song Qingming said, Zhang Tianying paused for a moment before speaking to him. The last time I was drinking tea with senior brother Song, I saw that the young man next to you had good character and good looks. I wonder if senior brother Song thinks my girl is a good match for him. Junior brother Zhang, are you talking about Yuan Hao? Song Qingming looked at Zhang Tianying with some embarrassment on his face, and then slowly explained to him, there is nothing wrong with Yuan Hao's character, and he is not much different from your junior. However, Yuan Hao already has someone he likes, and it is estimated that they will form a dual cultivation partner soon. I am afraid that junior brother Zhang will be disappointed. Seeing that Zhang Tianying was interested in Song Yuan Hao who came with him, Song Qingming was not too surprised. Song Yuan Hao's cultivation has now reached the peak of the 8th level of foundation building, and he is also a rare cultivator with different spiritual roots in the world of immortal cultivation. With the support of Song Qingming and others in the future, there is a high probability that he will be able to step into the golden elixir realm. If Zhang Yuan and Song Yuan Hao can become Taoist couples, it will definitely be a very beneficial thing for the Zhang family, who have already planned to take root in the world of immortal cultivation in Uyghur. Maybe in the future. After the death of the older generation of giant cultivators such as Song Qingming, Song Yuan Hao may take over the family and become the new generation of patriarch of the Song family. However, what Zhang Tianying didn't know was that Song Yuan Hao already had someone he liked, and it would definitely be difficult for him and Zhang Yuan to be together. The mutual admiration between Song Yuan Hao and Su Qingming was actually not a big secret in the Song family. Zhang Tianying would basically know it as long as he sent someone to inquire about it in the future. Therefore, as soon as Zhang Tianying finished speaking, Song Qingming directly explained that Song Yuan Hao already had someone he liked, hoping to dispel the other party's idea. However, Zhang Tianying, after hearing that Song Yuan Hao already had someone in his heart, had a look of regret on his face, but he did not give up completely. He smiled and replied to Song Qingming, haha. Senior brother Song, what you said is wrong. Since little friend Yuan Hao has not yet determined a dual cultivation partner, the matter has not been completely concluded. Maybe if the two juniors get in touch, the matter will turn around. Besides, as long as we cultivators do not neglect our own cultivation, it is not strange to have 3 wives and 4 concubines. Senior brother Song, rest assured, as long as he does not wrong my Yuan in the future, I, as an elder, will definitely not say much. Zhang Tianying has been practicing for his whole life. He has many wives and concubines and knows how to enjoy life. Naturally, he's extremely open-minded about things outside of his body such as wine, sex, money and anger. Hearing that Song Qingming used Su Qingyin to prevaricate the matter, he immediately waved his hand and showed a generous look. In his heart, he still tried his best to match Song Yuanhao and Zhang Yuran. Seeing that Zhang Tianyang had not given up, Song Qingming could only shake his head and said with a smile, "It is right for junior brother to think so. However, this matter is a lifelong matter between the younger generations. It is good for us elders to bring them together. But there is no need to force it too much. Otherwise, if they don't live well in the future, they will inevitably blame you and me. I think it is better to let fate take its course. Let them get in touch first and see how things go." "That's great. Junior brother, I mean the same thing. As long as senior brother Song doesn't object, I think there's still hope for this matter." Seeing that Song Qingming did not object to the two people getting in touch, Zhang Tianyang smiled slightly, and his heart was a little more happy. He bowed to Song Qingming. After the two of them talked, they walked out of the private room together and went directly to the hall downstairs. At this time, Zhang Yuran, who was standing at the counter of the restaurant to pay the bill, happened to get 2 pots of spirit wine prepared by the store. Seeing Zhang Tianyang and Song Qingming coming down, he hurried forward and took the initiative to bow to the two. "Brother Song, this wine tastes good. You can keep it and bring it to the two sisters to taste later. It will be my little gift, then I will thank Brother Zhang for them first." Seeing the wine that Zhang Yuran brought to him, Song Qingming did not hesitate to accept it. Just as the three were about to turn around and leave the restaurant, 2 young women suddenly walked in. The figure of one of the purple-clothed women just entered Song Qingming's eyes, which made his eyes move slightly. He couldn't help but feel surprised. He didn't expect that he would meet her here. This purple-clothed woman was Liu Qingyin, the golden elixir elder of the Hunyuan sect that Song Qingming met in the Taiyang Lake near Song State a few years ago. When Song Qingming ran into this woman when he was escaping after looting Marguchan's cave, he happened to run into this woman. Fortunately, Song Qingming concealed his identity in advance and was not recognized by the other party. Now that he met Liu Qingyin again, Song Qingming instinctively felt a little surprised, but he recovered in just a blink of an eye and walked forward with Zhang Tianyang and the others with a calm face. However, Liu Qingyin was a peak-giant cultivator after all. The slightest movement on Song Qingming's face at such a close distance did not escape her eyes, and her eyes quickly fell on Song Qingming and the other two. Just as the two sides were about to pass by each other, Liu Qingyin, who had walked into the restaurant, suddenly stopped Song Qingming and the others. "Fellow Taoist, do you have any advice?" Seeing Liu Qingyin suddenly blocking them, Song Qingming and Zhang Tianyang also showed some confusion on their faces, and asked each other with a puzzled look. Upon hearing this, Liu Qingyin immediately put on a smiling face, bowed slightly to the two of them and explained, "I am Liu Qingyin from the Hunyuan sect, and this is my junior sister Gu Xiaoling. I just heard the accents of the two Taoist friends speaking at the door, and it seems that they are also cultivators from the floating cloud mountain range. I came here to get to know them. I wonder which sect the two Taoist friends are from, and if you can introduce them to me, it will be good to make friends." After hearing that the other party was a cultivator from the Hunyuan sect of the Song Kingdom, before Song Qingming could speak, Zhang Tianyang, who was standing next to him, took the lead in smiling and bowing and replied, "Haha. I'm Zhang Tianyang. Fellow Taoist Liu and fellow Taoist Gu are here to show their respect. My 2 brothers and I do come from the immortal cultivation world of the floating cloud mountains, but we are cultivators of the Xiaoyao sect of the Wei Kingdom. It's okay for you 2 fairies to get to know each other outside. I'm afraid it's inappropriate to make friends. I hope you 2 fairies can forgive me." "Oh. So you 2 are fellow Taoists of the Xiaoyao sect?" "We are a little abrupt. The Hunyuan sect of the Song Kingdom and the Xiaoyao sect of the Wei Kingdom belong to the east and west camps of the floating cloud mountains. Therefore, the relationship between the cultivators of the 2 sects has always been relatively ordinary, and they rarely take the initiative to interact." Hearing Zhang Tianyang claiming to be from the Xiaoyao sect, Liu Qingyin's face suddenly changed, and she smiled and nodded to the 2 of them. Just when Song Qingming and the other 2 were about to turn around and say goodbye, Liu Qingyin turned around and bowed to Song Qingming and asked, "I don't know what this fellow Taoist's name is. Please teach me something." "Xiaoyao sect, Song Qingming. My 2 fellow Taoists are polite." Seeing that Liu Qingyin's eyes were fixed on him, Song Qingming's face did not change much. He smiled and took the initiative to bow to Liu Qingyan and the other two. Afterwards, Song Qingming ignored him and turned around with Zhang Tianyang to leave the restaurant. Until the three of them left, Liu Qingyan still stood there, with a thoughtful look on her face. The other woman in yellow standing next to her also noticed something unusual when she saw this, and asked Liu Qingyan with a curious look, "Senior Sister Liu, what's wrong with you? Is there anything strange about these two people?" After hearing her companion's voice transmission, Liu Qingyan came back to her senses and sighed solemnly. For some reason, the Song Qingming just now always made me feel familiar, and his figure and cultivation are also somewhat similar to the East China Sea cultivator I met passing by that day. However, the voice of this person is completely different from that of the cultivator. I don't know if I made a mistake. Oh. Senior Sister Liu means that this person is the cultivator who called himself Luo Yulong, whom you saw when we encircled the demon cultivator Maiwuchen in Taiyu Lake. Senior Sister, you are not still doubting that it was him who killed the devil Maiwuchen? Yes, this person not only has the 8th level of giant in cultivation, but is also a disciple of the Yuanying sect like Xiaoao sect. His strength is definitely not comparable to that of an ordinary giant in cultivator, and it is not impossible for him to be able to kill Maiwuchen. I even suspected that Maiwuchen's cave was taken away by him that day, after the battle between Song Qingming and Maiwuchen that year. The nearby Song State cultivators were soon alarmed. In order to eliminate the hidden dangers of the demon cultivators hiding near the sect, the Funiu sect sent Liu Qingyan and several other giant elders to search for traces of demon cultivators in the Taiyu Lake. They searched near the deserted island for more than half a month, and they really found the cave where Maiwuchen was hiding, and confirmed Maiwuchen's identity from some of the things left in it. However, the things in Maiwuchen's cave had long been moved away by Song Qingming, who found the place first, and not even a magic array was left. Liu Qingyan and others were not sure whether Maiwuchen fled the cave in a hurry after the battle on the deserted island, or his opponent who killed him got there first and took away the things inside. Originally, Liu Qingyan had almost forgotten about this matter, but this time she met Song Qingming, which made her recall this matter, and she couldn't help but have more doubts in her heart. The place where Song Qingming was blocked by her that day was just not far from Maiwuchen's cave, and Song Qingming was wearing a hat at the time to deliberately conceal his identity. These coincidental phenomena always made her suspicious, and later she sent people to Song State to find out more about the casual cultivator who called himself Luo Yulong. To her surprise, this person seemed to have never been to the floating cloud mountains. No one had ever heard of the name Luo Yulong, which further deepened Liu Qingyan's doubts. Haha. Senior Sister, they are from Xiaoao sect and usually won't go to our Song Kingdom. Are you overthinking it? And I've heard of this Song Qingming before. He doesn't seem to be an inner sect elder of Xiaoao sect, but a guest official from a vassal cultivation family under its command. If this person can break through to the late giant stage, he must have some talent for cultivation. I don't believe that he can kill a giant and peak demon like Maiwuchen by himself, unless it's not just Song Qingming who took action, but other Xiaoao sect elders also participated in the battle. Xiaoao sect is tens of thousands of miles away from our Song Kingdom, and the chaos caused by demon cultivators in our place will not affect them. How could they send people to Taiyu Lake for no reason to help us deal with the demon Maiwuchen? Oh, is that so? It seems that I may be a little too suspicious. After hearing the explanation from his fellow disciple beside him, Liu Qingyan nodded with some sudden enlightenment, then smiled and turned around to walk into the restaurant with him. After leaving the restaurant, Song Qingming returned to his residence, and he kept recalling what happened during the day. Although he knew that the other party should not have seen through his identity, through the contact during the day, Song Qingming clearly felt that Liu Qingyan was somewhat suspicious of him. Fortunately, when Song Qingming killed the demon cultivator Maiwuchen that day, he did not do anything that would harm the interests of the Funiu sect, but instead helped them solve a potential hidden danger. Logically speaking, even if Liu Qingyan had some doubts, she would not keep staring at him and chase him all the way to the windless island. It should be just a coincidence that the other party appeared here. It is likely that they were also preparing to go to the Thunder Yuan Sea to participate in the trade fair like Song Qingming. After bumping into Liu Qingyan in the restaurant, in order not to attract the other party's attention and bring trouble to himself, Song Qingming never went out again in the next few days. It was not until the arrival of the Qingming monks and Xu Fengping and others had already found a treasure ship to cross the sea that Song Qingming took Song Yuanhao and others to board the high-level treasure ship to the Thunder Yuan Sea. Liu Qinggang and the others did not come to visit again. It was just as Song Qingming expected. They appeared on the island and were going to represent the sect to participate in the Thunder Origin Sea Trade Fair. After boarding the treasure ship and setting sail, Song Qingming was completely relieved and slowly focused his attention on the high-level treasure ship he was riding. From the East China Sea's Yuxin realm to the Thunder Origin Sea's Yuxin realm hundreds of thousands of miles away, the outer sea that must be passed is very dangerous, with all kinds of high-level monsters and even unyielding demon kings. Even if the safest route is found, the treasure ship cannot avoid being harassed by monsters. In this endless sea, once the treasure ship is not strong enough and is destroyed by monsters, the monks on it who have nowhere to hide will inevitably be buried in the belly of monsters once they fall into the sea. Therefore, only high-level treasure ships that can fight against those powerful monsters in the outer sea can provide a certain degree of security for the monks crossing the outer sea and help them reach the Thunder Origin Sea's Yuxin realm on the other side of the sea. This is also an important way for the East China Sea's Yuxin world to connect with the Thunder Yuan Sea's Yuxin world. Almost every year, several large high-level treasure ships travel between the two places to transport the materials and monks needed by the two places. The high-level treasure ship that Song Qingming and others took, which is about 100 feet long, is controlled by a unyielding sect in the East China Sea's Yuxin world. The quality has reached the 4th level lower grade. This kind of high-level treasure ship above the 4th level, when sailing at full speed, can be as fast as ordinary unyielding monks, and can withstand the attack of the Demon King against a unyielding level. But even so, if the luck is too bad and encounters many high-level monsters besieging at the same time, the treasure ship is still at risk of capsizing. At this time, the monks on the ship need to help fight the monsters to help the treasure ship out. When Song Qingming traveled in the East China Sea's Yuxin world, he had heard of some similar things. However, this time, Song Qingming and others went to the Thunder Yuan Sea's Yuxin world to participate in the trade fair. The large treasure ship on which they took several times more monks than when they usually transported materials. In addition, there were Bai Yuxin, Zhang Zidan, and the Grand Elder of another unyielding sect in the East China Sea's Yuxin realm. There were 3 unyieldings in total, so the safety was much better than usual. Because the two trips were too far apart, even if they took a high-level treasure ship above level 4, it would take about half a year to go back and forth. During this period, everyone on the treasure ship also experienced a relatively boring period. In addition to daily meditation and practice, everyone could only stay on the ship and could not leave the treasure ship at will. Song Qingming, a giant and cultivator who could retreat for several years, was relatively adaptable to this. As for Song Yuanqian and other foundation-building cultivators, they seemed a little bored after a long time. They often couldn't help being bored, so they went out to visit other Xiaoyao sect cultivators of the same generation. During this period, Zhang Yuan, under Zhang Tianyang's intentional suggestion, came to Song Yuanhao to drink tea and chat, hoping to bring the two closer. Compared to Song Chang's, who has a somewhat dull personality, Song Yuanhao is more sensitive in terms of personal feelings. He saw through Zhang Yuan's mind after just one contact, and went directly to Song Qingming to ask about it. In this regard, Song Qingming did not choose to hide it from him, and directly told Song Yuanhao about Zhang Tianyang's idea of marrying the Song family. From the beginning, Song Qingming knew that this was unlikely, but he did not refuse it in person just to avoid refusing Zhang Tianyang's face. When Song Yuanhao came to the door, Song Qingming immediately told him what he meant. He only made one request to Song Yuanhao, that is, to take care of the relationship between the two families no matter what, try to reject the other party in a more tactful way, and don't hurt Zhang Yuan with words. Now everyone is on the boat and they don't see each other often, so they have to take into account each other's face. Otherwise, if Zhang Tianyang comes to the door and says that Song Yuanhao bullies the younger generation, it will be a bit ugly. After returning to Uyghur in the future, Song Qingming will find a reason to slowly reject this matter. Although Song Yuanhao felt a little helpless about this, he didn't say much and nodded in agreement. After the treasure ship sailed for more than a month, it soon entered the extremely dangerous outer sea. Song Yuanqian and others on the ship also saw the powerful high-level monsters in the outer sea for the first time. Almost every few days, the treasure ship would be besieged by various sea monsters. There are more than a dozen giant spiritual light cannons above level 3 installed on this treasure ship. Ordinary small-scale low-level monster groups will be directly dispersed by one shot. And those large-scale monster groups with large-scale and mixed with giant and monster kings are much more difficult to deal with. Sometimes it even takes more than a dozen giant spiritual light cannons on the treasure ship to attack together to repel them and get rid of the siege of these monsters. The most dangerous time was when the treasure ship was sailing and was suddenly besieged by a unyielding demon king with tens of thousands of demon beasts. Many low-level cultivators on the ship were also frightened by this scene. In order to get out of the predicament, not only Song Qingming and many other giant and cultivators, but also several unyielding ancestors on the ship had to take action personally, leaving the treasure ship and fighting with the demon king in the sea. It was not until hundreds of corpses of demon beasts floated on the sea that the unyielding demon king, who knew that he could not take down the treasure ship, decisively chose to retreat to the sea, allowing everyone to survive this crisis. After sailing in the sea for a full 6 months, one day the treasure ship suddenly sailed into a relatively calm blue sea. Seeing the familiar color of the sea below, the cultivators who often traveled here on the ship suddenly cheered. Everyone then learned that they had successfully entered the Yuan Sea cultivation world. After entering this sea area, as those cultivators said, the treasure ship never encountered a large-scale siege of high-level demon beasts again. After sailing for about half a month, a blue island came into view in the distance ahead. Lights began to appear around the treasure ship, as well as flying boats and low-level treasure ships driven by human monks. After sailing in the sea for half a year, many monks on the ship finally saw a large island with human monks. Therefore, everyone couldn't help but show a hint of excitement in their eyes. Chapter 802, Xiangxin City, Selling Spiritual Objects. In the entire Huaiyang realm where human cultivators are located, including the Donghuangxianzhao continent where the floating cloud mountains are located, there are a total of 9 large-scale cultivation realms in the 5 continents and 4 seas. These large-scale cultivation realms are basically the same as the Donghuangxianzhao. There are not only human cultivators, but also many creatures such as demons and magic cultivators. However, in some large-scale cultivation realms, human cultivators have an overall advantage and command most of the territories to reproduce and thrive. Some cultivation realms are ruled by powerful demons, and human cultivators are driven to a corner of the continent and can only barely occupy a small territory to survive. There are also places ruled by many magic cultivators, which have become the nests of many high-level magic cultivators in this cultivation realm. Whether human cultivators or demon cultivators, they dare not easily set foot on them. The Donghuangxianzhao, where Song Qingming and others are located, is a large-scale cultivation realm, jointly ruled by humans and demons. However, at present, more than 60% of the territory of the entire continent is controlled by the demons, and the overall power of the northern border demons is also greater than that of human cultivators. The situation of human cultivators is relatively stable, except for the Eastern Phoenix Country cultivation world in the west of the continent, which concentrates more than 70% of the high-level human cultivators in the entire continent. In the east of the continent, there are places like the Floating Cloud Mountain cultivation world and the Cheyenne cultivation world, where the human cultivators are relatively weak. Because they have been harassed by the beast tide for many years, the human cultivators are not strong enough to fight against the powerful monsters, and can only retreat continuously, and the territory they control is also shrinking. If there is no major change in the future, it is possible that in about 10,000 years at most, the entire Floating Cloud Mountain cultivation world will fall into the hands of the northern border monsters. Similar to the Eastern Phoenix Fairyland, the Yuan Sea cultivation world is also a place where humans and monsters live together. Human cultivators and monsters are incompatible and often compete for territory. However, compared with the Eastern Phoenix Fairyland, the human cultivators in the Yuan Sea are obviously stronger, and many powerful sects have gods. Whether it is high-level combat power or low-level cultivators, the human cultivators are not inferior to the demons, and they occupy almost 70% of the island territories in the Yuan Sea cultivation world. Except for the vast outer sea outside, where it is difficult for human cultivators to set foot and live for a long time, most of the sea areas in the inner sea of the Yuan Sea cultivation world are dominated by human cultivators. Those high-level demon kings above the nascent soul in the inner sea basically hide in the sea areas under their command, and dare not enter the sea areas controlled by human cultivators at will. This is why, after the treasure ship that Song Qingming and his companions took entered the Thunder Yuan Sea cultivation world, the number of demon beasts in the sea area below was significantly reduced. After the treasure ship entered the Thunder Yuan Sea cultivation world, the first island it docked on, Qingming Island, was the territory controlled by a very powerful nascent soul sect nearby. Qingming Island not only has powerful nascent soul cultivators sitting in the Qingming Island, but also has a 4th level middle grade formation to guard it. Ordinary demon beasts dare not approach this island at all. Almost all the treasure ships coming from the Eastern Phoenix Fairyland will choose to dock here for repairs after entering the Thunder Yuan Sea cultivation world, and then go to their respective destinations. The treasure ship had just passed through the Qingming Island Mountain Protection Array and docked at the port. The people who had not been on the ground for more than half a year could not help but jump off the ship immediately. However, because it was the first time to come here, most of the people on the ship were not allowed to go to the island without confirmation of the other party. Song Qingming and others could only walk around the port until the treasure ship had replenished the necessary supplies for the voyage, and then everyone boarded the ship and continued to move forward. A month later, in a sea area in the middle of the Thunder Yuan Sea, an island as big as 2 or 3-way countries, with no end in sight, stood on the sea, and compared with the surrounding islands, it was like a continent. Around this huge island, many large treasure ships came and went, constantly sailing on the sea, and most of their ships were destined for the port in the southeast corner of the island. At the port that welcomes the ships, there are already thousands of treasure ships of different sizes moored, and the port is also full of monks coming and going. Most of them are queuing up to enter the island to participate in the trade fair held every 100 years by the Lei Yuan Xiuxin world. Soon, another huge foreign treasure ship docked at the port, attracting the curious eyes of the monks queuing around. Looking at the appearance of this treasure ship, it doesn't look like it was refined by our Lei Yuan Sea. It is estimated that it came from the outer sea. It seems that there are a lot more foreign monks coming to this trade fair than last time. In front of the port, an old man in a yellow robe with a wisp of goatee looked at the high-level treasure ship docked and immediately said to a middle-aged woman who was traveling with him. The lady in white smiled and said, "Fellow Taoist Chen is right. Last time, because of the sudden thundercloud hurricane in the outer sea, many Taoists were blocked in the outer sea and missed an opportunity. They probably don't want to miss it again this time. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many Taoists from the outer seas rushing here in advance with 3 months left before the trade fair. It's just that we've been so busy. We've been guarding this port every day for more than half a year and haven't been able to practice properly. We don't know when the sect will send someone to replace us." Hearing the complaint of the lady in white jade, the old man in yellow robe smiled and nodded, saying, "Fellow Taoist and I are both people who are responsible for managing the mundane affairs of the sect. It is natural that we should take on this kind of errand running. How can others bear this hard job of having to smile every day? But fellow Taoist, don't worry. In this trade fair that is held once every 100 years, our major sects will surely earn a lot of spirit stones. By then, you and I will have made contributions but also worked hard, and our hard work will be rewarded in the end. Haha, thank you for your good words, fellow Taoist. I hope so. People are coming, and we should go to greet them." Seeing that the high-level treasure ship had docked, some cultivators had already walked down from it. The white-clad woman and the old man in the yellow robe quickly put on smiling faces and went to greet them. "Welcome, fellow Taoists, to Xiangxin Island. May I ask where you are from?" A giant cultivator who had just stepped off the treasure ship saw the two people and hurriedly stepped forward and bowed his hands in return, saying, "We are all from Dongheongzion's Hao, and we are here to participate in the Xiangxin conference of your island. This is the invitation letter sent by your island. Please check it out." After taking a look at the invitation letter handed over by the visitor, the old man in yellow robe nodded quickly, and then said, "Oh. It turns out that you are fellow Taoists from Dongheongzion's Hao. We are really a little rude. Fellow Taoists have come from afar and given such a big face to Xiangxin Island. It's also hard work. Come with me to the island first." After confirming the other party's identity, the old man in yellow robe hurriedly took the initiative to step forward to help lead the way, and led Song Qingming and others who had stepped off the treasure ship to the island. However, after the old man in yellow robe arrived on the island, he did not choose to take everyone to the entrance of the island where the cultivators in front of the port lined up, but led everyone to a teleportation array next to the port. As a dazzling white light lit up, when Song Qingming and others opened their eyes again, they had been teleported to the foot of a high mountain in the middle of the island. Next to this high mountain, there is a huge city with a radius of dozens of miles long and wide, which is almost the same size as the unyielding city that Song Qingming visited that year. Seeing the huge magic array covering the entire city in the air not far away, Song Yuanqian and others, who saw such a large city for the first time, were immediately shocked and couldn't help but let out a cry of surprise. Through the introduction of the yellow-robed old man walking in front, everyone knew that the city in front of them was called Xiangxin City, and it was also the core place for this Xiangxin Island Trade Fair. This trade fair that shocked the entire Lingyuan Sea cultivation world is held in Xiangxin City almost every 100 years. Now there are about 3 months before the start of the conference. Everyone can rent a cave in Xiangxin City and wait for the opening of the trade fair. After the old man in yellow robe led everyone here, a middle-aged man with the same giant in cultivation came to greet them soon. After the two of them exchanged hands, the middle-aged man hurriedly stepped forward and saluted to Bai Yuxin and several unyielding cultivators, and then led Song Qingming and others into Xiangxin City. Because there were cultivators to help guide them throughout the journey, everyone entered Xiangxin City very smoothly, and soon rented a cave with the help of the leading cultivator. This time, because they came by treasure ship, they were afraid of any accidents on the road, which delayed the time to participate in the Xiangxin City Trading Conference, so Song Qingming and others rushed here a few months in advance. Even so, after entering the city, Song Qingming immediately felt that there were already many cultivators from other places in the entire Xiangxin City. Among them, there were many cultivators from other places in the Donghuang Xianzhao cultivation world, like Song Qingming and others. After arranging the accommodation, Song Qingming immediately asked Song Yuanqian and others to go out and inquire about places where magic weapons and spiritual objects could be traded. They wanted to get rid of the many spiritual objects they brought with them in advance and exchange them all for spiritual stones, so that they could buy what they wanted at the upcoming Xiangxin City Trade Fair. Xiangxin City is a super large city that is not inferior to Xianyuan City in size. There are at least tens of thousands of monks living in it. In such a super large city, the shops opened in it are naturally not comparable to ordinary markets. As long as you can afford the spiritual stones, you can find spiritual objects that are useful to Jindan or even Yuanying monks. However, Song Yuanqian and his friends came to Xiangxin City for the first time and were not familiar with the situation here. It took a lot of time just to learn the language here and communicate with others. They found several shops in succession and wanted to sell the spiritual medicines they brought. As a result, when the other party saw that they had too many things, they all complained and could not take out too many spiritual stones to buy them. Song Yuanqian and his friends worked hard for several days in a row before they sold less than 20% of the spiritual objects they had. Finally, after asking around, I found out that it was a recent trade fair, and many of the cultivators had the same idea as Song Qingming, and came to Xiangxin City with many spiritual objects. Therefore, there are many merchants in the city, and now because they have purchased too many spiritual objects from other places, they have little stock of spiritual stones. And those cultivators who came with spiritual stones are preparing to participate in the next Xiangxin City Trade Fair, and they dare not spend the spiritual stones at will, which also gave Song Qingming and his friends a headache. However, compared with the things Song Qingming brought, the Xiaoyao sect brought more than 10 times the spiritual objects to the trade fair this time, and the sect must also sell these things in Xiangxin City. After all, there are so many shops in Xiangxin City, and there must be many merchants who can take out spiritual stones. It's just that Song Qingming and his friends came here for the first time, and they didn't have enough information, so they encountered this trouble. But now more and more cultivators are pouring into the city. If they don't act quickly at this time, it may become more and more difficult to exchange for spiritual stones in the future. Just when Song Qingming was hesitant about whether to go to Chu Fenping and others to inquire about the news, Song Yuanhao hurriedly brought him back a good news, which allowed Song Qingming to find a way to sell spiritual objects. Half a day later, Song Qingming brought Song Yuanhao and others to a shop called Qingxin Pavilion in the southeast corner of Xiangxin City. 7th Uncle. This is the place Zhang Yuan told me about. I have already inquired nearby. This shop is the property of a Yuanying sect on the island. If I am not mistaken, the spiritual object in Senior Zhang's hand should have been sold here, Since getting the tacit approval of the two elders, Zhang Yuan, who seemed to have a little admiration for Song Yuanhao, often came to him to drink tea and chat. Although Song Yuanhao didn't want to pay attention to Zhang Yuan in his heart, because of Song Qingming's previous special instructions, he couldn't refuse her often. Today, the two of them took the initiative to invite Zhang Yuan to stroll around the city for a while. After learning that Song Yuanhao and others had been busy looking for shops, Zhang Yuan took the initiative to tell him about the Qingming Pavilion and asked him to try his luck here. Although Zhang Yuan did not say it directly, Song Yuanhao immediately guessed that this shop should be the place where Zhang Tianyang found and sold spiritual objects. After hearing Song Yuanhao's explanation, Song Qingming nodded slightly, turned to Song Yuanqian on the side and said, "Yuanqian, you and Yuanhao go in first to see the situation. I will wait for you in the tea house next to you. You must remember not to reveal your identity, and don't say anything more to them. After the things are sold, come out to see me immediately. Don't worry, Uncle Qi, we know what to do." Seeing that Song Yuanqian and the others responded and walked directly into the Qingming Pavilion, Song Qingming immediately turned around and left the place, and found a seat in the tea house next to him and sat down. Soon, after less than a quarter of an hour, Song Yuanhao and Song Yuanqian walked out of the Qingming Pavilion with a happy look on their faces and came to Song Qingming in the private room of the tea house next door. 7th Uncle. Except for those spiritual medicines with some quality problems, all the spiritual objects in my hands have been sold successfully. These are the spiritual stones given by the other party. Although the price offered by this store is not too high, the spiritual stones are still given generously. I think they should be able to eat the remaining things. Picking up the spiritual stone bag handed over by Song Yuanqian and carefully scanning it, after finding that there was no special trace of the things inside, Song Qingming also showed a slight smile at the corner of his mouth. Then he said to the two people in front of him, "Okay, I know, you two go back first. Remember, you two should not go out for the next few days. By the way, remind Lin Rui and the other two. After all, this is not Ouigo. Everyone should be careful about everything. Don't worry, 7th Uncle, we will remember it." After Song Yuanqian and the others left, Song Qingming did not leave in a hurry, but continued to sit in the private room and continue to drink tea. It was not until the sky outside gradually darkened that Song Qingming threw down 2 spiritual stones and walked out of the tea house. After a while, Song Qingming, whose appearance had changed a little after strolling around the street, appeared outside the Qingming Pavilion and strode inside. "Sir, do you want to buy some spiritual objects or order some magic tools?" Seeing Song Qingming coming in, the waiter on the side was about to greet him, but before he walked in front of Song Qingming, an older foundation building elder stretched out his hand to stop him. After the foundation building elder gave an order to the waiter, he immediately walked in front of Song Qingming respectfully and bowed to him. "Senior, I'm sorry for being rude. I wonder what you need in our shop? Could you please tell me what to do?" After glancing at the old man who was building the foundation, Song Qingming nodded slightly, and then whispered to him in a changed voice, "I have something I want to sell. I wonder if your shop is convenient." "Oh, it's indeed inconvenient to talk here. Senior, please follow me. We can talk upstairs if we have anything to say." Hearing what Song Qingming said, the old man who was building the foundation immediately reacted, winked at the waiter next to him, and then took Song Qingming to a more secret private room on the 2nd floor. Just after inviting Song Qingming to sit down, the foundation building elder hurriedly said, "Don't worry, Senior, all the private rooms here are soundproofed. If you have any instructions, just tell me. Although our Qingming Pavilion is not a big store, we are backed by the Yuanying sect. As long as the quality of the things you bring out is good, we will definitely buy them at the price and will not let you suffer a loss." As soon as the foundation building elder finished speaking, Song Qingming raised his hand and took out 3 magic weapons of different qualities, which fell in front of the other party, and then gently knocked on the table beside him and said, "I want to sell these things. Please give me a price. As long as the price is right, I won't go around comparing prices. But I have to remind you that I only accept spirit stones and don't need other spirit objects in exchange." Haha. "Of course, Senior, don't worry. We are not short of spirit stones for the time being. But these things are not ordinary things. I am a little short-sighted, so I need to ask the elders of the sect to help check them. If it is convenient for you, could you please wait for a moment and let me invite the elders over?" Song Qingming heard the words and smiled slightly. After a moment of silence, he nodded and said, "Well, These things are not ordinary magic weapons. It's not surprising that you can't see them. If I wasn't a little tight on money, I wouldn't be willing to come here easily. If you want to find someone, go and come back quickly. I will only wait for you for a cup of tea. If you miss it, don't blame me for not reminding you in advance. Don't worry, Senior, our sect elders are just upstairs. I will be back soon and will definitely not delay you. After nodding and bowing to Song Qingming, the old man who built the foundation immediately walked out of the door. Song Qingming, on the other hand, waved and put away the 3 magic weapons in front of him, and then sat aside with a quiet face and closed his eyes and waited. After waiting for a long time, seeing that the other party had not come yet, Song Qingming's face immediately showed a bit of displeasure. Just as he was about to get up and leave, he suddenly heard a knock on the door outside, and then the old man who built the foundation pushed the door and walked in with a hint of joy on his face. Senior, I'm really sorry. My elder is just receiving a distinguished guest and has delayed your time for a while. She has come down. Please come to the next room to chat. Song Qingming, who was still a little unhappy on his face, heard that the other party had finally come. After calming down a little, he nodded to the old man who was building the foundation, and then followed him to a private room next door. As soon as he entered the door, Song Qingming saw a woman in white with a veil standing not far away. Although he couldn't tell her age, her cultivation was about the same as his, and she was also a cultivator who had advanced to the late stage of the golden elixir. Senior, this is Elder Long of our sect. The woman in white with a veil stared at Song Qingming's face, frowned slightly, and showed a hint of surprise. Seeing this, Song Qingming also understood in his heart that the other party's cultivation was not low, and she should have seen the illusion covering his face. But even so, Song Qingming pretended that he didn't notice it. After he raised his hand to say hello to the other party, he immediately cast a spell to take out the magic weapons he wanted to sell just now. The woman in white looked at the 3 magic weapons that Song Qingming took out in front of her, and suddenly turned around and waved to the old man who was building the foundation beside him, saying, "You go down first. No one is allowed to come in without my consent." After the old man who was building the foundation left, the woman in white turned around and asked, "Dao Ao, you came here today to sell more than just these magic weapons. What do you mean by this? Do you think the quality of the things I took out is too low?" Hearing the doubt in Song Qingming's tone, the woman in white smiled slightly and shook her head directly. "Your ability in the past has made me admire you for a long time. I think since you came to Xiangxin City to participate in the trade fair, you must have more treasures to sell. But you are indeed a cautious person. If I hadn't learned some skills to improve my eyesight, I would not have recognized you for a while," the woman in white said, and took off the white veil covering her face in front of Song Qingming, revealing a face that surprised Song Qingming. "It turned out to be you. This is really a coincidence. I didn't expect that I would meet you here." Chapter 803 Longxian, the trade fair begins. Seeing the true face of the woman in white, Song Qingming secretly sighed at the coincidences in the world. He didn't expect that this woman in white was Shen Yun, who had participated in the Fenglai Island secret realm with him a few years ago in the Xianhaizuk Xianji. In the Fenglai Palace that year, this woman fought with Chu Wuxin for the Thunder Infant Fruit and was the only one who saw Song Qingming kill Chu Wuxin. Later, the two parted ways. After coming out of the Fenglai Palace, Song Qingming quickly teleported away from the Fenglai Island to avoid the pursuit of the Luaming Valley monks. Since then, he has never seen Shen Yun and her 3 companions again. After not seeing each other for many years, Shen Yun's cultivation has also broken through to the 7th level of Jinden, and like Song Qingming, she has become a late Jinden monk. Song Qingming never expected that he would meet her by chance when selling spiritual objects in Xiangxin City. When he thought about the fact that they met each other this time, and that he was the one who took the initiative to come to him, Song Qingming couldn't help but reveal a slightly awkward smile. Seeing that Song Qingming had remembered who he was, Shen Yun smiled and poured a cup of spiritual tea and placed it on the table beside him, and then continued to explain, "Fellow Taoist, don't feel strange. I am originally a cultivator from Lei Yuanhe, and this Qingxin pavilion is the property of the sect to which I belong. When I went to Donghe Hao, I was just to travel around and purchase some spiritual objects I needed. I happened to hear about the secret realm of Fenglai Island, so I went there out of curiosity to participate. It's a pity that we are not as skilled as others. After a fight with the people of Luofang Valley, all the benefits were taken away by Taoist friends in the end. I am really ashamed. On the other hand, Taoist friend Jin, not only did he get so many benefits that day, but he also caused us to be hunted down by the people of Luofang Valley. If it weren't for the good luck of us, we were lucky enough to escape from Xianhai's realm, I am afraid that this concubine would not have the chance to see Taoist friends again. Hearing the complaints from Shen Yun, Song Qingming's face was unmoved, and he did not step forward to take the spiritual tea that the other party had poured for him. He directly changed the subject and said, I really don't know what you said, I hope you can forgive me. The main purpose of my coming to your store today is to sell these spiritual objects, and I don't have much time to reminisce with you. If your store likes these things, you can give me a price. If not, I will have to find another store to exchange spiritual stones. I can only visit you another day when I have time. After saying that, Song Qingming put away the magic weapons in front of him and prepared to turn around and leave here at any time. At first, Song Qingming came to Qingming Pavilion just to find a safer and more secure place to sell those spiritual objects on his body that were not easy to see in the light. But now he ran into Shen Yun here, Song Qingming, who didn't want to attract attention, didn't want to trade with him for a while, so he wanted to leave here and sell the spiritual objects in his hands in another place. Anyway, there are still a few months before the trade conference, and he is not in a hurry. Just as Song Qingming turned around and walked to the door of the private room, he heard the voice of Shen Yun from behind, which made him stop on his own initiative. It is a fate that I am fortunate to meet you today. How about you sit down and have a cup of spiritual tea? Although Xiangxin City is large, the trade fair is about to be held, and it is also the most crowded time. If you sell too many high-level spiritual objects outside, it may be difficult to keep it absolutely hidden. I can promise you first that no matter what spiritual objects you want to sell today, our store can buy them directly, and I can also guarantee that we will never let outsiders know that these things are related to you. After hearing what Shen Yun said, Song Qingming hesitated for a moment, but turned around and looked at the other party. Oh. Fellow Taoist, are you sure you can buy everything I have? I only want spirit stones and will not accept other spiritual objects as collateral. Don't worry, fellow Taoist. In order to cope with this trading conference, we have just mobilized a lot of spirit stones from the sect a few days ago. I can't say anything if you come later, but now in the whole Xiangxin City, there are probably not many shops that can compare with our Qingming Pavilion that can use spirit stones to purchase spiritual objects. After Shen Yun finished speaking, his face was full of confidence, and he smiled and stretched out his hand to Song Qingming, inviting him to come over for tea. Seeing this, Song Qingming smiled slightly, then took the initiative to come over, picked up the teacup on the table and said, I remember that day, Daoyao said that your surname seemed to be Shin. How come I just heard someone call you Elder Long? Could it be that I remembered it wrong? Haha. When we cultivators go out, we naturally cannot easily reveal our real names to others. I think Daoyao Jin should understand this. But since I want to do business with Daoyao, I shouldn't continue to hide this matter. My real name is Long Ziyan, and I am the giant and elder of King Long's sect of Zuanayan Island. I hope Daoyao Jin will give me more advice. After saying that, Long Ziyan stood up and bowed to Song Qingming. Seeing that the other party had been frank with him, Song Qingming did not stand aside with him. After putting down the teacup in his hand, he immediately removed the cover on his face, stood up and bowed to Long Ziyan in return. The two smiled at each other, and it was considered a new acquaintance. More than half an hour later, as night fell, lanterns for lighting gradually rose on the streets, embellishing the entire night with colorful lights. At night, the Qingming Pavilion that was still open had more people coming in and out than during the day, making this relatively remote store also attract a lot of people. Not long after, a man in green came down from the second floor of the Qingming Pavilion. He just glanced at the people who were buying spiritual objects in the hall, and then strode out and merged into the crowd coming and going on the street. It was not until he left the Qingming Pavilion for a distance that Song Qingming found a relatively instant restaurant on the street. Then, under the guidance of the waiter, he came to a private room and ordered a table of delicious dishes. Sir, please eat first. I'll be waiting outside the door. Just tell me if you have anything to say. After bringing up the last pot of spiritual wine, the waiter immediately nodded respectfully to Song Qingming, and then turned and left the private room. After the waiter closed the door for him, Song Qingming did not rush to taste the delicious spiritual food on the table in front of him, but turned around and took out 2 spiritual stone bags from his waist and placed them in front of him. With a wave of Song Qingming's hand, the spiritual stone bags were instantly opened, revealing many glittering and exquisite spiritual stones inside. This time, in the transaction with Long Ziyan, Song Qingming sold all the magic weapons and spiritual medicines he brought with him to the Qingming pavilion at one time. However, Long Ziyan was indeed a very shrewd businessman. She knew that Song Qingming did not want people to know the origin of these spiritual objects, and was anxious to get rid of them and exchange them for spiritual stones. Therefore, Long Ziyan also suppressed Song Qingming a lot in terms of price, forcing him to make concessions and give up a lot of profits to the Qingming pavilion. However, for Song Qingming, being able to sell all the spiritual objects he brought with him at one time and avoid potential risks for him, he was willing to accept it even if he gave up some profits to Long Ziyan. Fortunately, the strength of the Qingming pavilion did not disappoint Song Qingming. Long Ziyan not only bought all the spiritual objects that Song Qingming took out, but also remembered the high-level spiritual objects that Song Qingming got from Chu Wuxin that day. When he heard that the other party asked about the white lion puppet beast and little red heart sword on him, Song Qingming did not think much and immediately refused decisively, which dispelled Long Ziyan's thoughts. These high-level spiritual objects can improve Song Qingming's combat power and are very useful to him. Naturally, it is impossible to give them to others easily. Seeing that Song Qingming did not want to sell these spiritual objects, Long Ziyan, who tried it, sighed with some regret, but she still did not give up. When Song Qingming completed the transaction and took it away, she also specially informed Song Qingming of a shop located in Xianheizuk Xianji. As long as Song Qingming changes his mind in the future and wants to sell these spiritual objects, he can go there, and she can help arrange the disposal of these things whose origins are not good enough. The Qinglong sect where Long Ziyan is located is not a top-level Yuanying sect in the Lianxi cultivation world, but its business is very big. There are shops controlled by the sect in many places in the Lianxi cultivation world. Not only that, the Qinglong sect is also one of the core members of a large business alliance in Lianxi, and the influence of this business alliance has even extended to other cultivation worlds such as Donghuang Ziyan's Hao. In this transaction, Song Qingming dealt with all the magic weapons that he had accumulated and saved over the years and did not use, and for this purpose, he also brought out hundreds of thousands of spirit stones from the Qingming pavilion. Looking at the thousands of medium-grade spirit stones of different colors neatly arranged in the spirit stone bag in front of him, Song Qingming couldn't help but show a satisfied smile on his face at this moment. After successfully obtaining so many spirit stones, plus the hundreds of thousands of spirit stones he originally brought, Song Qingming can now take out nearly 300,000 spirit stones. So many spirit stones are enough for him to buy what he wants at the next Xiangxin City Trading Conference. After successfully exchanging all the spiritual objects in his hands for spiritual stones, Song Qingming did not go out again in the following days, and stayed in the rented cave house quietly waiting. Finally, more than 2 months later, with the official arrival of the Xiangxin City Trading Conference, Song Qingming took Song Yuanhao and others out of the cave house and followed the Zioao sect to the trading conference site at the foot of the mountain. Compared with more than 2 months ago, with the opening of the trading conference, the number of cultivators in Xiangxin City has almost doubled. Even if it is a conservative estimate, the number of high-level cultivators above the Jinden level who came to participate in the trading conference this time is probably no less than 1,000. In such a place that is already crowded with high-level cultivators, Song Qingming and other Jinden cultivators who are usually high above have already become inconspicuous in the crowd. Only when a small number of Yuanying cultivators, such as Bai Yuxin, appeared in the air of Xiangxin City, would they attract the attention of the surrounding cultivators and let everyone start to guess the identity of the visitor. Because the trade fair is held every 100 years, Xiangxin City has carefully built a huge palace in the city that can accommodate tens of thousands of people at the same time, which is specially used for holding the trade fair. There are 4 entrances around the palace for monks to enter and exit, and there are senior monks above the Jinden stage to check and verify the identity of the monks to prevent someone from forcibly entering the trade fair to cause trouble. Whether it is those low-level foundation building and Qi refining monks, or Song Qingming and other Jinden and Yuanying high-level monks, when they arrive at the trade fair, everyone queues up and enters in turn, and no one dares to break the rules here. According to reliable rumors, the Shiangsan City Trade Fair that has caused a sensation in the entire Liyuanhe cultivation world is led by the Liuan sect, which is known as the first sect of Liyuanhe. This sect is well known in the entire Liyuanhe cultivation world. There are not only dozens of Yuanying monks with profound cultivation, but also the legendary Huashan monks. During the entire Shiangsan City Trade Fair, the Liuan sect's god-transforming ancestor will also come and personally sit in Shiangsan City. It is precisely because they know that there is a god-transforming ancestor sitting in the city that the monks participating in the trade fair dare not act recklessly. Similar to other trade fairs that Song Qingming has participated in, the Shiangsan City Trade Fair is also divided into two places, the inner city and the outer city. The inner city is an auction fair only for monks above the Jinden level to participate, while the outer city is a trade fair that all monks can directly participate in. The rules of the outer city are relatively simple. In addition to the various merchants in Shiangsan City, all monks participating in the conference can also rent a stall to sell their spiritual objects. But no matter who buys and sells spiritual objects, the price must first be approved by the monks who manage the venue. And they cannot privately set prices to deceive the monks who buy spiritual objects. If you encounter some rare spiritual objects whose prices are difficult to determine, they will be authenticated by the monks of the conference and sent to the small auction table in the middle of the conference, so that all monks can bid for the spiritual objects fairly. In the inner city, the rules are more complicated. Not only do they require that the cultivation level of the monks entering and leaving must be above the golden core, but the spiritual stones that each person carries cannot be less than 30,000. In order to protect the personal information of the auction monks and prevent people from making trouble on the scene, all monks entering the auction site will be arranged separately in a special private room that can isolate the monk's spiritual consciousness. Even people who come together cannot sit in the same private room at the same time. When participating in the auction of spiritual objects, the monks do not need to make an offer in person in the venue. They just need to have someone write the price and raise a sign to indicate. The advantage of this is that when bidding for spiritual objects, everyone basically does not know who the opponent is, and there will be no conflict afterwards. For some independent cultivators who come alone, there can be a lot more security guarantees, and they can also feel at ease to bid and compete for the spiritual objects they want. Although they cannot sit together, there are still ways for those monks who come together to communicate with their companions. In each private room of the auction, a special teleportation array was specially arranged for communication at any time. It is possible for fellow monks to borrow spiritual stones or avoid competition with each other. The entire inner city auction is divided into two steps. The first half of the month is the time for the organizers of the Shiangsan City Trading Conference to prepare various auction spiritual objects. If the monks participating in the trading conference have any spiritual objects that they want to take out for public auction, as long as they are identified and confirmed to have no problems with equality and origin, they can also directly hand them over to the auction for auction. However, once the spiritual object is successfully auctioned, regardless of the profit or loss, the auctioneer must take 10% of the spiritual stones as profit. Half a month after the public auction ends, it is the free trading time for all monks participating in the auction. At this time, there are no longer so many rules and restrictions. All monks can freely go on stage to purchase or exchange various spiritual objects they need. During this period, the organizer of the auction will only maintain order at the venue and will not interfere with any transactions between monks. But similarly, even if the spiritual objects traded during this period have quality problems afterwards, the auction organizer will not bear any responsibility. All the monks participating in the transaction must open their eyes. After verifying their identities and entering the Shiangsan City Trading Conference, Song Qingming told them to find the spiritual objects they needed in the outer city because they could not bring Song Yuanhao and others into the inner city. After that, Song Qingming took out 20,000 spiritual stones from his body and distributed them to Song Yuanhao and others, asking them to look for them carefully. If they encounter spiritual objects that are useful to the family, they should not miss them easily. The Shiangsan City Trading Conference is so large that even in the outer city, there must be many auxiliary medicinal materials that are useful for cultivators to build their foundation or form pills. After explaining it to Song Yuanhao and others, Song Qingming followed by Yuxin and others and entered the inner city where the auction was held. At the door, Each person handed in a few hundred spiritual stones, and Song Qingming and others were soon taken into a separate private room by the low-level monks who were responsible for leading the venue. Greetings, Senior. As soon as they entered the door, two maids who were only at the Qi refining stage took the initiative to greet Song Qingming, bowed respectfully and saluted. Seeing this, Song Qingming immediately smiled and nodded, and then followed the two people to the front to sit down at a window where he could see the auction scene below. The entire front of the private room was completely covered by a formation. From the private room, one could clearly see every move of the venue below, but the cultivators outside could not see the situation in each private room at all. After the maids beside him connected the private rooms where the Xiaoyao sect people were with a sound transmission formation, Song Qingming soon heard the voice of Zhang Tianyang from a nearby private room. This auction is really secretive. We are not even allowed to meet each other. Zhang came here in a hurry this time and didn't bring many spirit stones. If I come across something good later, I hope that all the brothers and sisters can help me with some spirit stones. I will never forget your kindness when I return to the sect in the future. Hearing what Zhang Tianyang said, Chu Fengping immediately smiled and said, "Don't worry, fellow disciples should help each other. However, there will definitely be a lot of good things at such a large trade fair. Don't be too anxious. Otherwise, you will be dazzled and miss a bigger opportunity after you spend all the spirit stones." Haha. What Brother Chu said is right. It's rare for us to have the opportunity to participate in such a large trade fair. Naturally, we can't miss the opportunity easily. Zhang Tianyang didn't bring many spirit stones to participate in the trade fair this time. Song Qingming and others knew about this a long time ago. Hearing his voice asking for help in advance, Song Qingming couldn't help but sigh in his heart. This guy is really thick-skinned. Everyone has gone through so much trouble to come to Lingyuan High to participate in this large-scale trade fair. Everyone must have something they want to buy, so how could they easily lend the spirit stones in their hands to others? Chu Fengping was being polite, and when he really needed spiritual stones, it would be good if he didn't ask Zhang Tianyang to borrow them. Just as the people from Xiaoyao sect were chatting with each other, as the monks who came to participate in the auction continued to pour in, the time for the auction to start soon arrived. Not long after, under the gaze of everyone, 4 monks dressed differently and with cultivation above the Jinden realm walked to the center of the stage where everyone was paying attention. One of the white-haired old men in the late Jinden stage smiled and bowed to everyone, then cleared his throat and spoke loudly, "Dear fellow Taoists, the 4 of us are all bidders for spiritual objects at this auction. We will take turns to show you the auction spiritual objects in a moment. If you like any of them, just raise your placards and bid. I believe you all know the rules of the auction now, so we won't go into details. Next, please take a look at the first item, a 3rd-level magic weapon, the Purple Cloud Banner. This banner is a rare 3rd-level top-grade defensive magic weapon, and it also contains the spirit of the Demon King. It is especially suitable for Taoists who practice fire-attributed techniques. I hope you don't miss it. The starting price for this item is 20,000 spiritual stones, and each bid cannot be lower than the first spiritual object is actually a 3rd-level top-grade defensive magic weapon. This trade fair is indeed extraordinary. It's a pity that we don't practice fire-attributed kung fu. It seems that this object can only be left to Senior Brother Chu. Zhang would like to congratulate Senior Brother in advance. Haha. Thank you for your reminder, Junior Brother Zhang. This object is indeed hard for me to refuse, but there are many hidden dragons and crouching tigers in this place. It's hard to say whether I can get it. Junior Brother, don't flatter me like this. Seeing the purple flag magic weapon in the hands of the white-haired old man, Zhang Tianyang's exclamation was immediately heard from the sound transmission array. After the two of them said a few words, Chu Fengping, as expected, took the initiative to ask the people around him to raise their cards to participate in the bidding. Not only them, but even Song Qingming, who did not practice fire-attributed kung fu, was also somewhat tempted when he saw this rarely seen 3rd-level top-grade defensive magic weapon on the stage. However, since Chu Fengping had already participated in the competition for this object, Song Qingming did not plan to make another offer. After all, although this 3rd-grade top-grade magic weapon is good, it is not a spiritual object that Song Qingming must fight for when he comes to the trade fair. Chapter 804, Mysterious Fire Golden Dragon Cauldron, Dragon Pattern Pill. A 3rd-grade top-grade magic weapon is not a spiritual object that can be easily purchased in the ordinary market in the world of Immortal Cultivation, not to mention that it is a relatively rare defensive magic weapon. As soon as the first item of this auction, Purple Cloud Banner, appeared, it immediately attracted competition from many cultivators below. The room with bids was all over the place, and the atmosphere of the entire auction site instantly became hot. 23,000 spiritual stones, 26,000 spiritual stones, okay. The 920th guest bids 40,000 spiritual stones. Is there any fellow Taoist who needs to bid? Please hurry up, otherwise this treasure will belong to this guest. While the people from the Xiaoyao sect were talking, the price of the Purple Cloud Banner had already climbed to 40,000 spiritual stones. At this time, there were not many cultivators who were still bidding on the spot. In the market, the average price of a third-grade top-grade magic weapon is generally around 30,000 spiritual stones, and a defensive magic weapon will be about 2 to 3 times more expensive, which is close to the level of 40,000 spiritual stones. However, this type of high-level magic weapon is usually in short supply in the market. When encountering a special magic weapon that matches the attributes of their own skills, there are always many cultivators who are willing to spend more spirit stones for it. Hearing the urging of the white-haired old man who presided over the auction below, Qi Refinement, who was reluctant to part with this magic weapon, hesitated for a moment and chose to raise his card to continue competing. 42,000 spirit stones. Okay, guest number 670 bids 42,000 spirit stones. Are there any fellow Taoists who bid higher? Seeing that Qi Refinement had offered a higher price, the white-haired old man's face suddenly showed a little more joy. He asked the cultivators present again, looking forward to a higher price. However, after a third-level upper-grade defense magic weapon costs more than 40,000 spirit stones, it is already a premium. There are not many people who are willing to continue to bid at this price. Only a very small number of people like Qi Refinement who are really determined to get this treasure are left. After hearing that Qi Refinement continued to raise the price, the remaining opponents, after thinking for a moment, chose to decisively give up this magic weapon and gave the Purple Cloud Banner to Qi Refinement. After all, the auction has just begun, and there will definitely be better spiritual objects later. It is not worth wasting too many spiritual stones to compete for this magic weapon. Since no one continues to bid, this magic weapon belongs to this Taoist friend. Congratulations to Taoist number 670 for buying this item with 42,000 spiritual stones. As the white-haired old man put away the magic weapon in his hand, it also announced the end of the competition for the first spiritual object. Qi Refinement, who spent more than 40,000 spiritual stones to win the Purple Cloud Banner, finally breathed a sigh of relief on his nervous face. The price of the Purple Cloud Banner reached 42,000 spiritual stones, which was slightly beyond Qi Refinement's initial estimate. If someone else continued to compete, he would most likely have to choose to give up. At the same time, Qingming and others present also spoke out to congratulate Qi Refinement. Congratulations, senior brother Qi, you got what you wanted. Seeing that Qi Refinement was willing to spend 40,000 spirit stones at one time to purchase a third-level top-grade magic weapon, Qingming was quite surprised. Qi Refinement's current cultivation level is still at the 6th level of the Golden Core, and he has not yet broken through to the late stage of the Golden Core. He has been surpassed by Chen Xuingxin and Qingming who came later. Logically speaking, for Qi Refinement now, the elixir that can break through the cultivation level is definitely more important, and magic weapons are secondary no matter how good they are. And Qi Refinement actually spent so many spirit stones at the beginning of the trade fair to purchase a third-level top-grade defense magic weapon. It can be seen that the spirit stones he brought to the trade fair this time must be very sufficient, so he was so generous right from the start. After all, Qi Refinement is now the one with the highest alchemy level in the entire sect. Since he broke through to the third-level middle-grade alchemist, he has been in charge of the sect's alchemy pavilion. In recent years, relying on his high-end alchemy skills and monopolizing all the resources of the entire sect's alchemy, Qi Refinement's speed of earning spiritual stones will naturally be much faster than other elders in the sect. Among the more than a dozen Jinden elders in the entire Xiaoyao sect, if you want to say who is the least lacking in spiritual stones, it must be him. After taking down the magic weapon Purple Cloud Banner, Qi Refinement was in a very happy mood. After dealing with the congratulations of the crowd, he immediately walked out of his private room and hurried outside to complete the transaction. As the first spiritual object to be auctioned was successfully sold, the white-haired old man also walked to the side and gave the position in the middle of the auction table to a middle-aged woman with a very delicate figure. The middle-aged woman came forward and bowed to the monks present. Then she waved her hand and took out a green porcelain bottle from her body, from which she poured out a round pill emitting golden spiritual light. Funiu Den, a third-level intermediate spiritual pill. This pill can not only increase the cultivation speed of monks below the late Jinden stage by 10 years, but also has a 10% chance of helping to break through the bottleneck of cultivation. For Jinden monks, whether it is to improve cultivation or to help break through the realm, this pill is an excellent spiritual object. Please take a closer look, fellow Taoists. The third-level intermediate Funiu Dan, the reserve price is 8,000 spiritual stones, and each bid must not be less than 500 spiritual stones. Fellow Taoists, please make your bid. Although the value of the Funiu Dan is obviously much lower than the first third-level upper-grade magic weapon Purple Cloud Banner, after hearing that this pill can help monks break through the realm, it soon caused a sensation at the scene, and the number of monks who raised placards to participate in the bidding was no less than that of the first auction Purple Cloud Banner. Compared with magic weapons, this kind of elixir that improves cultivation is also an indispensable spiritual object for cultivators. Especially for those Jinden cultivators who are stuck in the bottleneck and have not been able to break through. Yu Nisheng and Zhang Tiang, who came with them, could not help but raise their cards to participate in the competition for spiritual objects. Only Song Qingming and others with higher cultivation did not show much interest in this spiritual object. Although the middle-aged woman who presided over the auction did not explain it directly, Song Qingming and others still understood it very well. This kind of spiritual pill with only a third-level middle grade, even if it can help Jinden cultivators break through the bottleneck of cultivation, it is only useful for cultivators in the early or middle stages of Jinden. For them, who want to use it to break through the bottleneck of the late Jinden, it will definitely not be of much use. As time went on, the price of this wind spirit pill gradually rose, soaring all the way to 15,000 spiritual stones, and finally fell into the hands of a mysterious cultivator. Zhang Tiang and Yu Nisheng, although they also wanted to get this pill very much. But when the price of the wind spirit pill exceeded 13,000 spiritual stones, the two people who felt that the price of the pill was beyond their acceptable range gradually gave up the idea of continuing to compete with others. Although the pill in front of them was good, it was too much beyond its original value. It was not a very cost-effective thing to buy it by force. Moreover, consuming too many spiritual stones in the early stage would affect the subsequent auction of spiritual objects. After all, everyone came from hundreds of thousands of miles to participate in the trade fair, and the spiritual stones they brought were limited. Fortunately, this auction has just begun, and there will definitely be many spiritual objects coming out later, so everyone does not need to rush to compete for spiritual objects. The second auction item, Wind Spirit Pill, had just been put away by the middle-aged woman. As the young Confucian scholar who was in charge of the third auction spiritual object came on stage, the monks on the scene quickly focused their attention on the middle of the auction. The spiritual objects on the stage were auctioned off one after another by the monks, and Zhang Tiang and others who were sitting in the private room above the venue were surprised one after another. This Xiangxin City Trading Conference is indeed a large-scale auction that can shake the entire Liuan Sea cultivation world. All the spiritual objects in the hands of the monks at the auction are almost all high-level spiritual objects that are rarely seen in the market. There is not a single one that Song Qingming and his friends can easily buy outside. After more than a dozen third-level spiritual objects were successfully auctioned, the white-haired old man who came on stage again took out a flying sword magic weapon with white spiritual light, which immediately made all the monks in the entire venue open their eyes wide. This is a fourth-level magic weapon, haha, I'm lucky enough to see this level of spiritual objects. This trip is really not in vain. The flying sword magic weapon in the white-haired old man's hand, the spiritual light and pressure emanating from it, have far exceeded the scope of the third-level magic weapon. Song Qingming saw at a glance that this thing was a high-level magic weapon that was rare outside and had a quality of the fourth-level lower grade. Although he had known for a long time that this kind of auction that could attract many nascent soul cultivators would definitely have a fourth-level spiritual object, Song Qingming couldn't help but show a little excitement when he saw this white flying sword in front of him. Unexpectedly, this level of rare spiritual objects was actually taken out by the organizer of the trade fair on the first day. It seems that there will be a lot of good things at this auction. Like Song Qingming, several other Xiaoyao sect companions around him were also very excited when they saw this fourth-level flying sword magic weapon. Even Bai Yuxin, who had not spoken much since entering the auction site, finally spoke out his first instruction at this moment. This thing is of no use to me. Zhuangxin, you can try to make an offer. If you don't have enough spiritual stones, you can also come to me to get some to make up for it. Thank you, Uncle Bai. Hearing Bai Yuxin's support, Chen Zhuangxin, who had long been interested in this spiritual object, hurriedly thanked him with a happy face. Chen Zhuangxin has been focusing on improving his cultivation speed over the years. Although his cultivation has already broken through to the 9th level of the Golden Core, he has never had the opportunity to add a 4th level magic weapon to himself. This time, in addition to the spiritual object for forming an infant, what Chen Zhuangxin wants most is a 4th level flying sword that can improve his current combat power. After showing the 4th level flying sword magic weapon in his hand to everyone, the white-haired old man slowly took it back and said loudly to all the cultivators on the scene, "This 4th level low-grade magic weapon is called Green Water Sword. It is made of jasper coral that has grown on the seabed for thousands of years. If you like it, fellow Daoists and seniors, don't miss it easily. The base price of this sword is 100,000 spirit stones, and each increase in price must not be less than 2,000 spirit stones. Please raise your placards to bid, 102,000 spirit stones, 105,000 spirit stones, 107,000 spirit stones." As the white-haired old man finished speaking, the cultivators on the scene immediately started a new round of bidding. However, this kind of 4th level magic weapon can only be used after cultivating to the late Jinden stage, so there are not as many people who can participate in the competition as before. 128,000 spirit stones, 130,000 spirit stones, is there any higher offer? As the monks on the scene bid step by step, the price of this 4th level magic weapon was quickly raised to 130,000 spirit stones, which also shocked Song Qingming, who was watching from the audience. In recent years, although Song Qingming has participated in many trading auctions, he has never seen anyone trading magic weapons above the 4th level outside. The price of this level of spiritual objects has always been a simple estimate in his mind. In Song Qingming's view, this green water sword can only be regarded as a 4th level magic weapon of relatively ordinary quality among the 4th level low-grade magic weapons. It is already good if its spirit stone price can be auctioned for more than 120,000. Unexpectedly, the price of this green water sword that appeared at the auction actually soared to 140,000 spirit stones before it finally fell into the hands of a mysterious monk. Although Chen Zhuangxin brought a lot of spiritual stones this time, after getting the support of Bai Yuxin, the spiritual stones on him were still far behind this magic weapon, so he could only miss this spiritual object with some regret. Seeing the green water sword in the hands of the white-haired old man, which was finally sold at a high price of 140,000 spiritual stones, Song Qingming was also a little shocked at this moment. He didn't expect that a 4th level low-grade magic weapon of ordinary quality could be sold at such a high price in such a place, which really surprised him. He had several 4th level magic weapons on him, including the green jade bottle, and their quality was not inferior to the green water sword in Chen Zhuangxin's hand, so their value must be even higher. When he thought of this, Song Qingming suddenly felt that his wealth seemed to have increased a lot, and he couldn't help but feel a little excited. With the sale of this 4th level spiritual object, the quality of the next 20 or so spiritual objects was slightly lower, and there were no more spiritual objects above the 4th level. It was not until the end of the first day of the auction that 2 4th level spiritual talismans of high quality appeared, and they were also sold at a high price of more than 80,000 spiritual stones. In order to attract more monks to participate actively, the organizer of this kind of large-scale trade fair generally does not release too many precious spiritual objects above level 4 at one time. Instead, these high-level spiritual objects that can attract everyone are mixed into the auction every day. On the one hand, they can use this to retain monks, and on the other hand, they can give those monks who spent too much spiritual stones on the first day some time to raise spiritual stones again. When Song Qingming and others walked out of the inner city, they saw many monks who participated in the auction took the initiative to rent stalls in the outer city to sell their spiritual objects in order to raise spiritual stones for the auction on the second day. Song Qingming performed mediocrely in the auction on the first day, spending only more than 10,000 spiritual stones and harvesting a 3rd level top-grade elixir that can improve cultivation. However, what Song Qingming did not expect was that Song Yuanhao and his friends were luckier than him. They actually bought 2 spiritual objects similar to Yuchen Dan that assisted in forming elixir and formed golden elixir at a stall in the outer city. Jijin Dan is a unique spiritual object for forming Dan in Lei Yuan He. Its effect of assisting Dan formation is slightly better than that of Yu Chen Dan, and it can increase the probability of forming Dan by about 10%. Of course, the price of Jijin Dan is also much more expensive than that of Yu Chen Dan. One pill requires about 10,000 spiritual stones, and it cannot be used at the same time as Yu Chen Dan. Seeing that Song Yuan Heo and his friends actually bought 2 spiritual objects that can assist in forming Dan, Song Qingming was very happy. Not only did he encourage them, but he also rewarded each of them with hundreds of spiritual stones on the spot. However, Song Yuan Heo and his friends were indeed lucky to find these 2 Jijin Dan. In the following trading conference, Song Yuan Heo and his friends, who were carrying spiritual stones, did not have such good luck even if they walked through the entire outer city several times. On Song Qingming's side, although he saw a lot of good things appearing at the auction in the next few days, he still did not see any spiritual objects that could make him very excited. After only a few attempts, Su Ziyan, who had entrusted him to purchase spiritual objects, won several elixirs and spiritual fruits that were useful for improving the cultivation of mid-stage giant and cultivators. On the other hand, after missing out on the green water sword on the first day of the auction, Chen Zuixin finally got his luck and got a 4th level lower grade flying sword magic weapon that he had been dreaming of at the 7th day of the auction. As the auction entered the middle stage, many cultivators present had few spiritual stones left, so the competition was slightly lower than at the beginning of the auction. Even so, Chen Zuixin spent nearly 130,000 spiritual stones to finally win the item. For this reason, Chen Zuixin not only withdrew tens of thousands of spiritual stones from Bai Yuxin, but even Song Qingming and others helped to lend him 5,000 spiritual stones each, which was considered to help Chen Zuixin win this 4th level magic weapon. Compared with Zhang Tian before, when Chen Zuixin, the sect's current top giant and master, asked everyone to borrow spiritual stones, everyone was obviously more proactive. After all, Chen Zuixin is currently considered the most likely person in the sect to break through the nascent soul realm after Bai Yuxin, so everyone's attitude towards him is obviously different. When the auction entered the 10th day, a spiritual object suddenly appeared on the stage, finally attracting Song Qingming's attention, making him show a bit of excitement on his face. This object is called the mysterious Fire Golden Dragon Cauldron. It is a rare 3rd level top grade magic weapon. This cauldron can not only be used as a magic weapon to fight against enemies, but also as an excellent alchemy furnace for refining high-level elixirs. I hope that all Taoist friends who are good at alchemy will look forward to this object. The mysterious Fire Golden Dragon Cauldron, the lowest price is 20,000 spiritual stones, and the minimum bid must not be less than 1,000 spiritual stones. Fellow Taoists, please raise your placards and bid. The person in charge of the auction of this spiritual object was a middle-aged Confucian scholar. The dark red 3-legged small cauldron in his hand was an extremely rare 3rd level top-grade alchemy furnace. Before Song Qingming came to the Thunder Origin Sea cultivation world, he had already promised Wang Xian that he would help her find a suitable high-level alchemy furnace to improve her alchemy skills. In the auction a few days ago, although there were several 3rd level alchemy furnaces, the quality of those alchemy furnaces was only the lower middle level 3rd level, which did not impress Song Qingming. Now seeing the mysterious Fire Golden Dragon Cauldron in the hands of the middle-aged Confucian scholar, Song Qingming's eyes suddenly flashed. 24,000 spirit stones. As soon as the middle-aged Confucian scholar on the stage finished speaking, Song Qingming immediately spoke to the maid waiting on the side, asking her to raise her sign and participate in the bidding. Chu Fangping, who was in the private room next to him, had also spoken to participate in the bidding, wanting to compete. But when he heard the quotation shouted by Song Qingming, he communicated with him and gave up on his own initiative. Although Chu Fangping did not have a 3rd level top-grade alchemy furnace, there was a high-level alchemy furnace in the sect's alchemy pavilion that everyone could use, which could help him refine those high-level elixirs. For Chu Fangping, this item was not so scarce. It would be better to keep the spirit stones to purchase those high-level elixirs that could help him break through the bottleneck of the late giant in cultivation. 28,000 spirit stones, 29,000 spirit stones, 36,000 spirit stones. Taoist number 862 bids 36,000 spirit stones. Is there anyone who can bid higher? 37,000 spirit stones. Are there any Taoists who want to continue bidding? 37,000 spirit stones at a time. 37,000 spirit stones. While Song Qingming was waiting a little nervously, the middle-aged Confucian scholar who presided over the auction finally put away the Zuanhuo Jinglongding in front of him and announced the final ownership of this spiritual object. Seeing this, Song Qingming also showed a somewhat satisfied joke on his face. Under the guidance of the maid, he took the initiative to walk out of the private room and brought back the magic weapon Zuanhuo Jinglongding that he had won. Although the price of spending 37,000 spiritual stones to bid for this third-level upper-grade alchemy furnace was not low, it was definitely worth it for Song Qingming. After all, precious spiritual objects of the third-level upper-grade alchemy furnace are not easy to find anywhere outside. If it is placed in a place with relatively poor resources such as the Xuxin world in the floating cloud mountains, even if you are willing to pay more spiritual stones, it is not necessarily that someone is willing to sell it to you. After taking down the Zuanhuo Jinglongding, just after returning to the private room, Song Qingming immediately heard the congratulations of Zhang Tianying and others, and hurriedly opened his mouth to thank everyone. However, before Song Qingming and his friends finished their politeness, a spiritual object that surprised everyone appeared on the auction table again, attracting the attention of Song Qingming and others. The white-haired old man came on stage again this time. The jade box in his hand looked ordinary on the outside, but the elixir inside emitted a somewhat extraordinary aura, which captured the attention of everyone in the venue. Dragon Pattern Pill, a third-grade superior elixir. I believe many of you here must be familiar with this pill. It is a superior elixir that can assist giant and cultivators to break through the bottleneck of their cultivation. Whether you are breaking through the bottleneck of the middle or late giant stage, this pill has excellent effects. It is one of the few elixirs on the market that can help giant and cultivators like us advance. If you miss this here, you may not have the chance to see it again in the future. Please don't miss this opportunity. I won't say more. The third-grade superior dragon pattern pill has a base price of 20,000 spirit stones, and each bid must not be less than 1,000 spirit stones. Please take it, fellow Taoists. Junior Brother Song, this pill is extremely important to me. Can you give it to me first this time? After seeing the dragon pattern pill appear, Chu Fenping's eyes suddenly lit up, and he immediately took the initiative to communicate with Song Qingming, wanting him to give up competing with him for this pill. Among the several Xiaoyao sect giant and cultivators present, Chen Xuingxin's cultivation has reached the 9th level of giant, so naturally he no longer needs the dragon pattern pill that can break through the giant stage. Zhang Tianying and Yun Nishan's cultivation is still shallow, and they have not yet reached the time when they need to break through the bottleneck of the late giant stage. The dragon pattern pill is something that they can't use at the moment. Only Song Qingming's cultivation has reached the peak of the 8th level of giant, and it is precisely when he needs this kind of pill to help break through the bottleneck of cultivation, so Chu Fenping took the initiative to communicate with him. After hearing what Chu Fenping said, Song Qingming thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. After all, when he was fighting for the Zuanhuo Jinglongding just now, Chu Fenping also took the initiative to give up the fight, and it was really hard to refuse in front of so many fellow disciples. Although he promised the other party not to compete with him, if the price is too high next time and Chu Fenping takes the initiative to give up, Song Qingming can still continue to fight with others. Song Qingming's own cultivation has been polished to a certain extent, and he has enough confidence to advance to the 9th level of the golden core. Whether he has the dragon pattern pill is not so important to him. The reason why he was a little tempted was that he wanted to consider Song Qingyu and Wang Xian's future breakthrough to the late stage of the golden core. After all, the two of them were not far from cultivating to the late stage of the golden core, and they would definitely be able to use it sooner or later. 32,000 spiritual stones, 33,000 spiritual stones, 35,000 spiritual stones. As the price of the dragon pattern pill continued to rise, the shock on everyone's faces did not stop. They did not expect that this pill could be more expensive than a magic weapon of the same level. Especially Chu Fenping, who was participating in the bidding, heard that the white-haired old man on the stage was still bidding, and his face became more and more ugly at this moment. The spiritual stones that Chu Fenping brought this time were originally enough, but in the beginning, in order to bid for the third-level upper-grade defensive magic weapon Purple Cloud Banner, he spent tens of thousands of spiritual stones. As a result, he was a little short of spiritual stones, and he was not confident enough to bid for the dragon pattern pill. Feng Ping, if you don't have enough spiritual stones, come to me to get some. Just when Chu Fenping was about to give up the offer, he suddenly heard the voice from Bai Yuxin, which made him look excited. "Thank you, Uncle Bai." Chu Fengping, who received the spiritual stones from Bai Yuxin, instantly became more confident. After a struggle, he finally won the dragon pattern pill that he had been thinking about for a long time at a high price of 48,000 spiritual stones. Although it was a premium, as the white-haired old man said, although the dragon pattern pill was a third-level upper-grade spiritual pill, its effect was indeed much stronger than ordinary pills of the same level. Especially for a cultivator like Chu Fengping who had been trapped in the bottleneck of the late giant for many years, this pill was a precious spiritual object that they could only encounter but not seek, and they could not easily miss it even if it was a premium. Congratulations, Senior Brother Chu. Thank you, Senior Uncle Bai, and thank you, fellow brothers. I have finally gotten this pill today. I will now compete for other spiritual objects. After getting the dragon pattern pill that he had been longing for, Chu Fengping, who had very few spiritual stones left, directly withdrew from the next spiritual object competition. However, facing this rare opportunity to participate in a large-scale auction, Chu Fengping did not choose to leave the private room even if he withdrew from the spiritual object competition. Instead, he sat aside and became a spectator. Song Qingming, who gave up the dragon pattern pill on his own initiative, felt a little regretful at the moment, but did not think much about it. After all, the auction is not far from the end, and there will definitely be more good things later. Moreover, in the first 10 days of the auction, it was mainly the giant and cultivators who competed for the spiritual objects, and the unyielding cultivators such as Bai Yuxin hardly took the initiative to participate in the bidding. The reason for this is naturally to wait for the spiritual objects that are worth their competition. Chapter 805, First Sight of the Infant Cultivating Pill, the Excitement of the Auction. In order to participate in the Thunder Origin Sea Trade Fair this time, Bai Yuxin almost emptied half of the sect's good merit pavilion and brought many high-level spiritual objects accumulated by the sect over the past few decades. In the previous auction, Song Qingming saw a third-level top-grade Demon King material, which was exactly the same as the fur of the Golden Tiger Demon King that was surrounded and killed by the Xiaoyao sect and others. Without asking, Song Qingming also knew that it must be the Xiaoyao sect cultivators who put it directly into the auction in exchange for spiritual stones. It can be seen that the spiritual stones carried by Bai Yuxin are definitely much more than those carried by Song Qingming and others. Otherwise, she would not be so generous to Chen Zuixin, Chu Fengping and others, and casually added tens of thousands of spiritual stones to them. As expected, when the auction entered the last 3 days, the quality of the spiritual objects on the stage gradually improved a lot, and spiritual objects above level 4 began to appear frequently in the venue. These level 4 spiritual objects, as long as they are taken out, are basically priced at more than 100,000 spiritual stones, and most of the cultivators present find it difficult to compete. By this time, the main participants of the auction had gradually become the many nascent soul cultivators in the field, and Song Qingming and other giant and cultivators, like Chu Fengping, had become spectators on the side. Song Qingming was not very interested in the 4-level magic weapons, talismans, and elixirs that improved the cultivation of nascent soul cultivators. What he wanted to see more were the special spiritual objects that could be used to assist cultivators in condensing nascent soul. Although Song Qingming already had the Thunder Infant Fruit and Spirit Heart Jade Plate that could assist in condensing nascent soul, these two spiritual objects combined could only increase his probability of condensing nascent soul by about 20% at most. Even Bai Yuxin, a rare heavenly spiritual root cultivator, could not break through to the nascent soul realm at once. Song Qingming asked himself that his own cultivation talent was not much outstanding, so he was even less likely to have the confidence that he could do it. Although his own cultivation had reached a late giant stage, the threshold of the nascent soul realm was still an unattainable realm for Song Qingming now, so he had to make adequate preparations for this. Whether he has to make 2 or 3 attempts to reach the nascent soul stage in the future, as long as there is a glimmer of hope, Song Qingming will not give up his own path easily. After patiently waiting for several days, until the last day of the auction, Song Qingming finally saw the auction table with endless spiritual objects. And finally his biggest goal of coming to the Thunder Yuan Sea cultivation world appeared. The white-haired old man who presided over the auction came on stage again, and with a flash of spiritual light in his hand, he took out 10 exquisite golden jade bottles, and then spoke loudly to the monks present. "What I have in my hand is the Piang pill, which is a 4th level lower grade elixir that can be used to assist cultivators in condensing their nascent soul. I think there is no need to introduce it to you too much. I can guarantee here that these pills are all made by the nascent soul elders of my Lingyuan sect, and they are high quality elixirs that have been tested at the auction. If you have any problems or quality issues after taking and refining, just come to Lingyuan Island in the future, and our sect will give you an explanation. I have a total of 10 elixirs here. For the sake of fairness, and to allow all Taoist friends present to have the opportunity to participate in the competition. As in previous years, all bidders will be randomly allocated, and each person can only participate in the competition for one of the pills. This should be fine, right? Qingming, as a giant and cultivator, had naturally heard of the Qi pill in the hands of the white-haired old man. The effect of this pill is similar to the thunder infant fruit in his hand, and it can increase the probability of cultivators condensing their nascent soul by about 10% at most. It is also the most common 4th level pill in the entire Xiuxin world that helps cultivators break through the nascent soul realm. Several other elixirs of the 4th level medium grade or above with relatively better effects are even rarer. They are basically controlled by those large unyielding sects or the forces of transformation of spirits, and will not be easily circulated outside. For most of the giant and independent cultivators in the cultivation world, as well as smaller unyielding sects such as the Xiaolao sect, the infant cultivation pill is the best infant forming elixir they can use. I heard that in the past, every time the Xiangxin City Trade Fair, the people of the Lingyuan sect could only take out 5 or 6 infant cultivation pills. This time they are really generous. This Lingyuan sect is really worthy of being the first sect in the cultivation world of Lingyuan. It is so generous that it takes out 10 elixirs for auction at once. Could it be that they are short of spiritual stones recently, seeing the 10 infant cultivation pills taken out by the white-haired old man on the stage? Not only Qingming, but almost all the cultivators present were very shocked and couldn't help but sigh. Yuxin immediately sent a message to Chen Xuingxin on the side, asking him to participate in the bidding with the spiritual stones already prepared, to see if he could have a chance to try to get one of the elixirs. The value of a spiritual pill like Qi pill that helps condense the nascent soul is naturally far higher than that of ordinary pills of the same level. In addition, with so many monks competing on the scene, it is unknown how high the price will be raised in the future. However, fortunately, the rule of the auction of Qi pill is that all monks are randomly assigned quotas, and the final result depends entirely on personal luck. If you are assigned to it together with those nascent soul monks from large sects who are determined to get this item, the difficulty will naturally increase a lot. But if you are lucky, the competitors you are assigned are all casual cultivators or monks from small sects, and the pressure to bid for this item will naturally be much less, and you may even save a lot of spiritual stones. The reason why the auction organizer made such an arrangement is that in previous auctions, every time the Qi pill appeared, it basically fell into the hands of those wealthy monks from large sects. Many casual cultivators who came for the spiritual pill simply did not have the ability to compete with these monks from large sects. Over time, everyone had a lot of opinions about this and protested one after another. Some people even chose not to attend the trading conference. At the beginning, the party holding the auction did not care too much about this. After all, a small number of monks participating in the competition would not affect the final auction price of the nurturing pill in their hands. It was not until later that this matter somehow alarmed the old ancestor of the Lingyuan sect, who deliberately arranged that one person could only bid for one spiritual pill. In this way, although most of the spiritual pills could not be avoided from falling into the hands of those large sects, the many independent cultivators and monks from small sects and families present at least had a chance to compete for spiritual objects. As soon as the white-haired old man on the stage finished speaking, more than a dozen monks came up from below to help count the prices offered by many monks on the field and randomly assign them to each spiritual pill. Unlike other spiritual objects being auctioned, there was no reserve price for the nurturing pill, and all monks could directly participate in bidding. Because of this, even though they knew that they had few spiritual stones and it was difficult to compete for the precious spiritual pill on the stage, all the monks present at the entire auction basically participated in the initial bidding. This also includes Chu Fenping and others who already have few spiritual stones. Anyway, for them, it is just to join in the fun and it does not affect anything. Maybe they may be lucky enough to be assigned to a place where there are no unyielding cultivators competing, so that they can also participate in the competition for the nursing pill. After all the people from the Zioao sect participated in the bidding, they were soon assigned to different positions for the pills. At the same time, all the sound transmission arrays in the private rooms that provide communication for the cultivators were also turned off at this moment, and even the room numbers would not be displayed on the auction table. This is also to prevent the cultivators participating in the auction from colluding with each other to borrow spiritual stones, affecting the absolute fairness of the auction. After the sound transmission array was turned off, Song Qingming had no way to communicate with others, and could only judge everyone's allocation by the numbers of their private rooms. The first person to participate in the auction was Chen Zuixin, who was entrusted with an important task by Bai Yuxin. He was assigned to the number 1 nursing pill position, and participated in the first spiritual pill competition. Although Bai Yuxin brought a lot of spiritual stones this time, whether he could successfully bid for the pill still depended on luck. Therefore, in addition to leaving enough spiritual stones on himself, Bai Yuxin also gave some spiritual stones to Chen Zuixin in advance so that he could also participate in the competition of the auction. The two acted separately. Even if Bai Yuxin was unlucky and ran into a snag, Chen Zuixin could still retain some hope. As soon as the first infant cultivation pill competition began, as expected by Song Qingming, its price soon exceeded 100,000 spiritual stones, and continued to climb up. 165,000 spiritual stones, 107,000 spiritual stones, 185,000 spiritual stones. When Song Qingming saw that the price of infant cultivation pill had exceeded 200,000, although he was prepared, he couldn't help but open his mouth and let out a surprised look. The price of an ordinary 4th grade lower grade elixir that can improve the cultivation of a unyielding cultivator is usually only about 100,000 spiritual stones, but the price of the same grade nurturing infant pill can be raised to more than double the price, which really surprised him. Because the previous auction of spiritual objects had already cost a lot of spiritual stones, Song Qingming only had a little over 200,000 spiritual stones left at the moment, and at this moment he couldn't help but sigh softly. According to the price estimated by Bai Yuxin before, it seems that Chen Zuixin's hope of competing for the first elixir is already very slim. Congratulations, this fellow Taoist won the first nurturing infant pill with 254,000 spiritual stones. As the white-haired old man on the stage finished speaking, Song Qingming, who heard the final price of the elixir, also looked very ugly at the moment. Although he was qualified to participate in the auction of the nurturing infant pill, the price of this elixir was really beyond his expectations. If Song Qingming wanted to use the 200,000 spiritual stones on him to bid for a nurturing infant pill, this possibility would only exist if he was extremely lucky. Could it be that I was going to miss this opportunity that I had finally encountered and was so close at hand? After seeing the price of infant piton being raised to more than 200,000 spirit stones as expected after the second auction started, Song Qingming no longer had any luck in his heart. He turned around and asked the maid beside him, "If I mortgage the spirit objects in my hand now, can I exchange them for spirit stones?" Hearing Song Qingming's question, the two maids who had been waiting on the side hurriedly responded, "If the senior needs to mortgage the spirit objects in exchange for spirit stones, it is naturally possible. But you cannot leave the private room now, otherwise you will lose the qualification to continue the auction. We can convey a message for you and see which elder can come up and help you identify the spirit objects. Please be patient for a moment." "Okay, go quickly," Song Qingming said, and threw a medium-grade spirit stone from his hand to the maid, who hurriedly thanked him and quickly left the private room. After a long while, when the fourth auction had already begun, the maid led a bald man with the cultivation of the early stage of the golden core back to the private room where Song Qingming was. "My fellow Taoist, I am responsible for identifying and recovering spiritual objects at the auction, but do you need to exchange spiritual stones?" Seeing that the visitor had already introduced himself, Song Qingming immediately bowed in return, and then quickly took out 3 magic weapons that had been with him for many years, the golden treasure halo, the white dragon ruler and the Mobe sword. "Fellow Taoist, I want to mortgage these magic weapons. Can you help me see how many spirit stones I can get in exchange? These 2 3rd-grade top-grade magic weapons are in good condition and can be exchanged for 60,000 spirit stones at a discount. As for this flying sword, although its quality is not low, it seems to be a little damaged. I can only give you 15,000 spirit stones at most. If you are willing, I can pay you the spirit stones directly." After hearing the price quoted by the other party, which was obviously a considerable reduction in the original value of these magic weapons. Song Qingming hesitated for a moment before continuing to ask, I don't know, after I exchange these magic weapons with you, if I have enough spirit stones, will I still have a chance to take them back? Hearing this, the bald man nodded with a smile and said, if you have this request, it is naturally possible. Within 3 days, as long as you can collect enough spirit stones, you can go to the auction backstage to redeem the spiritual objects at any time. Once this time is exceeded, these spiritual objects will probably be directly auctioned in the outer city. In addition, we will need to charge you an additional 3,000 spirit stones for storage. Please let me know this first. After all, we can't work in vain. Thank you for letting me know. After negotiating with the other party, Song Qingming did not hesitate anymore and handed the magic weapon in his hand to the other party, and got the spirit stones he urgently needed from the bald man. After having 70,000 or 80,000 spirit stones on him, Song Qingming's confidence immediately increased a lot, and he sat back in his seat with full confidence. By the time Song Qingming finished the deal, the 5th auction that Bai Yuxin had participated in had already begun. This time, Bai Yuxin had some good luck. The final auction price of Pei Yingdan was finalized at 220,000 lingxi. Although Song Qingming had no idea whether the final winner of the pill was Bai Yuxin, the competitors she faced were obviously much better than the previous ones. Next, the 6th and 7th auctions ended one after another, and the prices of Pei Yingdan were much higher than the 5th. Soon it was Song Qingming's turn to participate in the 8th Lingdan auction. When the white-haired old man on the stage announced the start of the auction, Song Qingming, who had calmed down for a long time, began to get nervous again, his eyes fixed on the stands. 164,000 lingxi, 178,000 lingxi, 195,000 lingxi. Although the price kept rising, it was as expected by Song Qingming and soon broke through the 200,000 lingxi barrier. 215,000 spiritual stones, 220,000 spiritual stones. Seeing that his opponent was still bidding, Song Qingming, who was sitting on a chair, couldn't help but tremble when he ordered the maid standing next to him to raise the sign. After so many years of cultivation, this was the first time for him to participate in this level of spiritual object competition at an auction. The mountains of spiritual stones on his body seemed to have become a long string of numbers in the mouth of the old man in white, and no one cared how shocking these spiritual stones were. 248,000 spiritual stones, the first time, 248,000 spiritual stones, the second time. Since no one continues to bid, this thing belongs to this Taoist friend. As the old man in white finished speaking, the stone hanging high in Song Qingming's heart finally fell to the ground, and a bit of relief appeared on his face. It cost nearly 250,000 spiritual stones. Although the price was not low among all the infant cultivation pills that were auctioned, it was still within the controllable range in Song Qingming's mind. Song Qingming slowly exhaled a breath, and at this moment, he also took care of the excitement in his heart. He hurriedly left the private room under the guidance of the maid beside him, and went to the backstage of the auction to take back the pill he had finally bought. He spent more than 200,000 spiritual stones that he had accumulated for many years, and Song Qingming felt very painful. At that moment, when the other party took it away, he felt like he had become a pauper overnight. Now Song Qingming not only has very few spiritual stones left, but several magic weapons that have been with him for many years have also been mortgaged to the auction. He doesn't know if he will have a chance to redeem them. But no matter how much he paid, for Song Qingming, these are all things that must be given up. Compared with the nurturing pill that can help him break through the nascent soul realm, these external things are obviously not as important as the spiritual pill in his hand. When Song Qingming returned to the private room again, the auction had entered the competition for the last nurturing pill. I don't know if it's because there is only one spiritual pill left. The competition for the last nurturing pill is much more intense than all the previous spiritual pills. In the end, it was sold at a sky-high price of nearly 280,000 spiritual stones, which made Song Qingming gasp in his heart. Fortunately, although his luck was not as good as Bai Yuxin's, it was not too bad. Otherwise, if he was unlucky at the beginning and was assigned to the last round of bidding, he would definitely not have a chance to win this infant cultivation pill. After watching the entire auction process of the infant cultivation pill, Song Qingming, like most of the cultivators present, was also a little more shocked by the Liuyan sect that hosted the auction. Not counting the other spiritual objects they released at the auction, just these 10 infant cultivation pills, The Liuan sect has already won more than 2 million spiritual stones. With so many spiritual stones, even if the Xiaoyao sect has accumulated for thousands of years, it is probably not even half of it. It can be seen that the strength of this Huishan sect has far exceeded Song Qingming's imagination, which made him secretly wonder how much influence such a huge force will have on the world of immortal cultivation. Although Song Qingming had seen a spiritual cultivator before, his master Linksa Taoist gave him a very gentle feeling, just like an immortal who had transcended the world and no longer cared about worldly affairs, and did not give him too strong a sense of oppression. After seeing the wealthy Liuan sect at this moment, Song Qingming instantly felt his own insignificance. Whether it was him or the entire Song family, in front of such a huge force, they were just an ant at the foot of a mountain, a lone boat in the sea, and could not be compared with it at all. After the auction of the Pei Yingdan, Song Qingming, who was already empty-handed, naturally had no way to continue to participate in the competition for other spiritual objects. Together with Chu Fengping and others, he sat quietly aside as a spectator. Only Zhang Tiang, who was impatient in his heart, took the initiative to run out to inquire about the news of everyone's auction of the Pei Yingdan before the sound transmission array in the private room was restored. In this regard, not only did Song Qingming directly shake his head and deny it, but even Bai Yuxin and Chen Zuixin did not admit to everyone that they had taken the Pei Yingdan. After all, it involved a precious spiritual object of more than 200,000 spiritual stones. No matter whether the pill was taken or not, no one would easily say it. Zhang Tiang's desire to inquire about this was destined to be fruitless. However, through Bai Yuxin, Song Qingming was able to guess that Bai Yuxin had won a valuable 4th-level spiritual object in the last auction. At least one of them must have failed, otherwise Bai Yuxin would not have been able to take out so many spiritual stones. In the following auctions, several spiritual objects that appeared at the end also shocked the monks on the scene. Finally, a 4th-level top-grade magic weapon that Song Qingming had never seen appeared. It was sold at a sky-high price of nearly 800,000 spiritual stones, which also made Song Qingming see the terrifying financial strength of some Yuanying monks. Sitting in the private room, Song Qingming was shocked and was thinking about how to redeem the magic weapons that were mortgaged. These magic weapons were all spiritual objects that he had used for many years and were very convenient. Song Qingming naturally didn't want to mortgage them to others at such a low price. The auction had just ended, and Song Qingming, who had no spiritual objects to exchange, had no intention of staying to participate in the next free exchange meeting for monks. After greeting Bai Yuxin and the others, he left his private room and planned to go to Song Yuanhao and the others to collect some spirit stones. But when Song Qingming just walked out of the auction venue, a familiar figure suddenly appeared in front of him. Song Qingming's face, which was originally a little worried, suddenly showed a hint of joy. Chapter 806, Meet a fellow student again, with amazing talent. At a stall in the outer city, a handsome man in green was strolling around the stall with a woman in white. The man's cultivation had reached the 6th level of the golden core stage. He did not show much interest in most of the low-level spiritual objects sold at the stalls in the outer city, and his expression was always very dull. It seemed that he was only here patiently to accompany the woman in white. Although his companion in white was also a successful golden core stage cultivator, she was obviously much more interested in the novel spiritual objects in front of her. While strolling around the stall, she did not forget to pick up the spiritual objects and ask the store owner, and the smile on her face never stopped. Brother Liu, this purple coral smells so good, and it can also refresh the mind. It will look good if you take it back and put it in the cave. What do you think, junior sister? The fragrance of this kind of thing dug out of the sea will fade in half a year at most. You might as well buy a few more bundles of 2nd-level tranquilizing incense instead of spending 500 spiritual stones on this. Hearing the green-clothed man say this, the stall owner immediately showed a bit of ugliness on his face, and hurriedly explained to the two, "Please rest assured, senior, the prices of all the spiritual objects on our stall have been determined by the conference, and we dare not deceive. This thing is also a unique spiritual object of our Lei Yuan He. Although the effect is not as good as the 2nd-level tranquilizing incense, it is beautiful in appearance and is definitely very pleasing to the eye when placed in the cave." Hearing the words of the shop owner, the young man was about to continue speaking when his expression suddenly changed, and then he immediately looked around. The woman in white saw him like this, and thought that he was accompanying her shopping. She was a little impatient and hurriedly put down the purple coral in her hand. "Senior brother Liu, do you have something else to do? How about we go back first?" Hearing this, the man in green immediately came back to his senses and put away his gaze. He nodded calmly to the woman in white and said, "Junior sister, I do have some things to deal with. Otherwise, you can go back to see the fourth senior brother first. I will find you as soon as I am done with my work here." Hearing the words of the man in green, the woman in white smiled and nodded, and then took the initiative to leave the place. After the figure of the woman in white disappeared for a long time, the man in green picked up the purple coral she had just put down, and then left the stall after throwing down a few hundred spiritual stones. The shop owner, who thought he had missed the business, saw that the man in green had finally bought the item. A trace of joy suddenly appeared on his face, and he bowed to thank the man in green as he left. After leaving the stall, the man in green bypassed a street full of stalls and came to a tea house on the edge of the outer city that provided rest for monks, and then strode in. After a while, the figure of the man in green appeared on the second floor of the tea house. He glanced around and found a figure sitting alone in the corner. He immediately walked towards the position where the person was. "Junior brother Song, it's really you." Song Qingming, who was originally sitting on the chair, stood up and bowed to him after seeing the person coming. "Senior brother Liu, it's been a long time since I last saw you. I didn't expect that I would meet you again when I came to Lingyuan to participate in the trade fair. It's really a bit of fate." The man in green was none other than Liu Yang, who was a disciple of the Taixia sect of Funiu Mountain with Song Qingming. He was also one of the few fellow disciples that Song Qingming was familiar with there. When Song Qingming just came out of the inner city, he saw Liu Yang, who was shopping with someone. At first, he was also surprised, because the woman in white who had been following Liu Yang was someone that Song Qingming had never seen in the Taixia sect before. In order to prevent the identities of the two from being revealed, Song Qingming did not choose to go up to him in person to recognize him, but secretly sent a voice message to lead Liu Yang to the tea house here. After the two sat down again, Song Qingming carefully released a soundproof barrier beside him, then smiled and poured a cup of spiritual tea for Liu Yang and continued to speak. "Senior brother Liu, I wonder which fellow disciple you came with to Lingyuan this time." "Senior sister Li, and did the master come with you?" Liu Yang heard what Song Qingming said, and hurriedly shook his head and said, "Master is still in seclusion in the sect and did not come to Lingyuan. Senior sister Li did not come this time. I came with a fourth brother and junior sister Lin." "Oh, I thought you came with a master, and I wanted to take this opportunity to pay my respects to him. It seems that this opportunity is not enough, and I can only wait until I go to the sect to pay my respects to him in the future." Since becoming a disciple of Lingyuan Taoist, Song Qingming has been looking for an opportunity to ask his master some questions about the practice method. However, due to the long distance between the immortal cultivation world of the floating cloud mountains and the Taixia sect, it takes at least 1 or 2 years to go back and forth, which is really inconvenient. Last time when he sent his senior sister Li Zuanai back to the Eastern Phoenix country cultivation world, he happened to meet his master Lingyuan Taoist, who was traveling, and missed the opportunity. When he saw Liu Yang, who often followed Lingyuan Taoist, just now, Song Qingming thought that Lingyuan Taoist and his senior sister Li Zuanai might have come to Shiangsan City to participate in the trade fair together. Unexpectedly, he guessed the wrong answer, and neither of them came. When he heard the answer from Liu Yang, Song Qingming's face also showed a little disappointment, and he couldn't help but sighed with some regret. Seeing Song Qingming's face was a little disappointed, Liu Yang immediately smiled and said, "If you want to see the master, it is not difficult. The master will be out of retreat in 1 or 2 years at most. You should not be disappointed when you go to the sect." But senior sister Li has not been to the sect for a while. I don't know if she has something at home or is traveling again. If you meet her, I really don't know how to answer you. Hearing Liu Yang mention Li Zuanai, Song Qingming's face was slightly stunned, and he asked with a little confusion, "Oh, senior sister Li hasn't returned to the sect for a long time. Li Zuanai is a half-direct disciple of Lingyuan Taoist, and her family is not far from Taixia sect. In the past, except when she was traveling, she would often return to the sect to practice." Hearing Liu Yang say that Li Zuanai had not returned to Taixia sect for a long time, Song Qingming couldn't help but reveal a trace of doubt in his heart, and asked again with some confusion. Hearing this, Liu Yang shook his head and said, Junior brother Song also knows that I seldom leave the sect. I only saw senior sister Li when she came to the sect before, and I don't know much about her. If you have a chance, you should ask Master directly to know more. Yes. Senior sister Li saved me back then. If she needs any help, please let me know when you find out. Although I have limited abilities, I will never forget the kindness I have received, and I will do my best to help her if needed. Don't worry, Junior brother Song, I'll make a note of this. Seeing Song Qingming's serious expression, Liu Yang nodded slightly in response, and then changed the subject and asked Song Qingming, to be honest, I didn't expect to meet Junior brother Song here when I came to Lingyuan this time. Junior brother is now about to break through the 9th level of the Golden Core. You must have come here for the infant-forming spiritual objects of Lingyuan sect. I wonder if Junior brother Song got what he wanted this time. Seeing Song Qingming appear in the Shiangsan City Trading Conference, Liu Yang also guessed a little bit of his intentions in his heart. After answering his question, he asked curiously. In this regard, Song Qingming did not deny it. He told Liu Yang directly that he had bought an infant-forming pill and mortgaged several magic weapons for it. Liu Yang has been a disciple of the Taixia sect for a longer time than Song Qingming. When Song Qingming met him, Liu Yang was already an inner disciple, and his status in the sect was higher than that of outer disciples like Song Qingming. In the Taixia sect, the inner disciples are the core of the sect and are also the focus of training. Whether they are forming a pill or condensing a nascent soul, they can generally get support from the sect, and outer disciples like Song Qingming are basically accepted by Lingyuan Taoists by chance. In addition to not revealing the sect's affairs, there are not many requirements for them. Therefore, the Taixia sect does not pay too much attention to these outer disciples. In addition to giving them some convenience in teaching the skills, it generally does not give priority to supporting outer disciples to form a nascent soul. If Song Qingming wants to condense a nascent soul, he must rely on himself to find spiritual objects and methods to assist in forming a nascent soul. On this point, Song Qingming has no need to hide Liu Yang, let alone worry that his inner disciple will reveal his secrets. Brother Liu, I came here with a few friends to broaden my horizons. I never thought I would have the chance to bid for this spiritual item for nurturing infants. I was not well prepared when I came here, and I almost missed this opportunity. For this elixir, I spent all my spiritual stones at once. Now there are several magic weapons pawned at the auction, and I don't know how to get them back. I feel a little ashamed. Oh. Brother Song, how many spiritual stones are still missing? Tell me. It is a rare thing for us to meet here, so we should help each other. Hearing that Song Qingming had pawned several of his magic weapons for the auction of the nurturing infant pill, Liu Yang immediately asked him about it, showing a look of wanting to help him solve this problem. Back in the Taixia sect, Song Qingming and Liu Yang had known each other for many years, and they knew that he had a straightforward personality and did not like to beat around the bush when dealing with people. Seeing that the other party took the initiative to mention this matter, Song Qingming, who wanted to ask for help from the other party, directly told Liu Yang about the spiritual stones he lacked, and wanted to ask him to borrow some spiritual stones for emergency use. Song Qingming still had more than 20,000 spiritual stones left, and with the spiritual stones from Song Yuanhao and the others, he could at least make up more than 10,000 spiritual stones. As long as Liu Yang could lend him 30,000 spiritual stones, Song Qingming could almost redeem those magic weapons first. Although for a 6th level giant and cultivator like Liu Yang, tens of thousands of spiritual stones are indeed not a big number. But after all, the other party also came to the Thunder Yuan Xiuxin realm to participate in the trading conference, and he would definitely not spend less spiritual stones here. Song Qingming was still a little unsure whether he could help him. No matter how many spiritual stones the other party could lend him, it would always be helpful to Song Qingming. Even if he couldn't redeem all 3 magic weapons, it would be good to get back 1 or 2 first. When Song Qingming offered to borrow the spirit stones, he was a little surprised that Liu Yang did not hesitate and quickly took out a storage bag full of spirit stones and threw it to him. It was filled with the 30,000 spirit stones that Song Qingming needed, which made him excited for a moment. He quickly stood up and thanked Liu Yang. Seeing this, Liu Yang immediately smiled and waved his hand, saying, "Junior brother Song, there is no need to be so polite. Although you and I have not met often in these years, no matter what, you and senior sister Li helped to teach me the skills in the sect back then, and I should remember this favor. It's just a small matter of borrowing tens of thousands of spirit stones, so you don't have to worry too much about it." Seeing the other party say this, Song Qingming nodded and responded, Senior Brother Liu is right, this matter between you and me is naturally nothing. However, Senior Brother took out so many spirit stones to help me with the emergency this time. After all, it helped me a lot, and it is reasonable to thank you. Senior Brother, don't worry, I will definitely bring these spirit stones back to you when I return to the sect to practice in the world next time, haha. Don't worry, Junior Brother Song, I'm not in a hurry, you can arrange it yourself. After successfully borrowing the spirit stones, Song Qingming was very happy, and chatted with Liu Yang in the tea house for a long time, until a pot of spirit tea was finished. The two walked out of the tea house reluctantly. Brother Liu, it's inconvenient to be away from home, so I won't bother you all the time today. When you brothers are free another day, please send me a message and I'll visit you again. Well, Brother Song, don't worry, we shouldn't be able to go back so soon. I'll explain this to Brother 4 and the others later, and we'll have a good gathering when we're free. Seeing Liu Yang's back gradually disappearing in the street, Song Qingming couldn't help but reach out to touch the storage bag on his waist. And a look of satisfaction appeared on his face. Originally, he didn't know how to raise spiritual stones for a while, but he didn't expect that he had solved this problem smoothly not long after he came out. Song Qingming was relieved at this moment. At first, Song Qingming didn't think about asking Bai Yuxin to borrow spiritual stones. But if the other party asked about this directly, he couldn't lie. With Bai Yuxin's shrewdness, once he knew that Song Qingming even mortgaged his magic weapon, it would not be difficult to guess that he had taken a shot at the infant care pill. Song Qingming really didn't want too many people to know about this, as it was an extremely dangerous thing for him now. From the perspective of the Xiaoyao sect, the current Song family was just a slightly larger Jiandan family under their command. Even if there were one or two more Jiandan cultivators, it would not pose a big threat to them. But if a unyielding cultivator suddenly appeared in the Song family, the situation would be a little different. Whether the Xiaoyao sect would allow a Song family that could threaten them to exist, whether the two sides could maintain peace, or whether there would be any disputes over interests, these were all unknown. Even though Song Qingming had no doubts about Bai Yuxin's character at the moment, he did not dare to take this matter casually to gamble his life and the future of his family. Half a day later, Song Qingming, who had redeemed several of his magic weapons from the backstage of the auction, also returned to the inner city auction site with a happy face. Although he had spent a few thousand more spirit stones for this, these were already insignificant little things for Song Qingming, who had just spent hundreds of thousands of spirit stones here. It was just a pity for Song Yuanhao and his companions. The spiritual stones on them were basically plundered by their ancestor Song Qingming. They could only leave the trade fair early and return to their cave to practice in seclusion. When Song Qingming came back, the auction was already a stage where the cultivators were trading spiritual objects freely. The white-haired old man who presided over the auction had already given the auction stage to the cultivators who came on stage. However, although no one maintained the rules on the scene, the many cultivators who came to the auction were still relatively disciplined. At the beginning, those who went on stage were basically unyielding cultivators, and no Jiandan cultivator dared to go on stage before them. The spiritual objects that these unyielding cultivators wanted to purchase or exchange were basically precious spiritual objects above level 4. Some of them Song Qingming had never even heard of, let alone seen. Because level 4 spiritual objects were too rare and precious, even if there were nearly 200 unyielding cultivators at the scene, there were still not many cultivators who could successfully get the spiritual objects they wanted at such an exchange. In addition to several 4th level magic weapons, Song Qingming also had 2 4th level low-grade spiritual medicines that he brought out from the secret realm of Xianyun sect that year, which could be exchanged for the spiritual objects he needed. However, at this kind of exchange meeting where cultivators were required to show up, Song Qingming was still a little afraid to take them out and exchange them with others, fearing that he would be targeted by those nascent soul monsters with ulterior motives. In Xianyun City, of course, there was no need to worry about someone targeting him, but Song Qingming was not a cultivator here after all. Once he left this place and returned to Weiguo, some things would be difficult to guard against. Moreover, once the sect knew about the origins of these 2 spiritual medicines and asked about it, it would be difficult for Song Qingming to explain. There was really no need to cause himself this trouble. P.S. I saw someone asking about spiritual medicine yesterday. Let me explain here. It's not that I forgot about these two fourth-level spiritual medicines, but Song Qingming himself was reluctant to exchange them for spiritual stones. After all, the value of a third-level magic weapon is definitely lower than that of a fourth-level spiritual medicine. Yes, it's his problem, therefore, even if he saw the nascent soul cultivators on the stage asking for fourth-level spiritual medicines, Song Qingming was still unmoved in his heart and did not want to sell the two spiritual medicines on his body. Just as Song Qingming saw the nascent soul cultivators on the stage walking around one by one, a familiar figure suddenly walked onto the stage, causing Song Qingming, who was staring at her, to have a bit more doubt on his face. The woman on the stage was dressed in white, with a veil on her face to cover her appearance. Her figure was very similar to the Saint Xiamo fairy of the 100 Flowers Palace that Song Qingming knew. However, the cultivation level of Xiamo fairy that Song Qingming knew back then was only the 9th level of the golden collar, while the pressure exuded by the white-clothed woman on the auction stage had surpassed by Yuxin, and seemed to have broken through to the 2nd level of the nascent soul. When Song Qingming went to the 100 Flowers Palace in the East China Sea to exchange for spiritual objects to repair the formation in his hand, he happened to meet Xiamo in seclusion to break through the nascent soul realm. Later, Song Qingming didn't know whether she succeeded or not. In recent years, when Song Qingming communicated with He Mengxin, he also asked the other party about Xiamo's nascent soul formation, but the other party did not give a direct answer to this matter. Song Qingming once thought that Xiamo might have failed to form a nascent soul this time. Compared to Bai Yuxin, Xiamo was still trying to reach the nascent soul realm for the first time. In Song Qingming's opinion, it was not strange that she failed to form a nascent soul. But at this moment, seeing the familiar figure of the woman in white on the stage, Song Qingming intuitively felt that the other party was most likely Xiamo, and a very puzzled look appeared on his face. Could it be that Xiamo really succeeded in the nascent soul realm? Thinking of this, Song Qingming's mind once again emerged with a confident Xiamo, and his heart could not help but waver. If Xiamo really succeeded in forming a nascent soul, then her cultivation talent was really too amazing. In just 30 years, Xiamo not only successfully broke through to the nascent soul realm, but also advanced to the 2nd level of the nascent soul faster than Bai Yuxin, which really made Song Qingming feel a little bit unbelievable. The Xiamo who came on the stage waved his hand and took out a 4th-level low-grade spiritual fruit from his body, wanting to exchange it with the cultivators present for a water-attributed defense magic weapon of the same level. Although a 4th-level low-grade spiritual fruit is still slightly less valuable than a defense magic weapon of the same level. However, with Xiamo willing to add tens of thousands of spiritual stones, she was lucky in the end and got what she wanted in exchange for the spiritual object she needed. She walked off the stage with a satisfied look on her face. After her, the nascent soul cultivators who came on stage later were not so lucky and walked off the stage empty-handed. Among the nascent soul cultivators that Song Qingming knew, Bai Yuxin and Zhang Zidan, who were traveling with her, also went on stage. Bai Yuxin wanted to exchange a 4th-level refining material in her hand for a 4th-level low-grade spiritual talisman, but it was a pity that no one was interested in the spiritual object she took out. On the contrary, Zhang Zidan was luckier. With a 4th-level spiritual medicine in his hand, he exchanged for the elixir he wanted and walked off the stage with joy. After those nascent soul cultivators left the stage, it was the turn of the giant cultivators who had been eager to try to take the initiative to go on stage to exchange the spiritual objects in their hands. During this period, Song Qingming saw many familiar figures on stage, including Chu Fengping, Chen Zuixin, and Zhang Tianyang who were traveling with him. However, Song Qingming, who had no extra spiritual objects to trade, did not take the initiative to go on stage from beginning to end, but chose to quietly become a spectator. Chapter 807, The Trade Fair ends and we return to Donghuang Xian's Hao. Most of these giant monks who came on stage needed to exchange for rare materials that were rarely seen in the market, or high-level elixirs that the monks could not give up voluntarily. Song Qingming did not have any of these things, and the few 3rd-level talismans he could take out for exchange were not the spiritual objects needed by the monks on the stage. Although several people from the Xiaoao sect who were traveling with him came on stage one after another, except for Chu Fengping who had more high-level elixirs on him, the others did not gain much, but just went up to go through the motions and try their luck. Fortunately, everyone had already gained something at the previous auction, so even if there was nothing to gain in the final free exchange, everyone was not too disappointed. After the Xiangxin City Trading Conference ended, most of the people who came here were still full of joy and embarked on the high-level treasure ship, returning to Donghuang Xianzhao. Before leaving Xiangxin City, Song Qingming wanted to find an opportunity to say goodbye to Liu Yang and others, and have a tea and chat with several fellow brothers from the Taixu sect. Unfortunately, Liu Yang and others left Xiangxin City before the trade fair ended because of something, leaving Song Qingming, who went to visit them, empty-handed. After the treasure ship left Xiangxin Island, it was relatively safe in the immortal world of Liuan Sea. After replenishing the necessary materials on Changgyun Island, the treasure ship soon entered the boundless open sea. Just like when it came, after the treasure ship entered the extremely dangerous open sea, it was soon besieged by groups of monsters, which made the people who had been at ease for a long time nervous again. Fortunately, there were not only dozens of masters in the Jiandan realm helping to guard the treasure ship, but also 3 Yuanying ancestors such as Bai Yuxin. Although there were many monsters that came to besiege the treasure ship, they did not pose much threat to the treasure ship. Under the shock of the Yuanying cultivators such as Bai Yuxin, they quickly scattered and dived back into the deep sea. After each battle, the numerous corpses of monsters left on the sea surface allowed the monks on the ship to harvest a lot of low-level monster materials. On the way back this time, although everyone was lucky, they did not encounter those powerful Yuanying demon kings in the sea. However, after traveling hundreds of thousands of miles, when the treasure ship was close to the East Phoenix Fairyland, a black hurricane suddenly blew on the rough sea. This black hurricane covered the sky and the sun, and even the monsters and fish in the sea were swept up thousands of feet in the air. Even at a distance of dozens of miles, everyone on the treasure ship felt a sense of fear. Even a high-level treasure ship above level 4 seemed insignificant in front of this black hurricane. Once it was caught in it, it would probably be torn into pieces in no time. Seeing this black hurricane appear nearby, the monk in charge of controlling the treasure ship was immediately panicked and hurriedly urged everyone on the ship to help use magic power to accelerate the treasure ship to get away from the black hurricane. At that time, the treasure ship was still deep in the open sea. There was no human habitation within tens of thousands of miles, and there was not even a place to stay. If the treasure ship was destroyed by the sky wind in the sea, except for Bai Yuxin and other Yuanying cultivators who were able to escape, it would be difficult for other Jiandan and Foundation building cultivators on the ship to escape. Even if they did not die in this fierce sky wind, there was no place to hide in the vast sea, and they would inevitably be buried in the mouth of the sea monsters when their mana was exhausted. Fortunately, because the sky wind was discovered earlier, the treasure ship quickly escaped from the range of the black hurricane and was not involved in it under the efforts of everyone. After successfully escaping from the range of the sky wind, seeing the sun finally emerge from the clouds in the sky, the people on the treasure ship who had escaped by chance breathed a sigh of relief. After experiencing this dangerous experience, the journey of the treasure ship was slightly more stable, and finally a few months later, it successfully docked at the port on the windless island. After jumping off the treasure ship, Song Qingming and others finally put their minds at ease, and everyone's face was a little more relaxed. It has been nearly a year and a half since everyone set foot on the treasure ship and set off from here to the Thunder Yuan Xiuxin realm to return to the windless island again. During this period, except for the few months of participating in the Xiangxin City Trade Fair, most of the time was spent on the treasure ship, so it was also more than a year of anxiety. At this moment, they finally got away from the dangers of the open sea and returned to the East Phoenix Fairyland territory. Everyone, including Song Qingming, was naturally very happy. While the sect was still moving spiritual objects, Song Qingming also took Song Yuanhao and others to the windless island to taste a few delicious spiritual foods. It was not until a few days later that they turned to board the sect's large flying boat and set off again from the East China Xiuxin realm to return to Uyghur. The flying boat had just passed through the Guiyang mountain protection formation. Su Ziyan, who had received the news in advance, immediately waited outside the Good Merit Pavilion with a group of sect disciples. After the flying boat landed, Su Ziyan directed the sect disciples to carry the spiritual objects brought on the flying boat while walking towards Song Qingming's location. "Brother Song, is it convenient for us to talk alone now?" Seeing Su Ziyan so anxious to find him, Song Qingming naturally knew her intention very well. He quickly waved his hand to dismiss Song Yuanhao and others beside him, and then followed Su Ziyan to a secret place nearby. After Su Ziyan waved her hand to set up a barrier to isolate the cultivator's spiritual sense, Song Qingming's hand suddenly had a purple exquisite storage bag, and handed it to Su Ziyan. Junior sister Su, you are lucky to attend the trade fair this time. I bought all the spiritual objects here for you at the auction. Hearing this, Su Ziyan's face immediately showed a bit of joy, and then hurriedly opened the storage bag in front of her, and took out several spiritual pills and spiritual fruits that Song Qingming bought for her at the auction. These are the spiritual objects that Su Ziyan specially entrusted Song Qingming to help buy before he went to the Thunder Yuan Sea. It has been nearly 100 years since Su Ziyan formed the elixir. Her cultivation is still at the 5th level of the golden elixir and has not been able to go further. The speed of cultivation is not fast among the golden elixir cultivators, and her cultivation has fallen behind Song Qingming, who formed the elixir later than her. Now seeing the spiritual objects that Song Qingming helped bring back, she finally has the confidence to impact her current bottleneck of cultivation, and she is in a very happy mood at the moment. There are still a few thousand spiritual stones left from the spiritual stones you gave me, but I have temporarily spent them on other spiritual objects. Don't worry, I will arrange for someone to send them to you as soon as I go back. Haha. Senior brother Song was joking. Senior brother has worked so hard for me, and I should use these spirit stones as a reward. I hope you won't be so polite to me. Hearing that Song Qingming wanted to return the extra spirit stones to her, Su Ziyan quickly waved her hand to reject Song Qingming's kindness. This time, Su Ziyan had not held much hope when she entrusted Song Qingming to help her go to the Lian Sea cultivation world to buy spiritual objects. As long as Song Qingming could help her buy 1 or 2 pills to assist in cultivation, it would be fine. The spiritual objects that Song Qingming brought back in the storage bag were already beyond her expectations, so she was naturally embarrassed to ask Song Qingming for the remaining spirit stones. However, although Su Ziyan no longer wanted to get back these thousands of spirit stones, Song Qingming was not a person who liked to take advantage of this. Even if the other party insisted on not taking it, he still arranged for someone to send the spirit stones to Su Ziyan half a month later. After Su Ziyan got the few spiritual objects brought back by Song Qingming, she was also very happy. Unexpectedly, with the help of the elixir in his hand, he successfully broke through to the 6th level of the golden core after more than half a year. After handing the spiritual object in his hand to Su Ziyan, Song Qingming did not stay in Qi Mountain for long. He soon set off with Song Yuanhao and others to return to Qing County. This time, Song Qingming and others went to Lian Sea to participate in the trade fair. It has been nearly 2 years since Song Qingming and others left home. As soon as the flying boat entered Qing County, Song Yuanqian and others standing above could not help but show some excitement in their eyes. They could not wait to fly back to Funiu Mountain. Not long after the phantom boat under Song Qingming's feet entered Qing County, a sword light suddenly passed by not far below the flying boat, instantly attracting the attention of Song Qingming and others on the flying boat. Hey! Isn't this Zuanqing? Where is he going in such a hurry? Song Yuanqian, who was standing on the flying boat, quickly recognized the familiar figure on the flying sword below, with a hint of doubt in her tone. Song Zuanqing is a foundation-building elder of the Zhuan generation of the Song family, and he is also the most skilled alchemist in the family except Wang Xian. Seeing that he was in a hurry as if he was chasing someone, Song Qingming, who was also a little confused, immediately turned the direction of the phantom boat under his feet, flew to the front and stopped Song Zuanqing who was on the way. Song Zuanqing, who was a little anxious, was shocked when he saw Song Qingming and others suddenly blocking his way. After confirming that he had not seen the wrong person, he hurried forward and bowed his head in surprise. Zuanqing greets the clan leader, meets aunt and uncle. Song Qingming waved his hand slightly, and immediately asked, "No need to be polite, Zuanqing, why are you here? Did you encounter anything?" When he just left the family 2 years ago, Song Qingming remembered that Song Zuanqing seemed to be arranged to be stationed in the Qianfang market town, in the northeast of the family. Seeing him hurriedly appear in the south of Qing County, he was a little puzzled. Hearing his ancestor's question, Song Zuanqing hurriedly answered in front of everyone, reporting to the ancestor, "A group of bandits came to the Qianfang some time ago to make trouble, robbed many spiritual objects from the cultivators, and caused several lives. I asked the market law enforcement team to investigate the matter, and it was not until the last few days that we got clues and found the hiding place of this group of bandits. Just now, I suddenly received a message from the law enforcement team that they had already fought with them in the front, so I hurried to help, but I didn't expect to meet the patriarch here. Oh. What kind of bandit cultivator? He is really brave enough to hide in Qing County. Are you the only one in the family? Why didn't Yuan Fang send some people to help? After hearing Song Zuanking's reply, Song Qingming's face showed a little surprise. You know, in recent years, because of the great reputation of the Song family, which dominates the northeastern giant and immortal clan of Uyghur, Qing County has been much more peaceful than before. Not to mention the bandits and demons, even the low-level monsters hiding in the mountains and forests are rarely seen in Qing County now. Song Qingming has been practicing in the mountains in recent years and rarely goes down a mountain. Hearing what Song Zuanking said, he really didn't expect that in Qing County at the foot of the Song family, there would be bandits hiding and making trouble everywhere. Reporting to the ancestor, this group of bandits are all Qi refining cultivators, and there are no foundation building people. The people of the law enforcement team and I are enough to deal with them, so I didn't tell the elder about this. Song Qingming heard this and nodded slightly and said, no matter what, you still have to be careful in your actions. If the intelligence is wrong and you fall into the other party's trap, it will be too late to regret it. Yuan Hao, you and Zuanking should go together. If anything goes wrong, you must ask the family for help in advance and don't act impulsively. Now they have already started fighting. If I rush over now, I guess the battle is over. I'm just a little worried, so I rush to check the situation. How dare I trouble my uncle for such a small matter? Seeing that Song Qingming was worried about him and wanted Song Yuan Hao to help, Song Zuanking waved his hand quickly, feeling a little embarrassed to ask other family elders to help him deal with such a small matter in his hands. After hearing what Song Zuanking said, Song Qingming did not agree, and continued to speak softly to the two of them, although it is a small matter. It will not be wrong to be careful. You should go together. Pay attention to find out the origins of this group of bandits, and don't leave any fish that slip through the net. Qing County is under our noses anyway, and we must not condone these bandits to do evil here, which will damage the family's reputation in the future. Don't worry, clan leader, we will never let the family down. After watching Song Yuan Hao and Song Zuanking leave, Song Qingming immediately took Song Yuanqian and others to turn the flying boat around and continue to move north. After a while, they soon arrived outside the Funiu Mountain. Not long after the phantom boat passed through the family's mountain protection formation, a flash of light flashed on the top of the mountain in front, and a figure in yellow soon appeared in front of everyone. Seeing Wang Xiehun coming to greet them, Song Yuanqian and Song Linru, who were standing next to Song Qingming, immediately took the initiative to step forward and saluted her, then turned around and left the flying boat, giving their seats to Song Qingming and the others. I just heard the news from the sect last month. I didn't expect you to come back so soon. I wonder if your husband has gained anything good on this trip. Tell me quickly. After 2 years of separation, Wang Xiehun was very worried about Song Qingming. Now that she saw them return safely, Wang Xiehun was eager to know what spiritual objects Song Qingming had obtained during this trip to the Liuan Sea. Hearing Wang Xiehun's question, Song Qingming smiled and nodded and said, of course there are gains, but don't be too anxious. Let's go back and tell you slowly. After the two fell from mid-air, they soon came to the Huxin Pavilion on the top of the mountain. When Wang Xiehun brought a cup of freshly brewed spiritual tea to Song Qingming, a dark red three-legged tripod suddenly appeared in front of Wang Xiehun with a burst of spiritual light. This is a third-grade superior alchemy furnace. When Wang Xiehun saw the Zuanho Jinglongding appearing in front of her, her eyes suddenly lit up, and a hint of joy appeared on her face. After picking up the Zuanho Jinglongding and observing it carefully, Wang Xiehun asked Song Qingming with some excitement, my husband is really lucky this time. He actually found such a high-level alchemy furnace. I just don't know how many spirit stones this alchemy furnace cost. Please tell me the truth, and don't deliberately coax me for the spirit stones, so that I can have an idea of the value of this thing. Seeing Wang Xiehun asking seriously about the price of the Zuanho Jinglongding, Song Qingming, who didn't want to tell her, thought for a moment and decided not to hide it from her. After a while, Song Qingming told Wang Xiehun beside him the truth about the auction of the cauldron. 37,000 spirit stones. The price of this third-grade top-grade alchemy furnace is not much different from what I thought, but I don't have so many spirit stones on me now, so I can only owe it to my husband first. But you can rest assured, when I successfully advance to the third-grade top-grade alchemist in the future, I can receive more high-level alchemy tasks in the Alliance. By then, I will be able to earn more spirit stones, and I will definitely not let my husband wait too long. Since joining the Shandong League as a guest elder, Wang Xiaoyun's alchemy skills have not only improved by leaps and bounds, but she has also come into contact with many high-level alchemists in the league. Although she is still an outer sect elder, Wang Xiaoyun has made many acquaintances with high-level alchemists in the Shandong League and can transfer some alchemy tasks from them. The rewards for such alchemy tasks transferred privately from acquaintances will be much higher than those given by the Shandong League. As long as she can improve her alchemy skills, Wang Xiaoyun will have enough confidence to earn more spiritual power. Stone, then these tens of thousands of spirit stones will naturally be nothing to her. However, Song Qingming has never cared about these few spirit stones in his heart. After all, he and Wang Xiaoyun have been Taoist companions who have supported each other for many years. In his heart, Wang Xiaoyun has long been his family. How can he settle such a small account with her? Hearing what Wang Xiaoyun said, Song Qingming just shook his head slightly, picked up the spirit tea on the table and tasted it carefully. After putting away the Zuanhuo Jinlongding in her hand, Wang Xiaoyun stood up and added another cup of spirit tea to the empty cup in front of Song Qingming, and then continued to ask, I wonder what else my husband has gained from this trip besides this magic weapon, and whether he has found any spiritual objects to assist in the formation of the baby? This time, when he went to the Liyuan Hexiuxin world to participate in the trade fair, what Song Qingming wanted most was naturally the spiritual objects that assisted in forming a baby. However, Song Qingming himself had not participated in the Xiangxin City Trade Fair before. He had only heard some rumors that there might be spiritual objects that could help form a baby, but he had not confirmed it. Therefore, Wang Xiaoyun certainly did not know whether Song Qingming could really find the spiritual object that he wanted most to form a baby on this trip. Seeing Wang Xiaoyun asking about this, Song Qingming still did not choose to hide it from her, and told her about his participation in the Xiangxin City auction and the process of finally bidding for a baby cultivating pill. After hearing that Song Qingming spent more than 200,000 spirit stones to bid for the baby cultivating pill, Wang Xiaoyun was as shocked as Song Qingming expected. However, Wang Xiaoyun was shocked, but she was also very happy that Song Qingming got what he wanted and bought a baby cultivating pill. After all, spiritual objects of the level of baby cultivating pill are too rare in the Xiuxin world of the floating cloud mountains. Even if you have spirit stones, you can't get them in ordinary places. In comparison, more than 200,000 spirit stones are not a small amount for the Song family, but as long as they have time, they can always find a way to save it. It's just a few more spirit stones, so don't worry too much, my husband. The family has so many industries now, and with the efforts of us to earn spirit stones, the spirit stones owed will be replenished in no time. When Wang Xiaoyun saw Song Qingming talking about borrowing a lot of spirit stones from others for this, she immediately smiled and comforted him. The Song family is now developing better and better, and the family industry is also increasing. A lot of spirit stones can be accumulated every year. In addition, if Wang Xiaoyun can advance to the third-level upper-grade alchemist in the future, the speed of earning spirit stones can be accelerated. Song Qingming only borrowed tens of thousands of spirit stones from Liu Yang. For the current Song family, it can be repaid in a few years at most, which is not a big deal. For the current Song family, whether Song Qingming, the patriarch, can have the opportunity to break through to the nascent soul realm is obviously the most important priority. Now it is more important for my husband to condense his nascent soul. Regardless of whether the sect will speculate about the matter of the nurturing pill, we must keep it secret and never let outsiders know. After learning that Song Qingming had bought the nurturing pill, Wang Xiaoyun was a little worried that the sect would guess about it, and couldn't help but remind Song Qingming again. In response, Song Qingming, who had been prepared in his heart, nodded immediately to let her relax. The process of Song Qingming's auction of the nurturing pill was generally relatively secretive. In addition to actively informing Liu Yang, he did not show any abnormality in front of other people. Song Qingming basically did all the confidentiality work that could be done at the time. If the sect still guessed it in the future, it could only be said that his luck was a little bad. After talking to Wang Xiaoyun about the Piang pill, Song Qingming saw that she was still a little worried, so he changed the subject and asked, "Has King Gayu gone to Qingming Mountain? How is Chang's retreat going?" When Song Qingming left the family, Song Changs had already mastered the Zhengyuan technique and was about to retreat to the Golden Pale Realm. Now that nearly 2 years have passed, according to Song Qingming's inner speculation, Song Changs should have been in retreat. Chapter 808, Family Back Road, Breakthrough to the 9th level of Golden Core. Before he left, Song Qingming had already arranged for Song Changs's dam forming, and asked him to go to the Tandi cave near Qingming Mountain to form the dam in seclusion. Although the spiritual energy in the Tandi cave that Song Qingming used for his retreat and dam forming was not as good as that in Funiu Mountain, because of the existence of the spiritual spring, the cultivators who retreated there could get some extra blessings, and the effect of retreat and dam forming would be better than that in Funiu Mountain. Therefore, Song Qingming decided that the place where Song Changs would retreat and form the dam was there in advance. Hearing Song Qingming suddenly asking about Song Qingyu and Song Changs's dam formation, Wang Xiu naturally knew that he was worried about this matter, and immediately nodded and replied, "My husband guessed correctly. Chang started to retreat and form Dan in Qingming Mountain a year ago. Qingyu and I take turns to protect him, and she is now in charge of Qingming Mountain. For fear that the news would leak out, except for Qingyu, Yuan Fang and me, no one else in the family knows about this. Qingyu has sent back news in the past few months. Chang's retreat is going well. Don't worry, my husband, if there is anything, Qingyu will definitely inform us in advance." After Wang Xian explained the situation of Song Chang's retreat in one breath, Song Qingming, who was holding the teacup, nodded slightly and drank the spiritual tea in the cup. Then he stood up and said with a smile, "Since you just happen to be back, let's just go and see the situation." Faced with Song Qingming's cordial invitation, Wang Xian naturally would not refuse. Half an hour later, the two figures soon appeared beside the Jinshu River in the southwest of Qingming Mountain. Since the Song family obtained the 3rd level spiritual vein Qingming Mountain from Xiaoyao sect, this place within 1,000 miles has also become one of the Song family's territories. It includes many large and small spiritual mountains and spiritual veins, and all spiritual herbs, spiritual medicines, undeveloped minerals and other cultivation resources belong to the Song family. Without the permission of the Song family, nearby cultivators and casual cultivators cannot enter the Song family's territory at will to open caves or collect spiritual medicine mineral resources. Therefore, after the Song family took charge of the Qingming Mountain spiritual vein, nearby cultivators gradually moved away from this place, and the area around Qingming Mountain gradually became more deserted. The two went west along the Jinshu River. After passing several hills, the flying boat soon came to the bottom of a 2nd-level spiritual mountain covered by a formation. After arriving here, Wang Xian, who was standing above the flying boat, moved his spiritual light quickly, and an ordinary white sound transmission talisman quickly flew into the front formation. After a while, there was a sudden fluctuation in the front formation, revealing a square gate 2 or 3 feet wide, and 2 sword lights flew out from it and landed in front of Song Qingming and the others. "Greetings to the clan leader and the ancestors, no need to be polite, get up quickly." Song Qingming glanced at the two people who were bowing in salutation, and found that they were the family's foundation building elders Liu Yuxin and Song Zuanling. He quickly waved his hand and asked them to get up. Then, under the guidance of Liu Yuxin and the others, they entered this 2nd-level medium-grade spiritual vein that did not look very impressive from the outside. This spiritual vein located next to the Golden Water River was specially cultivated by the Song family 3 years ago with spiritual stones, and its purpose was to cover up the cave mansion at the bottom of the pond located below the spiritual vein. Therefore, except for the two family elders Liu Yuxin and Song Zuanling, the family did not arrange other cultivators to garrison here. Under the initiative of Liu Yuxin, Song Qingming and Wang Xian soon came to the depths of the pool below the spiritual vein and saw Song Qingyu meditating and practicing inside. "Sister-in-law, hey. 7th brother. When are you coming back? Why didn't Yuan Fang and the others send a message to let me know? I'm worried about you all day long." Seeing Song Qingming and the others suddenly come to the Tandu Dongfu, Song Qingyu also came over with a happy face and greeted the two. Song Qingming smiled and shook his head gently, saying, "You are blaming Yuan Fang wrongly. I just came back and came straight to you before I had time to see him, so that's it. I was wondering why I didn't receive any news." Song Qingyu nodded slightly, then gave an order to Liu Yuxin beside him, turned around and led the two into the cave behind him. This Tandi Dongfu has become much more beautiful than before after Song Qingyu's careful care in the past few years. and all kinds of household spiritual objects have been placed around it. As soon as he entered the cave, Song Qingming felt a relatively pure spiritual power coming, and his eyes immediately fell on a closed stone door not far in front of him. Seeing Song Qingming, who was walking in front, suddenly stop and close his eyes to release his spiritual sense, Song Qingyu and Wang Xian did not dare to disturb him. After the two looked at each other, they immediately walked around Song Qingming from the side and sat down at the stone table next to them. After a long while, when Song Qingming came back to his senses and retracted his spiritual sense, he smelled the fragrance of tea coming from the side, and walked over to Wang Xian and the others with a smile on his face. Seventh brother. I have been guarding here every day recently, but I haven't felt anything. Did you notice anything unusual just now? Is Chang's doing well in there? How confident are you that he can form a pill? Putting the cup of spiritual tea he had just brewed in front of Song Qingming, Song Qingyu immediately asked, eager to know the information Song Qingming had in his mind. Seeing that the two women beside him were looking at him with curiosity, Song Qingming smiled and spread his hands at the two of them, and then replied, if you want to sense the situation of the Danshan in a cultivator's body through the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the cave, it is definitely impossible to do it unless you are a nascent soul cultivator. Although my cultivation is stronger than yours, my spiritual sense is not yet strong enough to be compared with that of the nascent soul cultivator. How can I tell how confident Chang's is in forming a Danshan? Just now, I was just sensing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the cave, and wanted to see if you had failed to form a Danshan. Although the spiritual energy inside is a little restless now, it is still stable. If nothing unexpected happens, he should not have reached the stage of forming a Danshan. It will take some time to be sure. Since Chang's hasn't failed yet, it's a good thing for us. As the saying goes, things are unpredictable. This child's perseverance in cultivation is not worse than ours. Maybe he really has a chance to form a Danshan successfully in one go, and he may do better than us. In the world of immortal cultivation, except for gifted cultivators with natural spiritual roots like Bayuxin, there are very few foundation-building cultivators who can form a Danshan successfully in one go. Most of the Jinden cultivators with 3 or 4 spiritual roots like Song Qingming had to go through 2 or even 3 times to break through the Jinden realm before they could finally form a pill and step onto the Jinden road. Although Song Chang's spiritual root talent was not worse than Song Qingming's, it was his first time to form a pill in seclusion. Even if he failed to form a pill this time, it was very normal in the eyes of Song Qingming and others. However, as Song Qingyu said, personal cultivation is unpredictable. Maybe Song Chang's will be able to break through the bottleneck of Jinden in one go, just like Yu Nisheng did a few years ago. After checking Song Chang's situation, Song Qingming chatted with Song Qingyu in the Tandudong Fu for a while, and briefly told her what he encountered when he went to the Lei Yuan Hai. Knowing that Song Qingming had actually exchanged for a Pei Ying Dan this time, Song Qingyu was also happy for him and couldn't help but raise a glass to congratulate him. After celebrating with Song Qingming and the others with a smile, Song Qingyu seemed to have thought of something and suddenly asked Song Qingming, "Seventh brother, now that you have obtained the Piang pill, if you really form a nascent soul in the future, the sect will probably not sit idly by. How should we deal with it in the future? Have you thought about this?" Hearing Song Qingyu's question, Song Qingming and Wang Xian, who had been smiling just now, slowly put away the happy expressions on their faces and slowly regained some calmness. After a short silence, Song Qingming smiled again and said, "Qingyu, to be honest, although I got a nurturing pill, I am not sure about condensing the nascent soul. You know, even senior sister Bai, who is so talented, can't condense the nascent soul in one go, so how can I be so confident? I think that even if I can really reach the nascent soul stage in the future, it won't be that easy. At least, this nurturing pill is definitely not enough. However, although what you said is still a bit far away, we really have to consider it now. Whether it is Chang's or me, the chance of heaven is unpredictable. Before the last moment, who can absolutely guess the final result? Even if the hope of a successful breakthrough is slim, as long as there is a glimmer of hope, fate is not unchangeable after all." After obtaining the nurturing pill, together with the Thunder Infant Fruit and the Spirit Heart Jade Plate, Song Qingming already had 3 spiritual objects that assisted in forming a nascent soul. When Yao Qianshu and Bai Yuxin from the Xiaoao sect were trying to reach the nascent soul realm, they only had 1 or 2 spiritual objects provided by the sect. Song Qingming's wealth is no worse than theirs now. Even so, Song Qingming couldn't guarantee that he could successfully form a nascent soul in one go, but the hope of a successful breakthrough was much greater than before, which gave him a lot more confidence. If it was true as Song Qingming said, he could advance to the nascent soul realm by chance in one go. Then Song Qingming and the Song family would have to think carefully about how to deal with the relationship between the family and the sect so close at hand. Not only did Song Qingming think of this problem in advance, but on the way back from the Thunder Origin Sea, Song Qingming actually had some ideas in his mind as well. After taking a sip of the spiritual tea on the table, Song Qingming gently put down the teacup and continued, if, in the future, I really break through to the nascent soul realm, and the sect does not tolerate this, I want to move my family away from Uyghur. Whether it is Master Li or Master Bai, what they ask for is at most for the sect. As long as the family does not touch the interests of the sect, I think they should not embarrass us for this. This is just an idea in my mind at present, and the specific situation needs to be slowly planned in the future. If you have any good ideas in your mind, you can also say it directly now. Let's think about it together. There is always a way to solve this matter. After speaking, Song Qingming also sighed slightly. Although he did not want to leave his hometown with his family in the future, there are some things in the world of cultivating immortals that Song Qingming really can't do as he wants. If the Song family is still a giant and immortal family, no matter what changes the family has, they can only be vassalized by the powerful Xiaoyao sect, and the sect will naturally not worry about the Song family posing any threat to them. Once Song Qingming really breaks through to the nascent soul realm, the Song family will have an extra nascent soul cultivator out of thin air, and the situation in the future will be completely different. Advancing to the nascent soul family means that the Song family has the ability to sit on an equal footing with the Xiaoyao sect. Even if the Song family is willing to maintain the existing relationship, the Xiaoyao sect will not dare to treat them the same as before. After all, the Song family has already posed a substantial threat to the sect, as the saying goes. How can you allow others to snore beside you? No matter what the Song family thinks in the future, the Xiaoyao sect will definitely not allow a tiger like the Song family to sleep next to it. After a long time, the two tigers will fight each other, and one of them will be injured. If you want to avoid conflicts between the family and the sect in the future, the best way is to prepare a reliable retreat for the family in advance, just as Song Qingming thought. As long as they are willing to evacuate on their own initiative, the Song family will no longer pose a threat to the sect after leaving Uyghur in the future, and the Xiaoyao sect will naturally not have to embarrass the Song family again. As for how to take away the assets left behind after the family leaves or whether they should be handed over to the sect, these can be discussed slowly with the Xiaoyao sect in the future. As soon as Song Qingming finished speaking, Song Qingming nodded and said, well, seventh brother. Actually you and I think the same. Although it is not easy for the family to develop to the present, if we rashly evacuate Uyghur and start over, we will lose so many family businesses. I am afraid that everyone's life in the future will not be as good as it is now. But as long as we are all here, no matter what the family loses, we can slowly earn it back. Upon hearing this, Wang Xian also quickly spoke up and agreed, Qingming was right. If Uyghur can't accommodate us, at worst we can move the family to the East China Sea in the future. I also know a lot of fellow Taoists in the East China Sea cultivation world now, so it is not difficult to find a temporary place for the family. My husband, please don't worry about this and affect your cultivation. As long as you can successfully advance to the nascent soul realm, with the three of us here, we will be able to protect the family in the future. Unlike the cultivation world in the floating cloud mountains where the large sects rule the country, the cultivation world in the East China Sea does not have any obvious national boundaries. Larger independent cultivation alliances or family forces are everywhere. The large-scale immortal cultivation sects there basically only care about their own small piece of land in the sea area. If there are one or two more immortal cultivation families or independent cultivation forces around the territory, it will not have much impact on them. Wang Xian has often visited the immortal cultivation world in the East China Sea in recent years, so she is naturally very familiar with the situation there. When she heard that Song Qingming and Song Qingming had the idea of evacuating the family from Uyghur in the future, she immediately agreed and took the initiative to put forward her own ideas and opinions. In this regard, Song Qingming and the others did not speak out to object. If the family really reaches this day, what Wang Xian said is definitely something they can do. Hearing the two girls' words of comfort, Song Qingming nodded and said, don't worry, No matter how many hardships I will experience in the future, I will not easily shake my heart. If I can't reach the nascent soul realm to see the scenery under my feet in this life, I will not be willing to do so. I sincerely hope that the three of us can make further progress in our cultivation, and we don't have to live these days of fear in the future. When the family is strong enough, we don't have to worry about these trivial matters behind us. At that time, the three of us can go out together and see more beautiful scenery in this world, okay? Just as the seventh brother said, we must travel all over the world in the future and become immortals. After Song Qingyu's voice fell, the three of them smiled knowingly and raised their teacups. After chatting in the Tendi Dong Fu for several hours, Song Qingming and Wang Xian reluctantly said goodbye and left. After leaving Qingming Mountain, the two went east and arrived at White Lion Square in a short time, and then took the teleportation array and returned to Giant Square in an instant. In recent years, Song Qingming has been trying to break through the realm in seclusion, and he has also made a special trip to the Liyuanhe cultivation world, so he has not had time to go out with Wang Xian. Walking on the streets of Qianfang, Song Qingming, who wanted to accompany her, deliberately slowed down his pace and strolled around the market with Wang Xian for a while. It was not until the sunset slowly fell that the two returned to the top of Funiu Mountain in the afterglow of the sunset. After returning to the family, Song Qingming sent a message to call Song Yuanfang, who manages the family. First, he learned about some things that happened in the family in the past 2 years, and then asked Song Yuanfang to help send the spiritual stones he owed Su Ziyan to Guiyang Mountain. After explaining some matters to Song Yuanfang and others, Song Qingming, who had not returned to Funiu Mountain for a while, soon locked himself in the cave again, ready to start seclusion and concentrate on cultivation. Song Qingming's cultivation had already reached the peak of the 8th level of the Golden Core. Last time, he was ready to go into seclusion to break through his cultivation. However, because he received the news from the sect that he was going to the Thunder Origin Sea to participate in the trade fair, in order not to delay the trip, Song Qingming had to stop practicing and come out of seclusion and advance. Now that he has dealt with the things at hand, Song Qingming is finally free and has time to concentrate on practicing in seclusion and break through the bottleneck of the 90% of the Golden Core. Although breaking through the 9th level of the Golden Core is not a big realm, the last bottleneck of the Golden Core realm is not easier than Song Qingming's breakthrough of the late Golden Core. Song Qingming, who had just gone into seclusion, did not rush to break through the bottleneck in his body immediately, but began to run the mana in his body to continuously enter and exit the danshan for polishing. He planned to try to drive it to break through the bottleneck in his body when his own mana was polished to be very smooth, so that he could slightly reduce the difficulty of breaking through the bottleneck. This method of polishing and refining mana was a good way for Song Qingming to break through the bottleneck of cultivation after he obtained the whole set of experience of Yuanying monks through the trial of Tongshan Pavilion in Tongshan Tower. In recent years, when he was not able to break through the bottleneck in his body, Song Qingming tried to use this method to help himself break through the realm. However, although this method has some effect, it is not as obvious as the help brought by those spiritual objects that assist monks to break through. When Song Qingming breaks through the bottleneck of his own cultivation realm, he still needs to rely on the assistance of elixirs and spiritual objects. After concentrating on polishing his own mana for more than a year, Song Qingming, who felt that his state had reached the best state, finally took out a prepared third-level middle-grade elixir and threw it directly into his mouth. As the elixir burst out a powerful spiritual power in his body, Song Qingming quickly cast a spell to use the mana that had been polished and refined for a long time in his body to pull this powerful spiritual power to the bottleneck in the meridians. After reaching this step, Song Qingming no longer had any hesitation in his heart, and the magic power in his body began to flow into his meridians rapidly and frantically. Half a year later, a colorful spiritual light suddenly appeared above a cave house covered by a formation on the top of the Funiu Mountain. However, because of the cover of the formation, the colorful spiritual light only flashed for a moment and quickly disappeared into a cloud. Except for a few birds that had been flying nearby and were scared away, no one noticed the strangeness that had just happened in the sky. Wang Xian, who was in retreat in the cave house, also felt some strange fluctuations in the surrounding spiritual energy at this time. After finishing her practice, she hurried out of her cave house to investigate. When she found that the strangeness came from Song Qingming's cave house not far away, Wang Xian's face immediately showed a trace of joy. Then Wang Xian quickly took out a sound transmission talisman and asked Song Yuanfang and others at the foot of the mountain to strengthen their vigilance, and then she turned around and walked back to her cave house with confidence. A few days later, outside the gate of Song Qingming's cave house, which had been silent for a long time, there was finally a sound of movement. Not long after, with a flash of spiritual light at the entrance of the cave house, a young man in green clothes appeared out of thin air in the empty flatland at the entrance. Song Qingming, who had been in seclusion for a long time, stretched out his hand to feel the long-lost sunshine, and a smile immediately appeared on his face. Then he flashed to a huge rock above the cave and sat down. After spending nearly 2 years in seclusion, Song Qingming finally broke through the last bottleneck of the Jiandan period as expected and successfully advanced to the 9th level of the Jiandan realm. Next, as long as he can take another step forward, he will reach the unyielding realm that Song Qingming has been dreaming of for so many years. From the breakthrough of the Jiandan realm to now, only more than 100 years have passed, and Song Qingming has successfully cultivated to the 9th level of the Jiandan. For Song Qingming, who still has a relatively sufficient lifespan, there are still more than 200 years to slowly try to break through the unyielding realm, and there is still a great chance to stand on the top of a mountain farther away to enjoy the beautiful scenery of the world. Just as Song Qingming was sitting on the top of the mountain and looking at the scenery below the mountain, he suddenly flashed a white light beside him, and soon there was another white figure on the top of the mountain. A few days ago, I saw the fluctuation of spiritual energy near my husband's cave, and I guessed that there must be good news. I didn't expect that my husband would successfully come out of seclusion today. I would like to congratulate my husband on his successful breakthrough to the 9th level of the Golden Elixir. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 809, Memorial to Family Members, Sect Grudges. Seeing Wang Xian congratulating him, Song Qingming, who had come back to his senses from the distant scenery, slowly smiled, took the initiative to step forward and took her hand, and held her in his arms. The two did not speak, just stood together, leaning on each other, and looked into the distance quietly. It was not until the sunlight from the sky fell on their faces through the clouds that Song Qingming, who felt a little dazzling, walked down from the top of the mountain with Wang Xian. The two walked along the mountain path on the back mountain of Funiu Mountain as usual. It was autumn, and most of the trees in the mountains had turned yellow. The orange-yellow fallen leaves danced with the autumn wind, falling on the winding path, and laid a shiny carpet under the sun. Occasionally, a few bird calls penetrated from the bushes, crisp and pleasant. The mountains in the distance were shrouded in a faint mist, looming, like an ink painting, which made people feel relaxed and happy. As the autumn deepened, the air was filled with the fragrance of grass and trees. The unique breath of the mountains made the two feel relaxed and forgot about the trivial things around them. They walked all the way to the moon viewing pavilion on the hillside, and then they stopped and sat down in the stone pavilion. After taking a look at the scenery around the stone pavilion, Wang Xian was the first to speak, breaking the tranquility of the mountains with a soft voice. Husband, after you were in seclusion for half a year, news came from Qingming Mountain that Chang's had not formed a pill, but fortunately his injury was not so serious, and it should not affect his next formation of a pill. King Gaiu is still there to protect him, and it is estimated that he will be back soon, although he had been prepared in his heart. Song Qingming, who heard the news of Song Chang's failure to form a pill, nodded slightly, and couldn't help showing some regret on his face. In addition to the 3 ancestors who lived on the top of the mountain, there were more than 20 people who had successfully built their foundation among the many younger generations of the family, but there were actually not many of them who could really hope to impact the Golden Core realm. Song Yuanli was able to successfully form a pill at the beginning, more because he had the support of Feng He, a unyielding cultivator, behind him. Otherwise, after failing to form a pill for the first time, he would not have had the opportunity to succeed in forming a pill again in less than 10 years. In addition to Song Yuanli, who is far away in the Xianhe Xiuxin world, the 3 people in the family who are most likely to reach the Jiandan realm are Song Chang's, Song Yuanhao, and Liuxin. The 3 of them have successfully advanced to the late stage of foundation building, and their lifespan is still sufficient, so they can have at least 2 more chances to form a pill. Although they dare not say that they will succeed in forming a pill, their hope of advancing to the giant realm is definitely stronger than that of other people around them. Other peers such as Song Yuanfang and Song Yuanxia are not as fast as Song Chang's and others in cultivation, even if they can successfully cultivate to the 9th level of foundation building. But at that time, due to their limited lifespan, it is estimated that they will only have 1 chance to reach the giant realm in this life. Just like Song Zinayu, who is in the sect even with the support of the family, Song Yuanfang and others still don't have much hope of forming a golden elixir in the future. In addition to the cultivators of the Yuan and Chang generations, there are still many talented members of the family among the remaining cultivators of the Zhuan and Lin generations. However, they are still relatively young, and their cultivation is still far from the late stage of foundation building. Except for Song Linru, who has 2 spiritual roots, it is still unclear how much potential others have to form a golden elixir. After sitting there in silence for a moment, Song Qingming stood up and sighed softly. The family has done what it should do. Whether there is an opportunity to step into the golden elixir road depends on Chang's own ability in the future. Even if we can get support from the elders for a while, we cultivators have to rely on ourselves for a lifetime of cultivation. The Song family has developed rapidly in recent years. With more and more cultivators in the family, naturally more members will have the hope of reaching the golden elixir realm like Song Chang's. But the family resources are limited after all, and Song Qingming and his family can't do their best to support every member of the family to form a golden elixir. At most, they can only provide some support when they first form a golden elixir, just like Song Chang's. Not only Song Chang's, Song Qingming also promised Song Yuanfang, Song Yuanhao and others that he would try his best to support them to reach the golden elixir realm for the first time. After all, they have been following Song Qingming since they successfully built their foundations. They have made great contributions to the development of the family over the years, and the family should give them these supports. Next, no matter who among them wants to reach the golden elixir realm again, the family will no longer support them for free, and they have to seize the opportunity by themselves. Whether it is to use the family's merits to exchange the corresponding spiritual objects in the family's gold storage pavilion, or to look for opportunities outside the family like Song Qingming did in the past, all of these depend on their personal abilities. Wang Xiu nodded and said, "Don't worry about Chang's. He has accumulated a lot of merits over the years. With Yurxin's help, it should not be difficult for him to reach the golden core realm again. However, this failure will definitely take him some time to recover from his injuries, and he will have to rebuild the Kangyuan technique. Chang's will definitely need 7 or 8 years to reach the golden core realm again. Whether he can achieve it by then depends on his personal luck." Song Chang's has helped the family manage the White Lion Square with his Taoist partner Liu Yuxin over the years. Taking advantage of the family's convenience in the market, Liu Yuxin has also successively taken over several shops in the White Lion Square to run them alone. Over the years, the couple has earned a lot of spirit stones with Liu Yuxin's smart mind, and their lives are much richer than other cultivators of the same generation. Although Song Qingming and the others have never asked about these things directly, they still have a rough idea in their hearts. They know that they should have saved a lot of spirit stones. And it must not be difficult to exchange a spirit object for Song Chang's. Hearing Wang Xian's reminder, Song Qingming nodded slightly and said, "Well, I know all this. No matter what happens, even if the family can no longer directly help, as an elder, I will definitely help him a little. It's just that these things cannot be told to them now, so as to prevent others from knowing and thus slacking off their own efforts." After the two finished speaking, they regained some smiles on their faces. After resting for a while, they left the moon viewing pavilion together and continued to walk down the mountain. Soon they came to a low mountain at the foot of the mountain. On this beautiful hill, Song Qingming's mortal parents and relatives at the foot of the mountain are buried. Although 200 years have passed, the appearance of the mountain has not changed much. Song Qingming quickly found his parents' grave without much thought. Even though his ancestor has not returned home for many years and has long ignored the mortals at home at the foot of the mountain, the descendants of the Song family in Mujao town have not forgotten their ancestors buried here. Whether it is the graves of his father, mother, or Song Qingming's fourth brother, they are all still as bright and beautiful as they were in the past. It can be seen that the descendants of the family are still taking care of this place very carefully. Although Song Qingming has not taken care of the mountain in recent years, Many of his fourth brother and second sister's bloodline in the mountain have successfully ascended to immortality. Among them, the most outstanding one is the descendant of the fourth brother, Song Zhuangfeng. Song Zhuangfeng successfully built the foundation of the three spiritual roots, and his cultivation has now reached the fourth level of the foundation. He is currently one of the most powerful cultivators in the Zhuang generation of the Song family. Unlike Song Qingming, Song Zhuangfeng did not stay away from the mortal family members in the mountain after building the foundation. In recent years, he often returns to his home in the mountain to visit his relatives. Compared with Song Qingming, the high-ranking ancestor of the family, Song Zhuangfeng now obviously takes more care of the mortal family members in the mountain. My husband, if our family leaves we go in the future, I'm afraid we won't be able to come here often. Should we move the remains of our mother and others away at that time? Seeing that Song Qingming came out of retreat and came to his parents' grave to pay homage, Wang Xian guessed that he couldn't let go of this place, so she asked softly. Hearing this, Song Qingming stood up and looked at his parents' tombstones. After thinking about it, he shook his head calmly. The scenery here is unique. I guess my mother and others have gotten used to it over the years. No matter what the future holds, we should not take them thousands of miles away. Even if we are close to each other in these years, I don't have much time to show my filial piety here, and I'm afraid it won't be much better in the future. There is a difference between immortals and mortals. You and I can come back to see it when we have time. There is no need to force it. Although Song Qingming has become a high-ranking giant and cultivator, he sometimes can't help but recall the past and think of his parents and family. But these memories buried deep in his heart are scenes that he can no longer return to. Even if Song Qingming has now reached the giant realm, it is impossible to turn back time and see the parents and relatives in his memory. He can only hope that one day, his cultivation can reach a certain realm, transcend the reincarnation of this world and ascend to the unknown upper world. Perhaps at that time, he can understand life and death, travel through time and reincarnation, and return to his childhood home to see his parents and family members who he misses in his heart. After paying homage to his parents and relatives, Song Qingming, who was standing on the mountain, turned around and looked at the Mujiao town not far from the bottom of the mountain. After a while, the figures of the two disappeared from the spot. After Song Qingming came out of retreat, less than a month later, Song Qingyu, who had been protecting Song Chang's, who failed to form a pill for 2 years, also quickly left Qingming Mountain and returned to the family. When Song Qingyu left, Song Kings also came out of the retreat Tandy Cave Mansion and returned to White Lion Square to heal his wounds accompanied by Liu Yuxin. Although he failed to form a golden elixir, Song Chang's injuries were not serious. He could fully recover in 4 or 5 years at most by taking the elixir and resting. In this regard, Song Chang's was relatively lucky. He could spend less time healing than Song Qingming and his friends when they failed to form a golden elixir. This would prepare him for the next formation of a golden elixir. After Song Qingyu came back from Qingming Mountain, he was very happy to learn that Song Qingming had successfully broken through his cultivation. The three of them celebrated in the Huxin Pavilion on the top of the mountain. Although Song Qingming's cultivation had broken through to the 9th level of the golden elixir and reached the peak of the golden elixir, his physical strength and mana had not yet been polished to perfection, and he was still some distance away from being able to impact the nascent soul realm. It would take at least 10 years to slowly polish his own mana. When the mana in his body was fully developed, he could start trying to impact the next level of cultivation. Seeing that Song Qingyu had returned to the family, Song Qingming, who had nothing to do, planned to continue to practice in seclusion for a while. But after he explained to Song Qingyu, less than a month after he had been in seclusion for cultivation, a call for conscription suddenly came from Guiyang Mountain, which alarmed Song Qingming who was in seclusion for cultivation. Song Qingming, who got the call for conscription from the sect, opened it and found that it was a market on the side of Taiyu Lake south of the sect, which was suddenly harassed by high-level demon cultivators. Seeing this, Song Qingming and Song Qingyu, who had just been free for a while, had to go out of seclusion together and rush to the sect. The two just came to the Xiaoyao Hall and found that the sect elder Su Ziyan and others had already been waiting here. When Su Ziyan saw Song Qingming and Song Qingyu come in, she was about to greet them, and suddenly felt a different breath coming from Song Qingming, and a smile appeared on her face. Hey! Senior brother Song, you have already broken through the 9th level of the golden collar. This is really a cause for celebration. Haha, Congratulations to junior brother Song for his further improvement. Hearing what Su Ziyan said, many elders of the Xiaoyao sect in the hall also showed a hint of surprise, and then they all bowed to Song Qingming and expressed their congratulations. Seeing this, Song Qingming also hurriedly bowed to return the greetings to everyone, and explained to everyone what he had just come out of seclusion not long ago. Before going to the Thunder Yuan Xiuxin realm to participate in the trade fair, Song Qingming's cultivation had already reached the peak of the 8th level of the Golden Core, and it was not far from breaking through the 9th level of the Golden Core. It has only been a few years since he came back from the Thunder Yuan Xiuxin realm, and Song Qingming has successfully advanced to the 9th level of the Golden Core. It is not difficult for everyone present to guess that Song Qingming must have obtained some spiritual objects that helped him break through his cultivation at the Thunder Yuan Sea Trade Fair. It has only been less than 2 years since Song Qingming came back from the Thunder Yuan Sea cultivation world, and it is not only Song Qingming who has improved his cultivation. Chu Fengping, who also obtained a high-level elixir at the trade fair, has finally made a further step after staying in the 6th level of the Golden Core for many years, and has broken through to the late stage of the Golden Core. There are also Yu Nishan, who is traveling with him, and Su Ziyan, who Song Qingming helped to purchase the elixir. At this moment, their cultivation has also undergone different changes. But compared with them, Song Qingming was able to successfully advance to the 9th level of the Golden Core this time, which is obviously more eye-catching here. Song Qingming has only been in the Golden Core for more than 100 years, and he has successfully cultivated to the 9th level of the Golden Core. This cultivation speed is not much worse than Chen Zuixin, who has the highest cultivation on the scene. Seeing that Song Qingming has also broken through to the 9th level of the Golden Core, everyone can't help but think about who is more likely to break through to the nascent soul realm between him and Chen Zuixin. However, although there is only one step between the 9th level of the Golden Core and the nascent soul realm, this step is like a natural chasm and is not so easy to cross. Everyone present is naturally aware of this. Whether it is Song Qingming and Chen Zuixin, who have already cultivated to the 9th level of the Golden Core, or other Golden Core cultivators present, it is difficult for them to be sure of really taking this step in the future. After greeting everyone present, Song Qingming and Song Qingyu, who had just sat down, saw that so many Golden Core elders had gathered in the hall, and their faces showed some doubts. At this time, in the hall, in addition to Li Mufeng, who is rarely seen, many Golden Core elders of the Xiaoyao sect and the nascent soul patriarch Bai Yuxin had already arrived here. Logically speaking, even if 1 or 2 Golden Core demon cultivators appeared in the territory, the sect should not make such a big scene that even the nascent soul patriarch would be alarmed. Could it be that the demon cultivator who came this time is extraordinary and is also a difficult person, like Ma Wuchen? Just as Song Qingming was thinking about it, and a trace of doubt gradually appeared on his face, Su Ziyan, who was standing by, immediately noticed the abnormality on Song Qingming's face. Before Song Qingming asked, Su Ziyan took the initiative to tell Song Qingming and the other 2 who came to participate in the sect's meeting the whole story. It turned out at this time, calling everyone to eliminate the demon cultivator was just an excuse used by the sect. The real intention was that the Xiaoyao sect was preparing to take action against the Jinyuan sect in the west. There is a part of the territory in the southwest of Uyghur adjacent to the Taiyu Lake, and there are also many islands in the lake that belong to Uyghur. The Taiyu Lake secret realm that Song Qingming participated in that year was on one of the islands. It's just because the monsters in the lake are ferocious. Except for some islands near the Taiyu Lake Market, the Xiaoyao sect has no actual control over these surrounding islands, and most of them are still in the hands of the monsters in the lake. Some time ago, a group of foundation-building demon cultivators came from nowhere and suddenly raided a small market controlled by the Xiaoyao sect in Taiyu Lake. These demon cultivators were very cruel. They not only robbed many spiritual objects in the market, but also killed dozens of Xiaoyao sect disciples stationed there. Originally, this matter was not a big deal for the Xiaoyao sect, a small Yuanying sect at most. The law enforcement hall would send a few foundation-building disciples to investigate, and then directly wipe out this group of foundation-building demon cultivators. But when the disciples of the sect's law enforcement hall investigated the matter again, they happened to find the place where this group of demon cultivators were hiding in a deep mountain in the south of Yu State. That place already belonged to the territory of the Jinyuan sect of Yu State, and the Jinyuan sect and the Xiaoyao sect have been enemies for many years, and the relationship between the two sects is extremely unfavorable. After investigating the situation, the monks of the sect's law enforcement hall did not choose to wipe out the group of demon cultivators in the territory of the Qingming sect, but reported the matter to the elders of the sect. After learning about this, Li Wutuang and others felt that this was a good opportunity for the sect to attack the Qingming sect, so the sect held this meeting. Knowing the intention of the sect to summon them here, Qingming couldn't help but show a bit of surprise on his face. No wonder the sect meeting alarmed so many elders to come here. Because of the rebellion of the Ma family, the Qingming sect intervened in the fight between Weiguo and the Xiaoyao sect, and Qingming also participated in it personally, so he naturally knew the grievances between the two sects. In addition, when Bai Yuxin was conceived later, the Maling demon king led the demon army to block the way, and the shadow of the Qingming sect was also behind it. The two sides have been feuding for more than 100 years, and have long reached the point where water and fire cannot coexist. Originally, Xiaoyao sect and Qingming sect were both unyielding sects, and the difference in strength between the two sects was not that big. In recent years, due to the great pressure from the northern monsters, Xiaoyao sect has never found a suitable opportunity to seek revenge on Qingming sect and settle the grievances between the two sides. Now, with the success of Bai Yuxin's infant formation, Xiaoyao sect has greatly increased its strength and expanded its territory thousands of miles to the north, temporarily solving the worries brought by the monsters in the north. The Xiaoyao sect can now withdraw its hands and take action against the Qingming sect next to it at any time. Although the Qingming sect is the shadow of the Wanling sect, the first sect in the Funiu Mountains, behind it, it is impossible for the other party to sit back and watch the Xiaoyao sect annex the entire Yu kingdom. But now the strength of the Xiaoyao sect is also different from the past. Even if it cannot destroy the entire Qingming sect, it is not difficult for them to tear off a piece of flesh from the other party. As long as they find an opportunity to take action, the Xiaoyao sect will definitely not let the other party go easily. When everyone in the hall was almost gathered, a flash of light suddenly flashed at the entrance of the hall, and Li Mufeng, who had not appeared in front of the sect monks for a long time, appeared in front of everyone out of thin air. "Greetings, Uncle Li." Seeing Li Mufeng walk in, Qingming and others hurriedly stood up and bowed to him in unison. With just a flash, Li Mufeng walked through the air and came to the top of the hall. After nodding and greeting Bai Yuxin, who was sitting beside him, he turned around and waved to the people below. "Today, I have called you all here to discuss important matters of the sect. No need to be polite, please sit down first." After everyone sat down again, Li Mufeng glanced at the hall and slowly continued, "The rebellion of the Ma family in Tixianbao 100 years ago must have been experienced by most of you. This has been a shame for the sect for many years. I stood here and said that our sect and Qingming sect are irreconcilable and will never let them off easily. Now that junior sister Bai has broken through to the nascent soul realm, and the northern demon tribe has been driven back to Funiu Mountain by us, the sect has no worries behind it. Everyone, it's time for us to go and claim back the dignity of the sect. We swear to be loyal to the sect until death." Half a day later, a large flying boat, under the cover of night, slowly used the Guiyang mountain protection formation. After leaving the sect's formation, a cloud of mist suddenly gathered next to the flying boat in midair, and soon covered the entire flying boat. Then, the large flying boat gradually disappeared in the rolling clouds and mist, and soon disappeared completely in midair. Chapter 810, Come Prepared, Attack Nanilfang. On the west side of the Skylark Mountains, in a deep mountain in the southern part of the Yu Kingdom's Xiuxin world. Because this place is adjacent to the Skylark Mountains with dense mountains and steep ridges, there are many monsters nearby, and there are very few cultivators. Only a small number of low-level foreign cultivators will come here to hunt monsters. In the afternoon of this day, an old man in a black robe suddenly appeared in the forest. This man is different from other cultivators who come here to hunt monsters. He is just walking alone in this dangerous forest, but there is no trace of nervousness or fear on his face. Just as the black-robed old man crossed a ridge, a rustling sound suddenly came from the woods not far ahead. Not long after, two three-eyed wind wolves that were half a person's height rushed out of the forest and blocked the black-robed old man, with a bit of fierceness in their eyes. Seeing these two three-eyed wind wolves in the late stage of Qi refining suddenly appearing to block his way, this black-robed old man, who seemed to have only the 6th level of Qi refining, did not have the slightest panic on his face, but instead showed a hint of ridicule at the other party. Seeing that the black-robed old man actually didn't take them seriously, the two three-eyed wind wolves howled in displeasure, and then one of the demon wolves jumped high and quickly pounced on the black-robed old man. The black-robed old man stood there with a calm face, and did not choose to run away, nor did he dodge the attack of the three-eyed wind wolf. Just as the three-eyed wind wolf that had already pounced in the air and its sharp claws were about to approach the black-robed old man, a purple spiritual light suddenly emanated from him, and soon formed a purple light shield 3 feet in front of the black-robed old man. This purple light shield seemed a bit ordinary, but the moment it was touched by the wolf's claws, it suddenly made a loud noise. Then the huge three-eyed wind wolf was bounced out like a fallen leaf blown up by the wind, and hit a huge tree not far away, breaking it into 2 pieces. Seeing this somewhat shocking scene, the other three-eyed wind wolf that had just blocked the back of the black-robed old man was startled and quickly turned around and fled into the woods behind him. "Humph! You blind fellow, you blocked my way and you still want to run." The black-robed old man laughed and suddenly a black gas came out of his body, then turned into a sharp claw and quickly grabbed the fleeing three-eyed wind wolf into the air. After hearing a few miserable wolf howls, the unlucky three-eyed wind wolf was engulfed by the black smoke, and soon turned into a thin corpse and fell from the air. Although the essence and blood of these low-level monsters are of little use, it is better than nothing. It is enough for me to save a few days of practice. Senior Brother Wu and his men are really timid. They just hide in the cave all the time. They don't even dare to hunt the low-level monsters nearby, and they need me to help them clean up. The black-robed old man stood there with a look of satisfaction and muttered to himself, then turned around and walked towards the location of the other three-eyed wind wolf corpse. "Hey! Who are you?" Just as the black-robed old man was searching for the three-eyed wind wolf corpse, his eyes suddenly caught a glimpse of a man in white standing under a tree not far away, and he stepped back a few steps in surprise. The man in white looked very young, and his aura was as quiet as the grass and trees in the forest, which made people feel nothing. Just standing there with a smile on his face and quietly looking at each other, the black-robed old man immediately felt the danger, and couldn't help but feel a little chill in his heart at this moment. Seeing the old man in black robe staring at him nervously, the smiling man in white stepped forward and said slowly, "Who I am is not that important to you. I think you don't need to know. With your cultivation level, it's a bit of a waste to hide in this deep mountain. Why don't you come with me? Let's go to another place and show your skills." Facing the invitation of the man in white, the old man in black robe with a nervous look shook his head at him without thinking much and said, "You are joking. My cultivation level is low. I'm afraid I don't have the skills you said. I should find someone else to help. Thank you for your kindness. I'll take my leave now." After the old man in black robe finished speaking, he didn't want to care about the body of the three-eyed wind wolf on the ground anymore, and turned and left. But before he walked far, a white light suddenly flashed not far in front of him, and then the figure of the man in white appeared in front of him again. "Haha. Whether it works or not is not up to you, you'd better come with me obediently." After the man in white finished speaking, a white folding fan suddenly appeared in his hand, and then several rays of spiritual light flew towards the old man in black robe. "This is a magic weapon. You are a giant and cultivator." Seeing the white folding fan magic weapon in the hand of the man in white, the old man in black robe was shocked. Without the courage to resist, he quickly turned around and fled desperately into the woods behind him, just like the three-eyed wind wolf he had just chased. Like the fate of the three-eyed wind wolf, in the face of absolute strength, the old man in black robe also had no chance to escape. Half a quarter of an hour later, a white escape light flew into the air and landed on a large flying boat hidden in the clouds. "Carry it down and search its soul first, just don't kill it." He threw the black-robed old man who had already fainted in his hand onto the flying boat, and soon 2 Qi Refining stage disciples took the initiative to step forward and carried the motionless black-robed old man on the ground to the cabin beside him. "Thank you for your hard work, Junior Brother Fang." As soon as the white-clothed man finished speaking, he heard another voice coming into his ears. He quickly turned around and bowed to the 2 people who came over. "It's just serving the sect. Why do you say hard work?" Senior Brother Li and Senior Brother Song are polite. Li Wutong nodded slightly and said, "According to the information obtained from the previous soul search, the golden elixir demon who controls them is not nearby. This guy should be the last one to slip through the net. Junior Brother Song and I just went to ask for instructions from Uncle Li and Uncle Bai. We can almost start the action." Hearing what Li Wutong said, Fang Bagsun quickly responded, "Oh. Then follow the instructions of the two senior brothers. It will save time if we start early." The people of Qingming sect will notice the clues. After the three of them agreed, an order was quickly passed down, and the large flying boat surrounded by clouds and mist immediately set off to fly southwest. Half an hour later, the flying boat finally crossed the mountains in the west and entered a flat land. Soon, it arrived outside a market town with a high mountain behind it. Song Qingming, standing on the flying boat, looked at the market town not far below, and his face showed a bit of excitement. It won't be long before this market town, which has been ruled by the Qingming sect for hundreds of years, will belong to the Xiaoyao sect of Wei State. The market town called Naniaofang below the flying boat is not as large as the Gianfeng in the north of Wei State, but it is still much larger than the White Lianfang controlled by the Song family. It is considered the largest market town in the southern part of Yu State. Not only that, there is also a spiritual stone vein being mined next to Naniaofang, and the output is more than double that of the Shuangfangshan vein found by the Song family. This spiritual stone vein, plus the Naniaofang not far from Tai Lake, can provide Qingming sect with tens of thousands of spiritual stones every year. It is one of the most important industries of the entire Qingming sect. The purpose of Song Qingming and others coming here is to take this property from the Qingming sect. While the people of the Xiaoyao sect and the flying boat were already eyeing the people below, the Naniaofang was unaware of this. There was still an endless stream of monks coming and going at the entrance of the market, and no one felt the hidden dangers around. The dozen or so law enforcement team monks guarding the entrance of the market were checking the identities of the monks entering and leaving one by one, and collecting the spiritual stones they had to submit to enter the market. "You guys stand up straight. Do you need someone to teach you to line up? Who told you to cut in line? If you don't want to go in, get out." A cultivator with only the 6th stage of Qi Refining saw that the team behind was a little messy, so he shouted loudly, and then walked forward to maintain order. When he came to the back of the team and just wanted to pull a monk who cut in line halfway out of the team, a sharp flying sword suddenly pierced into the man's back, and then emerged from his chest. "Ah! What do you want to do?" The 6th level Qi Refining cultivator only had time to turn around and look behind him before he quickly fell down. Blood immediately gushed out of his body, dyeing the nearby ground blood red. Murder. Someone killed someone. This sudden scene also frightened several cultivators who were queuing nearby. Soon, the scene was filled with shouts and chaos. "No one is allowed to move. Who dares to mess up my Naniaofang?" Just as the scene was in chaos, the voice of a foundation building cultivator suddenly stopped everyone, and then more than a dozen cultivators from the market law enforcement team quickly walked over from the door under the leadership of a middle-aged man. After seeing the body of the cultivator lying on the ground, the faces of the law enforcement team members immediately showed some anger. But before they could figure out what was going on, several flashes of light suddenly flashed in the crowd. And more than a dozen cultivators hiding in the crowd had already rushed directly to the weakly guarded market gate. Not good. Someone is trying to destroy the formation. Stop them. Seeing someone trying to force their way into the market while they were leaving, the foundation building monk reacted immediately and ordered the monks who were still guarding the door to guard the eye of the formation at the entrance of the market. At the same time, he also hurriedly led the monks around him to quickly return to help, trying to stop the strange monks who suddenly rushed out at the door. Naniaofang is the most important market in the southern part of Yu State. The Qingming sect also attaches great importance to the protection of this place. Not only a foundation-building monk was arranged at the door, but also a second-level low-grade puppet beast to assist in defense. The law enforcement team monks reminded loudly, and several Qi Refining monks who were still guarding the door immediately controlled a second-level low-grade rhinoceros puppet beast to block the front of the formation. However, although his order was timely, the force guarding the door at this time was still too weak compared to the monks who came to attack the formation eye. Among the dozen people who came to attack the market, there were 4 or 5 people with foundation building cultivation and above. They did not take a second-level low-grade puppet seriously. Not long after, with a loud noise, the formation guard in the entrance of the market disappeared in front of everyone. After breaking the formation, those people did not get too entangled with the law enforcement team at the door, and quickly rushed into the market and merged into the crowd coming and going on the streets of the market. Damn! These people are demon cultivators. Quickly activate the mountain protection formation to block the market, and send a message to Uncle Liu. We must find these demon cultivators, After the demon cultivators who attacked them rushed into the market, the foundation building cultivator in the law enforcement team immediately turned pale and commanded the surrounding cultivators to fully activate the mountain protection formation to block the entrance of the market. Then he took out a sound transmission talisman and urgently informed the Qingming sect giant and elder who was in retreat in the back mountain about what had just happened at the door. Everyone, hurry up and chase them. Those demon cultivators are hiding in the market ahead. The elders have ordered that we must not let them escape, and we must avenge our fellow disciples who died. Just as the monks of the Nanifang law enforcement team were moving quickly, they suddenly saw hundreds of unfamiliar monks appearing in the distance, shouting and chasing towards the market quickly. Seeing this strange scene, the foundation building monk guarding the entrance to the market immediately led his men to stop the many Xiaoyao sect monks who were chasing them. This is the territory of my Qingming sect. What are you people from Xiaoyao sect doing here? For what? Of course we are here to encircle and suppress the demon cultivators. Some time ago, this group of demon cultivators raided the Qihu Island market and killed more than a dozen disciples of our sect and hundreds of mortals. Our sect has been tracking them for more than half a month, and only today did we discover that they have been hiding here. You are stopping us here. Are you intentionally sheltering these demon cultivators? Faced with the questioning of the Qingming sect cultivator, a slightly older Xiaoyao sect foundation building cultivator immediately stepped forward and asked the other party in return. Hearing the other party mention the demon cultivators, the face of the foundation building cultivator of the Qingming sect suddenly changed, and he shook his head and said, "What demon cultivators? I don't understand what you fellow Taoists mean. This is the market town under the jurisdiction of our sect. How could there be demon cultivators up here? Have you come to the wrong place? Humph. So many eyes saw them entering the market town, and you dare to lie in broad daylight. Since you are so stubborn, let us all see if there are any demon cultivators here." After the cultivator of the Xiaoyao sect angrily scolded the other party, a spiritual light flashed in his hand and a bold magic weapon appeared. Then he cast a spell to illuminate the surroundings, and soon collected a wisp of demonic energy that had not disappeared at the entrance of the market town. Seeing this scene, even if the foundation building cultivator of the Qingming sect was dumb, he knew that the other party came prepared this time. While hinting to the cultivator beside him to report the news, he gritted his teeth and replied, "Just based on this wisp of demonic energy at the door, it does not prove that there are really demon cultivators hiding in the market. I think you fellow Taoists should wait here first, and let us go to check it out. If there are really demon cultivators, we will definitely pull them out and hand them over to you, which can be regarded as giving you an explanation." Hearing the explanation of the cultivator of the Qingming sect, the old foundation building cultivator of the Xiaoyao sect immediately said with displeasure, "Haha. Your Excellency really has a good plan. When you slowly pull them out, I'm afraid that by then we won't even be able to find the shadow of the demon cultivator. These demon cultivators have killed so many of our fellow disciples and have a blood feud with their sect. You are obstructing us like this. You are not really colluding with these demon cultivators and deliberately instructing them." Seeing that the people of the Xiaoyao sect tied their side to the demon cultivators in a few words, the cultivator of the Qingming sect was immediately furious. "Which eye of yours saw us colluding with the demon cultivators? I think your pursuit of the demon cultivators is fake, and you came here to make trouble on purpose. Since you insist on covering up for these demon cultivators, don't blame us for being rude. Everyone, come on and tear down their bird's nest." The two sides had a disagreement and immediately started fighting. Soon, the cultivators of the two sects were fighting at the door. Seeing that the other side was outnumbered, the cultivators of the Qingming sect immediately fled into the market after leaving behind several corpses, and began to use the mountain protection formation to resist the attack of the other side. As soon as the fight started here, it immediately alarmed the Qingming sect giant and elder who was in retreat on the mountain. With a flash of white light, an old man in yellow with gray hair appeared above the wall of the market. Seeing the old man in yellow coming, many Qingming sect cultivators who were guarding the market immediately breathed a sigh of relief. "Who are you? How dare you attack my Nanifang?" After casting a spell to repel several Xiaoyao sect foundation building monks who were attacking the market, the old man in yellow immediately questioned the people below. However, before he could figure out the whole story, he suddenly felt a danger coming from the air, which frightened him so much that he instinctively retreated and wanted to escape back to the mountain protection formation behind him. As soon as the old man in yellow made a move, a sword light hidden in the air appeared in front of him, and rushed straight behind him with a very sharp momentum. Seeing that the opponent was coming too fast, the old man in yellow gritted his teeth and threw out the strongest talisman on his body. The talisman changed in the air and instantly turned into a shield in front of him. The old man in yellow is called Liu Jin. Although he is an elder of the Jinwen sect, he is not a real Jindan monk, but a fake Dan monk who succeeded in forming Dan with the help of external Dan. Because of the restrictions of the fake Dan cultivator, Liu Jin has only reached the second level of Jindan after more than 200 years of Dan formation, and his fighting ability is still not as good as those who have just formed Dan. It is precisely because Liu Jin's own strength is not strong that he was assigned by the sect to guard the Naniufang all year round, and he rarely gets in touch with the core events of the sect. Even though he has formed Dan for many years, Liu Jin's strongest defense is just a third-level low-grade defense talisman. Facing the sword that Song Qingming has been preparing for a long time, it is simply vulnerable. The shield transformed by the talisman only slightly resisted Song Qingming for a moment, and was cut in half by the Qingming Jingguang sword. Then accompanied by a scream, one of Liu Jin's arms was also cut off by Song Qingming's fierce sword, and flew into the air with his spurting blood. Fortunately, the talisman just now gave Liu Jin some reaction time, allowing him to dodge the fatal blow. After paying the price of an arm, Liu Jin successfully escaped back to the mountain protection formation in the market town. Seeing that the other party still escaped with his life, Song Qingming sighed slightly. Before she could react, several more escape lights fell beside her. They were Li Wutong and others who arrived from the flying boat a step later. Attack the formation with all your strength and try to break the formation before their reinforcements arrive. With Li Wutong's order in midair, many Xiaoyao sect monks immediately began to cast spells to attack the Naniufang mountain protection formation, and the sky above the entire market town suddenly emitted a series of fierce roars. Liu Jin, who had just saved his life, fled back to the mountain protection formation and immediately ordered the many cultivators beside him, "Quick! Send a message to the sect, saying that someone is attacking the market, and ask them to send people to support quickly." In Naniufang, apart from Liu Jin, the fake Dan cultivator, there were only 8 Jinwen sect foundation building cultivators, plus hundreds of Qi refining disciples stationed. Even if those casual cultivators in the market and the cultivators of the surrounding families were included, there were less than 20 foundation building cultivators. The Xiaoyao sect cultivators who came outside to attack the market included more than 100 cultivators above the foundation building stage, and nearly 1,000 carefully selected Qi refining disciples. In addition, there were 6 Jindan cultivators with high cultivation: Song Qingming, Li Wutong, Fang Baixun, Shen Tongzhao, and Yu Nishan, who participated in the attack on the formation. In the face of such a huge disparity in power, even if there was a level 3 middle-grade mountain protection formation in Naniufang, it was difficult to withstand the repeated siege of the monks outside. In just less than a quarter of an hour, the power of the mountain protection formation had been weakened a lot, and it was already in danger of not being able to hold on for long. Seeing that the power of the Fangxi formation in front of him had been weakened a lot, Li Wutong, who was attacking the formation, immediately threw a golden ball into the formation in front of him. Not good. It's a level 3 formation breaking bead, everyone run away. Seeing the formation breaking bead thrown by Li Wutong, Liu Jin, who was commanding the monks to defend the city, also knew that he could not wait for the sect's reinforcements to arrive. Seeing this, Liu Jin decisively left behind many low-level monks around him and headed straight for the teleportation formation in the middle of the market. This teleportation formation is a teleportation formation in Naniufang that is directly connected to the Jinwen sect's mountain gate, not far away. As long as the teleportation formation is successfully activated, Liu Jin can quickly escape from here. Facing the 6 highly skilled Jindan monks outside, if Liu Jin chose to flee outside the market, he would have no chance of survival. If he wanted to survive, this was his only way out. Just as Liu Jin entered the teleportation platform and was about to activate the only teleportation array in the market to escape, a sword light suddenly flew into the sky above his head. It was Song Qingming, who had just fought with Liu Jin, and he chased him directly to the location of the teleportation array. Suddenly I remembered that tomorrow is my birthday. Without knowing it, Xiaomeng is 1 year older, and this book has been written for a full year and a half. Patriarch Song has now broken through the 9th level of Jindan, and is not far from condensing the nascent soul. Please believe me, Xiaomeng will work hard to update it so that he can succeed in condensing the nascent soul as soon as possible. Chapter 811, The Last Journey, Jiwen Sex Counterattack. Song Qingyu's cultivation has reached the 6th level of the Golden Core, and she is also practicing the way of sword cultivation that is good at fighting. Her strength is rare among cultivators below the late Golden Core stage. She was a little angry because she had been secretly preparing for a long time before, but failed to directly kill Liu Jin, who was only at the 2nd level of the Golden Core. Li Wutong had just used the high-level breaking array pearl to forcibly open a corner of the formation. Song Qingyu, who had long been eyeing Liu Jin, immediately rushed into the formation and vowed to save his life to relieve her unhappiness. Liu Jin, who was activating the teleportation formation, was startled when he saw the sharp sword light coming from a distance. He quickly shouted to the foundation building disciples guarding the teleportation platform, "I will stop her, you quickly activate the magic array, otherwise once the teleportation array is destroyed, none of us can leave." In the world of immortal cultivation, whether it is a large teleportation magic array or a small teleportation array, it cannot be affected during teleportation. If the teleportation array is attacked from outside when it is activated, the teleportation will fail at best, causing everyone to be backfired by the spiritual power generated by the teleportation array. In severe cases, they will fall into the space cracks and be directly swallowed by the space storm. After seeing how powerful Song Qingyu is, Liu Jin also knows that the 2nd level top-grade magic array at the teleportation array platform cannot stop the opponent, so he can only bite the bullet and go to stop the opponent. The pain from the broken arm of the ninja came out, and Liu Jin waved his arm and a golden iron tower appeared in front of him. Under his spell, it quickly magnified dozens of times and blocked the front of the teleportation platform. Although he knew that he was not the opponent of the opponent, Liu Jin had no more choices at this moment. He could only rely on this magic weapon on his body to resist Song Qingyu's powerful attack and try to buy time for his side to escape. After a while, there was a loud boom sound, which shook the entire teleportation platform for a few times. At the same time, the iron tower magic weapon in Liu Jin's hand had been broken into 2 pieces, and the whole person was knocked away by Song Qingyu's fierce sword and fell next to the teleportation platform. Master, come here quickly, the teleportation array has been activated." Seeing that their master Liu Jin was seriously injured by Song Qingyu's sword and could only stand up with difficulty, the faces of several disciples who had just activated the teleportation array were suddenly shocked, and they couldn't help but shouting. Seeing the anxious faces of the people on the teleportation platform, Liu Jin, who had just spit out a mouthful of blood, did not rush to meet them, but said to his disciples with a serious face, "You go first, don't worry about me. Master has practiced for a lifetime and has long been a person who has been ruined on the road. Since it is destined that I can't leave today, let me escort you for the last journey with my life. Yuanshen, you keep these things. In the future, when Master is not here, they will rely on you to take care of them." After Liu Jin finished speaking, a spiritual light flashed in his hand. And a green jade pendant flew out directly and fell into the hands of a foundation building cultivator on the teleportation platform. Afterwards, Liu Jin, holding a flying sword, ignored the anxious shouts of several disciples, and resolutely rushed towards Song Qingyu who had just broken the magic circle. Master, after receiving the storage magic weapon thrown by his master, before the people on the teleportation platform recovered from their shock, a flash of white light enveloped the entire teleportation array. A moment later, on a stone platform on the top of a high mountain in the central part of Yu State, several monks standing around the stone platform saw that the teleportation platform they were guarding was suddenly enveloped by white light, and hurriedly turned sideways to look at the middle of the stone platform. After a while, the white light dissipated, and several monks who had just teleported from a distance suddenly appeared in front of everyone. "Hey! Why did you guys come back? How is Naniafang? Is junior brother Liu okay?" Before they could get off the teleportation platform, 2 white lights flashed in the distance, followed by a somewhat anxious voice that fell into the ears of several people. Seeing the 2 giant monks suddenly appearing not far away, the few people hurriedly stepped forward and bowed to the ground with excitement. "Uncle Li, Uncle Wei, Naniafang has been breached. Master asked us to come back and report the news. Please help to rescue Master and the others." "What? Naniafang was breached so quickly, how is this possible?" Hearing the words of the people coming, The two Jilin sect Jinden elders who had just arrived showed a bit of shock on their faces, and asked again in disbelief. Xiaoyao sect has a large number of people, and 5 or 6 Jinden masters have come. They also used high-level formation breaking beads. We were just protected by master and escaped. Get out of the way. Before the Jinden elder finished speaking, there was a boom sound from the teleportation platform, followed by a burst of spiritual light exploding on the array platform. After the smoke dissipated, the Jilin sect Jinden elder Wei immediately went on stage to check, only to find that the teleportation array had been destroyed by the other party's monks. Seeing this, Li and Wei, the two Jinden elders of Jilin sect who were originally planning to support Naniafang, looked at each other and showed some ugly expressions on their faces. In the southeast of Yu State, in Naniafang. After taking a look at the teleportation array destroyed by his sword, Song Qingyu, who was standing in the air, just landed, and 3 foundation-building disciples of Xiaoyao sect surrounded him. Reporting to Uncle Song, the vicinity of the teleportation array has been controlled by us. Except for the few people who escaped before, there are no fish that have escaped. We have just checked that the Jinden cultivator guarding this place is named Liu Jin, the one who just died under Uncle's sword. Song Qingyu heard this and nodded slightly, and his eyes glanced at a corpse not far away, and then brought a few people to Liu Jin, who had completely lost his breath. Uncle Master, do you want us to take this man's head back and give it to the sect's good deeds pavilion to ask for your merit? Hearing the proposal from the foundation building cultivator beside him, Song Qingyu, who looked very calm, shook his head directly, and then said softly, the magic weapon on this man is already in my hands, so there is no need to bother with it. Just now at the last moment, he risked his life to stop me in order to cover the escape of those people. He is also a man who values friendship and loyalty. Don't let his body be exposed in the wilderness, move it to a clean place on the mountain to bury it. Although Liu Jin was a hostile Jilin sect cultivator, he had just sacrificed himself to fight for the opportunity for his disciples to escape, which still touched Song Qingyu's heart and made her respect him a little. Disciple obeys the order. Seeing that several Xiaoyao sect disciples beside him took Liu Jin's body away, Song Qingyu slowly turned around and then turned into a beam of light and disappeared on the spot. After a battle, the powerful Xiaoyao sect quickly captured the entire market and eliminated the remaining enemies in the market. In addition to the death of all the garrison monks of the Jilin sect, most of the independent cultivators in the market and some cultivators from the surrounding immortal families chose to surrender after the market formation was broken. Only a very small number of lucky people escaped from the market during the chaos of the battle. When Song Qingyu returned to the large flying boat of the sect in the air, the other Jinden elders of the Xiaoyao sect also successively dealt with the enemies in their respective positions and returned to the flying boat. When everyone was present, Li Wutong, who was in charge of the operation, immediately smiled and said to the people in front of him, "Thank you for your hard work, fellow disciples." As soon as Li Wutong finished speaking, a middle-aged man in a green robe among the crowd immediately bowed and said, "We are here to serve the sect. Senior Brother Li, please don't be polite. Now the enemies in Naniafang have been completely eliminated. Please give us your orders on what to do next." The person who spoke was Shen Tongzhao, a Jinden elder who had joined the sect not long ago after the Xiaoyao sect went north. Shen Tongzhao was a Jinden casual cultivator from Piguo, the southern part of Uyghur. Now his cultivation has reached the peak of the 3rd level of Jinden, and he is only one step away from entering the middle stage of Jinden. Long before joining the Xiaoyao sect, Shen Tongzhao was already familiar with several Jinden elders in the sect. It was only after Chu Fengping's strong appeal that he gave up his casual cultivator status and joined the Xiaoyao sect. Because he had always had a good relationship with the sect and was a person who knew the surrounding countries well, Shen Tongzhao quickly gained the trust of the Xiaoyao sect after becoming a guest elder of the sect, and now he has officially integrated into the sect and become an inner sect elder. Hearing what Shen Tongzhao said, Li Wutong nodded slightly, and immediately opened his mouth and ordered everyone present, "Since the market town has been cleared, we must quickly repair the market town formation to prevent the Jilin sect from counterattacking. Junior Brother Song and I will stay to repair the market town formation, and Junior Brother Feng and Junior Sister Song will lead people to clear out the immortal cultivation families around the market town to prevent them from making trouble behind the scenes. The spiritual stone vein behind the mountain will be handed over to Junior Brother Shen and Junior Sister Yun. Although there are no giant cultivators stationed there, they may have a backup plan for such an important place. You must be careful and don't let the people from the Qingming sect destroy the vein. Don't worry, senior brother, this matter will be handed over to senior sister Yun and me, but there is nothing to be afraid of a bunch of rabble. Who dares to set his sights on the vein? I will skin him alive. Shen Tongzhao's hot temper is somewhat similar to Jin Xian's. Although he has not joined the sect for a long time, he quickly got along well with everyone. Just a few words caused laughter around him. Seeing this, Li Wutong smiled and nodded slightly without saying anything more. After everyone around him left, he took out a sound transmission talisman and passed the victory report to the sect monks who were waiting for the news in the back. In the previous battle, the market formation of Nanaofang was only affected by the formation breaking beads and destroyed a few formation eyes, and the overall damage was not serious. Under the leadership of Song Qingming, a third-level upper-grade formation master, the people of Xiaoao sect took less than 2 days to restore most of the entire market formation. Song Qingyu and Fang Beixuan acted separately. Under the leadership of the two giant monks, many immortal cultivation families around Nanaofang that were vassals of Qingming sect also surrendered one after another. Except for a few die-hard families with close ties to Qingming sect, who received the news in advance and led the entire family monks to flee desperately, Song Qingyu and others hardly encountered any decent resistance. There were even some immortal cultivation families that had been oppressed by the Qingming sect. After learning that the Xiaoao sect had captured Nanaofang, they took the initiative to act as guides and helped Song Qingyu and others attack other nearby mortal cultivation families. Within a few days, Song Qingyu and his companions had cleared out all the nearby mortal cultivation families and made them change their appearance and join the Xiaoao sect. As expected, Shen Tongzhao and Yun Nishan took down the Qingming sect spirit stone vein not far from Nanaofang in less than half a day. However, what they didn't expect was that, as Li Wutong had said before, the people of the Qingming sect had a backup plan in the vein. When they learned that the Xiaoao sect was coming to attack the vein, several Qingming sect foundation building monks who were guarding the spirit stone mine commanded their monks to use the second-level spirit talismans prepared in advance to blow up the entire vein before withdrawing. Fortunately, Shen Tongzhao and others arrived in time to stop them, and killed some of the Qingming sect monks who blew up the mine vein, preventing the plan from succeeding completely. However, even so, nearly half of the mining area of the entire spirit stone mine vein was destroyed in the explosion. It would probably take at least several years to clean up these places and start mining again. Shen Tongzhao, who saw the spirit stone mine vein being blown up by the other party, was furious. Then, with nowhere to vent his anger, he vented his anger on the Qingming sect monks who were captured in the mine vein. He ordered the killing of the enemy monks who had surrendered on the spot, and hung all their bodies at the entrance of the mine vein, which made the nearby monks and mortals change color. After controlling the entire Nanaofang area, the Xiaoao sect gathered in the market again and began to prepare for the opponent's counterattack at any time. In this battle, the Xiaoao sect directly captured the Nanaofang under the command of the Qingming sect under the banner of exterminating the demon cultivators. Not only did they kill Liu Jin, the Qingming sect giant and elder, but also hundreds of foundation building and Qi refining disciples, all of whom died at the hands of the Xiaoao sect. The territory of thousands of miles in the southeast of Yu State has therefore fallen into the control of the Xiaoao sect. As a Yuanying sect, the Qingming sect would never suffer such a loss. Song Qingming and others knew without thinking that the other party would definitely not give up Nanaofang and the surrounding territories easily. The reason why Nanaofang was captured so smoothly was mainly because the Xiaoao sect took advantage of their unpreparedness and succeeded in a surprise attack. It would definitely not be so easy to defend it next time. Just as Song Qingming and others were preparing for battle, several large flying boats with the flags of the Qingming sect thousands of miles away in the sky had already rushed to the Nanaofang in a mighty manner. On the flying boat, 8 Qingming sect giant and elders looked ahead, each with a solemn look on their faces. After a while, a swordlight flew in from a distance and landed directly on the flying boat. The visitor bowed directly to an old man in a blue and white Taoist robe in front of him, and then slowly said, reporting to the headmaster, I have just gone to the vicinity of Nanaofang to inquire. The situation is similar to what junior brother Zhou and the others said. There are a total of 6 giant and cultivators in the Xiaoao sect in the market. The leader is Li Wutong, who is at the 8th level of the Jiandan. The rest are Song Qingming, Song Qingyu, Fang Beixuan, Yu Nishan, and another person whose name is not clear to you. We only know that he is an early giant cultivator. In addition, there are more than 100 foundation building cultivators and more than 800 Qi refining cultivators stationed in the market. Most of them are from the Xiaoyao sect, and some are sent by the surrounding Immortal cultivation families who have surrendered to them to help. Okay. You go down first. After hearing the report from the visitor, Yu Wuji, the head of the Qingming sect, still had no change on his face, and his eyes were still fixed on the front. Wang Zhen, another giant elder standing next to him, asked with a serious expression, Master, I heard that the Song brothers and sisters' magical powers are not weaker than those of late giant cultivators. I didn't expect that both of them would come this time. In addition to the old rival Li Wutong, the other side has 3 late giant warriors in the market. Although we have a lot of manpower, it may not be so easy to retake the market, Alice. Junior brother Wang, you are wrong. We have 8 giant cultivators this time, and we have these high-level treasure ships and thousands of disciples to help. Even if we can't take down the other side's giant warriors in a short time, the foundation building and Qi refining disciples are several times theirs. Xiaoyao sect will definitely not be able to hold on with only so many people. The Naniafang market, Yu Wuji nodded slightly and said, Junior brother, he is right. The war is imminent. Don't encourage others and destroy your own prestige. Let alone revenge for junior brother Liu and the fellow disciples who died in the battle. You all know how important Naniafang is to the sect no matter what. We can't just give it to the people of Xiaoyao sect. Don't worry, the Supreme Elder has come out of retreat. If we can't win this battle, he won't sit idly by. Upon hearing the news that the Supreme Elder of the sect had come out of retreat, the people of the Qingming sect, who had some doubts on their faces just now, suddenly showed some joy. After most of the day's journey, the 3 large flying boats that the people of the Qingming sect were riding on finally appeared in the sky above the north of Naniafang. My fellow disciples, follow me to take back Naniafang and avenge junior brother Liu. Following the order from the head of the sect Yu Wuji, thousands of cultivators jumped down from the flying boat, and then they rushed to Naniafang from all directions. Although the many cultivators of the Xiaoyao sect standing on the city wall were prepared in their hearts, they all showed a trace of nervousness on their faces when they saw the Qingming sect cultivators rushing in groups from afar. Start the formation. Prepare to fight the enemy. When the Qingming sect cultivators outside were about to approach the city wall, a somewhat exciting voice suddenly resounded in the ears of many Xiaoyao sect disciples. Then a purple light shield quickly rose outside the market, firmly protecting the front of the city wall, and then hundreds of sword lights flew out of the market and stood in front of the formation. These people were all foundation building cultivators carefully selected by the Xiaoyao sect, and standing in the front of the crowd were Song Qingming and 6 other giant elders of the sect. Seeing so many elders and foundation building cultivators standing in front, the Qi refining disciples on the city wall were all inspired and began to control the bows and crossbows on the city wall to attack the enemy who had already arrived. After the monks of both sides started fighting, the entire battlefield soon erupted with earth-shaking sounds, and colorful spells were flying everywhere. Although the number of people on the Xiaoyao sect side was small, they were all elite cultivators selected by the sect, and they were supported by the mountain protection formation of the market, so they did not lose to the other side in momentum for a while. The foundation building and Qi refining cultivators below were fighting fiercely, but because the battlefield was too large, it was difficult for the 2 sides to determine the winner in a short period of time. The main factor that determined the trend of the battlefield was Song Qingming and other giant cultivators in the sky. The Xiaoyao sect had only 6 giant cultivators, 2 fewer than the other side. However, after the battle, Song Qingming and others were not much worse than the Qingming sect in terms of cultivation and magical powers, and they were not at a disadvantage overall. Song Qingming, who had the highest cultivation, faced Yu Wuji, the head of the Qingming sect, who was also at the 9th level of giant, while Li Wutong fought against Ling Huji, another late giant master of the Qingming sect. Several of them were veteran giant cultivators who had broken through to the late giant for many years. Both sides had good magic weapons and trump cards, and they fought back and forth. Song Qingyu fought 2 mid-stage giant cultivators of the Qingming sect alone, and he was also not at a disadvantage. Although Feng Baixun and Yu Nishan were cultivators who formed the Dan later in the sect, after entering the battlefield, they did not let the opponent take advantage of opponents with similar cultivation levels. Shen Chongzhao's performance against the two weaker giant and early-stage cultivators from the Jiuyuan sect was also eye-catching. Although it was a bit strenuous, he managed to hold on and did not ask for help from fellow disciples around him. This battle lasted from the afternoon to dusk. As time went on, the Xiaoyao sect, which was outnumbered, gradually showed its disadvantage. Even the mountain protection formation was almost broken by the opponent's large flying boat. Fortunately, Song Qingming and others above shook off the opponent and came back to help in time, which blocked the opponent's attack and barely held on until the moment when both sides called off the battle. The cultivators of both sides fought for nearly a day, and they both needed some time to recover their mana in order to fight again. When the next day dawned, the Jiuyuan sect cultivators, who had almost recovered, immediately launched an attack on Naniafang. At the same time, after a night of repair, the Jiuyuan sect received a lot of reinforcements from the rear Xiuxin family, and its strength was strengthened again. After the two sides fought again, the Xiaoyao sect side, which had already suffered many casualties, gradually could not hold on any longer and could only temporarily retreat to the mountain protection formation in the market town. Seeing this, the monks of the Jiuyuan sect immediately began to besiege the market town formation. In order to speed up the pace of the attack, the Jiuyuan sect also threw out the high-level breakaway beads used by the monks of the Xiaoyao sect before, and directly forced open a corner of the market town formation and rushed in. Just when the entire Naniafang was in danger, many Xiaoyao sect monks suddenly appeared in the back of the market town and rushed to the enemy's location. P.S. Sorry, I went out to eat a cake for my birthday today, and came back a little late. I didn't slack off, don't worry. Chapter 812 Hidden Murderous Intentions, each relying on their own abilities. The leader was a middle-aged man with a golden flying sword under his feet. He turned into golden light and instantly arrived at the front of the battlefield. Under the control of the middle-aged man, the golden flying sword directly turned into several powerful golden sword rains, knocking away a leading third-level inferior puppet beast in front. Golden Dan Monk. The other side has reinforcements, retreat quickly. Seeing this somewhat shocking scene, dozens of Jiuyuan sect monks who had just rushed into the formation were frightened and took a few steps back. Not long after, these Jiuyuan sect monks who had just rushed into the formation were directly beaten back by the fierce attack of the golden sword light. Master Chen and others have come to support us. Everyone, drive the enemy out and repair the formation. Hundreds of Xiaoyao sect monks who were struggling to defend the city were already somewhat desperate when they saw that the formation was broken by the other side. Unexpectedly, the reinforcements from the rear of the sect arrived in time and gradually helped them stabilize the situation. Soon, the Xiaoyao sect used the spiritual stones in their hands to restore most of the Fangshi formation. The only gap damaged by the enemy's breaking formation bead was guarded by Chen Zuixin, a peak giant and cultivator, and it was as stable as Mount Ai. No enemy cultivator could break into the formation from here. In this way, the battle lasted from day to night, and both sides stopped fighting again and retreated to their own cultivators' residences. After fighting with the giant and cultivators of the Jiuyuan sect for 2 days in the sky, the people had just returned to the top of the city wall when they saw Chen Zuixin, who looked serious, walking over. Thank you for your hard work, fellow brothers and sisters. Brother Chen, I didn't expect you to come. Fortunately, you came in time, otherwise we would have a hard time with the opponent's counterattack today. Naniafang will change hands again. Now Jiuyuan sect has more and more people. I'm afraid there will be another bloody battle tomorrow. I don't know if we can successfully defend this place next. When Xiaoyao sect attacked Naniafang before, they did not choose to bring too many people because they were afraid that the news would be leaked in advance. They only selected thousands of more elite monks in the sect after successfully conquering Naniafang. The rear received the news that Xiaoyao sect also immediately dispatched troops and began to send troops to the front line for support. However, because Naniafang is located far away in the territory of Yu State, the reinforcements led by Chen Zuixin arrived a little later than the Jiuyuan sect. Hearing the worry in Li Wutong's tone, Chen Zuixin immediately responded to him, "Don't worry, fellow disciples, the few people I brought are just the vanguard. There are more than 1,000 people brought by senior brother Jin and junior brother Zhang. It is estimated that they should be here in half a day at most. We also brought a few level 3 Fian crossbows this time to strengthen the defense of the market. It is not so easy for Jiuyuan sect to capture this place, haha. Senior brother Jin and senior brother Zhang are here too. With the help of the level 3 Fian crossbow, we can definitely defend this place." Damn it, I've been so frustrated in the past 2 days. Tomorrow we will let the people of Qingming sect know how powerful we are. Shen Tongzhao, who was besieged by 2 Qingming sect giant monks in the past 2 days, although he managed to hold on, he was already injured a lot. Even when he spoke, a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. At this moment, hearing that the reinforcements from the sect behind him had arrived, Shen Tongzhao was immediately excited and vowed to vent the anger that had accumulated in his heart for the past few days. Song Qingming and others standing around, like Shen Tongzhao, also breathed a sigh of relief after hearing what Chen Zuixin said. Now that the sect reinforcements have arrived, their confidence in defending Nanaifang has also increased a lot. Although the overall number of cultivators on the Xiaoyao sect side is still not as good as the other side, with the addition of Chen Zuixin and others who came to help, Song Qingming and others still have an advantage in terms of giant and combat power. As long as they can defend the mountain protection formation in the market and gain a foothold, and wait for the sect reinforcements and supplies to slowly arrive in the rear, the Xiaoyao sect will be able to completely take over this market. Just as the Xiaoyao sect people in the market were full of joy to welcome Chen Zuixin and other reinforcements, on a high mountain more than 10 miles north of the market, Yu Wuji and other Qingming sect cultivators did not look so good at the moment. In the previous 2 days of fighting, they had already taken the advantage and were about to take back Nanaifang. Unexpectedly, at the critical moment, Chen Zuixin brought people to kill and drove them out of Nanaifang again. Everyone watched the victory that was about to be achieved, but just missed it, and they all felt extremely disappointed. In order to boost their own morale, which had already been somewhat frustrated, Yu Wuji, the head of the Qingming sect, could only force a smile and say to everyone, although we did not do our best in today's battle, we still have several times more people than the opponent, and the advantage is still on our side. Don't be so depressed. I have received news that junior sister Ma has come out of retreat and successfully advanced to the late giant stage. Tomorrow she will lead the sect's reinforcements to arrive here. Oh, junior sister Ma actually successfully broke through during her retreat this time. This is really a great thing. In this way, even if the opponent has an extra Chen Zuixin, we are not without any chance of winning. As long as everyone works together, we will be able to conquer Nanaifang in one fell swoop tomorrow. Hearing that reinforcements were coming soon, the Qingming sect people, who were originally a little depressed, suddenly had a bit more joy on their faces. Seeing this, Yu Wuji also struck while the iron was hot and said, Xiaoyao sect is now stronger than us. A long battle will not be good for the sect. I have decided to use the Wind Spirit Sword formation tomorrow to conquer the market in one fell swoop. Now that the foreign enemies have reached our doorstep, we have no way out. I hope you can tide over the difficulties together with the sect. We are willing to be loyal to the sect. Hearing the excited voices of the people at the scene, Yu Wuji's face suddenly showed a little more smile, and his heart also had a little more confidence in tomorrow's battle. When everyone retreated, Yu Wuji secretly sent a voice transmission into the ears of Linghu Ji on the side, leaving him alone. Junior brother Linghu, before this expedition, the Supreme Elder left me a 4th level talisman, asking you to use it at a critical moment. Tomorrow, I plan to take action against Chen Zuixin to see if there is a chance to use my trump card to kill him. Junior sister Ma can help contain Li Wutong when she arrives tomorrow. Song Qingming will be left to you to help deal with him. What do you think? In the battles of the previous 2 days, Song Qingming faced Yu Wuji, a veteran giant and peak cultivator who had reached the nascent soul realm. The two fought back and forth, and their strength was far beyond that of ordinary giant and late cultivators. Although Linghu Ji has the 8th level of giant in cultivation, his magic weapons and magical powers are far inferior to those of the head of the sect Yu Wuji. In the past 2 days, Linghu Ji was still somewhat defeated by Li Wutong, who had the same level of cultivation, and could only barely contain his opponent. At this moment, hearing Yu Wuji asking him to deal with Song Qingming, Linghu Ji, who had always been cautious, thought for a moment and immediately said with a somewhat embarrassed look, Master, you have also experienced Song Qingming's magical power. His cultivation speed is so fast that it is no worse than Chen Zuixin. I am afraid that he will be a master who has great hope of impacting the nascent soul realm in the future. It's not that I am afraid of him, but I am afraid that it will be difficult for me to completely restrain him. What if I lose to him and cause trouble to you? Don't worry, Master. I still have a 3rd level puppet beast brought from the sect that I haven't used yet. I will give it to you tomorrow. And Brother Lu will come with Sister Ma tomorrow. I will arrange for him to help you restrain the other party. With their help, you will have 2 more helpers. I think you can almost restrain Song Qingming. Now that the sect is in trouble, we have all been protected by the sect for many years. I hope that you can stand up for the sect tomorrow to stop the people of Xiaoyao sect. Master, don't worry, Song Qingming will be handed over to me and Brother Lu. I will definitely not let you and the sect down. After some arguments, seeing Linghuji finally agreed, Yu Wuji also smiled a little more. The next day, early in the morning, the winter sun had not yet completely dispelled the fog on the battlefield. In the sky above the north of Naniafang, 4 large flying boats several dozen feet long quickly approached the direction of the market. Attack! As the horn of battle sounded on the flying boat, countless Zhuan sect monks rushed towards the distant market like ants. Set up the formation and fight the enemy. When the enemy was about to approach the front of the market, a purple light instantly enveloped the entire market, and then thousands of people in uniform rushed out of the purple light. The 2 sides fought together in less than a moment. After many Qi refining and foundation building monks below fought, more than a dozen escape lights of different colors flew out from both sides of the battlefield. A moment later, in the sky above the battlefield, more than a dozen giant monks holding magic weapons suddenly appeared on both sides. Li Wutuang, you invaded our territory without reason and massacred our Zhuan sect cultivators. You have openly betrayed our alliance in the floating cloud mountains to fight the enemy together. The major sects will definitely investigate this matter in the future. I advise you to withdraw from Naniafang as soon as possible and hand over the murderer who killed junior brother Liu to our sect. Otherwise, when our sect takes back the market, we will never let you go. Master, Yu Zhuan sect has forgotten all the dirty things you did in the past, right? The remnants of the Ma family are here. If you are willing to hand Ma Kitty over to our Xiaoyao sect for disposal, maybe we can consider talking to you. If you don't want to, don't blame us for not giving you a chance. When Ma Kitty, who was standing in the air, heard Li Wutong mention the rebellion of the Ma family in Iron Immortal Castle that year, a bit of ugliness suddenly appeared on his face. Ma Kitty is also a cultivator who formed a golden elixir at about the same time as Song Qingming, and now his cultivation has broken through to the 7th level of the golden elixir. Although her cultivation speed is not as fast as Song Qingming, it is still faster than most of the cultivators present. Now she has officially become a disciple of the sect's supreme elder Wu Zhuan, and has become one of the core cultivators of the Zhuan sect. Facing the unreasonable request made by Li Wutuang, Yu Wuji naturally would not agree, and directly opened his mouth and scolded, "Humph! You want to get beauty, and want us to hand over our people. Do you really think that my Zhuan sect is made of mud? You yourself are unwilling to hand over people. Why are you talking so much nonsense? The world of immortal cultivation cannot solve problems with just your mouth. If you want to take back the market from us, then you Zhuan sect, show your ability." As Li Wutong took the initiative to show his own life magic weapon, the 2 sides immediately fought into a group, and both the number of people and the scale of the battle were much higher than the previous 2 days. Compared with the battles of the previous 2 days, the Xiaoyao sect received support from Chen Zuixin, a top giant master, and the Zhuan sect also had Ma Kitty and another giant cultivator named Lu who had just formed a giant with a lower cultivation level. This time, Yu Wuji directly faced Chen Zuixin, who had the highest cultivation level among the Xiaoyao sect, and Li Wutong fought with Ma Kitty, who had just broken through the 7th level of giant. Song Qingming's opponents also changed to Linghuji and a giant cultivator named Lu, who had only the 1st level of giant. At the beginning, Linghuji took the initiative and directly threw out a 3rd-level low-grade puppet beast in the shape of a black eagle, and then controlled the puppet beast in front of him to form a small, 3-talent formation with his fellow giant disciples, named Lu. This 3-talent formation that can gather the power of many people to use in one place does not require high requirements from the user. As long as the formation level reaches the 1st-level upper-grade formation master, it can be easily used. But the power of the formation is far less than that of the high-level formation. With the blessing of the 2 people behind him, the pressure on Linghuji in front can only be barely raised to the 9th level of the golden elixir, which probably blesses him with about 20% of combat power. Seeing Linghuji and the other 2 rushing towards him, Song Qingming was not in a hurry and directly summoned his life-saving magic weapon 5 Elements Divine Light Mirror, which turned into golden shield to block in front of him. the third-level upper-grade flying sword magic weapon in Linghuji's hand, when encountering the 5 elements divine light mirror blessed by the Qi Refining Treasure Ju, could not break the defense in front of Song Qingming at all, but was forced back by the spiritual light shot from it. Seeing that he could not resist, Linghuji immediately turned from offense to defense and directly activated a copper bale magic weapon to block in front of him. This magic weapon is also the most proud defensive magic weapon on Linghuji. With the blessing of the magic power of the 2 people behind him, the copper bell immediately became several times larger and blocked the 5-color golden light on the opposite side. But he had just blocked the attack of the 5 elements divine light mirror when a man in black robes came over with a big axe and chopped the bronze bell with it, knocking Linghuji and his men back several steps. Golden core corpse puppet. I haven't seen him use it before, and I thought he didn't bring it with him. It turns out he has a backup plan. Seeing the golden wind that suddenly came to him, Linghuji immediately recognized it. It was a golden core corpse puppet following Song Qingming. Song Qingming had used this item when he participated in the Iron Immortal Castle battle. Linghuji naturally knew that Song Qingming had a golden core corpse puppet. However, the cultivation level of golden wind was only the first level of golden core back then, but now it has been raised to the 5th level of golden core by Song Qingming, which was somewhat beyond Linghuji's expectations. It is unknown what special means Song Qingming found to raise the cultivation level of golden wind to the 5th level of golden core so quickly. Linghuji couldn't figure this out. Even the people in the Xiaoyao sect were curious about how Song Qingming did it. Later, Su Ziyan, who was very interested in this, took the initiative to ask Song Qingming about it. Only then did she know that he was able to improve the practice speed of golden wind after Li Zuanai helped him find the flame spirit water. Because this method is really harsh, and it is necessary to find a rare spiritual object such as flame spirit water to cleanse the corpse puppet's body, everyone gradually lost interest after asking around. At this moment, facing the joint urgency of Song Qingming and golden wind, Linghuji and others also felt pressured, and could only rely on the copper bale magic weapon in front of them to hold Song Qingming back. The situation of other people was not much different from before. Except for Li Wutuang's relatively relaxed performance in dealing with Makiti, they did not take much advantage of the other party. While the high-level cultivators above were fighting desperately, the foundation building and Qi Refining disciples of both sides were also fighting fiercely in front of the market formation below. The Xiaoyao sect, which had the mountain protection formation as its back, was at a disadvantage and could only passively defend because it had fewer people than the other side, but with the help of the mountain protection formation, it was not defeated by the other side for a while. Just as the monks of both sides on the battlefield began to enter a state of anxiety, dozens of Jingyuan sect monks hidden on the large flying boat suddenly formed a formation and turned into a huge flying sword dozens of feet long and rushed into the battlefield. These dozens of Jingyuan sect monks all had foundation building cultivation. The wind spirit sword formation they formed was also a major killer move prepared by the Jingyuan sect. Its power was no less than that of ordinary late Jindan monks. After the Jingyuan sect's wind spirit sword formation just entered the battlefield, it killed more than a dozen Xiaoyao sect monks nearby in just a moment, and the golden sword hilt went straight into the mountain protection formation behind. The Naniafang mountain protection formation had been damaged in yesterday's attack and had not been completely repaired. Now only half of its power was left, and it was difficult to resist the attack of the wind spirit sword formation. Just after being hit, the entire mountain protection formation in the market town shook continuously and became a little dim. Seeing that the opponent's killing move was about to break through the formation, 2 escape lights suddenly flew out of the market town, releasing magic weapons to block the front and stop the enemy's wind spirit sword formation. These 2 escape lights were Jin Ziyun and Zhang Tiang, who had just arrived in the market town to provide support. Because the opponent didn't know that Jin Ziyun and the others came to support, they originally planned to hide in the market town and use them as a surprise attack on other Jindan monks of the Jingyuan sect. Unexpectedly, the opponent also hit a killing move like the wind spirit sword formation. If Jin Ziyun and the others hadn't appeared in time to block the opponent's attack, once the Jingyuan sect broke through the mountain protection formation in the market town, the Xiaoyao sect with a numerical disadvantage would definitely find it difficult to defend the market town. After being blocked by Jin Ziyun, the Jingyuan sect monk did not lose heart and controlled the wind spirit sword formation to continue attacking. Soon, Jin Ziyun and Zhang Tiang were entangled. This wind spirit sword formation, composed of dozens of foundation building monks, is an extremely powerful trump card of the Qingming sect. It is equivalent to a giant and late stage monk with the strength of Li Wutong. Jin Ziyun and Zhang Tianyang's fighting ability is relatively average. Facing the wind spirit sword formation, they not only failed to gain an advantage but fell behind. For a while, they also showed a bit of ugly color on their faces. Song Qingming and others who were fluctuating above, seeing Jin Ziyun and others below gradually falling into disadvantage, were also a little anxious. Seeing this, Song Qingming, who still had strength left, cast a spell again to release hundreds of golden spirit insects, commanding these golden illusion butterflies to go to help, and only then did they help Jin Ziyun and Zhang Tianyang stabilize their position, while the fierce battle in Naniufang was getting intense, high in the sky to the north of the market. Two people standing in the void were also looking at each other face to face, with murderous intent in their eyes. Li Mufeng, stop trying to evade me with your talk about hunting down the demon cultivators. You and I both know that your Xiaoyao sect is only coming for Naniufang. Our floating Cloud Mountain 100 sect alliance has only been established for 20 years, and you have betrayed us and started a war with my Qingming sect. Aren't you afraid that both of us will suffer losses in the end and be taken advantage of by the demons in the future? Haha. Brother Wu, you are joking. Our sect came to Yu Kingdom only to wipe out the demon cultivators. It is clearly your Qingming sect that is attacking our cultivators, not us who took the initiative to start a war. Our sect is not a group of people who like to interfere in the affairs of other sects, and it is even more impossible for us to collude with the demons without regard for the morality of human cultivators. Besides, there are so many eyes watching us around. How can you talk nonsense? Brother Wu, please take back your words. Facing Wu Zhengyuan's questioning, Li Mufeng blocked it with a few words, and then looked at him calmly. Seeing the other party's sarcastic words, clearly refusing to admit the fact that Xiaoyao sect took the initiative to tear up the alliance and invade Yu state, Wu Zhengyuan's face trembled with anger. However, as a unyielding cultivator who has practiced for many years, Wu Zhengyuan quickly suppressed his anger. After carefully glancing around, he asked Li Mufeng sternly, "Your Excellency blocked my way here. Did you arrange for Bai Yuxin to go to Naniufang?" Li Mufeng heard this and shook his head gently and said, "Dao, don't worry. As unyielding cultivators, how can we directly interfere in the affairs of the giant and cultivators below? Anyway, I still know this rule, so there is no need for Brother Wu to remind me, because the power of unyielding cultivators is too strong. A random attack can kill hundreds of low-level cultivators below, so when the two sects in the floating Cloud Mountain range fight, the general unyielding cultivators will not easily end up. This is also a rule that both sides will tacitly accept in the internal struggle of human cultivators. Otherwise, once the nascent soul cultivators do not follow the rules and attack at will, the result is likely to be a loss for both sides, resulting in a tragic scene that neither side wants to see." Facing Wu Zhengyuan's question, Li Mufeng did not want to hide it from him and directly told him the answer he wanted. After hearing Li Mufeng's reply, Wu Zhengyuan was slightly relieved and nodded. Since fellow Taoist knows the rules, then both sides will rely on their own abilities. Chapter 813, Peace and the End of the War. An hour later, in the sky above Naniufang. In this battle, apart from the many giant and monks in the sky, many low-level monks in the foundation building and Qi refining stages below have been killed or injured. There are hundreds of dead monk corpses on the battlefield. In the air, Ling Huji and the Gu surnamed giant and monk who were fighting with Song Qingming. Facing the fierce attack of Song Qingming and Golden Wind, they could only passively defend and could not hold on. Boom! After a loud noise, the golden bronze bell in front of Ling Huji suddenly showed a crack under Song Qingming's repeated attacks, and then the shield that the bronze bell turned into immediately collapsed in front of him. Seeing that the strongest defensive magic weapon on his body was broken by Song Qingming's attack, Ling Huji was also surprised. He could only take out a defensive talisman to cast a spell in front of him, and barely blocked the next giant axe in the hand of Golden Wind. Then, before Song Qingming's next attack arrived, Ling Huji immediately dodged and retreated to the side, hastily casting a spell towards the Black Eagle puppet beast behind him to step forward to resist the opponent. Under the powerful attack of Song Qingming's Golden Yaobao aura, as expected, this third-level low-grade puppet beast was directly destroyed by Song Qingming on the spot after only resisting for a moment. Then it turned back into a palm-sized black wooden block and fell directly from the sky. The third-level low-grade puppet beast behind him was destroyed by Song Qingming's attack, and the three-talent formation cast by Linghuji and the giant and monk surnamed Lu immediately lost its effect, and was forced to deal with the attacks of Song Qingming and Golden Wind alone. Whether it was Linghuji or the monk surnamed Lu, without the support of the three-talents formation, their fighting strength was obviously not the opponent of Song Qingming and Golden Wind. After only fighting for dozens of rounds, the two felt that they could not hold on any longer, and began to send messages around for help. "Brother Linghu, save me." Hearing the giant and monk surnamed Lu next to him asking for help, Linghuji, who was forced to retreat repeatedly by Song Qingming, ignored the other party and could only send a message to the head of the sect Yuwuji not far away. "Head of the sect, I can't hold on any longer. Make up your mind quickly." Not long after Linghuji finished speaking, the giant and monk surnamed Lu was blown away by the axe of the Golden Wind controlled by Song Qingming. He was unable to stand steadily and almost fell from the air after a scream. Seeing that Linghuji and the other two could not hold on, and the many Jinyuan sect monks on the battlefield below were also unable to open up the battlefield situation, Yuwuji, the head of the Jinyuan sect, also felt a little anxious. After a moment, Yuwuji's eyes became more determined. After blocking Chen Zuixin's attack with a magic weapon in his hand, he directly shook off the other party and moved towards Linghuji and the other two. "Your opponent is me, where are you going?" Seeing that the other party wanted to intervene in the fight between him and himself, Chen Zuixin showed a slight displeasure on his face, and controlled the flying sword magic weapon in his hand to chase after the other party. Chen Zuixin's flying sword magic weapon had just caught up with him. And Yuwuji turned around and did not choose to use his magical powers to resist the danger that was close at hand. Instead, he took out a golden talisman and cast a spell to turn it into a sharp sword and threw it at Chen Zuixin in midair. This is a 4th level talisman. The golden talisman that Yuwuji took out was a 4th level low-grade talisman given to him as a trump card by Wu Jinyuan, the supreme elder of the Jinyuan sect. Its power exceeded that of ordinary magic weapons of the same level. Just after it appeared, the powerful momentum emanating from the golden talisman had attracted the attention of many monks around, and they all showed a hint of surprise. In this kind of giant-level battlefield, spiritual objects above the 4th level are very rare. Although Chen Zuixin was prepared, he did not expect that the other party would suddenly take out such a powerful 4th level talisman. At this critical moment, Chen Zuixin could only use all his strength to urge his natal flying sword to block in front of him, and instantly collided with the talisman released by the opponent. The power of this attack was very huge. The aftermath in the middle alone shocked several nearby monks who were closest to him and directly retreated several feet away. Although Chen Zuixin, who was at the center of the battlefield, forcibly took the opponent's attack, his natal flying sword was also knocked out, and several huge cracks appeared. The natal magic weapon was seriously damaged, and Chen Zuixin was also in a bad condition. He was also directly knocked out on the spot and spit out several mouthfuls of blood. It was obvious that he was seriously injured in this attack just now. However, in order to launch this sudden attack, Yuwuji was unable to completely avoid the sword that Chen Zuixin had chased behind him before, and was cut off 3 fingers of his right hand by the opponent's sword. With blood flowing from his hands, he quickly swallowed a healing pill, which made his face look a little better. Seeing Chen Zuixin being severely injured by his blow not far away, he, who had just swallowed the elixir to heal his wounds, did not care about refining the elixir in his body, and immediately controlled the magic weapon in his hand to kill Chen Zuixin. Seeing that the opponent was approaching again, Chen Zuixin could only grit his teeth and control the flying sword to fight with him again. However, Chen Zuixin, who was originally as strong as the opponent, was obviously greatly affected after being severely injured by the opponent, and was forced to retreat again and again by Yuwuji. Seeing that the situation was not good, Chen Zuixin could only send a message to Song Qingming on the side for help. Seeing this, Song Qingming also immediately and decisively gave up suppressing the opponent, went to help Chen Zuixin stop Yuwuji, and replaced his original opponent Linghuji with him. After Song Qingming and Chen Zuixin exchanged opponents, they barely maintained the balance of the battlefield. They fought until it was getting dark, and then they withdrew their troops. This battle was much more intense than the first 2 days, and both sides suffered heavy losses. On the Xiaoyao sect side, more than 30 foundation building and more than 200 Qi refining cultivators were lost. As for the giant cultivators, Shen Tongzhao, Jin Ziyan, Yu Nishan, and Song Qingai were all injured in the battle. But the impact on them is not that great at present. The one who was seriously injured was Chen Zuixin, the person with the highest cultivation level in the sect and the battlefield. After suffering a sneak attack from Yu Wuji, Chen Zuixin's injuries were also somewhat serious. Now, even if he can still go to the battlefield after healing, he can only barely exert about half of his strength in his prime. On the other side, the Jiuan sect, because it was the active attacking party, although it had an advantage in numbers, lost more low-level cultivators than the Xiaoyao sect. Most of the Jiandan cultivators of the Jiuan sect, such as Yu Wuji and Ling Huji, were also injured. The most seriously injured Jiandan cultivator, named Lu, was almost destroyed on the spot by the Golden Wind and finally had to withdraw from the battlefield in advance. Yu Wuji, who had just returned to the base, had just refined the healing elixir in his body and immediately came out of retreat to the tent where everyone was discussing matters. How is junior brother Lu's injury? Seeing that everyone present was present except for one person, Yu Wuji quickly asked Wang Zihan, who was standing nearby. Seeing this, Wang Zihan, who looked a little unhappy, could only bow and answer, junior brother Lu's natal magic weapon was broken, and his injuries are quite serious. He is still recuperating in seclusion. But don't worry, master. Although junior brother Lu's injuries are serious, his life is not in danger. He will recover slowly by spending more time recuperating. It's just that I'm afraid junior brother Lu won't be able to participate in the battle tomorrow. Junior brother Lu has just formed a pill not long ago. If the sect was not short of manpower now, I would not want to transfer him to the front battlefield easily. It's just that he was injured so seriously this time, and I'm afraid his future path will be affected. I can only find a way to compensate him in the future. It's a pity that I used the talisman given by Uncle Wu today, but failed to kill Chen Zuixin successfully. Otherwise we would definitely be able to defeat Xiaoyao sect and take back Nanaofang in this battle today. After Yu Wuji finished speaking, he couldn't help but sighed slightly. Ling Huji, who still had a trace of blood on the corner of his mouth, took the initiative to ask after hearing this, Master, now that junior brother Lu is injured, we no longer have the advantage on the battlefield. Shall we continue to attack the market tomorrow, or wait for the reinforcements to arrive? Upon hearing Ling Huji's question, Yu Wuji quickly replied, Humph. We don't have the advantage, and the other side hasn't had an easy time these days. Although Chen Zuixin has saved his life today, his injuries are not much lighter than junior brother Lu. I'm afraid that he can no longer attack at will like junior brother Lu. In any case, we must continue to attack the city tomorrow. This is also our last chance to take back the market. Xiaoyao sect has developed so fast in recent years, and its strength is no longer what it used to be. If they wait for them to gain a foothold in Nanaofang, I'm afraid that our Jiuan sect will no longer have a place to settle down in the future. More than 100 years ago, when the Iron Immortal Fort was fought, the strength of the Jiuan sect and the Xiaoyao sect was not much different, and the two sides barely fought a draw in that battle. Finally, the Jiuan sect successfully withdrew some of the Ma family monks back to Yu state. Unexpectedly, after only 100 years, not only did Bai Yuxin successfully break through to the nascent soul realm, but the strength of Song Qingming, Chen Zuixin and other late Jiandan monks was also much stronger than that of the Xiaoyao sect. Now the Jiuan sect and the battlefield can still rely on the large number of low-level monks to gain some advantages. If they cannot fight quickly, when the Xiaoyao sect has reinforcements, they will have no chance to win this war. Just as Yu Wuji thought, the people of the Xiaoyao sect suffered from too many casualties among the low-level monks, which was indeed a bit difficult. Knowing that they had fallen into disadvantage, the people of the Xiaoyao sect could only face the night and quickly install the several high-level Fian crossbows they brought on the city wall of Fangxi, preparing for the battle on the second day. In addition to Chen Zuixin, who was seriously injured, Song Qingming also suffered some minor injuries in the daytime battle. Although he knew that it would not affect her much, Song Qingming still had a little more worry in his heart, and gave her 2 more level 3 defensive talismans that he had drawn for self-defense. In such a battlefield where many Jiandan monks were fighting, Song Qingming simply could not spare too much energy to take care of others, and could only patiently give Song Qingming a few more words. The next morning, with the sound of the horn that shook the battlefield, the two sides started fighting on the battlefield again. This time, like the battle in the previous few days, although the two sides fought very fiercely, they still could not tell the result, but there were hundreds of monks' bodies added to the battlefield. Although they paid a considerable price, the people of Xiaoyao sect still relied on their own strength to hold on, and did not let the enemy break through the Nanaifang they were guarding. In this way, the battle lasted for 5 or 6 days, and both sides lost a lot of monks, and even giant and monks began to fall on the battlefield. In the end, the Jiuan sect, which suffered a lot of losses on the battlefield, was the first to be unable to hold on, and took the initiative to withdraw its troops to the north and retreat to the interior of Yu to rest. After learning that the enemy had evacuated, the people of the Xiaoyao sect, who had finally managed to hold on, breathed a sigh of relief. They hurriedly seized the time to reinforce the market formation and prepare for battle, while transporting supplies and reinforcements to the front line. In the previous more than 10 days of continuous fighting, the Xiaoyao sect not only lost thousands of low-level monks, but even Jin Zian, the sect's golden elixir elder, unfortunately fell on the battlefield. Although the losses of the Jiuan sect were greater than those of the Xiaoyao sect, they chose to retreat on their own initiative, but their sect's strength was not severely damaged. If nothing unexpected happens, there will probably be a more brutal war next. Just when everyone was preparing for battle and ready to respond to the counterattack of the Jiuan sect monks at any time, Bai Yuxin, who had not been seen for a long time, suddenly appeared in the Nanayu Square and brought everyone a somewhat unexpected news. When the Jiuan sect and the Xiaoyao sect fought, the northern demon tribe took advantage of the empty defense forces in the north of the Jiuan sect and began to gather south on a large scale, and had already broken through several small markets in the north of Yu state. Now most of the forces of the Jiuan sect have been mobilized to the north to deal with the northern demons heading south. Upon hearing this good news, some of the Xiaoyao sect monks began to clamor for revenge for Jin Zian and others who died on the battlefield, and to continue to march northward into the heartland of Yu while the Jiuan sect's forces were empty. However, after hearing this, Bai Yuxin immediately shook his head and stopped everyone. I know what everyone is thinking, but the invasion of the northern demons this time is not just an invasion of Yu. I have received news that Funiu Mountain has begun to gather a large army to march south, and many demon beasts have appeared outside Baiyun Valley. If the Funiu Mountain demons march south on a large scale, it will definitely not be enough for Fengping and a few people to be stationed in the north of the sect. I am afraid we will have to withdraw forces to help at any time. In addition, the Wanling sect has also intervened to mediate this matter. I estimate that it will not take long for Senior Brother Li to reach an agreement with the Jiuan sect. At this time, it is not appropriate for us to go deep into the territory of Yu. The fight between the Xiaoyao sect and the Jiuan sect is a conflict between the human race after all. When encountering a common enemy, the northern demons, no matter how big the grudges between the two sides are, they should consider temporarily putting aside the common enemy. Otherwise, the fight between the two sects will benefit the demons, and it will not be worth a loss. Even if the hostile sect invades the territory, it will only be a fight between cultivators, and generally will not involve the mortals under its rule. Once the demon tribe took advantage of the situation, the land would be completely devoid of people and animals. The loss would be too great for any sect to bear. Hearing that the sect was considering negotiating a ceasefire with the Jiuan sect, everyone was unhappy, but they did not dare to say more and nodded in agreement. What happened next was just as Bai Yuxin said. Half a month later, the Jiuan sect, which had already felt the pressure from the northern demon tribe, chose to take the initiative to make peace with the Xiaoyao sect, gave up the idea of going south to retake the Nanaifang, and concentrated its main forces back to the north of Yu to deal with the demon tribe going south. Compared with the Nanaifang in the south, the territories in the north of Yu that had just been recaptured from the demon tribe were much larger, and naturally more important to the Jiuan sect. They would not easily return them to the demon tribe. The Xiaoyao sect also stopped when it saw the good, and agreed to temporarily cease the war and make peace with the other party and not continue to invade other parts of Yu in the north after the Wanling sect took the initiative to mediate. The territory thousands of miles southeast of Nanaifang has since been owned by Xiaoyao sect, which means that Uiguo has one more county territory. In addition, the spiritual stone veins around Nanaifang and other mineral spiritual vein resources have all fallen into the hands of Xiaoyao sect. At the request of Jiuan sect, those immortal cultivation families and mortal cultivators who were originally attached to it and were unwilling to join Xiaoyao sect all moved away from Nanaifang. Xiaoyao sect did not object to this. After all, most of these people have followed Jiuan sect for many years, and forcing them to stay may still be a hidden danger to the sect. It is better to let them leave by themselves, and then migrate cultivators and mortals from the interior of Uiguo to slowly manage Naniufang. As long as a few decades have passed, all the cultivators in the entire Naniufang have become people from Uiguo, and this place has nothing to do with Zhuan sect. After the invasion of the demon tribe in Yu State, the demon tribe of Funiu Mountain in the north of Wei State also began to stir after hearing the news. Soon, at the signal of Maling Demon King, Funiu Mountain assembled thousands of demon beasts to march south, trying to retake the territory they had lost before. Not only the Baiyun Valley at the forefront, but also many neighboring market towns and the White Lion Square near the north of the Song family also appeared in the demon beast army and began to besiege the market town. For a time, the entire northern Wei state began to rekindle the flames of war, and countless monks and demon beasts fought for territory. After the two sects signed a ceasefire agreement, Song Qingming and others immediately hurried back to Wei state, and then rushed directly to the Baiyun Valley in the north to participate in the battle against the Funiu Mountain demon tribe's southward march. The last time the sect went north to attack the demon tribe, Funiu Mountain lost most of its demon beasts and was seriously injured. It has only been a short 20 years, and the strength of the northern demon tribe has not fully recovered. Facing the all-out attack of the Xiaoao sect, the strength of Funiu Mountain, whether it is the giant and demon king or the lower-level demon beasts, is still obviously at a disadvantage. As soon as he saw Song Qingming and others appear on the battlefield one by one, the White Dragon Demon King, who was responsible for the siege of Baiyun Valley, immediately chose to retreat and led the demon army back to Funiu Mountain. The Battle of Baiyun Valley seemed a bit anticlimactic because of the decisive retreat of the demons. The two sides seemed to be very active, but there was almost no major conflict, and the battle ended quickly. The White Lion Square on the Song family side had the same result. Under the guard of the Song family monks led by Wang Xian, after fighting with the invading giant elephant demon king army, the demons quickly chose to retreat. Although both sides suffered some damage, there were no major casualties. The northern part of Uiguo, which had been turbulent, also gradually calmed down after the demons of Funiu Mountain retreated across the board. On the other hand, the battle was much more intense in the Yu Kingdom's Zhuan sect. The Zhuan sect, which was not well prepared, was beaten back by the demon army and lost a large number of monks and mortals. In the end, with the assistance of several small countries around and the help of the unyielding sect, they finally regained some of the territory occupied by the demons and stabilized the northern front after paying a certain price. After 2 wars with the Xiaoao sect and the northern demon tribe, the Yu State Zhuan sect lost thousands of cultivators and several giant and elders at once, and was seriously injured since then. After that, the Zhuan sect completely lost the strength to challenge the Xiaoao sect, and could only defend its existing territory and barely maintain the dignity of a unyielding sect. Although the Xiaoao sect suffered less losses in the Battle of Naniufang, it also lost more than 1,000 foundation building and Qi refining cultivators. Even Jin Xian, a middle-stage giant and elder, fell on the battlefield. Although the Xiaoao sect has developed rapidly in recent years, the sect's strength has expanded rapidly after the northern expedition, and the number of cultivators in the sect has increased by 20% to 30% compared with 100 years ago. But the loss of so many cultivators at once also made the 2 unyielding ancestors of the sect, as well as giant and elders such as Li Wutong, feel distressed. In addition, many cultivators in the Xiaoao sect were seriously injured on the battlefield, including Chen Zuixin, who is currently the most promising person in the sect to reach the nascent soul realm. Chen Zuixin, whose life treasure was injured by the enemy's sneak attack, is estimated to need at least 10 to 20 years of seclusion before he can recover. This will indeed have a significant impact on him, who should have been preparing to condense the nascent soul in seclusion. Among the other giant and cultivators who participated in the battle, Shen Tongzhao's injuries were also not light. However, compared with Chen Zuixin, who was more seriously injured, Shen Tongzhao's injuries were relatively better. At most, he would be able to recover in 5 or 6 years of recuperation, and his future path would not be affected that much. The remaining injured Song Qingming and the others were not seriously injured. As long as they found a suitable healing spiritual object, they would be able to recover in 1 or 2 years. Since the start of the war, Song Qingming has always been a little worried about Song Qingming's safety. Fortunately, although Song Qingming was accidentally injured in the battle, he still survived to the end without any danger. Although this battle was very costly, it also demonstrated the dignity of the entire Xiaoao sect, allowing other surrounding sects to witness the powerful strength of the Xiaoyao sect, and the entire Uyghur cultivators became famous because of it. After this, many of the nearby small countries took the initiative to attach themselves to the Xiaoyao sect of Uyghur, which greatly increased the influence of the sect in the immortal cultivation world of the floating cloud mountains. Chapter 814, Sect Changes. 3 years later. After the war, not long after, the entire Guiyang mountain was soon covered with flags. The sect's majesty was also based on the sacrifice of many fellow monks. The Xiaoyao sect naturally had to arrange their affairs after death and give these sect disciples a grand funeral. For this reason, Song Qingming, Song Qingyu and Wang Xian went to the sect to send off their old friend Jin Xian. Jin Xian was a cultivator of the same generation as Li Wutuang. His lifespan was almost 500 years old, but his cultivation had not yet broken through to the 6th level of the Golden Core. Like the Guangling Zhenren who sacrificed for the sect, Jin Xian was also a cultivator who had stopped on the road and exhausted his potential for cultivation before his death. Because he knew that he had no hope of advancing to the nascent soul realm in this life, Jin Xian had also neglected his own cultivation in recent years, which also led to a decline in his ability to fight with others, which was why he was exploited by the enemy monks in the Nanaofang battle. As fellow disciples, Jin Xian and Song Qingming had a relatively good relationship among many elders of the sect. Song Qingming did feel a little sad about his sudden death. However, Jin Xian, an old monk with exhausted potential, was able to die on the battlefield for the sect instead of dying alone on the sickbed, which was in line with his hot temper throughout his life. With his great contribution to the sect's General Affairs Hall will take better care of his descendants, and the pension treatment will definitely be better than that of the descendants of other elders who died in meditation. After sending away many monks who died in battle, the sect soon ushered in a period of peaceful development. After the Nanaofang battle, less than half a year later, another monk in the sect successfully formed a pill, which made up for the vacancy of Jin Xian's death. This new monk, named Luo Qingyan, was a direct disciple of the sect's golden pill elder Chu Fengping. Luo Qingyan's spiritual root qualifications are the same as Su Ziyan's. He is also a person who has successfully formed a 3 spiritual root. Although his spiritual root qualifications are not the best in the sect, Luo Qingyan has an excellent talent for alchemy. After becoming a disciple of Chu Fengping, the master of the alchemy pavilion of the sect, his alchemy level has steadily improved to the 3rd level lower grade. It is precisely because of his superb alchemy skills that Luo Qingyan has been able to accumulate good deeds for the sect faster than others. In addition, his master Chu Fengping also gave Luo Qingyan some support behind the scenes, allowing him to exchange for the 5-element spirit objects that impact the Golden Core realm twice, and finally lived up to everyone's expectations and successfully advanced to the Golden Core realm. It has been less than 30 years since Yu Nishan successfully formed a pill, and the sect has a new foundation-building disciple who has successfully formed a pill. The entire Xiaoyao sect is naturally delighted. For this reason, the sect also specially held a large-scale Golden Core celebration, which gradually diluted the remaining sadness of the mountain half a year ago. Chu Fengping, the master, was extremely happy that his disciple had successfully formed a golden elixir. When everyone came to congratulate him, he generously gave Luo Qingyan a 3rd level lower grade magic weapon in public, which also surprised Song Qingming and others. You should know that the value of a 3rd level lower grade magic weapon is almost close to tens of thousands of spirit stones. Even for his own disciple, Chu Fengping was too generous. Seeing this, Song Qingming also had some guesses in his heart. Chu Fengping did this, probably to pave the way for his future affairs, and wanted to fully support Luo Qingyan, so as to leave a backer for the cultivators of his lineage in the sect in the future. Although Chu Fengping is much younger than Jin Xian, he is also nearly 400 years old. After his own cultivation advanced to the 6th level of the golden elixir, Chu Fengping's cultivation encountered a huge bottleneck, and was blocked by the late stage of the golden elixir for many years. In the end, he broke through the realm, relying on a rare elixir obtained from the Thunder Yuanhe trade fair a few years ago, which allowed him to advance to the 7th level of the golden elixir by chance. Although he still has a chance to condense the nascent soul in theory, Chu Fengping knows in his heart that with his talent for cultivation, it will be difficult for him to advance to the 9th level of the golden core in the future, let alone the higher level of the nascent soul. For this reason, it is normal for Chu Fengping to make some preparations for his descendants in advance. After all, he does not know whether he will suddenly fall like Jin Xian in the future. Since Yuxin convinced the nascent soul, the strength of the Xiaoyao sect has developed rapidly in the past few decades. Not only did the northern expedition to the Demon Clan expand the territory of thousands of miles, but also took the Nanaofang from the Zhewen sect to the east, and the sect's territory expanded by nearly 30%. After obtaining so many territories, the resources controlled in the Xiaoyao sect naturally increased a lot, and the population of both cultivators and mortals has experienced a rapid outbreak. At the Luo Qingyan Ganji celebration, Su Ziyan, who manages the sect's secular things, also took out a list of the General Affairs Hall and reported the development of the sect in recent years to the two sect's supreme elders. In less than 30 years, the number of cultivators in the Xiaoyao sect has increased to more than 20,000, not including the many vassal cultivation families under its sect you have taken together. The number of cultivators controlled by the entire Xiaoyao sect is almost more than 30,000. Among them are two Yuanying supreme elders, Li Mufen, who is at the 4th level of Yuanying, and Bai Yuxin, who has just formed a baby and is still at the 1st level of Yuanying. The sect's Jinden elders are Chen Zuixin, 9th level of Jinden, Song Qingming, 9th level of Jinden, Li Wutuang, 8th level of Jinden, Chu Fangping, 7th level of Jinden, Zhao Mengling, 6th level of Jinden, Song Qingaiu, 6th level of Jinden, Su Ziyan, 6th level of Jinden, Zhang Tiang, 5th level of Jinden, Wang Xian, 5th level of Jinden, Fang Baixuan, 4th level of Jinden, Shen Tongzhao, 3rd level of Jinden, Yu Nishan, 3rd level of Jinden, Zhao Xingtang, 2nd level of Jinden, Hu Qingyan, 1st level of Jinden, Luo Qingyan, 1st level of Jinden, a total of 15 people. Among them, Song Qingming, Song Qingaiu, Wang Xian, Zhang Tiang, Hu Qingyan, and Zhao Xingtang have not directly joined the sect, and they are still serving as guest elders. P.S. The reason why these Jinden elders' realms are directly marked is to facilitate everyone's viewing. If there's anything wrong, please help correct it. In addition, Zhou Jiang is at the 4th level of Jinden and Zhang Rong is at the 1st level of Jinden. Although they are also in the Uyghur cultivation world, I did not write them down because they did not directly join the Xiaoyao sect. A few decades ago, when the chaos of monsters in the northern border had just ended, the Xiaoyao sect that had experienced a great battle had less than 200 foundation-building disciples in the sect now. After a few decades, as the sect's strength has gradually recovered, the number of foundation-building cultivators in the sect has nearly doubled, and there are almost 400 people. This is also due to the continuous development of the sect over the years, and the expansion and occupation of a lot of territory, so that the sect has more resources to cultivate the cultivators in the sect. This is also the process that the Xiaoyao sect that urgently needs to expand after Bai Yuxin condenses the nascent soul will definitely experience. If nothing unexpected happens, in another 100 years, the Xiaoyao sect will become a Yuanying sect that can stand shoulder to shoulder with his ancient sect of the Wu Kingdom, and have the strength to rank among the top 3 sects in the world of immortal cultivation in the floating cloud mountains. After participating in Luo Qingyan's dam-forming celebration, Song Qingming and his friends, who had nothing to do, quickly returned to their family to concentrate on cultivation. In the blink of an eye, spring and autumn came, and another 3 years passed. On this day, on a high mountain beside the Qing River, 2 cultivators, one tall and one short, wearing Song family clothes, were running quickly along the river bank, their figures like cunning rabbits. The one running in front was a little older. He was the 37th cultivator of the Lin generation of the Song family. His name was Song Lingyuan, and his cultivation had reached the 8th level of Qi Refining. The cultivator who was struggling to follow behind was a little shorter. He was the latest generation of the C generation cultivator of the Song family. He was ranked 11th in the family tree. His name was Song Sibei, and he had just broken through the 4th level of Qi Refining. Because of the big difference in cultivation, even though Song Lingyuan deliberately slowed down his pace, he still left Song Sibei behind, and the distance between the two was getting farther and farther. Uncle Lingyuan, I can't do it anymore, let's take a break. After the two ran along the riverbank for more than 10 miles, Song Sibei felt that his pace could no longer keep up with the other party. After shouting, he sat down on a stone on the shore. Seeing this, Song Lingyuan, who was running in front, laughed at him and could only turn around and walk back. Sibei, you are not doing well like this. When I was about your age, I followed Uncle 19 and the others to hunt monsters. With your current physical strength, you can't even catch up with the powerful monsters. If you want to join the law enforcement team to earn spirit stones, you have to work harder on your legs and feet in addition to your daily practice, Uncle Lingyuan. You have the qualifications of 3 spiritual roots. In the future, you will have the same chance to successfully build a foundation as the family elders. The family will certainly value you. I am just a pseudo-spiritual root. It's good enough to break through the late stage of Qi refining in this life. Even if I work hard to practice, I guess the law enforcement team will not look down on people like me, compared with Song Lingyuan, who has advanced to the late stage of Qi refining and is about to impact the foundation building realm. Song Sibei is just a 4 spiritual root cultivator with ordinary talent. He successfully broke through the 4th level of Qi refining at the age of 19. He had already realized that it was not easy to practice, and when he heard Song Lingyuan mention his past, he felt a little ashamed. After hearing Song Sibei's somewhat discouraging words, Song Lingyuan sighed slightly and hurried forward to comfort him. Sibei, what are you talking about? Although there are differences in personal talents, our path of cultivation is not entirely determined by talent. Think about it, there were many people in the family who were more talented than me. If I were to think like you now, I would have given up the path early and would not have achieved my current level of cultivation. The family does not consider personal talent now, but relies entirely on accumulating good deeds to exchange for foundation building pills. Although you and I are not as talented as others, as long as we are willing to contribute to the family, personal efforts can change the current situation. Really. Elder Yuanjin and Elders Wanda in the clan, aren't they all people who have successfully built the foundation of the 4 spiritual roots? As long as you can show your own abilities to the family in the future, how can you not have the opportunity to build the foundation? At such a young age, you start to complain about this and that. If your Tao heart is not firm, how can you practice in the future? Haha. Uncle Lingyuan, I just said it, why did you start to talk about it again? I know I was wrong. Don't worry, I will definitely work hard to practice in the future and strive to succeed in building the foundation with you. After Song Sibei finished speaking, he immediately stood up with the help of the stone and wanted to continue running forward. But just when he had just moved a few steps, he was pulled back by a big hand, and then a shield enveloped him. Be careful, there are monsters. As soon as Song Lingyuan finished speaking, several water arrows flew from a distance and landed directly on the shield in front of the 2 people, splashing a burst of water. Until this moment, Song Sibei saw that several black giant crabs suddenly appeared in the King River not far in front of the 2 of them, and rushed towards the 2 of them. Why are there monsters here? Did they come from above again? Since Song Qingming discovered that the King Cave Mansion allowed the family monks to occupy the vicinity, the river has been cleaned up several times by the family over the years, and there are no monsters left. But because the upper reaches of the King River are connected to the Funiu Mountain, monsters will still come to the lower reaches along the river from time to time. When he saw these black giant crabs, Song Sibei quickly guessed their origins and couldn't help shouting. Who cares where they come from? They are just a few mid-stage Qi refining monsters. What are you afraid of? Hurry up and grab your weapons. Song Sibei, who has practiced for so long and has never fought against wild monsters, was shocked and a little dazed. He stood there and didn't know how to deal with it next. It was Song Lingyuan who was standing by who couldn't help but give him a light kick, which calmed Song Sibei down. He quickly took out his magic weapon and rushed up with Song Lingyuan. Song Lingyuan's cultivation had reached the late stage of Qi training, and he had been a member of the family law enforcement team for many years, so he had rich experience in hunting monsters. Even though Song Sibei was a bit of a drag, the 2 of them still solved the 2 monsters that came to attack them. Only one of the more alert monsters saw that the situation was not good and fled back to the water. Seeing that Song Sibei still wanted to catch up and not let him go, Song Lingyuan quickly stopped him. Sibei, I don't know if there are any monsters in the water. I'm afraid it's not safe. Don't chase them yet. Let's deal with these 2 monsters first, report back to the elders, and wait for the family to send people to search the vicinity together. Song Sibei, who had walked back, looked at the 2 monster corpses on the shore and couldn't help laughing. I didn't expect that I could encounter monsters while patrolling here. This time I really benefited from Uncle Lingyuan. This opportunity came as soon as I said it, haha. You are still young, as long as you work hard to practice, there will always be a chance to encounter opportunities. The uncle and nephew smiled at each other and immediately began to decompose the monster corpses on the shore. In their eyes, these 2 monsters had already become shiny spirit stones. Just as the two were trying to clean up the monster corpses beside them, a loud rumble suddenly came from the water, followed by a splash of water. This huge movement instantly attracted the uncle and nephew on the shore. Turning around, they saw a black giant crab with a body size of 2 or 3 feet wide, waving huge iron pincers and glaring at the shore. This is a foundation-building monster. Run! After feeling the powerful aura emanating from the black giant crab, Song Lingyuan was immediately startled. He quickly dropped the monster corpse in his hand and ran away with Song Sibei. As Song Lingyuan ran, he threw out a red talisman from his hand and cast a spell directly. As soon as the talisman for help was used, the black giant crab in the water roared and rushed towards the two people's location quickly. The speed was much faster than that of ordinary Qi refining cultivators. Sibei, run to the mountain quickly, don't follow me, otherwise we can't escape. Seeing that the black giant crab behind him was getting closer and closer, Song Lingyuan shouted to Song Sibei, turned around, gritted his teeth, threw out a high-grade talisman to hit the monster behind him, and then changed direction and chose to run away separately from Song Sibei. The high-grade talisman in Song Lingyuan's hand only stopped the opponent for a moment, and the black giant crab caught up again. However, this black giant crab did not choose to chase the nearest Song Lingyuan first, but turned around and went straight to the weaker Song Sibei, the top of the Song family's Funiu Mountain. As a red light sank into the formation, the law enforcement team monk who received the letter for help opened the letter in his hand and took a look. Soon, the letter was sent to the family's meeting room. Song Yuanfang, who opened the letter, just took a look and immediately showed a trace of solemnity on his face. Quickly notify Yuanzu and Elder Zuanfeng, and let them gather in the meeting room immediately, saying that the family has an emergency. Husband, what happened? Seeing that her husband Song Yuanfeng looked a little unhappy, Wang Leking on the side hurriedly asked with concern. Upon hearing this, Song Yuanfeng sighed and said, something happened in King Zuanking sent a message saying that a late-stage foundation-building monster appeared nearby. They may not be able to handle it alone. You Xu, Zuanfeng and I will go there. I'll leave the housework to you. It's been a long time since I've encountered a late-stage foundation-building monster. My husband needs to be careful, don't worry. No matter how powerful the monster is, we have enough people to deal with it. I will send a message back in time if there is anything, Song Yuanfeng said as he walked out. He didn't expect that a figure suddenly appeared at the door of the conference hall, which made him stop in surprise. Greetings, clan leader. Seeing Song Qingming suddenly walk in, everyone in the conference hall was surprised and bowed to him in unison. Seeing this, Song Qingming waved his hand and asked, I just saw that it was Zuanking who sent a letter for help. Did something happen in King? Report to the clan leader, because the clan equipped King with a top-level second-grade upper-grade sound transmission talisman, which is different from other places. Song Qingming, who happened to be sipping tea on the top of the mountain, recognized it immediately after seeing the talisman. Considering the importance of the King Cave, Song Qingming, who was a little worried, came to the family's meeting room to inquire about the matter. After hearing Song Yuanfeng's explanation, he learned that a late-stage foundation-building monster had come near King. Song Qingming relaxed slightly and waved his hand to stop Song Yuanfeng and others who wanted to deal with the monster. I just happen to have nothing to do after retreating, so you don't have to go. I'll go there and stretch my hands and feet. Seeing that Song Qingming was going to deal with the monster himself, Song Yuanfeng was about to say something, but Song Qingming ignored him and turned around and left the family's meeting room. Then a beam of light flew out of Funiu Mountain and headed southward towards the location of King. A quarter of an hour later, at a mountain bay beside King River, Song Zuanking, standing on a flying sword and holding a three-legged tripod, was casting a spell and fighting fiercely with a huge black crab. A dozen Song family cultivators below, holding formation flags, formed a second-level formation and transformed into Golden Wolf Demon to help Song Zuanking contain some of the energy of the black crab. Song Zuanking's cultivation level is only the 4th level of foundation building, and because he has practiced the art of alchemy, Song Zuanking rarely goes out to fight with people of the same level, so his strength is not outstanding among the cultivators of the middle stage of foundation building. Facing a demon beast of the late stage of foundation building, even with the help of a second-level formation below, he is still no match for the opponent. He was beaten by the black giant crab and fell below, and his body has been covered with many scars. Elder Zuanking, this demon beast is so powerful that we may not be able to stop it alone. It is better to retreat first and wait for the family reinforcements to arrive. No, this place is too close to the place where the ancestors practiced. If this guy breaks in, it will be difficult for us to explain when the family blames us in the future. And if you retreat like this, you will definitely not have time to escape, and there will inevitably be casualties. Let's hold on a little longer. The elders should be on their way. After Song Xuanqing finished speaking, he had another silver second-level middle-grade talisman in his hand, which turned directly into a fire blade and slashed at the opponent, and then swallowed a pill to restore spiritual energy. After forcing the opponent to retreat with the power of the talisman and taking a breath, just as Song Xuanqing was about to continue to control the magic weapon to attack the black crab, a sword light suddenly flew from the air in the distance and landed on the black crab. Then, in the surprised eyes of everyone, the black crab shook a few times and then completely lost its breath. Then its huge body fell directly to the ground and shook up a cloud of dust. Just when Song Xuanqing and others were still a little confused and didn't know what happened, a figure in green flashed in front of everyone. "Greetings, clan leader." Seeing that the person who came was actually Song Qingming, Song Xuanqing and others were also full of surprise. They didn't know why this matter would alarm the clan leader who had been practicing in seclusion on the top of the mountain for many years. After glancing at Song Xuanqing and others, Song Qingming smiled and nodded slightly to them. "I just came out of retreat and heard about this, so I stopped by to take a look. You did a good job. Go back and heal your wounds first, and come back to deal with the monster's corpse later." "Thank you, clan leader." Hearing Song Qingming's order, Song Xuanqing and others immediately bowed and responded, and then quickly left the river. After everyone around left the Qing River, Song Qingming glanced at the monster's corpse on the ground, turned around and immediately turned into a beam of light and plunged into the turbulent river next to him. Chapter 815 Family Happy Event, News from Taixu Sect. After sinking into the water, Song Qingming arrived at the entrance of the cave at the bottom of the river in a short time. After checking the surroundings and seeing that there was nothing unusual around the cave, Song Qingming cast a spell and released a talisman, then turned his body and passed through the concealing magic circle at the entrance and entered the cave below. After about an incense stick of time, Song Qingming walked out of the cave with a disappointed look on his face. After turning around and looking at the cave entrance behind him, Song Qingming gently raised his hand and cast a spell. There was a sudden noise at the entrance of the cave, and then the flying rocks around quickly buried the entire cave entrance below. He stepped forward to take a look at Song Qingming, who was still a little dissatisfied, and moved a few thousand-pound boulders from the surrounding water bottom to block the entrance of the cave. After everything in front of him made him completely satisfied, Song Qingming turned around and left the bottom of the water and returned to the surface of the river. Just seeing Song Xuanqing and others who were dealing with the corpse of the monster not far from the river bank, he immediately turned into a flash of light and flashed to their side. "Who discovered this monster first? Have you found out where it came from?" Seeing Song Qingming asking, Song Xuanqing quickly pointed to Song Lingyuan, who was still injured, and said, reporting to the clan leader. The monster was discovered by Lingyuan and Sibei during their patrol. According to Lingyuan, the monster chased them from upstream to this area. If nothing unexpected happens, it should have run out from Funiu Mountain. In the past year or so, there have been occasional low-level monsters coming down from upstream, but no one expected that such a powerful second-level monster would appear this time. Lingyuan was lucky to run back, but Sibei was unfortunately caught up by the monster and died. When Song Xuanqing said this, he sighed slightly. Thinking of the younger generation of the family who was still full of energy not long ago, they were gone just like that, and the faces of the Song family members present were also a little sad. Especially Song Lingyuan, who encountered the monster with Song Sibei, chose to run away separately at that time. He wanted to lead the monster away by himself to give Song Sibei more chances to escape. Unexpectedly, the final result was completely different from what he thought. Instead, Song Sibei fell into the mouth of the monster first, which made Song Lingyuan feel a little regretful at this moment. But no matter how he thought in his heart, the facts were difficult to change. In the final analysis, his own strength was too weak and he was simply unable to prevent the tragedy from happening. Seeing the sadness on the faces of many monks around, Song Qingming immediately spoke to comfort them. "There is a level 2 monster here. You must be careful in the near future. If you encounter a powerful monster, don't fight it hard. Wait for the family to send someone to deal with it. As for Sibei, you should transport his body back to Funiu Mountain first. I will explain his affairs to Yuan Fang, and all other injured people will report to the family according to their merits. Thank you, clan leader." Half an hour later, Song Yuan Fang, who received the message, quickly came to the Huxin pavilion on the top of the mountain. Seeing Song Qingming, who had just returned, he bowed and saluted. "Seventh uncle, nothing big happened to Xuanqing and the others, right?" Seeing a trace of anxiety on Song Yuan Fang's face, Song Qingming smiled and nodded slightly. After waving his hand for the other party to sit down, he slowly said, "Don't worry, I have helped them solve the trouble over there. Many of Xuanqing and his friends were injured, and Sibei also died at the hands of the monster. You have to properly arrange his affairs after his death. Also, the monster's cultivation has reached the peak of foundation building. It is indeed rare and its appearance is a bit strange. When you have time, you should organize people to go upstream to check if there is anything abnormal in Funiu Mountain. Remember to tell them not to act rashly. If there are any special circumstances, they must first inform the family and make a decision after discussion." "Well, seventh uncle, don't worry, I will arrange this matter later. Since Xuanqing is also injured, do you want him to return to the family to recuperate first? I will arrange someone else to replace him." When mentioning Song Xuanqing's affairs, Song Yuanfang's eyes were obviously more cautious, as if he was worried that Song Qingming would refuse this matter. Song Xuanqing, as a second-level middle-grade alchemist of the family, was originally responsible for managing the Qi Fang, an important industry of the Song family. However, because Song Xuanqing spent most of his time on alchemy and cultivation, he gradually neglected the management of the market. This also led to a major incident in the Qi Fang a few years ago. It turned out that many people in the market law enforcement team secretly joined forces with bandits outside to kill the passing casual cultivators. Fortunately, the Song family found out about this matter first, and the family controlled the development of the situation in time, which saved some reputation and prevented the impact of the incident from expanding. However, after Song Qingming learned about this, in order to better preserve the family's reputation and let other clansmen learn from it, he still made very severe punishments. Not only were all the cultivators involved in this matter sent to Yinfangling to mine for life, but Song Xuanqing and other people who mainly managed the market were also punished by the family, and then all transferred away from the Qi Fang with more money and water. After hearing Song Yuanfang's careful inquiry, Song Qingming was silent for a moment, then nodded and said, "Then let him come back first. Although Xuanqing's character is not bad, he is not as steady as Yuan Hao and others in handling things. For the time being, don't arrange for him to manage the family business outside. Let him stay in the mountain to help you first." Hearing this, Song Yuanfang's nervous expression relaxed a little, and he nodded and smiled quickly. "Okay, I just happen to be in need of help here. Thank you, seventh uncle, on behalf of Xuanqing. By the way, seventh uncle, I forgot to say hello to you about something. Last month, there was news from the Bai family that Jingai's cultivation has successfully broken through to the 9th level of Qi Refining. Do you think we should arrange for his foundation building in advance?" "Oh. Jingaian broke through to the 9th level of Qi Refining so quickly. This child is indeed talented, better than. We were much stronger back then. Back then, I promised Bai Yunhu that I would support Jingaian in building his foundation. Now that he has reached that level, we must make arrangements for this matter. Later, you can send a letter to invite Jingaian over to ask him when he wants to go into seclusion to build his foundation. I think Jingaian will go into seclusion on the mountain to build his foundation. The foundation building pill can be given to him first, but you must make it clear to the people of the Bai family in advance that the pill is not given to them for free. What Bai Yunhu left for the Bai family should be enough for Jingaian to exchange for the foundation building pill. But he is still young after all, and there are some things he cannot grasp. Please help pay attention to it and don't let those people in the Bai family secretly embezzle it." As Song Qingming's disciple and the descendant entrusted to him by Bai Yunhu, although Song Qingming has not personally guided him in these years, he has still paid attention to Bai Jinghu's path in these years. Hearing the news that Bai Jingaian was about to build his foundation, Song Qingming was very happy in his heart, and he quickly agreed to let Song Yuanfang arrange this matter with confidence. After Song Yuanfang left, Song Qingming, who had just made a pot of hot tea for himself, saw another figure coming up from below. It was Wang Xiaoyun and Song Qinggai who had just returned from outside. Wang Xiaoyun and Song Qinggai had just returned from Qingming Mountain and knew that Song Qingming had come out of retreat. When they saw him, They immediately smiled and said, "Husband, I asked King Yu before whether I should send you a letter in advance to tell you the good news. I didn't expect to hear that you had come out of retreat just after I came back. It's really a coincidence. What makes you so happy?" Seeing Wang Xian and Song King Yu's happy faces, Song Qingming quickly put down the teacup in his hand, smiled and asked with some curiosity. Hearing this, Song King Yu, who was rather impatient, immediately stepped forward and said, "Didn't the seventh brother mention Yuan Hao's matter before he went into seclusion? He asked us to remind him when we have time. My sister-in-law and I just went to Qingming Mountain. This matter has been settled. Qingming has returned to Funiu with Yuan Hao. We just need to wait for you to come out of seclusion to set a date for them." Hearing Song King Yu's explanation, Song Qingming quickly smiled and said, "Oh, that's really a good thing. It seems that I accidentally picked a good day when I came out of seclusion today. We haven't had a wedding in Funiu for a while in recent years. This time, we have to do it for Yuan Hao and let everyone share in their joy." More than 8 years have passed since Sister Su Qingming agreed to guard Qingming Mountain for the Song family. During this period, although they heard that the relationship between the two had been inseparable and progressed well, Song Yuan Hao had never determined when to form a dual cultivation Taoist couple with the other party, which made Song Qingming and others a little worried. After all, the 10-year agreement was about to expire, and when that time came, the Song family would not have much reason to keep the two sisters. Fortunately, Song Yuan Hao did not disappoint Song Qingming and the others. After Wang Xian and the others came to remind him, he quickly confirmed his relationship with Su Qingming, and the two returned to Funiu Mountain together. Although the marriage between Song Yuan Hao and Su Qingming had some twists and turns, it was much smoother than that of Song Cheng's and the others, and the ending made everyone in the Song family happy. At this moment, in the cemetery on the back mountain of the family, Song Yuan Hao and Su Qingming, who were dressed in white, stood together in front of his parents' tombstones. After returning from the Thunder Yuan Sea, Song Yuan Hao's cultivation level had successfully broken through to the 9th level of foundation building half a year ago. Now that he and Su Qingming have achieved the right result, he is naturally full of joy. "Mother, you have always been worried about your son being alone. Now I have found someone to accompany me. You can finally rest assured. Back then, you were always worried about me." Thinking of his mother's last words, Song Yuan Hao couldn't help shedding a few tears in front of the tombstone and talked to his mother. Su Qingming stood by and watched him quietly, without any intention of disturbing Song Yuan Hao. She waited until Song Yuan Hao finished speaking before throwing all the paper money in her hand into the fire, and followed Song Yuan Hao to slowly leave the family cemetery. Looking at the setting sun shining on the tombstones standing in the surrounding area, Su Qingming couldn't help but sigh. "I have followed my master and senior sisters to practice Taoism since I was a child. After building the foundation, I watched my senior sisters and brothers leave one by one. I often felt lonely on the road of practice. Although your parents are gone, I am indeed envious of having so many clansmen accompany and support you all the way." Hearing this, Song Yuan Hao nodded slightly and said, "Qingming, don't worry. With me and the Song family here, you will never be alone again. Whether it is building the foundation or forming the pill, I will accompany you all the way for 100 or 200 years. I hope that one day we can stand on a high place like my seventh uncle and look at the scenery farther away. Well, the road of life is long, and it's good to have someone to accompany you. As for how far we can go, it depends on God's arrangement." The two smiled at each other, clasped their hands together, and then strode towards the distance facing the setting sun. A month later, all kinds of festive lanterns were suddenly hung on the Song family's Funiu Mountain, and red carpets were laid from the foot of the mountain to the outside of the meeting Immortal pavilion on the top of the mountain. Guests from all over Qing County came into Funiu Mountain with invitations and happy faces. This time, Song Qingming was also determined to hold a grand ceremony for Song Yuan Hao and Su Qingming, and invited all the Immortal cultivation families and forces around the Song family. On the day of the celebration, the whole Funiu Mountain was already very lively, and almost all the families above the foundation building stage in the northeast of Uyghur came to the Song family to present a gift. For this reason, Song Yuanfang and others were busy for several days, and it was not until the celebration began that they arranged all the guests to sit in the meeting Immortal pavilion on the top of the mountain. In the past, when the family held wedding celebrations, because there were too many cultivators coming and going, Most people could only be arranged in the open square outside. Since the Song family built a meeting Immortal pavilion, they also have a good place to hold celebrations. Although there are hundreds of guests, they can still arrange seats. The Song family's meeting Immortal pavilion has 3 floors. The cultivators entertained on the first floor are all Qi refining cultivators who have a good relationship with the Song family, or Qi refining families affiliated with the Song family. There are hundreds of people, filling the entire first floor hall. If the guests who come to Funiu Mountain to congratulate have reached the foundation building stage, they will be arranged on the second floor of the meeting Immortal pavilion. With the rapid development of the Song family in recent years, the power of its vassal families has also developed rapidly, more than doubled compared to 100 years ago. Among the foundation building cultivators sitting on the second floor, there are nearly 30 foundation building families affiliated with the Song family. When the Song family was just promoted to the Golden Core Immortal clan, there were only 4 foundation building families in Qing County, such as the Wang family. Now the number of cultivators has more than doubled, and there are also as many as 9 foundation building families. In addition to these foundation building families that have become vassals of the Song family, the Immortal cultivation families in the surrounding counties of Jiangling and Wuling also came early to join in the fun when they learned that the Song family was holding a wedding. In addition to those scattered cultivators who opened shops in the market in the Song family's territory and made friends with them, there were also 80 or 90 foundation building cultivators gathered on the second floor of the meeting Immortal pavilion. The third floor of the meeting Immortal pavilion was where Song Qingming and other Jiandan cultivators sat. After receiving the invitation this time, Zhang Tianyang of Iron Immortal Castle, Zhang Rong of Tuan Mountain, and Zhou Jiang of Yufang Mountain, the 3 Jiandan forces in the north of Uyghur like the Song family, all came to Funiu Mountain to congratulate Chu Fengping and Su Ziyan, 2 fellow disciples of the Ziyao sect who had a good relationship with Song Qingming, also took the time to come and present a gift. In addition to the 3 people from the Song family, so many Jiandan cultivators rarely gathered together, so naturally they had to taste wine and discuss Taoism. During the banquet, after Song Yuanhao and Su Qingyan, the 2 newlyweds, came out to toast, many Jiandan monks who came to participate in the celebration also presented them with their own gifts. Among them, Song Qingming and Wang Xian, who were the happiest, presented them with a second-level high-grade spiritual object respectively, which really made the other foundation-building monks who followed them envious. Many monks at the scene were happy, but Zhang Yuan, who came with Zhang Tianyang to congratulate, saw the handsome Song Yuanhao and Su Qingyan, and her eyes could not help but flash a trace of disappointment. Everyone tasted wine and chatted, and it was lively until the next morning, when the banquet slowly dispersed. After sending off several friends of the same level who had visited one by one, Song Qingming, who had just returned to the third floor of the Huxin pavilion, suddenly noticed a strange feeling coming from his waist and immediately stopped his steps. A flash of light passed by, and the next moment Song Qingming had a round green jade tablet in his hand. Seeing several points of light flashing on it, Song Qingming's eyes suddenly flashed with a hint of surprise. This round jade tablet was a sect token given to him by his master Ling's Taoist when he first joined the Taixu sect. This item can not only enter and exit the sect's mountain protection formation alone, but also inform them with a special magic weapon if the sect needs to find them, the disciples who are away. Although it was the first time that he saw the sect's jade tablet in his hand react, Song Qingming immediately understood that it seemed that someone in the Taixu sect was casting a spell to pass on information to him. Seeing that Song Qingming, who was just full of joy, suddenly had a solemn look on his face, Wang Xian, who was sitting next to him, quickly dismissed the people around him and walked towards him with Song Qingyu. "Why is my husband like this? What happened?" Hearing the concerned words from Wang Xian, Song Qingming calmed down his face and nodded slightly to the 2 women. Then, he told Wang Xian and the other 2 about the fact that he was summoned by the sect, and did not choose to hide it from them. "Xian, Qingyu, the sect has summoned me for something. I have to prepare to go to the Donghuan kingdom to cultivate immortals. I am afraid that the family will be entrusted to you first." Wang Xian heard this and smiled and replied softly, "Husband, don't worry, go there. With Qingyu and I at home, nothing will happen. I have no other request, I just hope that you will be careful when you go out and come back safely as soon as possible. Well, don't worry, my sister-in-law and I will take care of the family affairs. If there is anything, the sect will take care of it." You can rest assured and leave it to us." Hearing the comforting words from the two women, Song Qingming smiled and nodded and said, "Calculating the time, I haven't been back to the sect for a long time. This time, it's not necessarily that there's anything wrong. It's possible that the sect brothers urged me to participate in the worldly practice. You don't have to worry about me too much. Now that my cultivation has reached the 9th level of the golden core, I can take this opportunity to go to the sect to inquire about the matter of condensing the nascent soul. Maybe there will be some unexpected gains. Don't worry, I will come back immediately after the matter over there is settled." I won't let you worry, since his cultivation broke through to the 9th level of the golden core. In addition to cultivation, Song Qingming has also begun to think about how to break through the nascent soul in the future. Unlike breaking through the golden core realm, a cultivator's impact on the nascent soul realm will directly trigger the nascent soul thunder tribulation. This movement can be seen for hundreds of miles. It is really too big and there is no way to cover it up. Ordinary golden core cultivators, if they want to successfully pass the thunder tribulation, must have a high-level cultivator to help protect them. Otherwise, if they are disturbed by outsiders, the person who is trying to pass the tribulation will definitely not succeed. And 9 out of 10 will become a dead soul under the thunder tribulation. When Bai Yuxin of the Xiaoao sect was condensing her nascent soul, the sect not only tried its best, but Li Mufang also specially invited Wu Ayao, the supreme elder of the Xingqian sect, from the Wu kingdom to help her successfully pass the nascent soul thunder tribulation. If Song Qingming chose to condense his nascent soul in Wei kingdom like Bai Yuxin, with his current status and strength, he would not be able to invite nascent soul cultivators to help him protect his way. Unless he can negotiate with the sect to join the Xiaoao sect directly, it is possible to get the sect to help him protect his way and let him impact the nascent soul realm in Qingming Mountain. But even if Song Qingming is willing to join the Xiaoao sect, whether the sect is willing to support him to condense his nascent soul is difficult for Song Qingming to determine now. Therefore, Song Qingming will not give priority to this method for the time being unless it is absolutely necessary. If he does not choose to condense his nascent soul in Wei Kingdom, Song Qingming's best choice is naturally to go to the Donghuan Kingdom's Yuxin world like Feng he did in the past, and find a safe and secure place to impact the nascent soul realm. There, Song Qingming could spend spirit stones to ask for help from the Gathering Immortals Alliance like Feng He, or he could try to see if he could condense the nascent soul directly in the Taixu sect. Although Song Qingming was an outer sect disciple in the Taixu sect, the Taixu sect was an out-of-this-world sect after all, and his master Lingyuan Taoist was a divine cultivator with extraordinary magical powers. Even if no fellow disciples were willing to protect him, there should be no one or any demon or demon cultivator who dared to go to a place like the Taixu sect to block his way. Even if there was no sudden summons from the sect this time, Song Qingming, who had already made up his mind, would choose to return to the Taixu sect to explore the situation and advance for his future impact on the nascent soul realm. After agreeing with the two women, Song Qingming returned to the cave to pack up, and left Funiu Mountain within 2 days. Before Song Qingming went to the Donghuan Kingdom cultivation world, Song Qingming also found Song Qingming on purpose and entrusted him with a letter of trust and asked Song Qingming to help pass it on to his senior sister Li Zuanai. Back then, Song Qingming and her senior sister Li Zuanai had traveled together in the East China Sea for many years, and they had a very good relationship. Song Qingming naturally did not refuse her small request. However, he had not seen Li Zuanai for many years, and Song Qingming did not know if he could meet her when he returned to the sect this time. Otherwise, he could only try his luck at the Li family in Nansao. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 816 Unyielding Battlefield, Purple-Robed Sword Cultivator. After Song Qingming left, another month passed in a blink of an eye. On this day, a sound transmission talisman with a message for help flew into Funiu Mountain again. Soon, this sound transmission talisman that broke the peace on the mountain was delivered to Song Yuanfang in the family's meeting room. After picking up the sound transmission talisman and taking a glance at it, Song Yuanfang's face suddenly changed. He dropped the business in his hands and quickly came to the meeting Immortal pavilion on the top of the mountain. Grandma, Yinfeng Lingzuanayu sent a letter for help. A golden elixir monster appeared over there. What? How could there be a golden elixir monster in Yinfengling? It's really strange. Song Qingming, who was sitting opposite Wang Xian and drinking tea, immediately took the sound transmission talisman in Song Yuanfang's hand after hearing the words. After taking a closer look, his face also showed a bit of solemnity. The Yinfengling mine is jointly operated by the Song family and the General Affairs Hall of the sect. It can provide them with more than 1,000 spiritual stones of profit every year. It is one of the more important industries of the Song family. Because the mine is located deep in Funiu Mountain, there are often monsters harassing nearby, so many monks are stationed there, including Song Zuanayu, 3 foundation building monks, and more than 100 Qi Refining monks stationed on the mine all year round. In the past, Yinfeng Ridge was often attacked by monsters, but generally they were low-level monsters in the Qi Refining and Foundation building realms. This is the first time that a giant stage monster has attacked the mine, which is why Song Qingming was so surprised. Grand, the situation is not clear yet, but there has been something strange in Funiu Mountain recently. There have been a lot of monsters inexplicably appearing around it. A few months ago, a monster at the peak of the Foundation establishment stage suddenly appeared near King River. I wanted to wait until the family had some free time before organizing some manpower to investigate the upper reaches of King River, but I didn't expect that the Golden Core Demon King would appear in Yinfeng Ridge so soon. Hearing Song Yuanfeng's explanation, Song Qingming nodded slightly and said, well, the situation in Yinfeng Ridge is tight right now. Zuanayu and the others may not be able to hold on for long. Don't worry about these for now. I'll go check out the situation first. Qingming, I'll go with you. Seeing that Song Qingming was going alone, Wang Xian, who was a little worried, quickly stood up and wanted to go with her to help. Faced with Wang Xian's initiative to help, Song Qingming smiled and shook his head gently, saying, don't worry, sister-in-law, the one who attacked Yinfeng Ridge is just a giant and early-stage demon king who has just formed a pill. It is not a problem for me to deal with it alone. 7th brother is not at home. If I can't handle this little thing, he will laugh at me later. You stay at home and take charge, and I can go out with peace of mind. I will send you a message in advance if there is anything. Well, you must be careful. If you encounter something that is difficult to solve, send a message back quickly. Seeing that Song Qingming was very serious in his words, Wang Xian did not insist anymore, but could not help but speak and give a few more instructions. Song Qingming's cultivation has now reached the 6th level of Jiandan, and with the extraordinary magical powers of practicing sword cultivation, she can fight even if she encounters a Jiandan late-stage demon king. As long as she does not encounter a master above the nascent soul, even if she cannot beat the opponent, it is not a problem for her to get away. After agreeing with Wang Xian and the others, Song Qingming turned into a green swordlight and quickly left Funiu Mountain. Deep in Funiu Mountain, the mine of Yinfeng Ridge is located. A white Aries demon king with 2 sharp horns is leading hundreds of low-level monsters in the foundation building and Qi Refining stages to attack the mountain protection formation outside Yinfeng Ridge. Seeing the fierce army of monsters outside, Song Zuanayu and others dared not go out to fight with them. They could only hide in the formation and desperately use spirit stones and their own mana to maintain the operation of the mountain protection formation. Fortunately, there is a 2nd-level upper-grade formation specially arranged by Song Qingming more than 10 years ago on Yinfeng Ridge, which firmly guards the mine. The army of monsters led by the White Aries Demon King seemed to attack very fiercely, and they could not break through the mountain protection formation outside for a while, otherwise they would be in trouble. Linyu, go inside and notify them, and get a group of miners to help hold up the formation. Tell them that whoever has made contributions can have their mining sentences commuted in the future. Song Zuanayu, who was still a little nervous, watched the people beside him running quickly into the depths of the mine. As soon as he turned around, he saw a swordlight flying outside the formation, which directly pushed the Aries Demon King, who was attacking the formation, back more than 10 feet away. Then a figure in green clothes with a flying sword appeared outside the formation, looking at the Aries Demon King not far away with a cold face. It was Song Qingming who came to support. Elder, look, there are people outside. It seems that the ancestor is here. Hearing the shouts of the tribesmen beside him, Song Zuanayu breathed a sigh of relief and showed a little more joy on his face. He quickly said, quickly notify Liu Daoyao and others to prepare to open the formation and rush out to help the ancestor. The Ares Demon King who was attacking the formation was repelled by Song Qingyu's sword, and immediately shifted the target of attack to her. With two long horns on his head, he rushed directly to Song Qingyu's position. Seeing the Demon King in front of him coming fiercely, Song Qingyu's face was not panicked at all. He cast a spell with both hands to control the Qingming golden light sword beside him into 5 sword lights, and immediately took the initiative to meet him. At the same time, Song Xuanyu and others also led many monks guarding the mines to kill out of the mountain protection formation and entangled with the army of monsters outside. All kinds of shouts and roars of monsters were mixed together on the battlefield, and the battle between the two sides was also very fierce. After half an incense stick, as Song Qingyu swung his sword quickly, a huge sheep head fell from the sky. The Ares Demon King that was just so majestic, became a lifeless corpse after fighting with Song Qingyu for only 100 rounds. The monsters that were still fighting with the human cultivators below, after seeing the leader of the Monster King die, instantly lost their fighting spirit and soon turned into birds and beasts and fled the battlefield. Greetings, seniors. Seeing Song Qingyu's figure falling from the air, Song Xuanyu and others stationed in Yinfeng Ridge hurried forward and bowed to him, their faces full of gratitude. If Song Qingyu hadn't come to rescue them in time, they would have no chance of winning against a giant and Monster King. Seeing this, Song Qingyu quickly waved his hand to signal everyone to stand up. Where did this Demon King come from? Do you know? Hearing Song Qingyu's question, the foundation building cultivator of Xiaoyao sect at the side hurriedly stepped forward and replied, reporting to Uncle Song, for some unknown reason, a lot of demon beasts have suddenly appeared nearby in the past few months, and they all ran out from the depths of Funiu Mountain. Originally, they were low-level demon beasts in the foundation building and Qi refining period. I didn't expect that a giant and demon king would appear today. If it weren't for Uncle's help, I'm afraid we would not have escaped the mouth of the demon beast today. Hearing this, Song Qingyu nodded slightly, without saying anything more. After instructing everyone to deal with the corpses of the demon beasts on the battlefield, he took out the flying sword and said, recently, demon beasts have frequently attacked, and the giant and demon king has inexplicably appeared nearby. I'm afraid something has happened in the depths of Funiu Mountain. I'll leave this to you first. I'll follow the footprints of the demon beasts to investigate and see what happened. After taking away the materials from the Ares Demon King, Song Qingyu did not stay on the battlefield for long. He soon turned into a swordlight and left the place. After leaving Yinfeng Ridge, Song Qingyu followed the footprints of the monster that had just escaped and headed east. Soon, he went deep into the Funiu Mountain where the mountains and ridges were located. Along the way, Song Qingyu, who deliberately lowered some of her escape light, saw many low-level monsters that were frightened by her and fled from the mountains and forests. Her face gradually became more puzzled. These monsters originally lived in the depths of Funiu Mountain, but now for some reason they all ran to the edge of Qing County, which caused the recent attacks on Qing Cave Mansion and Yinfeng Ridge mines. In theory, except for the monster riots that occur once 100 years, the monsters in Funiu Mountain rarely migrate out on a large scale. The Ares Demon King who died in Song Qingyu's hands before was not very skilled, and was obviously a demon king who had not been in the dam formation for a long time. Most of the demon kings who have just broken through their cultivation are not from outside, but local monsters in Funiu Mountain who have successfully advanced. Then it should live in the depths of the Funiu Mountain thousands of miles away. It is impossible for it to suddenly run to the relatively marginal Yinfeng Ridge. These doubts also made Song Qingyu very puzzled. What happened in the depths of Funiu Mountain? Just when Song Qingyu flew for a whole day with a puzzled face and came to the depths of Funiu Mountain thousands of miles away, the scene in front of her made her couldn't help but let out a burst of surprise. I saw that within the range of dozens of miles under Song Qingyu's feet, the mountains and forests that should have been lush and green had all turned into a barren color, as if they were directly burned by some flames. There were potholes everywhere on the surrounding mountains and rivers, and mud and rocks were flying everywhere, as if they were scars left by high-level spells. What surprised Song Qingyu even more was that a mountain more than 100 feet high not far in front of her had its entire top cut off and dropped to the side, leaving a huge and extremely flat cut on it. Could it be that there are unyielding cultivators fighting here? Seeing the huge battlefield full of holes in front of him, Song Qingyu froze in place for a moment, and couldn't believe what he saw. The battlefield in front of him, that could move mountains and divert rivers, was at least possible for cultivators above unyielding to make such a move. Song Qingyu's cultivation has now reached the 6th level of Jiandan. He also participated in several battles with the demon clan in Guianfeng and Qi Mountain. Naturally, he has seen the magical powers of those unyielding cultivators. No wonder so many low-level monsters in the nearby mountains and the Ares Demon King were scared and ran away to Yinfeng Ridge thousands of miles away. After knowing that there might be a unyielding cultivator in Funiu Mountain, Song Qingyu's face instantly became more nervous, and he was even more scared in his heart. This place is not far from the Song family's territory. If there are some powerful unyielding cultivators hiding here, it will definitely be a very serious hidden danger for the family. In his heart, he can only hope that these unyielding masters happen to pass by and have left here. After taking a glance at the huge battlefield in front of him, Song Qingyu, who knew that what happened here was related to the nascent soul cultivator, did not dare to stay here for long. He quickly turned into a swordlight and turned around and left the place. At the same time that Song Qingyu left, in a cave hundreds of miles away from the huge battlefield, a woman in plain white clothes suddenly opened her eyes. Not far in front of the woman in white, there was a floating green bronze mirror, and the figure that emerged above was Song Qingyu, who had just left the battlefield. Zhuanming swordlight sword, I didn't expect to see someone who practices Zhuanming sword Ju here. Is this also the arrangement of the heavens? Looking at Song Qingyu in the bronze mirror, the woman in white showed a hint of surprise on her face, and then she quickly calmed down. After waving her hand to put away the bronze mirror in front of her, the woman in white cast a spell and released a voice transmission. Soon a woman in purple clothes walked in from outside. The purple-clothed woman came to the white-clothed woman and immediately bowed her hands and saluted, then slowly asked, "Master, do you have any instructions? I just found a person practicing Zhuanming sword art nearby. This person is about 200 miles to the south and should be heading east. It is inconvenient for me to leave. You take the Hunpian Suo and bring her here to see me." Disciple obeys. After the purple-clothed woman took the red light magic weapon handed over by her master, she did not say much, immediately bowed and retreated. And her figure quickly disappeared into the cave. After Song Qingyu left the battlefield, she always felt a little uneasy in her heart, so she quickened her pace and wanted to return to her family as soon as possible. Just when Song Qingyu was halfway through, she didn't expect that a purple escape light suddenly appeared not far behind her. Before Song Qingyu could check the movement behind her, a purple light suddenly flashed in front of her and stopped her. "Daoao, please stay, Daoao, what can I do for you?" Seeing a strange purple-clothed woman suddenly blocking her way, Song Qingyu was surprised for a moment, and then her expression slowly stabilized. Although the purple-clothed woman's cultivation was higher than Song Qingyu's, having reached the peak of the 9th level of the golden color, she was not a nascent soul cultivator, she thought, so Song Qingyu's nervousness was slightly relaxed. The purple-clothed woman took a careful look at Song Qingyu in front of her, and her eyes quickly fell on the natal flying sword under her feet. "Daoao, my master wants to invite you over to have a chat. Please come with me to see her." "Daoao, I just met you by chance and we don't know each other. Did you recognize the wrong person?" Hearing the alertness in Song Qingyu's tone, the purple-clothed woman smiled faintly, shook her head and said, "Daoao, don't worry, I have no ill will towards you. It's just that my master asked me to take you there." "Daoao, don't be nervous, just come with me. To be honest, I am a disciple of the Uyghur Zioao sect today. I have important things to do under the order of the sect. It is really inconvenient for me to go with you. Daoao or your master, if you have anything to ask me, please come to Qi Mountain another day. I will come to see you." After Song Qingyu finished speaking, he bowed slightly to the purple-clothed woman, and then a flash of light flashed under his feet and was about to leave the place. But before Song Qingyu flew far, a purple light blocked her in front of her and blocked her steps. Seeing that Song Qingyu showed some displeasure on his face, the purple-clothed woman still smiled at him and said, "My fellow Taoist, my master has invited me today. It is not up to you or me to decide whether to go or not. I advise you to go with me, so that my master won't blame me if he waits too long." "Humph! You are so arrogant. You dare not take my Zioao sect seriously. I don't want to fight with you today, but if you don't let me go, don't blame me for offending you later." After Song Qingyu finished speaking, the flying sword under his feet instantly split into 5 to protect him, and then turned around and bypassed a purple-clothed woman's position. But just as Song Qingyu's figure had just moved for a moment, The purple-clothed woman's magic power also moved slightly, and more than a dozen red ropes were released from the purple-clothed woman's side, hooking into a huge red net to block Song Qingyu in front. Facing this giant red net, Song Qingyu did not show any panic on her face. She cast a spell to control several flying swords beside her and slashed at the giant net with all her strength. But when the Qingming golden light sword touched the giant red net, it was directly sucked over by a strange force, and then it was tightly stuck on the giant red net. Seeing this, Song Qingyu was slightly startled and immediately cast a spell to control the flying sword to return to her body. What she didn't expect was that after her flying sword was stuck on the giant red net, it was firmly attached to it and could not move at all. Seeing that Song Qingyu could not retract the Qingming golden light sword after several spells, the purple-clothed woman smiled slightly, cast a spell to control the giant red net to roll into a ball, and directly held Song Qingyu's life magic weapon Qingming golden light sword in her own hand. What do you want to do? Seeing that her life magic weapon was easily taken away by the other party, Song Qingyu was extremely surprised, and for a while it was difficult to accept the reality in front of her. Dao, without your life magic weapon, I think you are not my opponent. Why don't you save some energy and go with me? Don't even think about it. Facing the persuasion of the purple-clothed woman, Song Qingyu was not moved. He waved his hand and took out another flying sword magic weapon from his body. Seeing this, the purple-clothed woman sighed slightly, and a dozen identical flying sword magic weapons appeared beside her in an instant. Each of them had a powerful pressure that only a third-level top-grade magic weapon could have. You are also a sword cultivator. Seeing the many flying sword magic weapons beside the purple-clothed woman, Song Qingyu looked at the other party with a little more shock in her eyes. The other party's strength was indeed beyond her original imagination. After standing there and thinking for a long time, Song Qingyu slowly put down the hands that controlled the flying sword. The opponent not only possessed a rare treasure that could restrain her natal flying sword, but was also a sword cultivator with much stronger power than her. In terms of strength, Song Qingyu had no chance of winning against a purple-clothed woman. If she wanted to escape directly, it would be equivalent to giving up her natal magic weapon Qingming Jingyuan sword that she had carefully cultivated for many years. Song Qingyu could not just give up her path. Moreover, the purple-clothed woman in front of her gave Song Qingyu a feeling that she was too powerful. Without her natal flying sword in hand, she had no confidence that she could escape the opponent's obstruction. Don't worry, fellow Taoist, as long as you see my master, I will give you your natal flying sword. Seeing that Song Qingyu gave up fighting her, the purple-clothed woman smiled a little more, picked up the Qingming Jingyuan sword in one hand, and turned to leave the place. Looking at the direction where the purple-clothed woman left, Song Qingyu was unwilling, but he still flashed and followed her. After a while, the two came to a high mountain in Funiu Mountain. After bringing Song Qingyu to a cave, the purple-clothed woman waved her hand and sent the Qingming golden light sword back to Song Qingyu, and then said to her, "My master is inside, you can go in by yourself." After putting away the Qingming golden light sword beside her, Song Qingyu did not hesitate at all, and strode directly into the dark cave in front of her. After walking only a few dozen feet into the cave, Song Qingyu felt her eyes light up, and suddenly a white figure appeared in front of her. I didn't expect that after so many years, I can still see the Qingming golden light sword. You are. 2 days later. At the top of the Funiu Mountain of the Song family. Above the originally calm sky, a sword light suddenly flew from a distance, landed outside the mountain protection array and turned into a green figure. The person had just passed through the mountain protection array when another white light flew in from a distance and landed beside her. Qingyu, you are finally back. I heard from Xuanyu a few days ago that you went to Funiu Mountain. Why did you take so long this time? Did something happen? Seeing Wang Xian's worried look, Song Qingyu, who had just returned to Funiu Mountain, immediately smiled and said, "Sister-in-law, don't worry, I'm fine. I went to Funiu Mountain to investigate, but I didn't encounter any problems. It was just that I spent some more time on the road. I wanted to find out where the Demon King came from, but I didn't get anything after several rounds. It was a wasted trip." After seeing Song Qingyu finish speaking, he sighed slightly. Wang Xian hurriedly comforted him, "No matter what, it's always good not to encounter any trouble. Besides, you have already killed the Demon King, and Yinfeng Ridge should not have any major problems for the time being." Hearing Wang Xian mention the Ares Demon King, Song Qingyu smiled slightly, and cast a spell to take out the Demon King's inner elixir that he had obtained not long ago. Well, sister-in-law is right. But this time I was able to successfully kill the Demon King, and I still had a lot of gains. This inner elixir can just be used by sister-in-law to make the elixir, then I won't be polite to you. After refining the elixir, I will definitely not treat you unfairly. Seeing the Demon King's inner elixir that Song Qingming took out, Wang Xian did not refuse and took it directly. Afterwards, the two turned around and returned to the top of the mountain together. After Wang Xian said goodbye and left, Song Qingming, who turned back to his cave, gradually put away the smile on his face, waved his hand and took out a somewhat simple bamboo slip from the storage magic tool. Chapter 817 7-Colored Lightning Lantern, Return of Senior Sister. Donghuang Country. Pingshao is located in the southeast of Donghuang Country. It is a small state capital. The strongest immortal cultivation forces in it are only a few unyielding sects. The Thundercloud Valley located to the west of Pingshao is the area controlled by one of the unyielding sects, the Five Thunder sect. In the early years of the Five Thunder sect, there were also cultivators of the transformation of the gods in the sect, and it was once among the top sects in the entire Donghuang Country immortal cultivation world. But because it has been tens of thousands of years, after the old ancestor of the transformation of the gods passed away, there has been no more cultivators of the transformation of the gods in the sect, and the heritage left by the sect has been almost consumed by the disciples of later generations. However, as an old unyielding sect that has been passed down for tens of thousands of years, the Five Thunder sect has long lost its former glory, but its strength can still be ranked among the top among the unyielding sects in the entire Donghuang Xianzhao. Up to now, there are still 5 unyielding cultivators in the Five Thunder sect, and occasionally they can squeeze into the top 10 sects of East Phoenix Country, which is also considered a relatively strong unyielding sect in this day. Outside a market outside the Thundercloud Valley, a young man in a green robe strolled to the entrance of the market. After verifying his identity through the cultivator guarding the entrance of the market, the green-robed man quickly walked into the market, and then came directly to the tallest attic in the middle of the market. The green-robed man looked up at the Five Thunder Pavilion sign hanging high in front of him, and strode in directly. After a few words with the cultivator who came to receive him, the green-robed man was led to the second-floor hall by him, and then a white-robed man who had reached the 6th level of foundation building came in front of him. The white-robed man glanced at the green-robed man sitting in front of him, and felt a powerful aura emanating from him, and hurriedly stepped forward to smile and bow to him. Senior, I am Wu Qian, the manager of the Five Thunder Pavilion. May I ask what you want to see us for? After seeing the visitor reveal his identity, Song Qingming put down the teacup in his hand, nodded gently with a smile on his face, and then a palm-sized silver token appeared in his hand, which he sent directly to Wu Qian who is not far away. This is the token of the elder of our sect. Why is it in the hands of the senior? Seeing the silver token that Song Qingming took out, Wu Qian recognized at a glance that this thing was something that only the elders of the sect would hold. There was a bit of surprise on his face, and he couldn't help but ask Song Qingming who was standing aside. Seeing the other party's face so surprised, Song Qingming was not surprised, and slowly opened his mouth to briefly tell how he got this thing. This silver token was found on the body of the giant monk when Song Qingming was collecting the heaven and earth thunder in the Taiyu Lake of Song State. At that time, in addition to this sect elder token, the other party also had some spiritual stones, martial arts books and other spiritual objects. Song Qingming collected all these things. He happened to take advantage of the gap when he passed by Pingshao on his way to the Eastern Phoenix Country to the Immortal World and came to the Five Thunder sect where the man was, ready to help him return these relics. After hearing Song Qingming's explanation, Wu Qian's face suddenly became more cautious, and then he arched his hands and said to him, Senior, this matter involves a giant and elder of the sect. I am too low to handle this matter. Please wait here for a while, and let me return to the sect to report 1 or 2, well. Please help yourself, little friend. Song Qingming waved his hand after hearing this, and raised the teacup on the table to take a sip. Seeing this, Wu Qian called a waiter from downstairs to help entertain Song Qingming, and he himself took the silver token and quickly left the Five Thunder Pavilion. After half an incense stick of time, Song Qingming, who had changed several cups of spiritual tea under the reception of the waiter beside him, was about to get up and walk around. A handsome man in black robe suddenly came up from the hall downstairs with Wu Qian and several others. The black-robed man in front of him glanced at Song Qingming with a sharp gaze, and without saying much, he took out the silver token in his hand. Is this something you sent back? Feeling the aura emanating from the person who came, it was obviously not in the category of giant and cultivators. Song Qingming showed a little surprise on his face, and quickly stood up and bowed to him. Greetings, Senior, you are right. This thing is exactly what I got accidentally a few years ago. Today, I just happened to pass by your sect's territory, so I took the initiative to send it back. Except for this token, the rest are here, please take a look. After Song Qingming finished speaking, he took out all the relics in the storage bag obtained in Taiyu Lake with a flash of inspiration, and quickly sent them to the black-robed man and others. Before the death of the elder of the Five Thunder sect, he was just an early giant and cultivator. Before Song Qingming came, he thought that returning the other party's relics was not a big deal. He never expected that this matter could actually alarm an old ancestor of the Five Thunder sect in the nascent soul stage. It really surprised him. After searching through these spiritual objects, the black-robed man suddenly looked at one of the jade pendants that was already a little broken. Long Xipe, it is really the relic of junior brother Chen. I didn't expect that he had fallen hundreds of years ago. The elder Chen who died in Taiyu Lake was named Chen Mengtang. He and the black-robed man Zhao Mengyang in front of him were direct brothers from the same sect. Not only that, Chen Mengtang is also a descendant of Master Zhao Mengyang. When Zhao Mengyang had not yet broken through the nascent soul stage, he and Chen Mengtang also had a very good relationship in the sect hundreds of years ago. After Chen Mengtang went out to travel and disappeared, Zhao Mengyang was ordered by his master to take the monks and the sect to the Funiu Mountain range to look for him. However, because he did not know the exact location of Chen Mengtang's disappearance, Zhao Mengyang had searched for him in the floating cloud mountains for several years, but still could not find any results. Recently, he had no choice but to return. After hundreds of years, there was no news about Chen Mengtang. And this matter has always been a source of worry between them. Before his death, Master Zhao Mengyang still did not forget to instruct Zhao Mengyang, who had already condensed his nascent soul, to find the bones of his junior brother Chen Mengtang in the future. However, although he had broken through the nascent soul realm, he still had the will but not the power to do so. He sent his disciples to the floating cloud mountains to inquire about the news several times, but they all came up empty-handed. It was not until now that Song Qingming sent back Chen Mengtang's relics that Zhao Mengyang finally got the news of this junior brother who had been missing for hundreds of years. Looking at the jade pendant in his hand, Zhao Mengyang was also filled with emotion. This time, he was finally able to complete the entrustment of his master. Although Song Qingming had already described in detail how he found Chen Mengtang's remains when he sent the remains back, Zhao Mengyang still asked Song Qingming in detail. In this regard, Song Qingming, who was upright in his heart, naturally did not hide anything, and patiently told everyone the details of what happened, and also told them the location where Chen Mengtang's remains were buried. After all, Chen Mengtang's death was hundreds of years ago, and Song Qingming was probably not born at that time. No matter how suspicious the other party was, it would not be possible to suspect him. After clarifying the whole matter, Zhao Mengyang nodded slightly and put away all the relics of Chen Mengtang in his hand. Back then, I promised Master that I would retrieve the remains of my junior brother and place them in the sect's cemetery. My dear friend Song, you have traveled thousands of miles to return the remains of our sect elders to the Thunder Cloud Valley, which has indeed fulfilled a wish that I have kept in my heart for many years. Both I and the sect should remember this favor. I wonder if you have any requests on this trip. You can tell me. As long as it is convenient for me, I will use it to express my gratitude. Chen Mengtang is a giant and elder of the Unyielding sect, Five Thunder sect. I think his status should not be too low. Before sending back his remains this time, Song Qingming naturally thought that the other party would take out spiritual objects to reward him. However, at the beginning, Song Qingming just thought that he could get some spiritual stone rewards from it. He did not expect that this matter would alarm a Unyielding cultivator to come in person. Hearing what Zhao Mengyang said, Song Qingming knew that the other party would not be too stingy. After thinking for a moment, he bowed to Zhao Mengyang, who was not far away, and said slowly, "To be honest, although I am practicing in the floating cloud mountains, I am also very interested in the way of thunder. I have always wanted to find something that can carry and store the thunder of heaven and earth. I wonder if your sect has similar magic weapons. I want to ask for one." Or I can buy it with spirit stones, since practicing the heaven-devouring thunder art, because the art requires swallowing and refining the thunder of heaven and earth. Song Qingming has been wanting to find a magic weapon for himself to store these heaven and earth thunders at any time. Otherwise, every time he finds the heaven and earth thunders in the wild, it is really inconvenient to swallow and refine them. The last time Song Qingming was refining the thunder he had just obtained in his body in Tai Lake, he was suddenly attacked by Marwuchen. If it weren't for Song Qingyu's help to block the opponent for a while, I'm afraid he would have wasted all his efforts. However, there are not many sects in the world of immortal cultivation that practice thunder-attributed skills. Song Qingming has been asking around for a long time in recent years, but has not found any results. This time, he came to the Five Thunder sect that is good at controlling thunder skills, and he couldn't help but want to try his luck and see if he can get what he wants here. Oh. So you have also practiced thunder-attributed exercises. No wonder I felt a hint of thunder and fire on you when you first came in. Although I don't know what use you have for the spiritual object that can store the thunder of heaven and earth, it is indeed difficult to find, and I don't have such a spiritual object in my hands now. After Zhao Mengyang finished speaking, he paused, and then continued, however, since you have taken the initiative to ask me for this, I heard that a senior brother in the sect has a similar magic weapon, but I can't guarantee whether I can exchange it from him. If you insist on having this object, I can try my best. If not, I can only exchange it for another spiritual object that I can take out. Do you think this is feasible? Thank you for your help, senior. After hearing what Zhao Mengyang said, Song Qingming agreed without any hesitation, and bowed to Zhao Mengyang in front of him with a happy face. 3 days later, a green light suddenly fell from a high mountain thousands of miles away from the Thunder Cloud Valley. Song Qingming, who was standing on the top of the mountain, glanced around, and his empty left hand suddenly exerted force and gathered a white lightning, and a crackling sound of restlessness kept coming out of his hand. A moment later, a flash of light suddenly appeared beside Song Qingming, and a silver copper lamp emerged out of thin air. After the silver lamp appeared, 7 different colored lights immediately flashed on it, instantly illuminating the surroundings with colorful colors. After a while, the silver copper lamp, under the control of Song Qingming's spell, shot out a colorful light and pulled the white divine thunder in Song Qingming's hand into the copper lamp. Haha. It really works. The Five Thunder sect is worthy of being a nascent soul sect that has been passed down for tens of thousands of years. This trip is really not in vain, seeing that the originally very agitated white lightning light immediately became calm and docile after entering the silver copper lamp. Song Qingming's face immediately showed a trace of joy. This silver copper lamp is called the 7-colored lightning lamp. It is a very rare 3rd-level top-grade magic weapon. It has the effect of controlling the thunder of heaven and earth. Its power is much stronger than the thunder pearl on Song Qingming. The 7-colored lightning lamp in Song Qingming's hand is the reward spiritual object he received from Zhao Mengyang after waiting outside the Thunder Cloud Valley for a few days. Song Qingming, who was holding a glimmer of hope to try, did not expect that Zhao Mengyang actually helped him exchange for the spiritual object, and in the end, he did not accept a single spiritual stone from Song Qingming, but directly rewarded him with this magic weapon. You should know that a 3rd-level top-grade magic weapon on the market costs at least 30,000 or 40,000 spiritual stones, and the 7-colored lightning lamp is a very rare magic weapon. Zhao Mengyang actually gave him such a valuable spiritual object so generously. Song Qingming was a little surprised, and he also felt a generosity of these unyielding monks from big sects. It was not until he left Thunder Cloud Valley for a long time that Song Qingming was still full of emotion. He didn't know if he had become accustomed to being poor over the years. In any case, Song Qingming did gain a lot from this somewhat unintentional trip to the Five Thunder sect. Not only did he use some worthless relics from Qingming to exchange for the 7-colored lightning lamp, a very useful magic weapon for him, but he was also able to get acquainted with unyielding monks like Zhao Mengyang and form a good relationship. Maybe if he encounters something in the future and needs help, he can use the relationship between Zhao Mengyang and the Five Thunder sect again. Thinking of this, Song Qingming's face also showed a little more smile. Then he put away the 7-color lightning lantern in his hand, took out the flying boat and jumped on it. After a while, Song Qingming, who was standing on the phantom boat, turned into a white escape light and disappeared on the mountain. Nanzhao, the outer sea. On the vast and boundless sea, A small boat that was only 5 or 6 feet long was sailing alone on the sea. From a distance, it looked like a fallen leaf floating in the water. A woman in a black dress was standing alone at the bow, staring blankly at the boundless sea in the distance. Not far behind the woman, there was a middle-aged man who was trying to cast a spell to control the rudder. While carefully controlling the direction of the boat's advance, he looked at the woman standing in front of him with some confusion. It was not until the boat approached a huge island that the middle-aged man carefully opened his mouth to remind him, "Senior Lee, we will soon reach Yuxun Island." Hearing the voice of the middle-aged man, the woman in black turned around and threw a bag of spirit stones to him. "Thank you for your help." After the black-clothed woman finished speaking, she immediately turned into a beam of light and left the boat, then headed straight for the island not far away, and soon disappeared in midair. It's strange that she always talked non-stop when she came here before, but she has changed a lot in just a few decades. Looking at the direction where the black-clothed woman was going, the middle-aged man shook his head and muttered to himself, then put away the spiritual stone he had just received in his hand, turned around and left the vicinity of the island. Yuxun Island Tiksu Gate, in a stone pavilion on the top of the mountain. Liu Yang, dressed in a white robe, was sitting at the stone table in the pavilion, holding a bamboo scroll and looking at it carefully. On the other side of the stone table, a young woman in white was looking down at the chess game filled with chess pieces on the stone platform, with a look of embarrassment on her face. Suddenly, a black beam of light flew in the distance and landed outside the stone pavilion, revealing a figure that Liu Yang was somewhat familiar with. "Senior Sister Li. You're back." Seeing Li Zuanyi coming not far away, Liu Yang immediately dropped the bamboo scroll in his hand and ran towards her with a happy face. Seeing this, Li Zuanyi smiled slightly and stepped forward to return a salute to Liu Yang. "Junior brother Liu, how are you? Is this the new junior sister?" Seeing Li Zuanyi looking at the woman in white next to her, Liu Yang quickly introduced, "Senior sister, this is junior sister Jin Yao. She only came to the mountain 20 years ago. Senior sister has never seen her." "Hello, Senior Sister Li." Seeing Jin Yao with a delicate face, and then looking at Liu Yang beside her, Li Zuanyi smiled and nodded slightly to them. "I haven't been back for so long, and I didn't expect that the sect has another junior sister. I came in a hurry. I hope junior sister will not despise this small gift." After Li Zuanyi finished speaking, he took out a hairpin that looked quite exquisite from his body and gave it directly to Jin Yao, which immediately made the other party's face more joyful. "Thank you, Senior Sister." Seeing Jin Yao grinning from ear to ear, Liu Yang immediately stepped forward and said to Li Zuanyi, "Senior Sister, you haven't been back to the sect for so long. Master misses you so much. A few days ago, he was still talking about you in front of me. I didn't expect that Senior Sister would really come back today." Hearing Liu Yang mention Master Link's Taoist, Li Zuanyi's smile immediately paused, and then asked, "Where is Master now? Is he doing well these years?" "Master is not on the cave now. It seems that he went to the foot of the mountain to fish." "Senior Sister, wait a moment, I will take you there right away." After Liu Yang finished speaking, he took out his flying boat and then took Li Zuanyi to pass through the mountain protection formation in the sky. Soon, they arrived at the coast at a corner of Yuxun Island below. The flying boat had just landed on a flat ground, and Li Zuanyi saw a simple old man with a bamboo hat sitting quietly on a white reef not far away, holding a long bamboo pole and looking at the water not far away. "Junior brother Liu, thank you for showing me the way. There's nothing to do here, you can go back first. It's only been a few decades since we last met. How come Senior Sister is as polite to me as Senior Brother Song? When we were practicing together at the foot of the mountain, we talked about everything, but Senior Sister is so polite." Feeling that Li Zuanyi's attitude towards him seemed to have changed a lot after she came back this time, Liu Yang, who was a little slow to realize it, slowly showed a puzzled look on his face. Seeing this, Li Zuanyi quickly forced out a smile and replied, "I have been practicing in seclusion for these years, and I haven't had time to come back to see you. I do feel unfamiliar. Junior brother Liu, don't be angry with me. I also brought you good things this time." After saying that, Li Zuanyi's hand flickered with spiritual light, and a very exquisite third-level middle-grade talisman appeared, which she handed to Liu Yang. "This talisman was drawn by me a few years ago. It is a rare item, so I'll give it to you." "Sister, what are you doing? I dare not accept such a valuable item. I have been following Master for many years and have no shortage of spiritual items. Please take it back." Seeing that the talisman that Li Zuanai took out as a gift was a bit expensive, Liu Yang quickly waved his hand to refuse. But Li Zuanai ignored him and still stuffed the talisman into Liu Yang's hand. "By the way, junior brother Liu, you just mentioned junior brother Song, but has he been to the sect recently?" Hearing Li Zuanai's inquiry, Liu Yang hurriedly shook his head and said, "Junior brother Song has not been to the sect. I met him a few years ago when I went to Liyuanhe to attend the trade fair with fourth senior brother. At that time, junior brother Song specifically asked me to say hello to senior sister on his behalf, and said that if senior sister needed any help, just send a message to him. Speaking of which, junior brother Song is really a genius in cultivation. When I met him, junior brother Song's cultivation had reached the peak of the 8th level of the golden core. I estimate that if nothing unexpected happens, he should have broken through to the 9th level of the golden core now." "Oh. He has cultivated to the 9th level of the golden core so quickly." "You are right. With his spiritual root talent, he can actually cultivate faster than us. Master really did not make a mistake in him." Li Zuanai nodded with a smile. After bowing and saying goodbye to Liu Yang, he turned and walked towards the location of Master Lingsu. Seeing Li Zuanai coming over and sitting next to him quietly, Taoist Lingsu with a fishing rod in his hand turned his head to look at her, and then quickly returned to the surface of the sea. The old man and the young man sat quietly on the white reef, letting the sea breeze blow the huge waves to hit the bottom of the reef, but neither of them reacted at all. It was not until a long time later that the fishing rod on the hand of Taoist Lingsu finally reacted. With a flick of the bamboo pole, a big fish more than 1 foot tall escaped from the water and fell directly into a bamboo basket that had been prepared not far from him. "Why, if I don't let them send a message to you this time, you really don't plan to come back to see an old man like me?" Chapter 818, Leaving the Sect, the Demon God Seals. The Taoist Lingsu uttered a word softly. He just picked up the bamboo basket on the ground, but Li Zuanai beside him took it first. "Master, you activated the sect token this time. You are not really to call me back." Seeing the doubt on Li Zuanai's face, Taoist Lingsu smiled slightly, then put away the fishing rod in his hand, and walked to a simple straw shed not far from the shore. "The wind and waves are big recently. It's not easy to catch a big fish, and I haven't eaten a good fish for some time," Taoist Lingsu said while taking out a big iron pot from the straw shed. Li Zuanai rolled up his sleeves and skillfully came to the stream and began to process the big fish that had just been caught. Both of them were dressed in simple clothes. At first glance, if others didn't pay attention, they would think they were father and daughter who fished at the seaside for many years. After a long time, a fragrant fish was brought to the stone platform next to it, and there was also a pot of fragrant fish soup. The Lingsu Taoist smelled the delicious and fresh fish meat, and a trace of joy appeared on his face instantly. He quickly picked up a piece of fish meat with chopsticks and stuffed it into his mouth. "The color is fresh and beautiful. This fish meat must be cooked directly from the sea to retain this fresh taste. People like Liu Wang are so dull that they can't get the point of cooking no matter how hard they try. Every time they waste the good ingredients I find. After so many years, you are still the girl who can win my heart the most. Not only have you inherited my skills, but you are also better than me in spiritual cooking skills. I just don't know how many opportunities I will have to taste these delicious spiritual foods you cook in the future." After a round of praise, the Lingsu Taoist poured himself a full bowl of fragrant fish soup, and his face was full of satisfaction. "Master, please don't blame me. I have been practicing in seclusion for many years. I just came out of seclusion not long ago. I came to visit you as soon as I received the news." Seeing that his master Lingsu Taoist was still satisfied with his cooking skills after not seeing him for decades, Li Zuanai showed a little joy on his face, and took out the spiritual tea he brought from the side and boiled it. It was not until Lingsu Taoist tasted almost all the fish in the bowl that Li Zuanai took the initiative to pour him a cup of fragrant spiritual tea. "Master, I have now broken through to the late giant stage. There are indeed many matters in the clan that need my help. In the future, Zuanai may not be able to return to the sect often to serve you. I hope Master will forgive me and allow me to withdraw from the sect in the future." Lingsu Taoist, who had just picked up the spiritual tea, heard Li Zuanai's words, paused for a moment, and then put down the tea bowl in his hand, and replied softly, "Your Li family is at least a Yuanying family with a history of 10,000 years. You don't need them to deal with everything. Could it be that Gu Yunshan has reached a point where no one is available, and needs to snatch you?" A girl, from an old man like me. Although Master cannot directly intervene in the affairs of other sects in Nanzhao, he still knows a few people outside who can talk to him. Girl, if you really suffer any grievances, you might as well tell the old man. At worst, I will risk my old face to meet them again. Seeing that Taoist Lingsu was looking at him calmly, Li Zuanai immediately shook his head and said with a smile, Master, you misunderstood me. These are all family matters. I have not felt wronged. You don't have to worry about my little thing. I am still an outer disciple now. Even if I quit the sect, it will not have much impact. I will definitely come back to see you when I am free in the future. After hearing Li Zuanai's explanation, Taoist Lingsu's face slowly darkened, and his eyes revealed a rare brilliance on his face. The reason why Master asked you is that he wants you to speak out. You little girl, you don't really think that I don't know anything just because I stay on the island every day. Seeing the change on Taoist Lingsu's face, Li Zuanai was silent for a moment, then sighed and said, Master, I know you are doing this for my own good. It's just that I have already thought about this matter. I know the rules of the sect, and I don't want this to affect the sect, so please don't make things difficult for me. Have you really thought about it? Yes. Some things must be faced, and I don't want to live under the protection of others all my life. Maybe one day, when I am capable enough to change all this, I can come back here. Girl, just think about it yourself. After hearing Li Zuanai's explanation, Taoist Lingsu didn't say anything more. He stood up, waved his hand, took out a scroll and handed it to Li Zuanai, and then said to her, This is the complete text of sword art that I have deduced. It is enough for you to practice directly to the spiritualization stage. Whether you are in the sect or not on the future, I will still recognize you as my disciple. Li Zuanai, who was holding the bamboo slips tightly in his hand, could not help but feel confused, and hurriedly bowed to Lingsu Taoist. Zuanai, thank you Master for the Dharma. 2 months later, an unnamed boat came to the outside of Yuxun Island and slowly approached a reef near the island. I haven't been here for decades, but there hasn't been much change. I don't know if I can have the opportunity to see Master this time. Looking at the Yuxun Island in front of him, which was still exactly the same as decades ago, Qingming, who was standing on the bow, couldn't help but smile a little, and he was looking forward to seeing those fellow disciples he hadn't seen for many years. Just when Qingming was thinking about it, the sky above the Yuxun Island that was originally clear suddenly changed, and a black fog appeared, covering the entire island. This strange phenomenon immediately alarmed the nearby seabirds and flying fish, and they began to flee quickly to the distance. This is demonic energy. Seeing what was happening on the Yuxun Island in front of him, Qingming's face suddenly changed, and he quickly threw a bag of spiritual stones to the boatman beside him. Then he turned into a green escape light, flew directly to the Yuxun Island and landed on a flat ground east of the island. Taking out a round green jade card in his hand, Qingming quickly passed through the large formation set up by the sect outside the mountain and came directly to the Taixu gate located above the island. As soon as he arrived at the door, Qingming saw several escape lights flying hurriedly not far away. When he got closer, he found that they were Liu Yang and several other giant and fellow disciples. Hey! It's Junior Brother Song. Hello, Senior Brothers. I just arrived on the island. I wonder where you are going, Junior Brother Song. The seal of the demon god on the back mountain has loosened again. Several of us are preparing to help strengthen the seal. Junior Brother is here. Why don't you go with us to help? Just follow your orders, Senior Brother. When Qingming first came to Taixu Gate, he encountered the illusion of the demon god here. He also knew that there was a demon god from the upper realm that broke through the realm tens of thousands of years ago. Hearing that the demon god's seal was loose and caused the demon god to leak, Qingming nodded and agreed, and then followed Liu Yang and others to a canyon in the back mountain of the island. Just as he approached the depths of the canyon, Qingming saw a group of demon energy rising into the sky in the valley. The concentration of this demon energy is many times more refined than the skills used by the demon cultivators that Qingming had encountered before. Before they even touched it, everyone felt a chill coming at them. Seeing this, Qingming and others cast spells to activate the protective aura, forming a shield in front of them, and then continued to fly into the valley. Not long after, Qingming and his companions arrived on a stone platform and saw the fourth brother Zhang Xingyan, who was casting a spell to strengthen the seal, and many disciples of the Taixu sect. Because there were relatively few people coming, and many brothers and sisters in the sect would practice in seclusion for many years. Most of them were the first time Qingming saw them. There were 4 stone platforms in the canyon, standing on the mountain walls on both sides, and there were 7 or 8 people sitting on each stone platform. There was also a person standing in the air above their heads. In addition to the 4th brother Zhang Xingyan, the aura emanating from the other 3 people had obviously reached the nascent soul realm. These nascent soul cultivators were casting spells to merge the mana of many giant cultivators below, and pouring it into 4 huge bronze tripods floating in the air in front of them. The 4 bronze tripods in the middle, each of which was several feet wide and high, gave off a strong pressure that made Qingming feel a strong pressure just by looking at them. He quickly turned his eyes to the side and felt better. Several junior brothers, I have almost enough manpower here, please go to junior brother Lin and help them. After hearing a square-faced man shouting from above, Qingming and his companions quickly separated and landed on several other stone platforms, and began to cast spells to help everyone stabilize the huge seals under the 4 bronze tripods. In this way, everyone was busy from the afternoon until dark, and the demonic energy coming out from the depths of the canyon below gradually became sparse. After another half an hour, when the demonic energy in the canyon gradually died down, everyone, led by several nascent soul cultivators, poured away their mana. The seal of the demon god has been stabilized. Thank you for your hard work, junior brothers and nephews. After the bronze tripod in front of him calmed down, the square-faced man with the highest cultivation among the 4 nascent soul cultivators turned around and bowed to everyone. Through the introduction of Liu Yang, who just stood beside him, Qingming has learned that the square-faced man who spoke was one of the dozen direct disciples of his master Lingyuan, the eldest brother Fu Jinglong. His cultivation has reached the late stage of the nascent soul, and he is also the one with the highest cultivation among the dozens of Taixia sect disciples present. The other 3 people beside him are the 3rd sister Mu Dingyan, the 4th brother Zhang Xingyan, and the 8th brother Duan Yao, all of whom have the cultivation of the nascent soul realm. Hearing the polite words from the eldest brother, everyone present hurriedly bowed and saluted him. Before everyone left this place, a beam of light suddenly flew out from the depths of the canyon and landed in the air. It was the master Taoist that Qingming wanted to see most urgently on this trip. Greetings, master, there's nothing to do down there, let's go back with me. After scanning the people present, Taoist hurriedly waved his hand, and then disappeared from the spot with a flash. Seeing this, everyone followed Taoist Lingsu and soon arrived at a hall in the front gate of the mountain. After arriving at the hall, Taoist Lingsu turned around and slowly spoke to the many disciples in front of him. Tens of thousands of years ago, the true demon came to the world and broke through the realm, causing our Huayang realm to suffer a demonic disaster and countless lives in the entire cultivation world. Afterwards, our Taixia sect ancestors joined forces with the human and demon races from all over the world, and asked for the help of the great masters of our human race who ascended from the upper realm, and finally drove the ancient true demon out of the realm and wiped out its many followers. After the great battle to destroy the demons, although most of the demons were killed, there are still some remnants of the true demons in the Huayang realm. These true demons from the upper realm, even after death, the body is incorruptible and the soul can still be revived. The ancestors have tried many methods, but they still cannot completely kill the demon body. Therefore, our human ancestors had no choice but to set up a large formation to seal these real demon bodies in places full of yang energy in the 5 continents and 4 seas, and use the vitality of this world to slowly destroy these ancient real demon bodies. It is for this reason that our Taixia sect ancestors set up the Shinding Sulong formation in the valley, sealed a real demon body here, and guarded this island for generations. Most of the demons have been killed by our ancestors with the help of the demon suppression formation, but this real demon in the back valley has survived, and not only has it resisted the power of the formation, but has also recovered a lot of its strength over the years. Recently, the seal on the demon has become increasingly loose, and the formation that our ancestors set up back then may not be able to trap this demon for much longer. I summon all of you back here to use your strength to completely resolve this matter during my lifetime, so as not to leave too many hidden dangers for you in the future. I am going to set up another formation soon, and by then, cast a spell to strengthen the seal of the valley array. Even if you can't completely kill the demon, at least you can seal him for a while longer, so as not to cause too much hidden danger to you. I believe that even if I am gone in the future, you can continue to guard the valley array for the sect, and won't let the real demon have the opportunity to wreak havoc on the world again. Disciple obeys the master's order. After hearing the master Lingyuan Taoist tell the story, Song Qingming knew that the reason why the sect suddenly activated the token to summon many disciples back this time was to refine a high-level demon-killing array to strengthen the seal of the demon god in the valley. Although it can help the sect to kill the real demon in the upper realm, whether Song Qingming is a disciple of Taoist sect or not, this is his unshirkable duty as a righteous cultivator. However, strengthening the seal of the demon god is definitely not something that can be done in 1 or 2 days, and I don't know how long it will take this time before I have the opportunity to return to the floating cloud mountains. Thinking of this, Song Qingming was excited and couldn't help but sigh slightly. After saying these words, Lingyuan Taoist quickly waved his hand to dismiss everyone, and Song Qingming followed everyone out of the hall. Not long after leaving the hall, Song Qingming immediately stepped forward to stop Liu Yang, took him to a relatively secluded place, and took out a storage bag and handed it to the other party. Brother Liu, this is the spiritual stone I borrowed from you last time in Lingyuan Sea. I wanted to come to you after I went back, but something happened at home and delayed me. I hope you don't mind, Junior Brother Song, you are too polite. These spiritual stones are just external things. Why do you have to keep them in your heart? I will accept them. Liu Yang took the spiritual stone bag handed over by Song Qingming and took a look. He saw that there seemed to be a little more in it than what he borrowed at the beginning. When he was about to return it, he was stopped by Song Qingming again. Brother, you helped me out in an emergency at the beginning, so this is what I should do. Just consider it as inviting you to have a few more cups of spiritual tea. Don't be too polite to me. By the way, Brother Liu, I invited you here. I have another question. Please help me to solve it. Hearing that Song Qingming still wanted to ask him something, Liu Yang immediately smiled and said, Brother Song, you mean to ask about Sister Li? Sister Li did come here 2 months ago, but she left after a few days, and she didn't tell me when she would be back next time. The last time I saw Sister Li, she seemed to be worried about something, and Master wouldn't let me ask about her. I don't know if Sister Li encountered any problems at home. Otherwise, Brother Song, when you have the chance to see Master alone in a few days, you can ask Master about it, and tell me by the way. Sister Li is back. Okay, I'll ask when I have the chance to see Master. Seeing that Song Qingming agreed at once, Liu Yang immediately smiled and bowed to Song Qingming. Well, Junior Brother Song, if you have any news, remember to let me know. Senior Sister Li has always been so good to me. If she really has something, I should also help her. Suddenly hearing Liu Yang mention Senior Sister Li Zuanai interrupted Song Qingming's thoughts for a while. Song Qingming, who originally wanted to inquire about the specific time when the sect arranged the demon-killing formation, did not remember this until Liu Yang left, and could not help but shook his head at himself. However, after living in the sect for a few days, Song Qingming, as Liu Yang said, soon received a private summons from his master Lingyuan Taoist, giving him the opportunity to inquire about these things. After greeting his senior brother Liu Yang who was guarding the door, Song Qingming was familiar with the road and soon came to the cave on the top of the mountain. He saw Lingyuan Taoist who was boiling water with firewood in the cave. Greetings, Master, haha. You're here. I was busy dealing with that devil a few days ago and forgot to see you. I just remembered it today. The water is just boiling. Come and sit down. Seeing that Lingyuan Taoist with a trace of smoke on his forehead waved to him with a smile, Song Qingming hurriedly stepped forward to his side and sat down at the stone table next to him. After the two sat down, Song Qingming saw that his master Lingyuan Taoist was holding a kettle in his hand, but his eyes were fixed on him, and a trace of doubt appeared on his face. Just when Song Qingming was still thinking quickly about what was wrong with him, Lingyuan Taoist pointed to the empty tea bowl next to him and said softly, I say, kid, you came all the way here, you wouldn't come empty-handed like this. Oh. Master, don't blame me. Song Qingming, who understood, hurriedly took out a few bags of spiritual tea, a specialty of the Xuxin world in the floating Cloud Mountain range, and placed them on the table respectfully. Seeing this, the Lingyuan Taoist who had a stern face just now regained a smile on his face, and slowly brewed a large bowl of the spiritual tea that Song Qingming brought out. Not bad, I haven't had it for decades, and I still miss this taste. It seems that I have to visit you when I have the chance in the future. After patiently tasting a sip of the fragrant spiritual tea, Lingyuan Taoist showed a little more satisfaction on his face, and then turned his eyes to Song Qingming on the side. After not seeing you for decades, your cultivation has improved quite well. Have you thought about how to break through the nascent soul realm in the future? Well, Master also knows that my aptitude is too poor. Back then, I was able to form a golden elixir thanks to the skills taught by Master, which gave me the opportunity to come here and join the sect. Although my cultivation has reached the 9th level of the golden elixir now, the matter of forming an infant is like a mountain that is difficult for me to understand, and I am afraid it will not be that easy. This time when I came to the sect, I also wanted to ask the Master for advice. Although you are not as talented as many disciples in the sect, your understanding of the exercises is not worse than theirs, otherwise you would not have achieved what you have today. However, as you said, the matter of condensing the nascent soul is much more difficult than forming the pill. It is not a bad thing that you know this. At least you can see yourself more clearly than those people with better talents in the sect. You are now an outer disciple. Due to the sect rules, I cannot directly support you in condensing the nascent soul, but I can still give you some guidance. In the Taxa Hall, there are still many nascent soul experiences and classics left by the predecessors of the sect. I will say hello to Liu Yang later. And you can go in and take a look when you are free. I have been in the sect recently. If you don't understand anything, you can come here to find me at any time. If you want to condense a nascent soul in the sect in the future, I will not be on the mountain, and you can also say hello to Zingayan and others. Thank you, Master. Hearing that, Taoist Linksa agreed to guide the matter of forming a nascent soul, and also agreed that he could strive for the nascent soul realm in the Taoist sect in the future. Song Qingming was instantly overjoyed, and quickly stood up and bowed to express his gratitude. Master, I have another question. I wonder how long it will take to set up the formation to destroy the demons. Master has been planning this for many years, and I will deal with it within a year at most. Don't worry, it won't delay you for long. But within this year, you can't leave the sect, so as not to leak this matter and attract those demons outside to make trouble, which will then be troublesome. Disciple understands. After getting the accurate answer from Linksa Taoist, Song Qingming felt much better. After chatting with him in the cave for a while, he got up and left there reluctantly. At this time, in a dense forest on the north side of Yuxun Island at the foot of the mountain, a rustling sound suddenly came from the originally very quiet forest. After a while, a green snake, whose whole body color almost blended with the forest beside it, slowly emerged from the dense forest. The green snake poked out its small head and looked around very cautiously. After seeing that there was no movement around, it suddenly accelerated forward and rushed out of the dense forest behind it and came to the coast not far away. Then, only a plop sound was heard on the water, and the figure of the green snake quickly disappeared from the spot. Chapter 819, Sword Master, Heavenly Merit. Half a year later, in the immortal cultivation world of the Floating Cloud Mountains, in the Qing County of Weiguo. As one of the main market towns controlled by the Song family, the Qianfang has become the largest market town near the Yunwu Mountain, under the hard work of several generations of family monks. Every day, there is an endless stream of monks coming and going from the market town to the Yunwu Mountain from the eastern periphery of Weiguo, which has also brought a lot of popularity to the Qianfang. However, compared with the Floating Cloud Mountains, where there are many monsters, the number of monsters on the Yunwu mountainside is obviously much smaller, and there are still a lot of miasma in the mountains and forests, which has a certain impact on the search for spiritual objects. Generally, the monks who go in and out of the Yunwu Mountain to hunt monsters are mostly young monks with little experience in hunting monsters. Those veteran monks with higher cultivation and rich experience in hunting monsters will be directly teleported from here to the White Lion Square frontline, where there are more monsters. On this day, a Song family cultivator in the middle stage of Qi training who was guarding the gate of the market town had just put a monk who had verified his identity into the market town. When he looked up, he saw a young woman wearing a bamboo hat and purple clothes, walking slowly from the East Yunwu Mountain to the market. Seeing this woman coming from the dangerous Yunwu Mountain alone, the Song family cultivator's face suddenly showed a little curiosity. He looked again, and found that the woman suddenly came to him from more than 10 feet away. He couldn't help rubbing his eyes, thinking that he had just seen it wrong. My fellow Taoist, may I ask if this place is Qianfang? The purple-clothed woman's crisp voice made the Song family cultivator who was in doubt come back to his senses, and he quickly responded, my fellow Taoist is right, this place is Qianfang. May I ask where you are from? Please state your identity first before you can enter and exit the market. Hearing the explanation of the Song family cultivator, The purple-clothed woman immediately took off her bamboo hat with a smile on her face, revealing a somewhat delicate jade face. My name is Zilin, a casual cultivator from Qianfang. I have an appointment with my companions to meet at Qianfang. Please help me. After saying that, the purple-clothed woman handed over another spiritual stone. I'm from Qianfang. No wonder you dare to go to Funiu Mountain alone. There are a lot more monsters in the east recently. It's a bit uneasy, so you have to be careful. Your identity has been registered. Bring this J token and you can enter and leave the market for free within half a year. We can't charge spiritual stones here. If you want to stay for a long time, you can take the spiritual stones and rent a cave in the law enforcement hall of the market. Go in first. After writing the purple-clothed woman's name, the Song family cultivator threw a token with her name printed on it to the other party, and then waved to her. Thank you, fellow Taoist. Seeing this, the purple-clothed woman quickly put away the spiritual stone in her hand, took the token and walked into the market. Seeing that the purple-clothed woman's figure disappeared after passing through the magic circle at the entrance of the market for a long time, the Song family cultivator withdrew his gaze with some reluctance. Strange, this person is obviously only at the 5th level of Qi Refining like me. Why does he make me feel a little uneasy? After staying in the market for a long time, he has become more and more timid. We have not been allowed to enter the mountains for more than half a year, and I don't know when the elder will take us to hunt monsters again. After muttering to himself, the Song family cultivator slowly closed the list he had just registered, and looked into the distance again with some boredom. After the purple-clothed woman entered the market, she first walked around the street, and finally came to the law enforcement hall in the middle of the market. She looked up at the sign above her head and strode into it. Fellow Taoist, may I ask what you can do for me? I want to rent a cave here. Oh, come in with me. Uncle Zuanlong, someone else is here to rent a cave. The cultivator of the market law enforcement team guarding the door heard that the other party was here to rent a cave, and hurriedly nodded to him, then shouted inside and brought the purple-clothed woman to an old man with gray hair and beard. After knowing the purpose of the other party's visit, the old man hurriedly asked her to sit down, took out a sheepskin map with the location of the cave drawn on it, and placed it in front of the woman in purple. Dao, you have come to the right place. I have just opened a lot of grade B caves with nice scenery in the back mountain some time ago, which are just suitable for cultivators like you who are in the middle stage of Qi Refining. Don't worry, we in Songjiafeng City will never cheat customers. If you think it is not good, just go out and ask and you will know. I don't know what kind of cave you want to rent. Please take a look first. I will help you find it. I guarantee you will be satisfied. After hearing the boastful introduction from the white-haired old man, the purple-clothed woman did not even look at the sheepskin map in his hand, but said to the old man with a smile, I want to rent grade A cave number 1, Dao, you don't know, the grade A caves are rented by cultivators in the late stage of Qi Refining or above. Dao is only in the middle stage of Qi Refining now, how can you use it? Wait, which cave did you just say? When the white-haired old man started to explain, he suddenly thought of something in his mind, raised his head and asked the other party carefully. The purple-clothed woman, on the other hand, still smiled and gently uttered 6 big words to him. Grade A cave residence number 1. Half an hour later, a green sword light suddenly fell from the sky and landed outside the Qianfang. The Song family cultivator standing guard at the door saw the green figure not far away, and was stunned at first. Then he wiped his eyes again, and after confirming that he was not mistaken, he quickly stepped forward and saluted with a respectful face. Greetings, ancestor. Song Qingming, who had just arrived, waved his hand gently at the visitor, and then ignored him and walked quickly into the market. After Song Qingming's figure disappeared, he came back to his senses with some nervousness. My eyes are really getting slower and slower to react. I didn't hear anything happen in the market today. How could it alarm the ancestor to come here? After entering the market, Song Qingming quickly came to the enforcement hall of the market. Seeing the 2 Song family monks who hurriedly came up to pay their respects, he immediately asked, who rented the cave? Tell me more. Reporting to the ancestor, it was a woman who came here alone. Her cultivation seems to be only at the 5th level of Qi Refining. By the way, she said her name is Zilan. After hearing the old man beside him explain the situation in detail, Song Qingming nodded slightly and said, okay, I know. You must remember this and not tell anyone. Also, If someone asks you about the identity of that person in the future, send a letter to let me know immediately." After instructing the two people present, Song Qingyu left the enforcement hall and came to a cave on the top of the mountain behind the market. After taking a look at the restrictions that had just been set up at the entrance of the cave, Song Qingyu moved his magic power and was about to cast a spell to transmit the sound, but saw a flash of light suddenly flashing in the cave. "Well, you're not slow here. It seems that these people are quite fast at delivering messages." Seeing the purple-clothed woman who suddenly appeared beside him, Song Qingyu quickly put away the magic in his hand and asked softly, "Dao, why did you set up so many restrictions outside the cave? You are not planning to live here for a long time." Upon hearing this, the purple-clothed woman waved her hand and said, "That's not the case. It's just that I have been following Master outside for so many years, and I am used to being cautious. That's why I am more careful. Dao, don't get me wrong. Master is almost coming out of retreat. She asked me to inform you to go with us to the place you mentioned in 3 months. That place, I told you everything. Why do you want me to go with you?" Facing the puzzled look on Song Qingyu's face, the purple-clothed woman smiled and replied, "I came here just to pass on the Master's message. I can't answer you this question for now. Why don't you wait until you see the Master in the future and ask him in person? Don't worry. If we had any ill intentions towards you, you wouldn't be alive today. You must have comprehended a lot of the mental method that the Master gave you. You shouldn't be unable to tell whether we are good or bad now. I understand what you said, but you also know that I am just a cultivator from a small Jinden family. I really don't want to get involved in the affairs of unyielding cultivators too much." After Song Qingyu finished speaking, he couldn't help but reveal a bit of helplessness on his face. "Since some things have chosen you, you can't easily avoid them. I have told you everything I should say, and I won't stay here for long. This is the mental method for the subsequent Jinden period that the Master asked me to pass on to you. You should keep it first." After the purple-clothed woman finished speaking, she threw another bamboo slip to Song Qingyu not far away, and then her figure flashed and quickly disappeared from the spot. Looking at the bamboo slip in his hand, Song Qingyu's face also showed a look of surprise, and he quickly picked up the bamboo slip and placed it on his forehead. The purple-clothed woman who just left was the purple-clothed swordsman Song Qingyu met when she was inspecting Funiu Mountain half a year ago. Her master was a master who had broken through to the nascent soul realm. At that time, after Song Qingyu was captured by the purple-clothed woman, she followed her to see the white-clothed woman who was hiding in the cave to heal her wounds. As soon as he saw the powerful swordsmanship aura emanating from the white-clothed woman, Song Qingyu immediately guessed that she should be the one who created the huge battlefield deep in Funiu Mountain, and he was also very shocked. What Song Qingyu didn't expect was that the white-clothed woman could see the swordsmanship inheritance that Song Qingyu practiced at a glance, and told Song Qingyu that the Taoist who taught her swordsmanship was a nascent soul master who had been enlightened for many years. However, the white-clothed woman did not explain too much about the nascent soul master to her, nor did she tell her about the origins between them. After asking Song Qingyu about how she got the inheritance, she let her go and gave Song Qingyu a mental method that could be used to practice with the swordsmanship inheritance in her body. But before Song Qingyu left, the woman in white still asked her to make a vow not to reveal what happened between them to anyone. After returning to the family, Song Qingyu carefully comprehended the mental method given to her by the woman in white, and she was extremely shocked when she discovered the mystery. The mental method given to her by the woman in white could actually cooperate with the sword cultivation inheritance in her body, making her feel that her cultivation speed had significantly improved during cultivation, which was really unbelievable to Song Qingyu. As a sword cultivator, and being able to recognize the sword cultivation inheritance obtained by Song Qingyu, it means that the woman in white should know where the inheritance she obtained came from. In addition, the mental method bamboo slips given to Song Qingyu by the woman in white can also help her cultivation, so there may be some origin between the two. But the other party has been unwilling to tell the truth, and insisted on taking them to find the senior cave that has been almost emptied by them, which made Song Qingyu feel unpredictable and couldn't guess what they were trying to do. Moreover, the woman in white looked badly injured in the Battle of Funiu Mountain. It was unknown whether she had provoked any powerful opponent. Song Qingyu really did not want to get involved with him too much. However, due to the fact that the opponent was too powerful, Song Qingyu could not directly refuse the opponent for a while, and could only take it one step at a time. Fortunately, At present, the women in white did not hurt him, and were willing to give Song Qingming the mental method. It did not seem that they had any malicious intentions. Otherwise, with the powerful sword cultivation aura of the woman in white, let alone Song Qingming, a small giant and cultivator, even if Li Mufen, the supreme elder of Xiaoyao sect, took action, he might not be able to defeat the opponent. I clearly told them that there was nothing in there. Why did they want me to take them there? Could it be that there was something missing back then? After putting down the bamboo slips on his forehead, Song Qingming stood there and thought for a moment, then shook his head and turned away. Donghuang country's Yuxin world. In a blink of an eye, winter has gone and spring has come. Song Qingming has been on Yuxin Island for more than half a year. In a rice field outside the Yanhu village, Song Qingming walked barefoot in the muddy rice field, and spread the rice seeds in his hand evenly under his feet with a serious face. The scorching sun of this spring day shines on the faces of every hard worker in the valley, adding a bit of golden color, as if foreshadowing another year of bumper harvest. Accompanied by the laughter of many companions around him, Song Qingming, with a few drops of sweat on his face, finally spread the rice seeds in his hand all over the rice field and slowly walked back to the field dam. Master, the dumplings made by my mother and aunt are here, and my father wants you to come over for dinner. After hearing a dark-skinned strong man shouting on the field dam not far away, Song Qingming quickly responded and then walked to the ditch next to the rice field. After using the flowing stream water to clean the dirt on his body, Song Qingming scooped up some stream water to wipe the sweat on his forehead, and then walked barefoot to a cool place. Seeing Song Qingming coming over, an elderly woman next to him quickly brought him a bowl of steaming dumplings. Thank you. After simply greeting everyone, Song Qingming picked up the bowl and slowly put the dumplings with a hint of fragrance into his mouth. As a person who loves to taste all kinds of food, no matter what delicious food he eats, Song Qingming always habitually slows down his speed to let himself feel more of the satisfaction brought by the delicious food in his mouth. This habit, even when he has reached the Jinden stage of fasting, still accompanies him from time to time. When Song Qingming finished eating a large bowl of dumplings, the woman had already put away the bowls and chopsticks that everyone around him had put down, and carefully came to Song Qingming. Master, I made a pair of shoes for Yuner. This child has been busy practicing in the mountains for the past few years and has no home. Master, please bring them to him next time you go back. The Yuner in the woman's mouth is her son, named Wang Qingming, who is the child with spiritual roots that Song Qingming found in Wang Qin's home in Yanhu village. After not seeing each other for decades, the elderly Wang Qin and his wife have long passed away, and their son and daughter-in-law have also become as old as they were back then. The only thing standing here that remains unchanged is Song Qingming, the master who only comes once every few decades, and still has a relatively young face. After the eldest son Wang Qingming was tested for his spiritual roots, he was taken to the mountains to practice a few years later, and he was less and less with his parents at home. Seeing the expectant look on the woman's face, Song Qingming also remembered his mother's eyes back then. He stayed for a moment before taking a pair of brand new cloth shoes from her somewhat rough hands. Don't worry, I should be back in the mountains in a few days, and I will definitely bring it to Qingming for you. Even on the Yuxin island far away from the secular world, there is a difference between immortals and mortals. For a cultivator like Wang Qingming who was born and raised on the island, in addition to the few fixed days when he can return home, even if he enters the world to practice, he must arrange to go to other mortal villages separately, and cannot stay directly at home. The woman was naturally happy that her son could have spiritual roots to become an immortal, but it was a pity that she could not always be with him. Although there were regrets, she could only keep it in her heart. Seeing that Song Qingming agreed at once and carefully put away the cloth shoes in his hand, the woman's face suddenly became more joyful, and she hurriedly nodded to thank him. After the sun set in the west, Song Qingming, who had been busy all day, returned to the hut where he lived. After lighting the oil lamp and sitting cross-legged, Song Qingming's magic power moved, and immediately a thick book appeared, and he gently flipped through it. After more than half a year in the Taixu sect, Song Qingming spent most of his time in the Yanhu village at the foot of the mountain, except for occasionally returning to the mountain to help his senior brothers in the sect in engraving the runes of the seal formation. While experiencing the entering the world to practice tasks arranged by the sect, he studied the bamboo slips he borrowed from the Taixu palace on the mountain. These precious bamboo slips are the various experiences of forming infants left by the predecessors of the Taixu sect. After studying for more than half a year, Song Qingming benefited a lot from them. In addition, Song Qingming also took advantage of the intervals between practice to often visit his fourth senior brother Zhang Xingyuan, who lived in the same village with him, to ask for advice. Although he was an outer disciple, Zhang Xingyuan did not treat Song Qingming, his junior brother, as an outsider, and taught Song Qingming in detail his several experiences of forming infants. Like Bai Yuxin, Zhang Xingyuan also hit the nascent soul realm twice before he was able to successfully form an infant. However, as an inner disciple of the Taixia sect and a direct disciple of his master Lingyuan Taoist, a master of the divine transformation, the guidance and resources he can get are naturally not comparable to those of the ordinary nascent soul sect, where Bai Yuxin is. Although his aptitude and talent are not as good as those of a Xianlingjian cultivator like Bai Yuxin, Zhang Xingyuan formed a nascent soul no later than Bai Yuxin. Both of them successfully advanced to the nascent soul realm at the age of less than 300. In just over half a year, through continuous study and consultation in the Taixia sect, Song Qingming clearly felt that the nascent soul realm, which was originally very vague in front of him, gradually became much clearer. Now he has a lot more confidence in his future nascent soul. Although he dare not say that he can be absolutely sure of the success of the nascent soul, Song Qingming has been practicing for so many years, and his heart has long been firm about his future path, and he will not give up easily because of a temporary setback in the future. After returning, he will slowly digest the experiences of forming the nascent soul. After another 10 or 20 years of accumulating magical power, Song Qingming will be confident that he can return to the Taixia sect and impact the nascent soul realm. The moon sets and the sun rises. When the morning sun rises, Song Qingming slowly puts down the bamboo slips in his hand, gets up, opens the door and walks out of the house. Just as he took the wooden basin outside the house and filled it with cold water, preparing to wash himself, Song Qingming saw the figure of his fourth brother Zhang Xingyuan walking in from outside the yard. He quickly put down what he was holding and went forward to pay his respects to him. Junior brother Song, Master has summoned us to return to the sect. You should pack up and go back quickly. I still have to say hello to other junior brothers. Thank you, senior brother. Hearing that it was his master who summoned him, Song Qingming did not dare to delay. He hurriedly returned to his residence to sort out his belongings, and then turned into a beam of light and returned to the Taixia gate on the mountain. Just as he arrived at the main hall of the mountain gate, Song Qingming saw Liu Yang standing in the crowd and greeting him, and hurriedly walked towards his location. Senior brother Liu, you are so anxious to have so many fellow disciples come here this time. Are you preparing to set up a great array to kill demons? Hearing Song Qingming's low voice, Liu Yang nodded and said, Senior brother Song is right. I just asked my eldest senior brother. It is estimated that the array will be set up soon. Haha. After preparing for such a long time, Master is finally going to take action. If we can kill the real demon from the upper realm in one fell swoop this time, we are all meritorious officials and we can probably get a lot of merits from the heavenly Dao. At least we don't have to worry about this hidden danger all the time in the future. Maybe the sect doesn't have to live in seclusion like this. At this point, Liu Yang's face also showed some excitement. Hearing this, Song Qingming felt the same as Liu Yang. The demon cultivators inherited from the outside world are not favored by the heavenly Dao in this world. The cultivators in this world can get some merits from the heavenly Dao by killing those who practice the demon cultivator inheritance. If one accumulates too much heavenly merit, it can also remove the evil spirit formed by killing other creatures, and add a little more luck to the cultivators. Needless to say, killing the real demons in the upper realms will definitely bring a lot of heavenly merit. Song Qingming also has some expectations for this. While the two were talking, more and more disciples of the Taixia sect gathered in the hall. When almost everyone was there, the Lingyuan Taoist who changed into a clean Taoist robe walked in from outside with a calm face. Chapter 820, Tiangang defeats the demon, and a sudden change occurs in the valley. Following behind, Lingyuan Taoist were Zhang Xingyuan and several other unyielding cultivators from the sect. Two of them were unfamiliar to Song Qingming, and it was the first time he saw them. Just by glancing at the people present, Lingyuan Taoist waved his hand and released dozens of formation flags, which fell into the hands of Song Qingming and others present. This is the Xiangang demon subduing formation that I specially refined. There are a total of 36 formation flags. Each of the selected people will hold one and follow me to set up the formation. The rest of you will stay at the mountain gate. After saying that, Lingyuan Taoist immediately turned around and walked out of the hall. Song Qingming and others who were assigned the formation flags also followed quickly. Everyone soon came to the canyon in the back mountain where the upper realm demons were sealed. After arriving here, Lingyuan Taoist sat cross-legged in the air. After a while, a figure flew out of the valley and landed beside Lingyuan Taoist. This person looked 70% similar to him. It was the incarnation of Lingyuan Taoist that Song Qingming had seen that year. After this incarnation appeared, it immediately nodded slightly to the Lingyuan Taoist beside it, and then a very powerful voice came into everyone's ears. Begin to set up the formation. With the order from the master Lingyuan Taoist, Song Qingming and others flew to the sky and surrounded the Lingyuan Taoist in the air. The closest ones were the 6 nascent soul cultivators led by Zhang Zhengyuan. After everyone sat down cross-legged, the formation flags in their hands immediately emitted a spiritual light that soared into the sky. 36 spiritual lights slowly formed a huge circular formation diagram in the sky. This Xiangang demon subduing formation is a high-level demon subduing formation carefully refined by the master Lingyuan Taoist, and its grade has reached a 5th grade lower grade. In the world of cultivating immortals, even in the holy land of human cultivation such as Donghuang country, spiritual objects above the 4th level are rare, let alone the 5th level formation that can deal with the real demons of the upper realm. In order to refine this Xiangang demon subduing array, Lingyuan Taoist spent hundreds of years searching for various high-level materials across the 5 continents and 4 seas, and finally succeeded in refining this array. In the past 6 months, Song Qingming and others have participated in the exercise of activating the array many times, and it is not the first time they have seen this Xiangang demon subduing array. As soon as the Xiangang demon subduing array was gathered, it illuminated the sky above the entire Yuxun Island. Even the villagers of Yanhu village, who were farming at the foot of the mountain, saw the strangeness in the sky through the array. Because these villagers often deal with monks, they have long been accustomed to the situation on the island. Seeing that there was something unusual in the sky, they hurriedly put away their farm tools in advance and took the curious children back home. In addition to the villagers living on the island, various birds, beasts and fish around the island were also attracted by the scene in front of them. A few wild geese in the air had just approached the sky above the island when they were suddenly pushed away by a strange force and almost fell from the sky. Seeing this, the other seabirds that had come over immediately scattered, and just kept circling around the island, not daring to approach easily. At this moment, on a deserted island hundreds of miles away from Yuxun Island, a green snake was raising its cute little head, staring blankly at the strangeness in the distant sky. The green snake was so absorbed in its gaze that it could not see a large gray bird flying quickly above its head. Seeing that the prey had not yet discovered it, the gray eagle's eyes suddenly flashed with a hint of murderous intent, opened its sharp fangs and claws, and accelerated towards the green snake. Just as the gray eagle was thinking about where to find a place to slowly enjoy the food in front of it, the green snake, who was still in a daze, suddenly turned his head and gave him a very cold look. There was only a loud sizzling sound, and a moment later, a pile of scattered gray feathers were left on the ground. After a hearty meal, the little green snake shook its tail and turned into a very well-behaved little snake, then turned and left. After a while, the little green snake came to a boulder on the deserted island, and then passed through the boulder outside and entered a somewhat dark space. After seeing the little green snake appear, a black gas suddenly appeared beside it, and then the little green snake was rolled up by the black gas and landed in a somewhat slender hand. There is a lot of movement on the island now. It should be that the Taxa sect is preparing to activate the formation. It seems that the news that was spread before is not wrong. The voice was very soft, as if it came from a woman. The woman had just finished speaking when an older voice soon rang out not far from her. The voice said with a happy smile, "Haha. As you expected, we have finally got our chance after waiting for so long. As long as we can rescue the Demon Lord, we will no longer have any rivals in this world, and we won't have to act so stealthily every time we go out. It is estimated that it won't be long before we will have the opportunity to follow the Demon Lord to ascend to the upper realm, and we won't have to worry about our lifespans." Brother, you are right. We have been planning for this for so many years, just to have the opportunity to sneak into the upper realm. Otherwise, if we break into the outer void alone like others, I am afraid we will not succeed, and we will die in vain in the end. After hearing the conversation between the two people beside her, the woman spoke softly again. You are practicing the way of demon cultivation, which is not tolerated by the heaven in this world. It is difficult for you to ascend normally like other righteous cultivators. If you want to sneak into the upper world, you can only do as I say. It is estimated that it will not be long before they will open the seal formation by themselves. Then it will be your turn to show your ability. Oh. What do you mean by this, sir? Don't you plan to take action yourself? Hearing one of them asking, the woman chuckled and said, haha. As long as Link Suzy takes the initiative to open the seal formation, he will definitely be restrained by the formation. Moreover, at this time, the power of the mountain protection formation on the island will be weakened because of the formation. With you here, it is enough to deal with others, and I should not be needed. Don't worry, I have already entered in advance. If it really comes to the critical moment, I will naturally take action. As long as this trip can rescue the adult and the island, I will tell him that I will take you back to the holy world in the future, okay? That's settled. Whether it can be done or not, for the sake of the future ascension plan, we must try it. Ha ha ha. After more than 10 days of continuous casting, the Tiangang demon subduing formation above everyone's hut finally took shape, forming a complete golden circular formation above the canyon. Seeing that the formation had taken shape, Link Sutaoist, who was sitting cross-legged in the air, stood up and handed a formation flag in his hand to the external incarnation beside him. I'm going to open the Shinding Sulong formation below, and I'll leave it to you. After I open the formation, you will immediately cast a spell to seal the formation. Remember, no matter what happens, you must hold the formation flag in your hand firmly, and don't be disturbed by the true demon soul. After telling everyone a few words, Link Sutaoist flashed away and fell into the bottomless canyon. After the figure of Link Sutaoist left, the faces of everyone present instantly began to tense. After the formation was completed, it was time for them to face the true demon from the upper realm head-on. Less than a quarter of an hour later, 4 huge bronze tripods suddenly flew up from the bottom of the canyon, and then a very strong demonic aura emerged from the canyon, which made Song Qingming and others feel a chill in their hearts. After a while, a green-robed man not far from Song Qingming suddenly had his eyes black, and the whole person was immersed in a pitch-black void. Ah! Where is this? The green-robed man shouted hurriedly after feeling something strange around him, but found that everyone around him suddenly disappeared and only he was left. A panic appeared on his face. Before he could figure out the situation around him, a huge demon suddenly appeared in the air in front of him and looked towards this position. This demon was more than 100 feet tall, with a green face, fangs, purple hair and blue eyes, and 2 tall horns on his head. He just exhaled lightly and blew the green-robed man away. Calm your mind and concentrate, and you will be immune to all evil. Retreat. Just when the green-robed man felt dizzy and at a loss, a deafening sound suddenly sounded beside his ears, shaking off the surrounding darkness and quickly waking him up from the brink of collapse. Junior brother, quickly recite the concentration heart technique to resist the true demon soul. The green-robed man, who had just woken up, heard the reminder from his senior brother Fu Jinglong, and hurriedly clenched the formation flag in his hand, began to stabilize his mind and cast spells to form an invisible shield beside him. Song Qingming, who had not been disturbed by the demon god, also quickly recited the calm heart formula that his master Link Sutaoist had passed on to him, and isolated the demonic energy outside the shield. The true demon from the upper realm can disturb the cultivator's mind by simply attaching a trace of soul to the demonic energy. Song Qingming had already experienced this when he first came to Yuxun Island. However, his cultivation was only at the 5th level of the golden core at that time, and his soul was far from being as powerful as it is now. So he was easily invaded by the true demon Yuanshan, like the green-robed man next to him. In addition to the green-robed man, there were 7 or 8 Taixia sect disciples with lower cultivation at the scene, who were also harassed by the demon Yuanshan to some extent. But fortunately, several Yuanying masters such as the senior brother Fu Jinglong discovered it in time and cast a spell to quickly wake them up, so that they were not confused by the demon god, and put down the formation flag in their hands. The front mountain of Taixia sect, at the mountain gate. 2 Taixia sect disciples were sitting in front of the mountain gate formation, carefully looking outside the formation in front. Suddenly, a flash of light flashed, and then a man in white appeared beside them. Disciple greets Uncle Liu. When the 2 saw Liu Yang suddenly coming, a trace of surprise suddenly appeared on their faces, and they hurried forward to salute him. Upon hearing this, Liu Yang nodded to them and said, "Get up. I'm here to check if there's anything wrong with the mountain gate. Have you seen anything unusual happen while you're here?" Has anyone else been here besides me, Uncle Liu? Don't worry. There's nothing unusual at the mountain gate. No one has been here today except you. Well, that's good. Thank you for your hard work." Upon hearing the other party's answer, Liu Yang's face showed a bit of satisfaction, but the next moment, Liu Yang's figure suddenly flashed past the two disciples, and then their eyes blurred and they fell down silently. After doing all this, Liu Yang had a strange smile on his face, and then he raised a token and put it directly into the formation in front of him. After a while, there was a gap in the mountain gate formation, and then a small green snake rushed in from outside. Nothing happened. Hearing the words suddenly spoken by the little green snake in his hand, Liu Yang quickly replied with confidence, "Don't worry. Even Ling Zuzi can't recognize our illusion, let alone those of them who only have giant in cultivation." Now everyone has gone to the back mountain. After Liu Yang finished speaking, he reached out and held the little green snake in his hand, and then quickly closed the mountain gate formation. At this time, a woman in yellow who was sitting on the side of the Taxa Palace suddenly felt a slight fluctuation in the magic circle in front of her, and quickly stood up. "Junior Sister Zhu, what's wrong?" Seeing Liu Yang coming towards her, the woman in yellow quickly said, "Junior Brother Liu, I just noticed some movement in the mountain gate formation, as if something passed through the formation. Oh, Qingming and the others are guarding the mountain gate, so there shouldn't be any problem. Could it be that some monsters outside are harassing them, and they cast a spell to activate the formation themselves? The mountain protection formation has been a little strange recently. Why do such strange things keep happening? Forget it, I'll go and take a look with Junior Brother Lin." After Liu Yang finished speaking, he thought for a moment and felt a little worried, so he walked out of the hall with a short man beside him. After a while, the two came to the front of the mountain gate. Disciple greets the two uncles. Seeing that the two people who bowed in front of him were fine, Liu Yang breathed a sigh of relief. He first went forward to check the formation, and then asked the two, "Did something touch the formation just now?" Reporting to the uncle, "A few low-level monsters with no eyes have come, and we have sent them away." "Oh, so that's it. There's something going on in the mountain these days. You should pay more attention. No matter what happens, you must first inform us. Don't open the formation without authorization, uncle." "Don't worry, disciples understand." Liu Yang and the others nodded slightly, and soon turned into a beam of light and left the place. When Liu Yang and the others were far away, the two disciples suddenly flashed a strange smile on their faces, and slowly sat down on the spot, Taixuman Back Mountain, in the Demon Ceiling Valley. After being harassed by the demon god Soul, the people who were responsible for setting up the formation on the scene gradually stabilized their minds, and the light on the Xiangyang demon subduing formation gradually became much more vigorous. Seeing that everyone was almost ready, the incarnation of Link's Taoist immediately flew up to the sky. "Next, we will set up the formation to seal the demon god. Remember to keep your mind focused and don't let the demon god disturb you." "Ha ha ha, it's rare that you take the initiative to open the seal. Today is a godsend. I think today is the day for my demon path to be revived." Just as the incarnation of Link's Taoist finished speaking, a piercing laugh suddenly came from the sky in the distance. Then dozens of figures appeared in the sky from far to near, and instantly arrived outside the formation above. Among the dozens of cultivators who came, the lowest cultivation level was at the Giant in realm, and more than a dozen of them had already broken through the unyielding stage. The cultivation level of the two leading cultivators, one tall and one short, was so high that most people present, including Song Qingming, could not see through it. Although these people had different cultivation levels, the aura of demon cultivation emanating from them was indeed very familiar to Song Qingming and others. They were all demon cultivators that made people shudder in the world of immortal cultivation. "It's a demon cultivator. How come there are so many high-level demon cultivators?" Seeing the many figures in the sky in the distance, the people who were setting up the formation suddenly showed a look of surprise. They obviously didn't expect that at this critical moment of sealing the upper realm true demon, there would be so many demon cultivators from the outside world coming to make trouble. Even Song Qingming saw so many demon cultivators for the first time, and his face couldn't help but frown. Before he could figure out the situation in front of him, a very righteous voice came to his ears again. "All of you, first set up a formation to seal the demon god, and never let this demon escape, otherwise the world of immortal cultivation will suffer a catastrophe." Seeing the demon cultivators coming, the Link's Taoist in the air rushed to the air first and blocked the two people. Old Eamon Whitebone, Yang Baixun, I didn't expect that both of you would come. It seems that I have chosen the wrong day to seal the real demon today. But if you two want to release the demon god, you still need to pass my test first." Seeing the incarnation of Taoist Lingsu, the two leading demon cultivators in the air, who also had the cultivation of the god of transformation, also showed disdain on their faces. Haha. Lingsu, if your original body was still there, we would still be afraid of you, but now you want to stop us with just your incarnation, you old thing, you are thinking too much. As soon as the voice fell, one of the shorter old men had a flash of light in his hand, and a banner painted with white bones appeared. As soon as the white bone banner appeared, a gloomy wind blew, and then hundreds of white bone monks flew out from it, directly surrounding the incarnation of Taoist Lingsu. Seeing the piles of bones rushing towards him, the Lingsu Taoist incarnation moved his magic power, and the next moment a golden flying sword appeared in front of him. As soon as the golden flying sword appeared, the sword energy surged on it, and instantly cut all the dozen bones approaching in front of him into pieces. But after these bone monks were cut into pieces, they quickly reassembled in the cold wind and turned into a larger bone beast, rushing towards the Lingsu Taoist incarnation again. The two sides immediately fought together, and for a while, the surrounding space of hundreds of feet was full of rolling clouds, lightning and thunder, and even human figures could not be seen. While the fight broke out in the sky, Qingming and others, under the leadership of their senior brother Fu Jinglong, immediately activated the formation flags in their hands and began to urge the Xiangyang demon subduing formation to quickly fall into the canyon below. Seeing that the Taixia sect monks were still activating the seal formation below the formation, the old demon Whitebone who was controlling the flags in the cloud immediately said, "Fellow Taoist Yang, time is running out. Let's not get too entangled with him. Let's go down and open the seal quickly, lest the noise is too loud and attract other monks." Hearing his companions urging, Yang Baixun, who was standing aside, immediately nodded and said, "Fellow Taoist Whitebone, don't worry, wait for me to break the formation first." As soon as Yang Baixun finished speaking, a black flying sword flew out from behind him, and then dozens of demon cultivators following behind him also took out a magic weapon. 10,000 swords devouring soul formation. As the flying sword in Yang Baixun's hand flew high into the sky, the surrounding demon cultivators also threw out their magic weapons. After a while, dozens of magic weapons gathered in the air and then fell down with boundless momentum. After a loud boom, seeing that the mountain protection formation above had cracked a huge gap, Qingming and others who were trying their best to set up the formation suddenly showed a look of surprise on their faces. Unexpectedly, the mountain protection formation on Yuxuan Island was so easily broken by the opponent's attack. Not only Qingming and others, but also many demon cultivators in the sky did not expect that the mountain protection formation below, which looked very delicate, could not even block a single attack. Haha. It's true. I thought it would take more effort, but I didn't expect that the power of the mountain protection formation would be weakened to this extent. Today is really a godsend for us. Fellow Taoist Yang did a good job. Don't worry about them. Go and open the seal before Lingsuzi comes out. After the old demon of bones finished speaking, he ignored the incarnation of Taoist Lingsu in the cloud, and rushed into the mountain protection formation below with Yang Baixun and his demon cultivators. Change the formation, stop them. Seeing many demon cultivators rushing in, the formation flag in the hands of the eldest brother Fu Jinglong changed, and turned the Xiangyang demon subduing formation that had not yet fallen to the bottom of the valley into a huge net to block it in the air in the canyon. But what everyone didn't expect was that this formation was too slow in front of the two demon cultivators who had reached the level of god transformation, and only stopped dozens of demon cultivators in the Jiangdan and Yuanying stages who were slightly slower in escaping speed. Yang Baixun and the old demon of bones took a dozen demon cultivators with them and flew directly into the canyon below in front of Qingming and others. My Taixia sect has been guarding the seal of the demon god for generations and shouldering the heavy responsibility of protecting the world of immortal cultivation. We must not let the demon god escape the seal. Several junior brothers, come with me to help. The rest of you hold the formation. Seeing that the demon cultivators had entered the canyon, the eldest senior brother Fu Jinglong threw the formation flag in his hand to Qingming and others beside him, and then took several Yuanying fellow disciples beside him to prepare to go down to the canyon to help. Fu Jinglong and others had just set off when a loud noise suddenly came from the canyon below. Soon, a sword energy flew up from the bottom of the canyon with a tremendous momentum, shucking them back. After the sword energy passed over the canyon, the remaining waves directly flattened a nearby mountain, shocking Song Qingming and others who were controlling the formation flag. Before everyone could come to their senses, another sword energy came out upwards, accompanied by a huge skull head that flew from the bottom of the canyon into the air. Chapter 821, The Battle Between the Gods, A Blessing or a Curse. Old White-Bone Demon. Before everyone from the Taxa sect could see who this white-bone skull was, someone among the demon cultivators who were stopped by the Xiangyang demon subduing formation recognized it first and saw a familiar aura on it. He couldn't help but exclaimed. This white-bone skull was the incarnation of the white-bone demon, a demon cultivator who had transformed into a god. It was also a magical power that this great demon, who was famous in the eastern Phoenix fairyland, had not used for thousands of years. Just as everyone was shocked, two spiritual lights flew out of the canyon below. They were Yang Baixun and Old White-Bone Demon, who had just rushed down to open the seal of the true demon below. However, after these two demons escaped from the canyon, their faces were completely free of their previous arrogance. There was even a trace of blood on the corner of the Old White-Bone Demon's mouth. The situation has changed. Retreat quickly. After spitting out a word to the demon cultivator who was still confused about the situation, the two demons ignored them and went straight to the gap in the mountain protection formation that had been broken in the sky. Seeing this, the other demon cultivators who were still in the valley also hurriedly followed the two and fled outside. Master, save me. But just as the demons hurriedly left, another demon cultivator in the nascent soul stage flew out from the bottom of the canyon. This person had lost his physical body and only his nascent soul had escaped from his body. His face was full of panic, as if something dangerous was chasing him. A golden light immediately appeared behind him, and then a golden sword energy that was 5 or 6 feet wide swept the demon's nascent soul into golden light. Only a scream was heard, and the nascent soul of this demon cultivator who was so majestic outside was instantly shattered by the golden sword energy, and even his soul could not escape from the sharp sword energy. You all have finally come to my Taxa sect. Why are you in such a hurry to leave? After killing the nascent soul demon cultivator, the golden sword energy continued to chase Yang Baixun and the white-bone demon in the air again. Then a huge figure covered with the golden light stood up from the canyon. This golden figure was hundreds of feet tall and looked like a mountain. It was the golden body of Song Qingming's master Lingyuan Taoist. Seeing that the sword light behind was coming too fast, Yang Baixun and the white-bone demon could only frown and turn around, and wave the magic weapons in their hands together to block the remaining power of the golden sword light. When they entered the canyon just now, they thought that Lingyuan Taoist had already opened the seal formation and would be restrained by the upper realm true demon, and would have no time to stop them. Unexpectedly, Yang Baixun and the white-bone demon had just gone down, and they didn't expect that they had almost fallen into an ambush in a large formation before they saw the true demon seal. Fortunately, the white-bone demon had a powerful magic treasure on him, and he sensed the danger in advance, so he reminded the demons to stop. Before they could figure out the situation, they ran into the Lingyuan Taoist who was chasing them from below, and the two sides immediately fought in the canyon. As a result, the two demons, with more than a dozen demon cultivators under their command, were still no match for the Lingyuan Taoist. In just a moment, all the demon cultivators they brought with them died under the sword of the Lingyuan Taoist. Only Yang Baixun and the white-bone demon escaped desperately. At this moment, looking at the golden body of the Lingyuan Taoist below, Yang Baixun and the white-bone demon still had a trace of fear in their eyes. Fortunately, at this time they were already close to the exit of the formation. As long as they escaped safely from the formation, even if they could not defeat the opponent, they still had a great chance of escaping. Lingyuan, we were tricked by you today. It was our fault. We will definitely get revenge someday. Fellow Taoist Lingyuan is so hospitable, but you evil demons don't give us face at all. How about adding me? Just when Yang Baixun and white-bone demon were about to escape from the formation, a white light suddenly appeared out of thin air not far from the mountain protection formation, and then a black-clothed man with thick eyebrows and sharp eyes strode out of the white light. This sudden scene also made Yang Baixun and white-bone demon stop in their tracks, revealing an incredible look of shock. Chen Qingxuan, how come you are here? This black-clothed man who shocked many demon cultivators in front of him was the recognized East Phoenix Country Immortal Cultivation World's #1 human master, Xianyu Sect Supreme Elder, Chen Qingxuan. Seeing the appearance of the #1 master of the righteous sect of East Phoenix Zion's Hao, Yang Baixun and White Bone Demon immediately looked ugly. Before they could figure out how to get out, the incarnation of Lingyuan Taoist, who was entangled with the many white bones in the clouds in the sky, got rid of the entanglement of the white bone flag magic weapon and came to Chen Qingxun's side. You have been hiding nearby for many years and have been coveting the real demon seal on the island. I have also foreseen all this, so I specially invited Chen Gaowai out to deal with you together. Today's demon subduing formation is not to deal with the real demon outside the world, but for you, haha. Link Su, you are really good at calculating. In the end, we were too impatient and fell into your trap easily. But today you want to keep all of us, this appetite is a bit too big. Who will win is still unknown, there are strong enemies blocking the way in front and pursuers behind. Seeing that everyone was trapped, facing this desperate situation where it was difficult to escape, Yang Baixun and the old demon of bones looked at each other, and a trace of determination flashed in their eyes. I didn't want to fight you to the death, but now that it has come to this, we can only see the real result with our hands. After Yang Baixun's voice fell, the black giant sword in his hand flew into the air and spun rapidly. In just a moment, the black giant sword became several times larger again. Then several very terrifying demonic auras emerged from the giant sword, and in just a blink of an eye, it quickly involved all the 7 or 8 demon cultivators who were following Yang Baixun. Other people with higher cultivation bases saw this and quickly moved away from the black giant sword and hid aside. They kowtowed to Yang Baixun, who was casting a spell, and said, Master, we are so loyal to you, please spare us, if you want to be loyal to me. Then this ancestor just needs you today, so just come to my side. After Yang Baixun finished speaking, a strong black gas emerged from his hand again, which wrapped around the black giant sword, and then the black gas above shot out more than a dozen black lights again. Those Jinden and Yuaning demon cultivators who wanted to escape saw the black light coming and just wanted to escape, but found that no matter how they dodged, they could not get rid of the tracking of the black light. After a while, all of them were involved in the black giant sword, and its momentum instantly increased several times. The white bone old demon here also took back the white bone flag that had been placed in the air before, and cast a spell to summon a huge skeleton dragon with an aura and pressure no less than that of the god transformation stage. This battle is not for you to participate in. You should retreat first and just guard the formation. Seeing that Yang Baixun and the white bone demon were already ruthless and ready to fight to the death, Lingyuan Taoist immediately spoke to Song Qingming and others and left them in the canyon. Everyone also understood that this kind of battle at the level of transformation of the gods was not something they could participate in. They could only control the Xiangyang demon subduing formation to block the entrance of the canyon above their heads. At this time, above the canyon, the wind and clouds changed, and several transformation of the gods began to fight a life and death duel. Among the few people, Lingyuan Taoist and Chen Qingxun were both mid-stage transformation of the gods, while Yang Baixun and the white bone demon were only at the early stage of the transformation of the gods, and their strength was much weaker than that of the righteous side. But both sides were transformation of the gods, and it was not a matter of one move or one style to decide the winner if they wanted to kill each other. Although Yang Baixun's cultivation level was not as good as that of Lingyuan Taoist, his strength suddenly increased a lot after he had just cast a spell to devour and refine all his disciples. For a while, he was not much inferior to Lingyuan Taoist. However, Yang Baixun used a trick. Old Demon Whitebone was injured by the real body of Lingyuan Taoist before, and his strength seemed to be affected. He fought with Chen Qingxun with the skeleton dragon he summoned, but was still quickly suppressed by the opponent. The other incarnation of Lingyuan Taoist was guarding the only exit of the shattered mountain protection formation outside, ready to stop the demon cultivator who wanted to escape. Hey! Where is junior sister Yun? The battle above had just started not long ago. Song Qingming and others who were setting up the formation heard the doubts of senior brother Fu Jinglong, and found that one person was missing from the original 36 people who were responsible for setting up the formation. Big brother, I just saw junior sister Yun, right beside me. I wonder why she suddenly disappeared. Could there be a demon cultivator hiding nearby? It is important to defend the formation. Now Master and Senior Chen are dealing with the white bone demon. At this time, we must defend the canyon and not let a demon cultivator in easily. Xingian, take people to check below and pay attention to the seal formation. If there is anything, send a message up quickly. Although the power of the formation will not be weakened too much due to the lack of one person, after all, it is a fellow junior sister who suddenly disappeared. The people of the Taixia sect present must not ignore it. Big Brother Fu Jinglong comforted the people who were setting up the formation, and at the same time instructed Zhang Xingyan and others beside him to go to the bottom of the canyon to look for the missing junior sister Yun. Then he cast a spell to summon a monkey spirit beast on his body and commanded it to search around nearby. At this time, just below the canyon, a woman in yellow was standing in front of a stone platform covered with green vines, smiling at a bronze tripod in the middle of the stone platform. You're right. Link Suzy is indeed not that easy to deal with. Fortunately, I was worried and came here in person. Otherwise, if we only relied on those two people, we would have failed today. The woman in yellow was alone. After she muttered to herself in front of the stone platform, a somewhat dull voice soon reached her ears again. Haha. If they hadn't lured Link Suzy away, how could you have come here? Link Suzy missed a trick this time. He might not know your existence. To be honest, so many years have passed. If you hadn't come, I would have thought you would have been wiped out. HMPH. Don't worry, I don't want to stay in this lower realm for the rest of my life. Stop talking nonsense and get ready. I'm going to open the seal quickly, otherwise they will find out something is wrong and chase after us, which will be troublesome again. Don't rush to do it. There is a secret restriction on the Shinding Zulong formation. You must find a way to cover it up first. Otherwise, once you trigger the formation, Link Suzy will definitely find out what's going on here. Don't worry, as long as I can get out, it will be a piece of cake to find the space node and take you back to the Holy Realm. When I have recovered my strength, I will come back to offer a blood sacrifice to the entire Donghuang Xianzhao to relieve the hatred in my heart for being suppressed here for so many years. When the voice said this, there was a bit more gnashing of teeth, and the hatred in the words filled the entire stone platform. The woman in yellow heard what the other party said, but she didn't care, and she said directly, I just want you to help me return to the Holy Realm. As for what you want to do in the future, it's your business, and you don't have to tell me. After the woman in yellow finished speaking, a black short blade suddenly appeared in her hand, and then she began to cast a spell to gather spiritual energy on her body. Not long after, the black short blade turned into a black cloud, covering the entire stone platform, and the place became extremely dark. After doing all this, the woman in yellow glanced at the 4 bronze ears on the bronze tripod in the middle of the stone platform, which were glowing with spiritual light, and then waved her hand, and a huge black blade emerged from the black cloud above, and then directly chopped one of the bronze ears with great force. Bang! After a loud noise, the bronze ear immediately fell off the bronze tripod under this blow. Seeing this, the woman in yellow also showed a bit of satisfaction on her face. Just as the woman in yellow was gathering her spiritual energy again and trying to chop off the second bronze ear, a voice suddenly interrupted her. Wait a minute. Someone has come down from above. No hurry, it will take some time to open the seal. I'll deal with them first. Hearing the other party's reminder, the woman in yellow nodded slightly. Then she put away her magic power, turned around and walked out of the black fog. After receiving the order from senior brother Fu Jinglong, Song Qingming and 3 other giant and fellow disciples followed fourth senior brother Zhang Xingyan and quickly arrived at the depths of the canyon below. As soon as he came to the ground, Zhang Xingyan cast a spell to release a shield in front of him, and warned the people around him, the front of this place is the seal of the real demon. You guys should be careful. Don't let the outer demon distract your mind. Be careful that there are still mist demon cultivators nearby. Thank you for your reminder, senior brother. Song Qingming and the others heard the words, and immediately took out their magic weapons to protect themselves. Then they followed Zhang Xingyan and slowly flew to the seal in front, searching for the fellow disciple surnamed Yun along the way. Although Song Qingming and others had not personally experienced a battle that took place in the canyon below, but through the traces left along the way and the bodies of several high-level demon cultivators scattered below, everyone still felt the ferocity of the battle, and couldn't help but be more careful. This time, according to what their master Link Sataoist said, everyone gathered in the canyon to strengthen the seal of the outside demon in the canyon. But then the army of demon cultivators suddenly attacked, Link Sutaoist and Chen Zuan King suddenly appeared, and the canyon became a battlefield for the battle between the good and the evil in the blink of an eye. This sudden change also made Song Qingming and other unaware people feel tense. And through the performance of senior brother Fu Jinglong and others today, Song Qingming could also see that almost all the disciples of Taixia sect, including him, were unaware of the attack of demon cultivators. Song Qingming only slowly felt that everything that happened before seemed to be intentional by his master Link's Taoist, just to track those demon cultivators who coveted the seal here, and then eliminate them on the island in one fell swoop. Just as Song Qingming was thinking in his heart, a middle-stage giant and outer disciple of Taixu sect who was flying in the front suddenly seemed to see something and shouted out in his mouth. Fourth senior brother, look, there's someone in front of us, it looks like senior sister Yoon. Hearing what the other party said, everyone looked forward and found a woman in yellow clothes with a dull look in her eyes, slowly walking towards a stone platform in front. Not good, she should be controlled by the true demon Yuanshan from the outer world. Go over and stop her, don't let her touch the seal formation. Seeing the woman surnamed Yoon in this situation, Zhang Xingyan immediately saw that the other party seemed to be bewitched by the true demon Yuanshan, and hurriedly led everyone to fly quickly to her location. Just when everyone was about to approach the woman surnamed Yoon, she suddenly turned around, and then smiled at Zhang Xingyan and others. Brothers, why are you here? Hey! Junior sister Yoon, are you okay? We were so scared that we thought you were bewitched by the true demon spirit. Oh. I'm fine. I just stumbled into this place and came over to take a look out of curiosity. Seeing that the woman surnamed Yoon seemed to be very sober, Zhang Xingyan and the others immediately felt relieved. Then they stood there and started chatting with each other. They all looked relaxed. After chatting for a few words, the woman surnamed Yoon saw Song Qingming standing in the distance and looking around. She smiled and asked him, Brother Song, why are you standing there? There's no danger around here. Come over here. Oh, nothing, I'll be right there. Just as Song Qingming took 2 steps forward, he suddenly stopped and began to look around. Brother Song, come here quickly. Brother Song, come here quickly. We still have to go to the sealed place to check the situation together. Yes, Brother Song, don't waste time. It will be bad if the master blames you later. Hearing Zhang Xingyan and others in front of him constantly calling, Song Qingming couldn't help but walk forward a few steps, and then he didn't move forward anymore. Just when everyone was puzzled, a burst of green light suddenly appeared on Song Qingming's body, and then he seemed to wake up suddenly, and he jumped back quickly, directly away from Zhang Xingyan and others not far away. Brother Song, what's wrong with you? Seeing Song Qingming suddenly do such a strange thing, the woman surnamed Yoon suddenly walked towards him with a smile on her face. While moving her feet, she asked Song Qingming loudly, and her voice was like waves in her ears, constantly echoing in Song Qingming's ears, and he couldn't help but stop retreating. At this moment, the green light on Song Qingming's body was strong, and then a green dragon flew out from his body and hovered above his head. A dragon roar quickly drove away the voice of the woman surnamed Yoon from Song Qingming's ear. There is actually such a spiritual object to protect you. Taixu sect is really a crouching tiger, hidden dragon. I really underestimated you. Seeing the green dragon hovering above Song Qingming's head, the woman surnamed Yoon's face changed, and she immediately showed a bit of ugliness. At this time, Song Qingming, who was not far away from her, had beads of sweat on his forehead, and his eyes looking at the woman surnamed Yoon were also full of disbelief. Aren't you junior sister Yoon? Although the Yoon woman in front of Song Qingming looked the same as the one he had seen before, and he could not tell that she had used the illusion technique, Song Qingming still confirmed it with a firm face. The person in front of him was definitely not a real disciple of the Taixu sect. After Song Qingming finished speaking, he quickly cast a spell in his hand and released his life magic weapon 5 Elements Divine Light Mirror, and then a dazzling white light shot out from it and covered the Yoon woman. Directly exposed to the burning Zhuan Yang Qi in the 5 Elements Divine Light Mirror, the Yoon woman still had a calm expression on her face, as if she was not affected at all, which also made Song Qingming's face more surprised again. You know, he cultivated the Zhuan Yang Qi in his life magic weapon, which was the most restraining magic technique. Even if the other party was a magic cultivator with a nascent soul cultivation, it was impossible for him to have no reaction at all. Seeing Song Qingming looking at her so cautiously and solemnly, the Yoon woman also sighed slightly. I didn't want to embarrass you, but I didn't expect that you, a mere giant and cultivator, could actually dodge my secret method. This really surprised me. In this case, I can only get rid of you first. After the woman surnamed Yoon finished speaking, she gently raised her left hand, and the surrounding scene around her immediately changed, allowing Song Qingming to see the real scene in front of him. The stone platform that was originally empty at the back had disappeared at this time, and was shrouded by a ball of extremely dark mist. Zhang Xingyan and the others who had just walked past Song Qingming were standing there talking to themselves, wrapped in a ball of looming black mist. At this time, the other right hand of the woman surnamed Yun was still on the ball of black mist, as if she was carefully maintaining the secret method beside her. Seeing this, Song Qingming also understood that Zhang Xingyan and the others were eager to step forward to stop the woman surnamed Yun, and were accidentally controlled by the other party. Fortunately, he had a special item on him, which woke him up in time at the critical moment, so that Song Qingming, who was walking at the end, escaped the disaster and was not caught by the other party. However, despite this, the magical powers of the woman surnamed Yun in front of him were really unpredictable, and Song Qingming could not even see the other party's cultivation. At this moment, facing the other party, he didn't know whether it would be a blessing or a curse for him. Chapter 822, One move away, the war ends. Seeing that the five elements divine light mirror could not do anything to the other party, Song Qingming immediately took back his own life magic weapon. Afterwards, he did not hesitate too much. After sending a sound transmission node to the top of the canyon, the whole person retreated in a flash of light, and wanted to fly back to the top of the canyon. Even a unyielding cultivator like fourth senior brother Zhang Xingyan could be confused by the other party, which means that the real cultivation of the woman surnamed Yun would definitely not be lower than that of the unyielding. It is almost impossible for Song Qingming to defeat the other party alone. For now, for Song Qingming, the only best option is to quickly report to the top of the canyon and withdraw first. Even if the Master Link Taoist is unable to get away at the moment, there are still many Taoist sect disciples such as senior brother Fu Jinglong above the canyon. As long as they can receive Song Qingming's message and rush over quickly, with so many fellow disciples working together, this woman will definitely find it difficult to escape the siege unless she is a cultivator above the god transformation. Song Qingming had just sent out a sound transmission talisman when the sky above his head suddenly turned dark. A huge black cloud quickly covered the sky above Song Qingming's head under the guidance of the woman surnamed Yun. Then, Song Qingming saw that the sound transmission talisman he had just sent was instantly stopped when it passed through the black cloud, and turned into a small flame and disappeared between heaven and earth. You are just a small giant and cultivator. In front of me, I advise you not to try such tricks. If you walk in obediently and don't disturb me, you may be able to save your life. This is also your last chance to survive. I never give others such an opportunity easily on weekdays, but today I have made an exception for you. The woman surnamed Yun's mouth was full of seductive words, and her eyes were fixed on Song Qingming's face while she spoke, but she did not see any change from Song Qingming. Seeing that the message failed and the retreat was blocked by the other party, Song Qingming did not hesitate too much and turned to face the other party directly. Haha. Thank you for your kindness, fellow Taoist. However, I have been practicing for many years, but I still don't have the habit of actively handing my life over to others. Although I am not your opponent, I don't have too many choices now that my life and death are at stake. Let me try how powerful your magical power is. The other party's cultivation is obviously much higher than his, but he still chose to use coercion and inducement to force Song Qingming to give up resistance. This also made Song Qingming see that the other party was a little afraid that the fighting would be too loud and would attract the attention of the monks above the canyon. That's why he didn't attack them directly, but chose to control them with illusion. Although he couldn't beat the other party now, the woman surnamed Yun still needed to distract herself to control Zhang Xingyan and others, and she didn't dare to make too much noise. This was a good opportunity for Song Qingming to break the deadlock. He didn't need to beat the other party. As long as he could let the fellow disciples above the canyon find the movement below, there might be a glimmer of hope. After saying that, Song Qingming patted the spirit beast bag on his body, and summoned golden wind, silver armor and a third-level upper-grade white lion puppet beast to his side at once. Oh. You have quite a lot of gadgets on you, which really surprised me. It's rare to see someone as ambitious as you, but I don't have time to play with you here all the time. The woman surnamed Yun moved her magic power, and a figure that looked exactly like her suddenly appeared in the black mist in the air. As soon as this person appeared, Song Qingming felt that she was obviously emitting the pressure of a unyielding cultivator, and he couldn't help but show a bit of ugliness. After summoning a clone, the woman surnamed Yun ignored Song Qingming and turned to look at the seal formation on the stone platform behind him. On Song Qingming's side, looking at the clone of the woman surnamed Yun rushing towards him, he also frowned slightly. Without giving Song Qingming too much time to think, The attack of the woman surnamed Yun's clone had turned around and killed him in front of him. Although it was just a puppet clone of the early nascent soul stage, not a real nascent soul cultivator, the opponent's momentum and speed were definitely not comparable to those of the golden core stage cultivators. Seeing this, Song Qingming immediately controlled the golden wind and silver armor in front of him to change positions, and quickly formed a 10,000 spirits puppet array with him. As soon as the puppet array was formed, the clone of the woman surnamed Yun attacked Song Qingming with a sword light, and stabbed the middle of the 10,000 spirits puppet array talisman. Boom! With a loud bang, the two sides quickly separated after the attack. Although Song Qingming successfully blocked the opponent's attack, he was also forced back several steps. Before Song Qingming could catch his breath, a second sword light came from the air not far away. This time, while Song Qingming controlled the puppet array to resist the opponent, he also had a red flying sword in his hand, which slashed the opponent with a sword. After the two sides collided, they quickly separated again. Because Song Qingming risked his life to activate the Lihuo Chixin sword to counterattack, although it did not cause much damage to the opponent, it also made her slow down the rhythm of the attack after the opponent's attack this time. Before, Song Qingming had used the Oneling puppet array to fight against a real nascent soul cultivator. Although the result was a bit tragic, Song Qingming still blocked Qiu Daoping's two waves of fierce attacks with this array. This is also the biggest confidence in Song Qingming's heart at this moment to deal with the opponent. Compared with Qiu Daoping, who was separated from his nascent soul at that time, the strength of the Yun surnamed woman's clone is still slightly weaker, only about a level of a nascent soul cultivator. Moreover, now Song Qingming's cultivation has broken through to the 9th level of the golden core, and with the replacement of a more powerful 3rd level upper grade white lion puppet beast, the Oneling puppet array he used again is also much stronger than that of the past. At this time, facing the attack of the Yun surnamed woman's clone, although Song Qingming felt a lot of pressure, he did not show a sign of defeat for a while, and was able to hold out with the opponent. As for the Yun woman, her mind was now on destroying the seal on the stone platform. She raised her hand again and chopped off the second ear of the bronze tripod. After spending some effort, she successfully chopped off the second ear of the tripod. Seeing this, Yun woman's face was also a little more satisfied, and then she quickly turned to the third bronze ear not far away. Just as she was about to take action, a loud noise suddenly came from behind her, slightly interrupting her action. Hey! This is a puppet formation, no wonder it can last so long, that's how it is. Seeing Song Qingming, who was still relying on the Oneling puppet formation to fight against her clone not far away, Yun woman's face showed a little surprise. Even though he was still no match for the opponent, Song Qingming fought and retreated while urging several 4th-level magic weapons in his hand to counterattack the opponent from time to time. Although he did not cause much damage to Yun woman's clone, the momentum of the fight was still not lost to the opponent, and the fighting between the two sides was getting louder and louder. Seeing this, the woman surnamed Yun also guessed Song Qingming's intention to make a big noise, and she couldn't help but chuckled and ignored him, and turned around to attack the seal formation. Although Song Qingming relied on the Oneling puppet array to hold off with her clone for a while, the load on his mana caused by activating the formation was also very large. The fact that he could hold on until now was beyond the woman surnamed Yun's expectation. At present, it seemed that the fight was very fierce, but in fact, Song Qingming was not far from defeat. Not long after, just when the woman surnamed Yun was about to destroy the third bronze giant ear, a green sword light suddenly appeared in the distance, illuminating the originally very dark sky, and she couldn't help but look up. The next moment, seeing Song Qingming suddenly send a powerful golden light ball to the sky above his head, the woman surnamed Yun immediately felt something was wrong, and her eyes turned cold and urged the distant clone to flash forward to block the light ball. But Song Qingming had obviously guessed this, and he blocked her in front of her one step ahead, and pushed the last power of the 10,000 spirits puppet array to the extreme, vowing to stop the clone of the woman surnamed Yun. Get out of the way! Seeing Song Qingming desperately trying to stop her, the clone of the woman surnamed Yun suddenly changed her momentum at this moment, and suddenly burst out with a powerful force to form a very powerful sword light. The power of this sword light was much stronger than before, and with one sword, Song Qingming and several puppet beasts who were blocking in front were all knocked away. After fighting for so long, Song Qingming's mana had already been almost consumed. Even if he tried his best to activate the 10,000 spirits puppet array, He still failed to hinder the opponent for a moment, and was directly defeated by the clone of the woman surnamed Yun. Not only that, the opponent's attack just now was quite powerful. Even with a large array sharing most of the damage, Song Qingming was still beaten by it and spit out blood in midair, and fell directly to the bottom of the canyon. After repelling Song Qingming, the Yun clone did not delay and dodged again with a sword and rushed straight to the golden light ball above. Before the opponent was about to approach the black cloud above, it pierced it with a sword. After being pierced by the sword energy, the scattered golden light ball suddenly moved and turned directly into thousands of golden phantom butterflies, flying towards the Yun clone. Seeing these suddenly appearing spiritual insects, the Yun clone couldn't help but raise the corner of her mouth slightly. Obviously, she didn't take them seriously. She just waved her sword and cut down at least hundreds of golden phantom butterflies. But although the sword energy released by the Yun clone was powerful, these spiritual insects in front of her were fearless and soon surrounded her again after being dispersed. The number of black and dense was even more scary. Don't overestimate your own ability. Seeing the thousands of golden phantom butterflies attacking again, the Yun clone's sword light also separated hundreds of sword energy, and soon killed most of the many golden phantom butterflies in front of her. However, at this moment, a loud noise suddenly came from the black mist in the air, and then a dazzling golden light shone from it. Where did this high-level talisman come from? Could it be hidden in these insects just now? Seeing the golden light coming out of the black mist, the face of the Yun surnamed woman's clone suddenly turned pale, and even the main body below that was breaking the seal formation stopped casting. At this time, Song Qingming, who had already fallen to the bottom of the canyon, also showed a bit of relief at the corner of his mouth. He had just risked his life to win this opportunity, and finally deceive the other party's eyes. In the previous battle, Song Qingming deliberately made such a big noise, and the other party didn't seem to be in a hurry at all, and didn't worry about the sound of the fight being transmitted to the top of the canyon. This also made Song Qingming guess that the black mist above his head should have a special isolation band, covering up the movement below the canyon. For this reason, Song Qingming knew in his heart that the only way for him to pass the situation below to the top was to directly attack the black mist above his head. As long as he could break this restriction, or his attack made enough noise to be transmitted to the upper part, he could interrupt the opponent's plan. Therefore, after dealing with the opponent for a while, Song Qingming came up with a plan and used a set of methods of making a feint to the east and attacking in the west, and hiding a needle in the embroidery. He hid a 4th level low-grade spiritual talisman on his body in the golden light ball transformed by the golden illusion butterfly in advance, and covered it with the illusion formed by many golden illusion butterflies. After the clone of the woman surnamed Yun defeated Song Qingming, she thought that the other party just wanted to use the spirit insects to attack the restriction above, but she didn't expect that those thousands of golden illusion butterflies were all his tricks. Song Qingming's real intention was a 4th level low-grade spiritual talisman hidden among the many spirit insects. Whether it was to prevent the woman surnamed Yun from opening the true demon seal on the stone platform, or for his own life, Song Qingming had no other choice at the moment, so he could only give it a try. Fortunately, his efforts finally lived up to expectations and played a role, allowing the senior brother Fu Jinglong and others in the canyon above to see a ray of light coming from the canyon. Not good. The situation below is not right, fellow brothers, follow me down. Originally, Song Qingming and others went down to look for the woman surnamed Yun, and Fu Jinglong was a little worried in his heart. Seeing the sudden light, he instantly understood that something must have happened in the canyon. Seeing this, Fu Jinglong immediately passed a message to his master Lingyuan Taoist, and then rushed into the canyon with everyone around him. Fu Jinglong and others who had just arrived at the bottom of the canyon were shocked when they saw a huge layer of black fog covering the top, and hurriedly began to attack the ban. However, before they could break through the ban, a golden sword light had already fallen from the sky, and with just one blow, it dispersed the black fog in front of them. It was the incarnation of Lingyuan Taoist who was originally guarding outside the mountain protection formation above. The reason why he used his avatar to come here in person was because Lingyuan Taoist was worried about the true demon seal below the canyon, so he had to make some choices. After breaking the ban formed by the black clouds, they saw that the giant cauldron that originally suppressed and sealed the true demon's body had been damaged in several places. Everyone's face suddenly showed a look of surprise, and they hurried to the stone platform where the seal formation was located. At this time, in the air not far from everyone, A black light took advantage of everyone's attention on the stone platform and quietly escaped to the distance with the black clouds that gradually dissipated around. But even if her figure was already very hidden, it was still difficult to deceive the lynx Taoist Davidar standing in the same place. He paused and chased after it. "Demon, where are you going?" Seeing that her figure was exposed, the black light no longer continued to cover up, and sped up the escape speed to escape to the distance. But even if she was proficient in the escape speed, her cultivation was obviously not as good as the lynx Taoist Davidar, and she was blocked in the air soon. After casting a spell to trap the black light in a ball of sword energy, the incarnation of Taoist Lynxu looked at the woman named Yun in front of him who was carrying a black aura, and asked her doubtfully, "Your magical powers are so amazing, you don't seem to be in the same group with Baigu and the others. Who are you?" "Haha. You guessed wrong, I am in the same group with Baigu and the others, but I am not their disciple, but a helper they invited." Hearing the other party's answer, the incarnation of Taoist Lynxu smiled faintly and said, "Just a helper? I don't remember that among these nascent soul cultivators of the demonic path, there is such a powerful person like you. Even if you don't say it, I have a way to deal with you." After the incarnation of Taoist Lynxu finished speaking, a golden light immediately appeared in his hand. Seeing that the other party wanted to use some magical power to explore the secrets of her body, the Yun woman's face was not afraid at all. She shook her head directly at the lynx Taoist incarnation and said, "Lynxu, I was one step short today and failed to get what I wanted. I am not as skilled as others, but you think that you can know everything by capturing me. That's a bit too much." After the Yun woman finished speaking, a burst of flames suddenly ignited on her body, and in just a moment, her figure disappeared in the sword energy. Feeling that the other party's entire aura had disappeared, the lynx Taoist incarnation also frowned slightly on his face, and said in surprise, "It seems that this should not be the place where I am. I didn't expect that among the demon cultivators, there are still people who can control their incarnations to such a realistic state. It really makes me feel inferior." After standing there and muttering to himself, the lynx Taoist incarnation waved his hand again to disperse the remaining ashes in the air. After a moment, he flashed away from the place. At the same time, at the gate of Taeksu Gate, a man sitting on the ground suddenly opened his eyes, sighed unwillingly and said, "Song Qingming. I have been here for so long, how come I didn't realize that this guy with an unremarkable appearance could have such magical powers? I didn't expect that after working so hard for so long, I still failed in the end. How could I miss such a kid? Is the way of heaven in this world so powerful that we are destined to have no way back?" After the man finished speaking, a small green snake suddenly appeared on his shoulder, and directly refuted, "HMPH. It's just a temporary failure. Why be so discouraged? We've survived tens of thousands of years. What's wrong with waiting a little longer? As long as we can remain patient, we will always find an opportunity. It's a pity that we lost that clone, and our strength has been reduced a lot. It will take a long time to recover. Alice, are we too cautious? If the real body had come just now, perhaps we would have succeeded." Upon hearing this, the little green snake immediately chuckled and said, "Haha. If we weren't so cautious, we would have been killed countless times. Well, what's the point of saying all this now? Let's leave here quickly and plan for the future. Don't worry, we will come back to take Sussex sooner or later." After the two finished speaking, the man took out a token from his body and put it into the mountain protection array in front of him. Then he flashed and took the little green snake through the array and disappeared at the mountain gate. In the canyon, when the incarnation of Lynx Taoist rushed back, senior brother Fu Jinglong had already rescued Zhang Xingyan and others who were trapped by the illusion. In addition, everyone also found Song Qingming, who was already injured and exhausted, in a pit on the other side of the canyon. "Junior brother Song, how are you?" Seeing Song Qingming lying on the ground with a serious injury, Fu Jinglong quickly took out a healing pill from his body and put it into his mouth, asking with concern. Feeling a little better, Song Qingming nodded gently to everyone, then he breathed a sigh of relief and slowly closed his eyes. When Song Qingming opened his eyes again, it was a month later, and the entire Yuxun Island had already returned to peace. On that day, the earth-shaking battle between good and evil almost destroyed the entire back mountain of Yuxun Island. The more experienced white-bone old demon took advantage of the gap when the lynx Taoist's external incarnation left, and hurriedly left his opponent Chen Qingxun to escape, but in the end he was forced to break out of the formation and escape. Yang Baixun's luck was much worse. Under the combined efforts of Lingsa Taoist and Chen Qingxuan, his physical body was directly killed on the spot by the two. Although Yan Baixun relied on a life-saving trump card to escape part of his soul. However, although this demon's soul escaped, it was severely injured by the sword light of Lingsa Taoist at the last moment. Even if he still had the opportunity to seize the body and repair again, it would be impossible for him to recover to his original level in this life. In addition, dozens of high-level demon cultivators brought by the two demons also basically died in the battle. After this battle, the entire Donghuang Xianzhao demon power has suffered a heavy blow. At least for hundreds of years, they will not be able to stir up any waves. Not long after waking up from his bed, Song Qingming saw Liu Yang pushing the door and walking in from the outside with a happy face, and he quickly smiled at him. Junior brother Song, you, the great hero of the sect, have finally woken up. How are you? Is there anything wrong with you now? Hearing what Liu Yang said, Song Qingming quickly responded with a smile. What great hero? I am just working for the sect senior brother Liu. Why are you talking about this? After saying that, Song Qingming released his spiritual sense again and carefully examined his body. Only then did he realize that his injuries had healed without him noticing. He couldn't help but show a look of surprise on his face. Hey! What's going on? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 823, Master-Disciple Dialogue, Fleeting. On that day, Song Qingming was defeated by the woman surnamed Yun with a sword. Although the injuries on his body were not fatal, they were also somewhat serious. If it were Song Qingming's usual condition, even with the help of normal healing pills, it would take at least 2 or 3 years for him to slowly recover. But now, after just over a month, Song Qingming felt that his injuries had recovered by 70% to 80%, which really made him wonder what had happened. Seeing Song Qingming's confusion, Liu Yang came to his side and quickly explained to him, I know you don't understand. The reason you can recover so quickly is that you use the Huang pill refined by the master. This is a rare 4th level elixir. It can not only quickly recover from injuries, but also strengthen the physical fitness of some cultivators. The master has only refined a few of these precious pills. Not to mention us, even senior sister Li has never rewarded us. It is because you have made great contributions to the sect this time that you can enjoy one. I am afraid we will not be so lucky in this lifetime. After hearing Liu Yang's explanation, Song Qingming also felt that in addition to the fact that his injuries had been mostly recovered, there was indeed a little difference in his body. He smiled and shook his head and said, Brother, I don't like what you said. You know, I'm not someone who likes to be in the limelight. If I have a choice, I would rather give you this opportunity than accept this great favor. Don't do that. I don't have the cultivation and magical powers of my junior brother. If I really meet the devil, I'm afraid I can't be a hero. I would have changed my fate and reincarnated long ago. Junior brother Song, Master asked you to go to him immediately after you wake up. I won't talk to you anymore here, just go. Hearing Liu Yang's reminder, Song Qingming nodded and stood up. After tidying himself up a little, he walked out of his room with peace of mind. Following Liu Yang's instructions, Song Qingming did not go directly to the cave of Lingsa Taoist on the top of the mountain to find him, but stepped in the clouds and mist and flashed to the west of Yuxuan Island below. After exploring along the coast, Song Qingming soon found an old man sitting on a reef with a bamboo hat. It was the Lingsa Taoist who was fishing in the sea. He quickly stopped and bowed to him. Disciple greets master, don't be so polite when we get outside. Seeing Song Qingming's complexion had almost recovered, Lingsa Taoist turned around and waved to him with a smile, motioning him to sit down next to him. Are you okay? Thank you master for the elixir, so that I can recover so quickly. Between you and me, master and disciple, there is no need to be so polite. If you hadn't found that person in time this time, I'm afraid she might have really caused trouble. This is what the sect should give. I heard from Xingyan that they were all affected by that person, but you were the only one who was not affected by her. I don't know why. Can you tell me about it? Seeing Lingsa Taoist put down the fishing rod in his hand and looked at him with a smile, Song Qingming nodded quickly, then reached out and took out a piece of Qinglong jade pendant that he was carrying close to his body. I got this item by chance in a secret realm a few years ago. and discovered that it had the ability to dispel illusions, so I have been carrying it with me ever since. It was because this item spontaneously protected its master that I woke up early that day. Otherwise, I would not have been able to see through that person's illusion with my cultivation alone. It's just luck. This is the green rhinoceros jade pendant. I see. This magic weapon is made of fine sands from outer space, and it is extremely effective against all the magic and secret techniques in the world. It's a great fortune for you to get this item, and it's a great honor for my Texas sect. However, although this thing is good, you have to be careful in the future and don't see it easily. Otherwise, if you are seen by some interested people, I'm afraid they will make things difficult for you. Disciple will remember this. Thank you, Master, for your teachings. The green rhinoceros jade pendant that Song Qingming took out was one of the spiritual objects he brought out from the secret realm of the Wind and Thunder Palace that year. It was also a magic weapon with a relatively special use. At that time, after Song Qingming obtained the heaven-devouring thunder control art in the mysterious stone tablet space, facing many precious magic weapons around, after some entanglement, he still chose to take the green rhinoceros jade pendant in his hand. At the beginning, Song Qingming, who got the green rhinoceros jade pendant, did not know the specific function of this magic weapon, and could only judge that the rank of this item was above level 4. It was only after returning to the family that he gradually figured out the specific purpose of the green rhinoceros jade pendant, and later he kept wearing it on his chest. He did not expect that this magic weapon he accidentally obtained at the beginning would save his life at a critical moment. If the green rhinoceros jade pendant had not awakened Song Qingming in time, he would definitely have been deceived by the woman surnamed Yun like his fourth brother Zhang Xingyan, and the result of the subsequent events would probably be a little difficult to imagine. After hearing what his master Lingyuan Taoist said, the green rhinoceros jade pendant in his hand is still a very good treasure. Song Qingming, who has never been clear about the value of this item, also showed a hint of joy on his face. No matter what, this green rhinoceros jade pendant can break the illusion that even unyielding cultivators can hardly identify easily. This special magical power is not available to ordinary magic weapons of the same level. After seeing Song Qingming put his magic weapon green rhinoceros jade pendant back into his clothes, Lingyuan Taoist put away the fishing rod in his hand and took him to the thatched house on the side. This time, seeing a few empty tea bowls on the stone table on the side, Song Qingming took the initiative to pick up the teapot on the table and fetch water from the side without waiting for his master Lingyuan Taoist to remind him. Disciple doesn't often make tea. I'm afraid I can't compare with senior sister Li and the others. I hope master will forgive me. After Song Qingming brewed a pot of fragrant spiritual tea and sent it to him, Lingyuan Taoist nodded slightly with satisfaction and took a sip of the spiritual tea. There are thousands of flavors of tea, and everyone can brew a different flavor. The reason why my Texas sect disciples have to practice in the world is also to let them experience the world. Only by tasting more can you naturally find the flavor you like. Otherwise, if you only drink the same kind of tea every day, no matter how good it tastes, there will always be a day when you get tired of it. Master, what you said is right. I have practiced for so long and have indeed learned a lot and benefited a lot from it. This is also due to the teachings of the master. Seeing Song Qingming stand up again and bow to him seriously to express his gratitude, Taoist Lingyuan put down the tea bowl and said lightly, I still remember when I first met you, your cultivation was only at the Qi refining stage. At that time, although your cultivation level was not high, your mentality was still relatively calm, and you dared to say what you thought in your heart, which was exactly the same as when I was your master. Now that your cultivation level is high, your character is becoming more and more obedient, but I don't like it very much. It's better for you to relax here. Facing the reminder of his master Taoist Lingyuan, Song Qingming was slightly stunned, smiled and nodded. At the beginning, my cultivation was low, and I only cared about myself. It is true that some people are ignorant of the immensity of the world. Nowadays, not only do disciples join the sect, but there are also many relatives and descendants around them who need to be taken care of, and they feel the heavy responsibility on their shoulders. The higher the cultivation, the greater the responsibility. This is actually the same everywhere. Even if it is like me, whose cultivation is enough to travel all over the world, I also have to shoulder the heavy responsibility of suppressing the true demons and continuing the inheritance of the sect. No matter how far you go in your cultivation in the future, it is impossible to completely get rid of these causes and effects. It is nothing more than sticking to your original intention and doing your best. Thank you for your teachings, Master. I have learned from you today. Since he took over the family after building his foundation, Song Qingming has always felt that he not only has his own path on his shoulders, but also the fate of his relatives and descendants around him and the entire family. Therefore, he is also very cautious on the road of cultivation, and dare not take risks easily. In the past, Song Qingming always felt that the reason for this was because his cultivation was not enough and he did not have enough power to control the fate of himself and his family. One day, when his cultivation breaks through to the nascent soul realm, and he finds a safe place for his family in the world of immortal cultivation, he may not have to worry about these problems and can concentrate on cultivation. After hearing the advice of his master, Lingyuan Taoist, Song Qingming suddenly realized that he seemed to have thought too much in his heart over the years. When his cultivation is promoted, his responsibilities will also increase. It is impossible for him to only see this small family around him for his whole life. As Lingyuan Taoist said, if a cultivator like him who has reached the state of transformation does not care about worldly affairs, it is enough to protect the peace of the sect. But in the face of major events that concern billions of lives in the entire world of immortal cultivation, it is impossible for them to really turn a blind eye and let the outside world true demon wreak havoc on the world. Seeing that Song Qingming had understood what he meant, Taoist Lingyuan nodded slowly and said, I asked you to come here today because I have two things to ask you directly. When you fought with that person that day, did she say anything to you? Tell me in detail what happened that day. Seeing that Taoist Lingyuan asked about the woman surnamed Yun that day, Song Qingming hurriedly recalled it carefully, and then told the situation that day in detail. Including the process of his fight with a woman surnamed Yun, Song Qingming did not shy away and told his master Taoist Lingyuan everything. Only after Song Qingming finished telling the whole story in one breath did Taoist Lingyuan put down the teacup he had been holding in his hand and slowly said, I have always thought that the two demons who were eyeing the true demon seal were the old demon Baigu and Yang Baixun. That's why I specially invited Chen Qingxun to set up this plan, hoping to use it to wipe out the demon cultivators who coveted the true demon seal in one fell swoop. Unexpectedly, there was a force hiding in the dark and meddling in this matter, and this time they almost got away with it. The origins of this demon are unknown, and it has always been a hidden danger. I don't know if there will be a chance to find it again in the future. Didn't Master already kill that person? Is there someone behind her manipulating this? After hearing what his master Taoist Lingyuan said, Song Qingming poured him another cup of spiritual tea, and then asked curiously. Seeing this, Taoist Lingyuan seemed to see that Song Qingming was a little worried and explained with a smile, the person I killed was just a clone, and there should be a real body behind her. This magic technique is so magical that even I can't see it at once. Her real cultivation is by no means as simple as you see. But don't worry, this demon is not targeting you, but coming for the real demon seal, and she shouldn't deliberately cause trouble for you. This time, I killed a clone, and her strength was more or less damaged. I don't think she will come out to make trouble again in a short time. Oh. That guy is just a clone, which is really unexpected. Fortunately, her real body is not here, otherwise, with my low cultivation, I am afraid I will not be able to stop her. After hearing the explanation of Taoist Lingyuan, Song Qingming felt a little scared. He had fought with a woman surnamed Yun for so long, and he didn't realize that the other party was just a clone puppet. Just one clone was so powerful, so it was not difficult for Song Qingming to imagine the strength of the other party's original body. Even if he was not a divine transformation cultivator, he was not much different. Song Qingming was able to stop the other party in the canyon in the end. Now thinking about it, it was indeed a bit lucky. Seeing Song Qingming's lingering fear, Lingyuan Taoist chuckled and said calmly, the cause and effect of the world is like this. Maybe it is your destiny that you should stand up and help the people of the world. Don't think too much about it, this time we can guard the true demon seal. Everyone has made a great contribution, and you even sacrificed yourself to stop that person for the sect at the critical moment. No matter what, the sect should also show some appreciation to you. For the second thing, I actually want to ask, what kind of reward do you want, or if you need anything? You might as well tell me directly. If the sect is it, I can ask Liu Yang to send it to you later. If the sect doesn't have it, you can also wait. Although our Taoist sect does not care about worldly affairs, because we are responsible for guarding the true demon seal, they generally will not refuse if they need help from other sects in Donghuan country. As long as what you want is not too difficult to find, I can also send a message to ask them to try their best to help. Look for it quickly, disciple. Serving the sect is a matter of course. How dare you take credit for it? Master, please don't be so polite to me, haha. I'm never polite to anyone. If you really don't want it, then forget it. Seeing that Taoist's face changed slightly and he was about to get up and leave, Song Qingming was immediately shocked and hurriedly stepped forward and bowed, saying, Master, don't blame me. I just said something wrong. Now that my cultivation has reached the 9th level of the Golden Core, my greatest hope is to condense the nascent soul. I hope that Master can give me an opportunity so that I can also have the hope of impacting the nascent soul realm. If I can get what I want in the future, I will never forget the great kindness of Master and the sect. Seeing that Song Qingming was a little anxious, Taoist couldn't help but smile, shook his head, turned around and said to him, if you hadn't said it, I would have thought you really wanted to be polite to me and save me some trouble. Before you came, I also knew that you were now determined to break through the nascent soul realm, and you might have this idea, but I don't have this spiritual object to assist in forming a nascent soul yet. Go back and take good care of your injuries first, and I'll think about where to get you one, and I'll send you a letter later. Disciple thanks the master for his great kindness. Seeing that his master Taoist had agreed to his request, Song Qingming was also delighted in his heart, and hurriedly bowed to him with a smile. This time, in addition to responding to the sect's summons, Song Qingming came to the Eastern Phoenix Country Cultivation World to take the opportunity to inquire about his own nascent soul. This time, he helped the sect deal with the invasion of the demon monks. Although he almost lost his life after experiencing life and death, he was able to get a chance to form a nascent soul because of this, which was something he had never thought of beforehand. After all, the Taiksa sect is a sect of the god of transformation with many nascent soul monks. It must not be difficult for them to find a chance to form a nascent soul. Just as Song Qingming turned around and was about to leave, his eyes fell on the teacup on the table, and he suddenly remembered something he had forgotten. He bowed again and asked, by the way, this time I came to Donghuan country, I have something I want to give to senior sister Li. I wonder when senior sister will be back. Does master know? Suddenly hearing Song Qingming mention Li Zuanai, the smile on Taoist Linksu's face suddenly dimmed, and he said calmly, Zuanai has left the sect and may not come back in the future. If you have something to look for her, you can go directly to the Li family in Yunlong Mountain to ask after you have recovered from your injuries. She should be there. Master, you mean that senior sister Li has left the sect? Is this true? Hearing the answer from his master Taoist Linksu, Song Qingming was suddenly extremely surprised, and the face of senior sister Li Zuanai appeared in his mind again. It was really hard to believe the answer he heard. At the beginning, almost everyone in the entire Taiksa sect knew that the master Taoist treated Li Zuanai as his own daughter and loved her very much. He had already regarded her as a half-disciple. If there were no accidents, Li Zuanai would definitely formally join the sect as an inner disciple in the future. If she could successfully form a baby, she might even inherit the mantle of the master Taoist. Under such circumstances, when Song Qingming heard that his senior sister Li Zuanai suddenly left the sect, he was indeed a little unbelievable in his heart, revealing a puzzled look. Seeing this, Taoist also sighed and nodded slightly, saying, well, I did have the idea of accepting Zuanai as my disciple and supporting her to form a nascent soul in the future. Some things in the world always go against one's wishes, and my wish now seems difficult to achieve. If you see Zuanai in the future, you can also help me tell her a message. As long as she is willing to come back, the door of Taiksa sect will always be open to her. After saying this, Taoist returned to the stone table, picked up the teapot on the table and slowly added a cup of spiritual tea to himself. Looking at Taoist sitting quietly in the same place, Song Qingming didn't know what to say for a while, so he could only bow slightly to him, and then turned around and left the place. After meeting his master Taoist, Song Qingming went to the mountain gate again, wanting to inquire about the news of Wang Qingyan, a disciple of the sect. The last time he entered the world to practice in Yanhu village, Wang Qingyan's mother asked Song Qingming to bring him a pair of cloth shoes, but he was delayed because the demon monks suddenly invaded the sect. Now that he had some free time, Song Qingming immediately went to the sect hall to find his fourth senior brother Zhang Xingyan, who was on duty. However, after some inquiries, Song Qingming showed a look of surprise on his face. Wang Qingyan, who had just established his foundation not long ago, unfortunately died at the mountain gate in the last battle of the invasion of demon cultivators. Upon hearing the news, Song Qingming couldn't help feeling melancholy in his heart, and stood there in a daze. It took him a while to come back to his senses. Under the active leadership of Zhang Xingyuan, they came to Wang Qingyuan's tombstone behind the mountain and buried the brand new cloth shoes in front of his grave. Junior brother Song, you were the first one to discover that Qingyuan had spiritual roots, and I was the one who brought him up the mountain. I have arranged for someone to inform his family at the foot of the mountain about his affairs. But his parents don't know about this yet. They are old and I am afraid they can't bear it for a while, so please help keep it a secret for now. After hearing the reminder from his fourth brother Zhang Xingyuan, Song Qingming, who had just stood up, looked at the tombstone in front of him and couldn't help but said, if I had known this result earlier, I would rather not have discovered his spiritual roots. Maybe he could still live like an ordinary person and take care of his parents until they die. After so many years of cultivation, every time he encountered such difficult to change things, although Song Qingming had already behaved very calmly, he still often felt a little regret in his heart. Thinking of the scene when he first met Wang Qin and his wife, everyone was laughing and talking together in Yanhu village. It seemed like it was still yesterday. As time goes by, they have already been like Wang Qingyuan, gone in a flash and no longer in front of them. There are so many good partners in the world who are worth cherishing, why can't they go on together, and can only turn into tombstones standing in front of us? The cause and effect in the world are predetermined. Although Qingyuan's affairs are unfortunate, it is not your fault or mine, and junior brother Song doesn't have to think too much. The sect has encountered such a big thing, let alone Qingyuan. It is a fluke that you and I can survive, and it cannot be forced. Fourth senior brother Zhang Xingyuan has been in the sect for most of these years. He has a deeper relationship with the villagers of Yanhu village at the foot of the mountain than Song Qingming. Facing Wang Qingyuan's sudden death, Zhang Xingyuan felt a little uncomfortable, but standing here, he took the initiative to comfort Song Qingming. Hearing this, Song Qingming nodded slightly without saying anything more. He took out his treasured spirit wine and poured 3 cups on the ground before turning around and leaving Wang Qingyuan's grave. Although his injuries had healed for the most part, Song Qingming was still very worried. Ming still needs some time to heal his wounds before he can fully recover. After returning to his residence, Song Qingming went into seclusion. He began to treat his own injuries while using the medicinal materials in his hand to repair the 2 corpse puppets, Golden Wind and Silver Armor, that had been with him for many years. The reason why Song Qingming was able to contain the woman surnamed Yun in the last battle in the canyon was mainly due to the help of his puppets and the Wanling puppet array, which allowed him to deal with the opponent for so long and find the final chance to break through. Chapter 824, Demon Palace, Heart Refining Tower. However, in order to contain the opponent, Song Qingming and several puppets around him were also seriously injured, and even several limbs were broken. Fortunately, as long as the core position of the puppet is not injured, it can recover much faster than the cultivator, and only needs to consume more high-level spiritual materials. And these things to repair puppets happen to be in the Taixu sect. Knowing that Song Qingming needed these high-level materials, Liu Yang quickly helped to send them to him, which saved Song Qingming a lot of trouble. It was not until 2 months later that a voice transmission flew into the cave, which made Song Qingming, who was healing, stop and come to the cave of his master Lingyuan Taoist. 2 months passed in a flash, and Lingyuan Taoist finally found the nascent soul opportunity that Song Qingming wanted to ask for, so he specially sent a message to invite him over. Seeing Song Qingming walk into the cave, Lingyuan Taoist, who was sitting beside him sipping tea, waved to him with a smile, and then poured him a cup of relatively fragrant spiritual tea. I used to taste the tea you brought, and I can't let you suffer too much. This is a rare spiritual tea I found when I was traveling in Zhongyuan continent. You can taste it too. Song Qingming nodded when he heard it, and without saying much, he picked up the spiritual tea on the table and put it to his mouth and smelled it carefully. After savoring the unique fragrance of the tea, Song Qingming slowly poured it into his mouth, nodded with satisfaction and said, "This tea is bitter at first and sweet later, and the aftertaste is as sweet as it has experienced 100 years of vicissitudes. I didn't expect that there is such a strange spiritual tea in the world. Today really broadened my horizons. If I have a chance, I must learn from my master, go out more, taste the world's flavors, and it will not be in vain to practice in this life. It's good that you have such a good understanding. There is more than one place in the world, Donghu Wangxian's Hao. When you have reached a certain level of cultivation, your horizons should be broadened. Only by experiencing the world can you practice better." After adding another cup of spiritual tea to Song Qingming's cup, Lingyuan Taoist slowly continued to speak, I came here today to tell you a piece of news. I have found a chance for you to form a nascent soul recently. But this chance may be a little dangerous. I don't know if you dare to take it now. I want to hear your thoughts before making a decision. I don't know what the chance is. Please tell me, Master. During the days of retreat and healing, Song Qingming had been wondering what kind of nascent soul spiritual object he would receive as a reward from his master. Now, after hearing the nascent soul chance mentioned by his master Linksa Taoist, Song Qingming's face suddenly showed a little more expectation, and he asked quickly with a smile on his face. Seeing Song Qingming was a little anxious, Linksa Taoist, who had tasted a cup of spiritual tea, nodded slightly, immediately put down the teacup in his hand and continued to speak, gathering spirit in the heart of Den, tempering down with Yuan Qi, transforming into unyielding, and achieving Dao through thunder tribulation. These are the key steps to break through unyielding. You should all know them. Most of the cultivators in ancient and modern times who were blocked from the unyielding road fell at the step of transforming into unyielding. And the unyielding opportunity I want to talk to you about is related to this. If it can be accomplished, it should be easier for you to pass this level when you form a baby in the future. If a giant cultivator wants to break through the unyielding realm, he must first absorb and accumulate enough mana in the danshan, then use it to refine the jinden, and finally break the danshan into unyielding to survive the thunder tribulation, and then he can achieve the unyielding road. The first 2 points, for most giant cultivators, although it takes a lot of time, the difficulty is relatively not that great. As long as you polish your own magic power to a certain level, you can become proficient with practice. If it doesn't work, you can also use some spiritual objects to assist in forming a fetus, which can help the cultivator save some effort when breaking through. As for the step of fetal transformation into a fetus, because there are not many spiritual objects in the world of immortal cultivation to assist, it mainly depends on the cultivator's own experience and perseverance, and the difficulty is relatively much higher. In the world of immortal cultivation, the reason why most cultivators fail to break through the fetus is basically blocked at this most critical step. Moreover, even if the first 2 steps fail, the impact on the cultivator is relatively small, and generally it will take 10 to 20 years to slowly recover. Once a cultivator chooses to break the pill and transform into a fetus, there is no way out. Those who cannot successfully transform into a fetus will inevitably suffer damage to the golden elixir in their bodies. If you are lucky, you will have to recuperate for at least a few decades. If you are unlucky, you may even fall into a lower realm of cultivation because of the serious damage to the golden elixir. Even if you spend a lot of time to recover, you will never have the opportunity to impact the fetus realm again due to the limitation of lifespan. The opportunity that Linksa Taoist found for Song Qingming was a heart-refining tower located in Yuan's Hao, the immortal world of Donghuang country. In the immortal world, many places have been invaded by the outer wind and sky fire due to the battles of ancient powerful monks, which caused the fetal membrane of the outer interface of the collapse of heaven and earth to be damaged. And this heart-refining tower located in Yuan's Hao is a seal formation used by ancient monks to repair the fetal membrane. Because the tower absorbs a large amount of outer sky fire all year round, a natural outer sky fire pool is formed. Because these outer sky fires contain a poisonous substance that can make monks fall into illusions, ordinary giant monks will enter the sky fire illusion directly in a short time as long as they step into the fire pool. In this sky fire illusion, no matter what the monks do, they can feel a very real experience, even if they are practicing or breaking through the realm in it. If Song Qingming could enter the heavenly fire illusion and try to condense the nascent soul, he would be able to directly experience the real process of impacting the nascent soul, which would definitely be of great help to him in breaking through the nascent soul realm in the future. Moreover, because he was in the illusion, even if the nascent soul failed, the cultivator himself would not suffer any loss. However, one dangerous thing was that the poisonous outer heavenly fire in the heavenly fire pool would cause great harm to the cultivator's body. It was not a big problem for a giant cultivator to stay in it for a short time, but once he was trapped in the illusion of the heavenly fire illusion for a long time and did not come out in time, it would be easy for the outer heavenly fire to hurt a cultivator's body. Some unlucky people who were not firm enough in their will might even be trapped in the illusion and die, thus losing their lives. This was also the dangerous part mentioned by Linksa Taoist. After explaining the ins and outs of this opportunity, Taoist Linksa explained to Song Qingming, If a giant cultivator can enter the refining heart tower and come out successfully, it can generally increase the chance of forming a baby in the future by about 20%. Your eldest brother Jinglong and fourth brother Xingyan both entered the refining heart tower for training in the past. If you don't understand something, you can ask them. However, although this opportunity is good, it is also dangerous. If you are really trapped in the tower and can't get out, even if your master is outside, it will be difficult to save your life. You have to think about these things first. There is no rush for this matter, you can think about it first and then reply to me. Just as Taoist Ling Su finished speaking, Song Qingming immediately stood up and bowed to him, and then replied with a firm face, "Thank you for your reminder, Master. I have already considered it. I will go with you to the refining heart tower. Even if I have to worry about my life when I enter the training, I don't want to miss this opportunity easily. I believe I can make it." After practicing for so many years, Song Qingming has experienced life and death many times. Naturally, he also understands that most opportunities in the world are not so easy to get. This very rare opportunity to form a baby requires cultivators to take risks to gain something. After the last communication with his master Ling Su Taoist, Song Qingming has gradually let go of his thoughts and no longer entangled in the heavy responsibility on his shoulders. Since he came here for a chance to form a baby, he might as well think more open-mindedly and fight for it wholeheartedly. The Song family was just a small Qi refining family back then, and it was able to slowly develop to today. Even if he is really gone, with the younger generations like Qingming Yuanfang, the family should be able to continue smoothly. He has been able to bring his family to the present and become the first immortal cultivation family dominating the northeast of Uyghur. He has long lived up to the trust of the family elders. As for the future, he can't manage it for a lifetime. Just as Master Ling Su Taoist said, "Be firm in your heart and do your best in everything." Seeing that Song Qingming made up his mind so quickly, Ling Su Taoist smiled slightly, and without saying much, he poured a cup of spiritual tea for Song Qingming beside him. 3 days later, at the mountain gate of Taixu Gate, Song Qingming came here early in the morning. Seeing that it was still early, he looked at a blue stone beside him and found a clean place to sit cross-legged. After agreeing with Master Ling Su Taoist to go to the refining heart tower for training, Song Qingming was not too nervous. Sitting on the blue stone, he was not affected by the chirping of birds in the surrounding bamboo forest. He quickly calmed his mind and entered into meditation. Seeing that Song Qingming was like a wooden sculpture, sitting on the blue stone motionless, the surrounding birds flew towards him curiously. After circling for a while, seeing that the figure below was motionless, one of the birds actually landed on him very boldly. Seeing their companions jumping around on Song Qingming's head, and nothing happened, the birds in the sky also grew bolder. Soon, more than a dozen birds landed on Song Qingming's shoulders, head, and the blue stone beside him, chirping around him. Even though the noise in his ears was extremely noisy, Song Qingming, who was sitting in the same place, remained unmoved like a blue stone. It was not until half an hour later that a figure landed beside Song Qingming that all the birds were scared away and ran away. "Junior brother Song, you are really not picky about the place you practice. You can calm your mind in such a noisy place. No wonder Master always says that I am not as good as you in practice and comprehension, haha. The so-called meditation does not necessarily mean that you must close your 5 senses. As long as you can focus on one of them, you can get rid of all the interference around you. These are not difficult. You can do it if you try more." After hearing Song Qingming's answer, Liu Yang thought for a moment, then shook his head slightly and said, "It's not that I haven't tried it, but I still feel that it is more convenient to find a quiet place to enter a state of meditation. It seems that I will never be able to catch up with you, junior brother, in terms of practice and comprehension in this lifetime. Let's take it slowly." Song Qingming smiled and nodded when he heard the words, "It's just that everyone has different methods of practice. Senior brother, you are praising me. My spiritual roots and talents are average, and I can't do it either. I can only put more effort into cultivation. I wonder why senior brother came here today. Could it be that he also wants to go to the refining heart tower with me for training? Haha. Junior brother Song guessed wrong this time. If I want to enter the refining heart tower for training, I can't just go in if I want to. Moreover, my current cultivation is only in the late giant stage, and there is still a distance from the impact of the unyielding realm. It won't be of much help to me to enter the refining heart tower for training now. I came here just because I heard that junior brother was going to go in for training this time, so I asked Master for a favor to go with you to see it. If I have the opportunity to go in the future, it would be good to have some experience. The Refining Heart Tower is located in the territory of Yuanzhou. That place belongs to the jurisdiction of Dangmo Palace, one of the three major sects in the cultivation world of Dongyuan country. Ordinary people naturally cannot go into practice casually. In the past few days, through asking his fourth senior brother Zhang Xingyan, Song Qingming also roughly knew some of the situation about the Refining Heart Tower. He knew that his master Lingyuan Taoist actually spent a lot of effort to give Song Qingming the opportunity to enter the Refining Heart Tower for training. After hearing Liu Yang's explanation, Song Qingming understood it instantly and nodded quickly. Brother is already an inner disciple, so he will have the opportunity to go there in the future. As an inner disciple of Taixu sect, Liu Yang's cultivation speed is not slower than Song Qingming, and he will definitely be able to reach the nascent soul realm in the future. Going to the Refining Heart Tower with Song Qingming and the others at this time is also a precaution for him, and he may have the opportunity to use it one day in the future. While Song Qingming and the other person were talking, a golden cloud flew over from far to near and stopped beside them. Come up quickly. Hearing the words of the master Lingyuan Taoist on the cloud, Song Qingming and Liu Yang hurriedly strode up, and the three of them soon turned into golden light and left the place. Yuanzhou is located in the southwest corner of the East Phoenix country's Yuxin realm, not too far from the Nanzhou territory where Taixu sect is located. Under the personal guidance of their master, the Lingyuan Taoist, a cultivator who had reached the stage of transformation, Song Qingming and his team spent less than half a month crossing the entire coast of Nanzhou and entering the territory of Yuanzhou. Yuanzhou is a relatively large continent among the 13 continents in the Eastern Phoenix country cultivation world. The one that controls it is the Dangmo Palace, a very powerful top sect in the Eastern Phoenix country. Although there are no more cultivators in the Dangmo Palace, its reputation and strength are lower than those of the two Xianyuan sect and Xianyu sect 2 cultivators. However, the last generation of the ancestors who had reached the stage of transformation had only been in the state for less than 1,000 years, and tens of thousands of years ago, there were senior cultivators who ascended to the upper realm. The foundation of the sect is far beyond that of ordinary Yuanying sects. Although the Dangmo Palace is not a sect of transformation, there are still more than 20 Yuanying cultivators in the sect. This alone has made the sect's strength of the Dangmo Palace surpass the other 10 Yuanying sects in the Eastern Phoenix country and firmly sit on the throne of the 3 top sects. After entering the territory of Yuanzhou, the group flew north for another 3 or 4 days and finally arrived at the foot of a towering mountain. When they arrived here, Lingyuan Taoist stopped and then used a secret method to send a letter into the mountain protection formation not far away. Soon, 3 cultivators came out to greet them. Greetings, Senior. These 3 people were all nascent soul cultivators, and the weakest one had already reached the 6th level of nascent soul. After seeing the Lingyuan Taoist in front of Song Qingming and the others, they hurriedly stepped forward and saluted him. Seeing this, Lingyuan Taoist nodded slightly and said, I am a person who lives in seclusion and should not disturb you. I came to the Demon Palace today just to ask for a favor. I hope you don't mind. I dare not. A few months ago, the senior and Chen fought against the demons. We have heard that the 2 seniors did not hesitate to help the world of immortal cultivation, which is also a move to benefit the people. As a righteous sect, our Demon Palace should go forward to eliminate demons and defend the way. I only regret that our cultivation is low and we can't help. We can only do some small things for the seniors. Please don't be polite, Senior, come with me. After a few people exchanged polite words, one of them waved his hand and took the initiative to open the mountain protection formation behind him, and then led everyone to a stone tower on the top of the mountain that was locked by dozens of iron chains. The stone tower in front of them stood high on the top of the mountain. The sky above their heads had passed through the sky, and they couldn't see how high it was. Through the thick clouds, Song Qingming could still see flashes of lightning from time to time in the sky, which illuminated the cold clouds nearby. Seeing this scene, Song Qingming and Liu Yang beside him immediately recognized that this should be the place where the heart refining tower was located. Please wait for a moment, Senior. The 3 Yuanying elders of the Demon Palace bowed and saluted, and immediately flashed to the air. Then the 3 of them stood in a separate place and each released a spiritual light towards themselves. After the spiritual light gathered in the air, it quickly formed a special symbol, and then it was directly printed on the heart refining tower not far away. Not long after, A door was slowly opened, revealing a red color inside. Just by seeing the red flame from a distance, Song Qingming felt a sense of heat coming towards him, which made him excited. "Senior brother Liu, I have something to entrust to you. If anything happens to me in there, please help me send these things back to Funiu Mountain in the Funiu Mountains and give them to my people." After saying that, Song Qingming took a storage bag from his waist and handed it to Liu Yang solemnly. Before coming to the heart refining tower, Song Qingming had sent a letter to his family, informing Song Qingyu and others about his upcoming risky cultivation. In order to prevent his belongings from being destroyed by the skyfire in the tower, if something happened to him, before entering the tower, he still took out a clan leader token he had been carrying and some spiritual objects that he could not use in it and gave them to Liu Yang. Facing Song Qingming's personal entrustment, Liu Yang quickly took the storage bag, smiled and nodded to Song Qingming, saying, "Junior brother, just go in with peace of mind. I'll wait for you to come out." Seeing this, Song Qingming bowed his hands to his master Lingyuan Taoist and then, with his nod of agreement, he turned into a green light and flashed into the Lingyuan tower not far away, the door of which had been opened. After Song Qingming went in, the 3 unyielding elders of the Dangmo Palace in the air stopped casting spells, closed the door of the Lingyuan tower, and fell from the air. "Senior, I will wait at the foot of the mountain for the next 6 months. If there is anything, please send a letter to let me know." After the 3 bowed to Lingyuan Taoist, they flashed away from the original place. After entering the Lingyuan tower, Song Qingming soon found himself deep in a blazing flame. He quickly cast a spell to release a shield to block the high temperature around him, which made him feel a little better. After taking a quick look around, Song Qingming soon found a stone platform with blazing flames in the air, and then he flew directly to the stone platform. This should be the sky fire pool. Seeing that the flames in the middle of the stone platform were much more fierce than those around it, and that there were occasional sky fires from outside the tower top, Song Qingming quickly confirmed that it should be the place where he was practicing this time, and stepped into it without much hesitation. After passing through the flames outside, Song Qingming suddenly found himself in a void, and the blazing flames around him suddenly disappeared. Seeing this, Song Qingming also realized that he should have entered the Skyfire fantasy and sat down cross-legged with peace of mind. Floating cloud mountains, we go Funiu Mountain. Song Qingyu was standing by the window on the 3rd floor of Huxin Pavilion, staring blankly at the scenery outside the window, when suddenly a hurried footsteps came from behind her, and then Song Yuanfang, dressed in green, came to her. "Greetings, Great Aunt Yuanfang. I have to go out to look for some spiritual objects recently. It may take me 1 or 2 months to come back. I'll leave the housework to you. Just know that I'm leaving. Don't tell others yet, so they don't think too much about it." Hearing that Song Qingyu was leaving suddenly, Song Yuanfang was slightly stunned and couldn't help asking, "Now that the family has enough manpower, if you need something, why don't you ask us to buy it for you, so that you don't have to worry about it?" Song Qingyu heard this, smiled and shook her head gently, saying, "I'm going out for more than just these. I have to deal with some things by the way, so don't ask too much. When things are done, I will naturally come back early." "Oh, Grandma, do you think you should tell the old ancestor Xian about this? Sister-in-law is still in seclusion to make pills. Don't disturb her if there is nothing important at this time. If I still don't come back within half a year, you can give her this letter. Remember, this letter must not be opened in advance, so as not to affect sister-in-law's seclusion and alchemy." After Song Qingyu finished speaking, he handed a letter that had been prepared in his hand to Song Yuanfang. "Don't worry, Grandma, Yuanfang understands." Seeing Song Qingyu's serious face, Song Yuanfang stood there in silence for a moment, nodded heavily and responded, then took the letter in her hand and turned to leave the Huxin Pavilion. Chapter 825, Reunion, Mysterious Rune. After Song Yuanfang left, Song Qingyu slowly turned around and came to a small room next to him where various books were placed. The bamboo slips and the books recorded anecdotes from all over the world of immortal cultivation, as well as illustrations of spiritual objects. They were basically what Song Qingming brought back when he traveled outside. These things, which were not very impressive to high-level cultivators outside, were the favorites of Song Qingming, the head of the Song family. When he sat in the meeting Immortal Pavilion with Song Qingyu and others to drink tea, he would often hold them in his hands. At this moment, when he came to the bookshelf, Song Qingyu thought of Song Qingming, who had been away from home for more than a year, and couldn't help but sigh slightly. "Seventh brother. I really hope you can come back soon." After whispering in his mouth, Song Qingyu's hand moved with a flash of light and 2 more bamboo slips appeared, which he placed directly among the many books in front of him. Then Song Qingyu set up a band next to the 2 bamboo slips, and then turned around and left the room with confidence. After nightfall, a figure in green quietly came to the back mountain of Funiu Mountain. Taking advantage of the gap when the patrolling tribe members left, the green-clothed figure flashed to the mountain protection formation, then directly passed through the formation and turned into a black light and disappeared into the night. Half a month later, next to a high mountain surrounded by clouds and mist in the north of Yu State. This mountain is called Fire Spirit Mountain. There is also a second-level upper-grade spiritual vein on the mountain, which was originally located in the territory of the Monster Clan. Decades ago, after the human cultivators of the floating cloud mountain range jointly marched north, this place fell into the hands of the Yu cultivators who occupied it. A mountain protection formation was set up on the mountain to defend this place. On this day, when several Qi refining cultivators were patrolling at the foot of the mountain, they suddenly saw a group of monsters not far away running straight towards the Fire Spirit Mountain. They hurriedly sent a message while quickly withdrawing to the mountain protection formation. "There are monsters coming, quickly activate the formation to resist them." Because Fire Spirit Mountain is located at the border with the monster tribe, it has been frequently harassed by the monster tribe in recent years. The human cultivators stationed here reacted very quickly when they heard the monsters coming. Before the monsters from afar arrived, a ray of light lit up from the mountain protection formation on the mountain, and then more than a dozen black balls half a foot in size rolled down the mountain. As soon as these black balls fell into the monster group, they immediately exploded with a bang, blowing away several low-level monsters nearby and causing chaos for other monsters nearby. The black balls thrown out from the formation are a disposable magic weapon black flame unique to the Yu Kingdom. This thing can be thrown at a long distance like a talisman. Although its power is not as good as a talisman of the same level, its attack distance is farther than that of a talisman, and it is very effective against groups of monsters. As more than a dozen powerful explosions sounded in succession, the group of monsters attacking from afar also became chaotic, and some dared not to move forward. After a while, they slowly gathered together under the deterrence of several leading second-level monsters, and rushed to the mountain protection formation in front again, without the previous strong momentum. The monsters here just rushed to the front of the mountain protection formation, and several sword lights flew out of the formation immediately, killing the leading monsters on the spot. "Quick, kill the enemy!" Immediately after a shout, dozens of monks rushed out of the mountain protection formation and fought with those monsters. Although there were hundreds of monsters coming to attack Fire Spirit Mountain, there were also many human monks guarding this place, including 3 foundation building monks and more than 200 Qi refining monks. Although the two sides were not much different in strength, the human monks had the mountain protection formation behind them and several weapons specially designed for defending the city, which obviously had a greater advantage. After fighting for a while, as the leading level 2 monster was beheaded by a late foundation building cultivator among the human cultivators, the monsters were quickly frightened and slowly retreated. Haha! The monsters are retreating, everyone hurry up and chase them. Seeing that the invading monsters had lost their fighting spirit and began to flee in all directions, many human cultivators immediately showed some joy on their faces and began to chase them. However, several foundation building cultivators in the air did not leave the battlefield to chase the fleeing monsters, but began to command the remaining cultivators to deal with the cultivators who died in the battle and the corpses of many monsters. One of them bowed to the late foundation building cultivator who had just displayed his divine power and said, "The reason we were able to win so quickly this time is all thanks to Brother Liu's divine power, otherwise it would not have been so easy for us to repel the monster, haha. Taoist Brother Yu, you are too polite. We were able to defend Lingshan in this battle, and everyone has contributed. After counting the casualties, I will report your merits to the sect now. The sect is short of manpower, and we still need to rely on everyone's help. I hope you can help me defend this place, and the sect will not treat you unfairly in the future. Thank you very much, Brother Liu. Taoist brother, don't worry, with us guarding here and the second-level top-grade mountain protection array, it will be foolproof. Even if the Demon King comes, we can rely on the formation to resist." Boom! Just when the 3 foundation building monks were still chatting outside the formation, they heard a shocking noise behind them, and then the second-level top-grade protective array behind them shattered with a roar. A dozen Qi refining cultivators who were standing close to them were soon engulfed by a white light, and disappeared in an instant. Before everyone could react to what was happening, a purple-clothed figure fell from the sky and stood on a giant sword that was more than 10 feet high. Don't misunderstand me, senior. I am a disciple of the Qingming sect, and I have been ordered to guard this place for the sect. I wonder what important matter you are here for? Please tell me. We will not dare to neglect you. Seeing the purple-clothed woman standing on the giant sword in front of him, the foundation building cultivator surnamed Liu was shocked, and hurriedly took the lead to respectfully bow to the other party, indicating his identity as a disciple of the Qingming sect. The purple-clothed woman in front of them was not friendly, and her face was very unfamiliar. She was not someone they knew. But the powerful aura emanating from the other party destroyed the mountain protection formation behind them with just one sword. It was easy to guess that she must be a high-level cultivator above the Jinden level. Facing such a high-level cultivator, even if everyone united together, they could not be the opponent of the purple-clothed woman. If they wanted to survive, they could only try to bring out the name of Qingming sect to see if the other party would be afraid after knowing it. Hearing the self-introduction of the leading foundation-building cultivator surnamed Liu, the purple-clothed woman just smiled lightly and did not answer the other party's question. Then she raised her hand and waved it, and a sword light was released in an instant, flying quickly towards the foundation-building cultivator surnamed Liu, with an extremely fierce momentum. Seeing this, the foundation-building cultivator surnamed Liu of the Qingming sect, who had been prepared for it, hurriedly moved his body to the side and back, and cast a spell to release a shield to protect himself. Seeing that he dodged her attack, the purple-clothed woman moved her hand again, and the sword light suddenly turned around and flew towards the foundation-building cultivator, surnamed Liu again after brushing against the other party, and instantly arrived in front of him. Although he was on guard, the foundation-building monk surnamed Liu from the Qingming sect was too far behind him in terms of strength. The people around him only heard a scream, and the sword light controlled by the purple-clothed woman easily passed through the shield magic weapon on the chest of the foundation-building monk, surnamed Liu, and flew out from behind him. After just a face-to-face encounter with the other party, the foundation-building monk surnamed Liu, who had just displayed his divine power in front of the monster, fell down and became a cold corpse. Seeing that the purple-clothed woman killed people without saying a word, and even ignored the name of the foundation-building man surnamed Liu who brought up the name of the Qingming sect, the other two foundation-building monks around were also shocked and hurriedly separated and ran to both sides. Everyone, run! Seeing that the three foundation-building monks in the lead were either dead or escaped, the surrounding monks who were only in the Qi refining stage also followed suit and fled, scrambling to escape outside the mountain. Facing this scene, the purple-clothed woman also looked at everyone with contempt, and then quickly cast a spell with both hands. The giant sword under her feet suddenly flew into the air, and then turned into hundreds of sword lights, flying directly towards the fleeing people. Not long after, when the purple-clothed woman landed from the sky, there was no movement in the Fire Spirit Mountain, only the bodies of monks on the ground, and those monster materials they had not yet dealt with. After killing all the surrounding monks, the purple-clothed woman did not even look at the monster materials on the ground, but directly took out a magic talisman and cast a spell. A moment later, 3 more spiritual lights flew from a distance and landed beside the purple-clothed woman. Seeing the arrival of the people, the purple-clothed woman hurriedly bowed to the white-clothed woman in the lead. "Master, this area has been cleared." The woman in white nodded slightly upon hearing this, and then said to him, "Zixin, you stay outside first, don't let anyone get close to here. If you encounter anything difficult to deal with, just send a message to me." Disciple obeys. After giving an order to the purple-clothed woman next to her, the woman in white turned around and looked behind her. "Since you have been here, you should lead the way. Don't worry, I won't let you get into any danger. Senior, please follow me." Hearing the order of the white-clothed woman in front of him, Song Qingming, who was dressed in green, nodded slightly and responded, and then flew to the back of the Fire Spirit Mountain with the 2 people behind him. Not long after, the 3 of them came to a cliff. After arriving here, Song Qingming quickly found a place covered by clouds and mist with a memory in her mind. Just as she was about to try to enter it, several sword lights suddenly flew out of the clouds and mist, heading straight for the location of Song Qingming and the other 2. When Song Qingming was about to make a move, another girl in white beside her threw out a golden bracelet magic weapon to block the 3 people. After blocking all the sword lights in front of her, the golden bracelet suddenly became dozens of times larger under the control of the girl in white and smashed directly into the clouds over there. Boom! A loud noise and several screams were heard. After the clouds in front rolled for a while, the bodies of the three cultivators fell from it and fell directly into the valley below the cliff. Let's go! Hearing the reminder of the girl in white beside him, Song Qingming nodded quickly, and then took the two people into the clouds in front and came to a cave that was somewhat familiar. This cave was the cave of the Yuanying senior that Song Qingming had come to with Song Qingming, Xiaomo and He Mingxin. It was also here that Song Qingming accidentally obtained the sword cultivation inheritance, which helped her to successfully form a pill and achieve today's cultivation. When Song Qingming first came here, he had not yet formed a pill and his cultivation level was only at the 9th level of the foundation building. In the blink of an eye, 100 years had passed, and this cave had undergone earth-shaking changes. The cave entrance, which was originally desolate and dusty, has now not only been cleaned up and looks brand new, but also has added a lot of oil lamps for lighting, making the originally dark cave very bright. On that day, after Song Qingming and others explored the cave and plundered it, this place soon attracted other monsters because of the leakage of spiritual energy. After a fight, it was occupied by a tiger monster at the peak of the foundation building. Later, the monks of the Yu Kingdom, led by the Jiuan sect, went north to conquer the monster tribe and took this place. They accidentally discovered that there was a high-level fire vein hidden in the cave, so they renamed this place Funiu Mountain and occupied it. The monks headed by the foundation building monk, surnamed Liu, were the monks sent by the Jiuan sect to garrison here. Except for the foundation building cultivator surnamed Liu and some Qi refining cultivators who were from the Jiuan sect, the others were all casual cultivators recruited from outside by the Jiuan sect. They were not aware of the cave hidden behind the mountain and the high-level fire veins inside, and thought that the Jiuan sect invited them here just to fight against the monsters and guard the spiritual veins on the mountain. The three women in white who came with Song Qingming were the sword cultivator and her two disciples whom she met in Funiu Mountain that day. It was the woman in white who led the group who insisted on bringing Song Qingming along on this trip to Yu State. After a year of not seeing each other, the injuries on the woman in white after the battle had healed a lot, and the paleness on her face had mostly disappeared, but her voice was still a little hoarse when she spoke. Although she still couldn't guess what the other party's purpose was in bringing her here, Song Qingming's cultivation was too low compared to the three people beside her, and she had no qualifications to bargain with them. Not to mention the unfathomable woman in white before him, even the purple-clothed disciple she brought with her, who was at the peak of the golden core stage, Song Qingming had no confidence that he could defeat her. The remaining white-clothed young girl disciple who had just made a move had also reached the 6th level of the golden core stage, not much worse than Song Qingming. After the three of them entered the cave, under the leadership of Song Qingming, they quickly entered the upper cave they had visited that year. After arriving here, Song Qingming hurriedly bowed to the white-clothed woman behind him and said, "Senior. This is the senior cave I found back then." The white-clothed woman nodded slightly after hearing this, and after glancing around, she said softly, "The spiritual energy here is a little wrong, there should be another cave." Hearing what the white-clothed woman said, Song Qingming hurriedly nodded and said, "Senior is right, this cave has 2 floors, and the place where I found the inheritance of the skills is on the lower floor." After Song Qingming finished speaking, he directly pushed open a stone table in the middle of the cave, revealing the cave entrance below. "Well, take me down." After the three of them passed through the somewhat dark tunnel, they soon arrived at the cave below. After this cave was occupied by the Jiuan sect, the refining furnace that Song Qingming and others had dismantled was replaced by a new one. At this moment, there were many more refining materials on the empty stone shelves around. "Senior, this is it. It was originally empty. These things should have been put in by later people." After bringing the woman in white here, Song Qingming briefly introduced it, and then stood aside obediently without saying anything more. The woman in white glanced around the surroundings, walked slowly around the entire cave, and finally stopped in front of a stone shelf. Just by raising her hand and waving it gently, the stone shelf weighing thousands of pounds was pushed aside, revealing a stone wall with some pits and potholes. In a corner of the stone wall, there was a very inconspicuous small hole of about an inch, which directly attracted the attention of the woman in white. "Did you find the sword here?" Hearing the question from the woman in white, Song Qingming nodded and said, "What the senior said is right. I found it here by accident, take out the sword, the flying sword that Song Qingyu got from the stone wall that year looked very ordinary and had not been sharpened. In addition to the hidden sword inheritance from it, Song Qingyu did not know its specific function. It was not until she succeeded in forming a pill that Song Qingyu knew its true purpose and trained it into her own natal flying sword, which is now the Qingming golden light sword hidden in her body. Hearing what the woman in white said, Song Qingyu instantly understood what she meant and quickly cast a spell to summon the Qingming golden light sword in her body. Seeing the Qingming golden light sword in front of Song Qingyu, the woman in white smiled slightly, and then cast a spell to throw out a red rope, which was directly wrapped around Song Qingyu's natal flying sword. Then Song Qingyu felt that the Qingming golden light sword was pulled by a strong force and inserted directly back to the stone wall, falling into the small hole that she had pulled out before. After completing this step, the woman in white waved her hand, and a white flying sword appeared beside her. After the white flying sword came to the air, it suddenly lit up, and then its momentum instantly increased to a level that made Song Qingyu feel uneasy, and it slashed at the stone wall with a sword. Seeing this, Song Qingyu and the white-clothed girl next to him hurriedly retreated. Only a harsh sound was heard, and the scene of flying rocks that Song Qingyu and the others thought did not appear. The stone wall was still intact, but there was a white light out of thin air. This white light seemed to be attached to the stone wall and printed on it, which made people feel a little novel. Before Song Qingyu could figure out what was going on, the flying sword in the white-clothed woman's hand fell again, leaving a light on the stone wall. As the white-clothed woman's sword lights fell in succession, the position of the stone wall was also scraped by the sword light in her hand, revealing a sword-shaped rune that looked somewhat special. Seeing this rune, the white-clothed woman's face suddenly showed a trace of joy. "Brother, I haven't seen you for many years. Since I have the chance to find this place today, let me see what the inheritance you left behind looks like," the white-clothed woman whispered to herself, and then she quickly cast a spell in her hand, which landed directly on the Qingming golden light sword on the stone wall. As the white-clothed woman's magic power fell, the rune on the stone wall suddenly lit up with a dazzling white light and slowly flew into the air. Seeing this, the white-clothed woman hurriedly controlled the white flying sword beside her, and shot out a sword energy that sank into the rune in the air, and her eyes became very solemn. Seeing what was happening in front of him, Song Qingyu, who was standing behind, was shocked. Although she had some guesses in her mind before coming, she still didn't expect that in the cave that had been plundered by them, there really was something that could make a unyielding cultivator like the woman in white excited. Before Song Qingyu could see the situation clearly, the rune in the air suddenly became agitated after being probed by the flying sword magic weapon of the woman in white, and then broke free from the spiritual light emitted by the white flying sword and began to fly in the air. Seeing this, the woman in white was slightly stunned, and cast a spell again to control the flying sword magic weapon to shoot out several spiritual lights, which turned into a cage to lock the rune in the air. After seeing the rune stabilize again, the woman in white relaxed slightly. But when she controlled the sword light to merge into the rune again, she didn't expect the rune in front of her to suddenly light up, breaking the cage again and breaking away from the control of the white flying sword. Before the woman in white could control it again, the rune suddenly bypassed the sword light and fell directly into the Qingming golden light sword inserted into the stone wall, completely disappearing. How could this be? Did you plan this in advance? Seeing this unexpected scene, the white-clothed woman's face changed instantly and she blurted out, and she stood there in a daze. At this time, Song Qingyu, who was not far away, suddenly felt that something seemed to have been added to her life-saving magic weapon, the Qingming golden light sword. But because the flying sword was too far away from her, she couldn't figure out what had changed for a while. Seeing the woman in white cast a spell to take the Qingming golden light sword in her hand, and looking at it carefully with a serious face, Song Qingyu hesitated for a moment, but couldn't help but asked, "Senior, can you return the magic weapon to me first?" Hearing what Song Qingyu said, the woman in white looked up at her. After a moment of silence, she suddenly smiled and replied, "This sword is of some use to me. I'm afraid I can't return it to you now. You stay with me for a few days, and I will return it to you when I'm done using it. Senior, if you are unwilling to return your natal magic weapon to me, even if I destroy it now, I will not go with you again." After Song Qingyu finished speaking, magic power surged from his hands, and there was a hint of determination in his eyes when he looked at the woman in white. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.